Transcending the Nine Heavens Chapter 586 to Chapter 639. NP Wu Xianxia sat quietly in her room. She hadn't slept for the past few days. My goal is in the heavens. This was what Chu Yang had said. So I want to go too. I won't let you see me, but I want to see you. To help you. Xianxia, when Tian is 1 month old, I will bring you back to the upper 3 heavens. There, I will recommend a great teacher to you. Your future is limitless. This was what Lan Meixian had said. Even a monarch or saint might be possible. Even a supreme martial artist would have to depend on your hard work. Don't let your talent go to waste. I won't let him down. The stronger I am, the more I can help him. You have to help me take a look at him. You have to help me help him. But, don't let him know about Tai Yang. Tai Butian's voice sounded in her mind again. Wu Qianqian sighed. The two of them were really in the same boat. She still remembered the conversation she had with Tai Butian that day when Chu Yang had left. How many women in this world are willing to spend their whole lives with each other and grow old together? But until they die of old age, they have never truly given their feelings and love for each other. Although they have many children and grandchildren and are overflowing with kinship, true love is always in solitude. How many extraordinary men are there in this world? There are tens of billions of people and tens of billions of women in the heavens. How many of them are able to have a relationship with the man that they truly like and have truly conquered them? I've had enough. I'm content. I don't ask for anything else. If I force him to take responsibility, he will naturally take responsibility. But what's the point of taking responsibility like that? It's better to love one-sidedly. At least, I can still have some fantasies in my heart. Women all like strong men. Especially strong men who are young and handsome, heroic and courageous. Which woman doesn't like them? Therefore, heroes are destined to be entangled in love and sin. But heroes may not be sentimental. Chu Yang is not a sentimental person. He's also not a playboy. He may look cunning and vicious, but deep down, he is a very upright person. The so-called cunning, wretched, hooligan and scheming are all his methods and not his character. Everything he says has a purpose. Even when he did some ridiculous things, it was still shocking when he revealed his true motive. This kind of man would not be pestered or moved by her. His heart is like a piece of iron. Wu Qianqian still remembered the look in Tai Butian's eyes when she said his heart is like a piece of iron. It was so strange and complicated. And pride. If his heart could be easily changed, and he could be easily attracted by a beautiful woman, or even me, then would he still be Chu Yang? Will we still be in so much pain for him? Is a man who changes so easily worth our love? At that time, Wu Qianqian's last retort had left Tai Butian speechless for 3 days, although there was no hope, although they didn't know, and although they had been tactfully rejected, the feelings of these two women towards Chu Yang didn't diminish in the slightest. She thought, pondered, deduced, and fantasized. Sometimes she cried, sometimes she laughed. I will go to the upper 3 heavens in a few days. Chu Yang will go to the upper 3 heavens sooner or later. So, I will wait for him in the upper 3 heavens. Wu Qianqian only woke up from her contemplation when she heard that Yang Ruolan had come to see her. She hurriedly received her. She was very suspicious. I don't know why Yang Ruolan is looking for me in the wee hours of the morning. Did something happen on Tai Butian's side? Wu Qianqian waited for Yang Ruolan to sit down before she cautiously asked, Senior, may I ask why you came in the wee hours of the night? It's nothing serious. Yang Ruolan's mood had calmed down. She still had desire, but she was inexplicably worried and fearful. Her intuition was the closest to King of Hell Chu this time. It was also the most hopeful. If it's not. She didn't know if she could withstand such a blow. Could she continue to muster the courage to search? I'm here to ask about your junior martial brother, the real King Hua of Chu. Yang Ruolan sorted out her thoughts and asked, before he came to Iron Cloud, he was in the sect. If it's convenient for you, I would like to ask Miss Wu to talk with me. Chu Yang? Wu Qianqian's eyes lit up when she heard this name. Then, she became suspicious. Why are you asking about Chu Yang? Yang Ruolan said, I don't have any other intentions. I don't have any evil intentions. I just want to know. Don't worry. Wu Qianqian nodded and said, I don't know what Senior wants to know. I didn't have much contact with Chu Yang when I was at Beyond the Heavens sect. Thinking about what Chu Yang had done in Beyond the Heavens sect, Wu Qianqian couldn't help but smile with her pair of crescent moon-like eyebrows. Then tell me what you know. Yang Ruolan looked at Wu Qianqian's expression, and couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. It seems, this young king of Hell Chu has attracted a lot of love debts. This little Anai is obviously in love with him. I hadn't seen Chu Yang before 2 years ago. He used to be taciturn in the sect. He was somewhat dull. He didn't like to talk. He was the kind of person who would quickly vanish into the crowd, Wu Qianqian said while pondering. Oh? This opening was beyond Yang Ruolan's expectations. The future all-powerful king of Hellchu was like this when he was young? Martial Uncle Meng of Purple Bamboo Garden was the most knowledgeable person in the older generation of Beyond the Heavens sect. He knew everything about the 3 sections. Moreover, he was the most indifferent and didn't care about anything. At that time, father and the others evaluated Martial Uncle Meng's 3 younger brothers. They said that the eldest brother was mature and steady. He was resourceful. The second brother Chu Yang was taciturn. The third brother Tan Tan was the most unreliable person in Beyond the Heavens sect, until that day. I followed father's orders to go to Purple Bamboo Garden. Wu Qianqian's eyes flickered as she recalled the events of that day. I suddenly realized that this rumor was seriously untrue. The difference between the eldest brother Shi Qianshan and the second brother Chu Yang was like heaven and earth. Chu Yang's resourcefulness far surpassed Shi Qianshan's by more than 1-fold. Then, why is he usually taciturn? The conflict between Chu Yang and Shi Qianshan was like a fight between 2 ants in the eyes of an emperor-level expert like Yang Ruolan. However, Yang Ruolan's heart surged as she listened. She couldn't help but ask. I think this may have something to do with his past. Wu Qianqian smiled and said, Chu Yang, he, after all, thinks that he is an abandoned child. Since his heartless parents abandoned him, he knows about this matter. That's why he doesn't want to talk. Wu Qianqian smiled and said, in fact, this is human nature. It's not surprising. Generally speaking, a child with a pitiful past is always unwilling to talk. Chu Yang is smart and scheming. However, he is only a human after all. He is not a deity. So, he must have a stone in his heart. Wu Qianqian explained with a smile. She explained for Chu Yang, I won't allow anyone to say anything bad about Chu Yang. However, she didn't expect that her words would be such a blow to Yang Ruolan. Yang Ruolan's face suddenly turned pale. Her eyes were also filled with tears. Heartless parents abandoned me. Stone in his heart. Heartless parents. Yang Ruolan's body swayed. Her eyes were lifeless. He must hate his parents, right? Yang Ruolan smiled bitterly. Wu Qianqian was immersed in her memories. She didn't realize it and said, of course. There was once when he came to Iron Cloud from overseas. We were in the same room dealing with affairs. We had nothing to do that day. So, we talked about his past. What did he say? Yang Ruolan asked nervously. Wu Qianqian raised her head and looked at her in surprise. She seemed to be wondering why she was so nervous. She said, when we were returning from the streets, we saw too many parents putting straw signs on their children's heads. They sold their children in order to survive. At that time, I said that these children were pitiful. Then, Chu Yang said something. What did he say? Yang Ruolan asked anxiously. Wu Qianqian raised her head and recalled Chu Yang's tone and expression. After a long time, she said, at that time, Chu Yang said, these children aren't pitiful because they still have some value. At least they know that their parents were forced to sell them. Even if they left their parents, they still had to pay a price. So, they knew and didn't resist. The most miserable ones were those who were thrown away like trash when they were just born. Those were the most miserable ones. They didn't have the least bit of value. They didn't even have the qualifications to be sold. When he said this, I knew that he must have thought of his past. So, I didn't dare to say anything. Chu Yang sighed for a long time and asked me to buy all the children that day. Then, Butian Pavilion would pay for them and send them to school. That is the current Cloud Sky School. It would take in all the children who were forced to be sold. Even though Chu Yang has left, this work has never stopped. His Majesty and Butian Pavilion have been doing this all this time. Yang Ruolan did not hear what Wu Qianqian said after that. Her mind was buzzing, and she only replied with one sentence. The most pitiful ones are those who were thrown away like trash when they were just born. That is the most pitiful. They didn't have the least bit of value. They didn't even have the qualifications to be sold. These words echoed repeatedly. Yang Ruolan only felt that her heart had also shattered into pieces. Her spirit had also been crushed over and over again, and had turned into dust. When Chu Yang said this, what was he thinking? Did his heart hurt? Did he hate? When he said this, his heart was also broken, right? A wandering life with a very cold heart. When she was writing this chapter, she suddenly remembered a poem, Lu Yu's Chao Kuo, youthful looks don't enter the field of youths, speechless only desolation. A wandering life with a very cold heart, at the end of the river, new poems and old dreams, lonely and resentful fragrance. Even if the spring breeze doesn't care, it also knows the Eastern Emperor. From that plum blossom's aloofness, I thought of our Chu Yang. Suddenly, I felt some regret. So, I composed a poem for our king of Hell Chu. How can a wandering life be described? I travel alone with a sword, a cold light is proud and aloof, piercing through the mountains and rivers. Seeing through the world of mortals, cold and disdainful, what regrets do I have in this life? Even if this wandering life could create an eternal legend, and could create an all-powerful king of Hell Chu, in the heart of a child, he still hoped that his parents would protect him from a young age. In the hearts of parents, wouldn't they rather give up such a legend to see their child grow up safely? Yang Ruolan's eyes were brimming with tears. Her heart was broken. I still remember the strange expression on Chu Yang's face when he said those words. Wu Qianhua tried her best to recall. She said, it was a kind of inferiority, resentment, self-pity, and a kind of disheartened heart. At that time I almost cried. Yang Ruolan also almost cried out. Poor child. At that time I said that although your life was pitiful, your parents didn't expect that you would become an influential person when they abandoned you. If they knew, who knows how regretful they would be. Wu Qianqian's eyes were a little bleak. At that time, Chu Yang gritted his teeth and said, when I find them, if they really regret it and turn around to curry favor with me, I will kill them one by one. Wu Qianqian unconsciously imitated Chu Yang's tone when she said these words. The resentment in her tone was like dripping blood. Yang Ruolan trembled. She only felt a chill rising from the soles of her feet. It instantly spread throughout her body, and went straight to the top of her head. Yang Ruolan didn't remember the conversation after that. When she left, Yang Ruolan's mind became clear for a while. She asked, Xianxian, you grew up with him. Did you find that he had a purple jade pendant? Wu Qianqian didn't even think this time. She said, no. At least, I didn't see it. Then, she understood something. She was somewhat flabbergasted. She said, Elder, are you suspecting that Chu Yang is your missing child? This? Yang Ruolan left dejectedly. Her feet were high, and her feet were low. It was as if she was sleepwalking. When she asked about the purple jade pendant, Wu Qianqian didn't even think about it. These two words gave her a heavy blow. In terms of understanding of Chu Yang, no one could compare to Wu Qianqian. But Wu Qianqian said no. Isn't it? Isn't it? Yang Ruolan walked out. She faced the night wind. Her heart was in a mess. Suddenly, he felt that this matter was full of fog. After a long while, she began to comb her hair carefully. The king of Hell Chu I saw wasn't the king of Hell Chu of the lower three heavens. The king of Hell Chu looked exactly like his son, and Tai Budian said that the king of Hell Chu looked exactly like her husband. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He recalled Chu Fei Ling's words, my sworn younger brother looks very similar to me. Yang Ruolan's body trembled. She suddenly stood still. She remembered that she had doubted him and said, he's only known you for 2 days, why would he give you so many good things? Could it be a ploy? Or do they have any ulterior motives? Yang Ruolan suddenly burst into tears as she recalled the conversation between the husband and wife. Could it be him? Could it be that he found out about her identity at that time, so he gave her husband so many good things? And he even gave me a sword? After all, even if they were sworn brothers, they wouldn't be so generous after only 2 days of contact, right? It should be known that those things were more precious than heavenly treasures. Each of them could change a person's fate, but if it was really him, why didn't he admit it? Since he had given so many things, it meant that there was no hatred in his heart. Why didn't he admit it? Yang Ruolan's heart was in extreme pain. She suddenly squatted down, covered her face with her hands, and burst into tears. Yang Ruolan finally returned to her residence at dawn. She woke up Chu Feiling, who was snoring. She didn't say anything, and used a wet and cold towel to wipe her husband's face. Chu Feiling immediately opened his eyes with vigor. He angrily said, "What are you doing?" Quickly. Yang Ruolan's expression was very strange. She said with some fear and trepidation, Do you still remember your sworn younger brother? You told me about him?" "Of course I remember my brother," Chu Feiling said inexplicably. "What does your sworn younger brother look like? What did you talk about when you were together? Tell me everything in detail," Yang Ruolan urged. She hadn't slept for a night, but she was still full of energy. Her eyes were shining when she asked this question. Her mouth was moving up and down. She was obviously very moved. Chu Feiling was stunned. It had been so long. How could she still remember? Why did his wife suddenly ask about this matter at this time? "Tell me quickly. What kind of person is your sworn younger brother?" Yang Ruolan bit her lips when she said the word sworn younger brother. She sighed heavily. She had a feeling in her heart, if it's true, then my husband has really made a big joke of himself this time. Well, my sworn younger brother is naturally very handsome and competent. Chu Feiling's spirit was lifted. He smiled easily and said, "That guy is young, but he's really a rare talent. He's courageous and knowledgeable. He's brave and resourceful. He's the first young hero I've ever seen. None of the young talents of the big clans of the upper three heavens can compare to him." Chu Feiling felt that something was wrong as he spoke. Why is my wife's expression so strange today? In the past, Yang Ruolan would listen to him with a smile when he talked about this matter, but she would be more or less perfunctory. After all, she hadn't seen him in person. But today was different. Yang Ruolan had a satisfied smile on her lips. She didn't seem to get tired of hearing him boast about his sworn brother. Especially when she heard those exaggerated adjectives. Her eyes were shining when she heard them. It seemed that even if he said more, it would be fine. I'm willing to listen to such an expression. Moreover, she looked very proud, very proud. Are you done? Yang Ruolan asked, is that all? Chu Feiling felt dizzy. He stretched out his hand to touch his wife's forehead. Are you okay today? Yang Ruolan slapped his hand away and said, is there more? No. No? Yang Ruolan's eyes showed signs of anger. You and your sworn younger brother traveled together for several days. You faced life and death together and killed strong enemies together. Your sworn younger brother also gave you so many good things. You've been friends for such a long time. Why didn't you talk normally? Talk? Chu Feiling was confused. What talk? It's the conversation between the two of you. What did you say? What did you talk about? What did he say? Didn't he say anything about his facial expressions? Yang Ruolan asked while clenching her teeth. Oh my God. Chu Feiling jumped up. How can I remember all of this? So much time has passed. Even a deity can't remember, right? Besides, what's the point of investigating this? My sworn younger brother is really a man. You must remember something, right? Who asked you if he was a man or a woman? Do you think that I have the leisure to be jealous of you at this time? Yang Ruolan's eyes became dangerous. Don't tell me that you've forgotten everything? He was such a good kid. His kindness to you was as high as the sky and as deep as the earth. How can you forget everything? I think. Chu Feiling raised his hands in surrender. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. what a good kid. What kid? He's my sworn brother. You can't say that even if you're my sister-in-law. You've messed up the seniority, what a scandal, but how could he dare to say these words in front of his wife? Let me remind you, Yang Ruolan saw that her husband was being perfunctory. So, she said, was your sworn younger brother ecstatic when you became sworn brothers? Or, did you coincide with each other? No way. Chu Feiling immediately recalled that little boy seemed to have suffered a great shock at that time. He stuttered a little. Haha. Speaking of which, I was a little presumptuous when I brought it up. No wonder he couldn't accept it. How much of a shock? Stuttering? You're a pig head, Yang Ruolan fiercely scolded him in her heart. Then, she hurriedly asked, do you remember the situation at that time? Of course. Chu Feiling smiled and said, at that time, I said, it's rare that you and I hit it off so well. Why don't we become sworn brothers? Then, that little brother was stunned. Ha ha ha. That guy actually said that I was a big shot. Then, I said, are you looking down on me? Ha ha ha. So, he didn't know what to do. Then, Chu Feiling spoke and gestured, and recounted the scene at that time. This matter had left a deep impression in his heart. Moreover, he had half forced himself to become sworn brothers with that guy. So, how could he forget? That's it. I almost pressed him down to kowtow. That guy looked as if he was in a dream even after he finished kowtowing. His face was also very ugly. No, it was a very pleasantly surprised expression. Yes, yes, yes. Chu Feiling recalled how his sworn brother had looked when he had lost his soul. So, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yang Ruolan held her forehead with one hand. She sighed deeply in her heart. Ugly face? Lost his soul? He was forced by his own father to become sworn brothers with his own father. How can he look good? You would have fainted if you were in his place. No, no, no. You would have already fainted. Yang Ruolan could have killed herself if she hadn't been sure that this was her son after hearing this. She couldn't help but look at her husband with some pity in her eyes. This poor guy is still in a dream. But, he's saying that others are dreaming, and then? Yang Ruolan asked, you must have had a lot to say after becoming sworn brothers, right? Yes. Chu Feiling sighed, you also know that the matter of that year has been pressing down on my heart like a mountain. It's making it hard for me to breathe. I don't dare to talk about it in front of my father-in-law or in my own home. Especially in front of you, I had a belly full of bitterness that day. So, I naturally had to tell my brother about that day. We talked about that snowy night 18 years ago. It's also the thing that we regret our entire lives. Chu Feiling was stunned. He stuttered, I said, why? Can't I say it? Who said I can't? Yang Ruolan glared at him, why are you so stupid? What's next? What next? Chu Feiling was really confused today. He was about to break down, wife, what are you talking about? You're very strange today. I'm going crazy. Yang Ruolan glared at him frantically. She was fuming. This bastard, he actually started to interrupt when we were talking about the most important part. Do you know that I'm burning with anxiety now? She looked up at the sky speechlessly and muttered, I'm really strange now. Why did I marry you in the first place? Chu Feiling's expression turned gloomy. He let out a long sigh and said sadly, you're right. If you hadn't married me back then, your life would have been much happier than it is now. Speaking of which, I've implicated you. It's all because of the internal strife of my Chu clan that you've suffered for so many years. Yang Ruolan's eyes turned white. She slumped down on the bed. She was extremely speechless. She wanted to cry, but had no tears to shed. She pleaded, damn it. I asked you to continue. Go on. Chu Feiling felt a wave of depression rise from his heart. He muttered in his heart, I've never seen anyone being addicted to listening to their self-reflection. But this matter is really a disaster for my clan. So, he had no choice but to continue the examination with a bitter face. For so many years, if it wasn't for our Chu clan, you would be so happy now. Ruolan, marrying me, is really hard on you. Chu Feiling's last sentence was filled with sincerity and emotion. In these 18 years, every time Yang Ruolan was in a bad mood because she missed her son, Chu Feiling would reflect on himself when he had no other choice. He would talk until he was in tears. Yang Ruolan's sadness would disappear without a trace, and she would comfort him instead. This trick worked every time. It had become a routine in these 18 years. Chu Feiling had practiced self-reflection to the point where he could speak eloquently in order to coax his wife. But this trick obviously didn't work today. Yang Ruolan jumped up and strangled Chu Feiling's neck. "You pig, are you trying to anger me to death? You've been using this trick to coax me for 18 years. I'm afraid of hurting you, so I've been feigning civility every time. Now, you're actually using the same trick again. You. Do you really want to anger me to death?" Yang Ruolan was furious. This pig, does he even know what he's saying? Chu Feiling was completely stunned. So, his trick had been seen through long ago. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed as he said, "Wife, you're so good. You haven't exposed me for so many years. How did she expose me today? Go on." Yang Ruolan was infuriated by him. Her heart felt as if 25 kittens had drilled into it, and 100 claws were scratching at it. Haven't you been listening to it for 18 years? Chu Feiling was so depressed that he wanted to die. You just said that you were going to die from anger. What do you want me to do? Yang Ruolan looked at her husband's aggrieved and gloomy face. So, she hammered her head against the quilt in a dejected manner. She resisted the urge to vomit blood. Then, she used an extremely gentle voice to guide him patiently. "Didn't you just say that you and your sworn brother had a long talk after you became sworn brothers? Am I right?" "Yes." Chu Feiling nodded earnestly. "Then, can you continue to speak? Go on, tell me what you two talked about, okay?" Yang Ruolan looked at him with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. She was so angry that her chest was about to explode. Then, she suddenly roared, "Okay?" There was a buzzing sound, and the guards and palace maids in the vicinity of the palace rolled their eyes at the same time. They had fainted because of this roar. How could these people bear the roar of an emperor-level expert? Chu Feiling was the first to bear the brunt of it. He also felt as if a bell and a drum were ringing in his ears for a while. Then, he came to his senses and said with a bitter smile, "So, this is it. I thought. Speak quickly." Yang Ruolan interrupted him without any trace of politeness. Then, she sat upright and still. Her body was slightly bent forward, and she assumed an extremely serious posture of listening. This gave Chu Feiling a fright. It was like this at that time. I talked about the regretful things of the past, and my heart was filled with endless sadness. I had no choice but to praise my sworn younger brother when I said this. He actually felt the same way as me at that time. In fact, he even cried with me. He's such a pure and innocent young man. Chu Feiling sighed with emotion. He was able to empathize with other people's experiences to such an extent. This is enough to show how kind-hearted my sworn younger brother is. The corner of Yang Ruolan's mouth twitched. She thought, you're talking about his personal experiences that he doesn't know about. How can he not cry? And, you're still praising him for being kind-hearted? You're going too far from the truth. She wanted to laugh when she thought of this. But, she sighed deeply in an instant. Then, she thought of another matter, and her heart suddenly throbbed with pain. She felt extremely sour. My sworn younger brother cried with me. It turns out that my poor child also cried at that time. I turned around after I finished speaking, and saw that my sworn younger brother's face was full of tears. He was sobbing. I was startled at that time. A warm smile appeared on Chu Feiling's face as he said, my sworn younger brother cried and said that he was very moved. Yang Ruolan turned her face away. She gnashed her teeth, and her face became somewhat distorted. She thought, I was very moved. I was so moved that I wanted to strangle you to death. Did he give you a gift before you became sworn brothers? Or after you became sworn brothers? Yang Ruolan sighed and asked this question that she was very concerned about. My sworn younger brother gave me a gift after we became sworn brothers. Chu Feiling recalled the scene of that day, and became fascinated. He said with a smile, my sworn younger brother is really a good person, it's settled. It's definitely him. Yang Ruolan's eyes flowed with tears. But, a sweet smile bloomed at the corners of her mouth. She felt as if a big stone had been lifted from her heart. How is your sworn younger brother a good person? Chu Feiling's face was brimming with gratitude. He affectionately said, before we became sworn brothers, I had told him that his sister-in-law, that is, you, had a problem with chest pain. Then, he immediately took out an elixir, and asked me to treat your chest pain. That was a heavenly elixir. Yang Ruolan only felt a warm current flowing through her heart. Her whole body had never felt so comfortable before. Her chest felt warm, and the blood in her body seemed to be flowing rapidly. She couldn't help but shed 2 drops of happy tears. She thought in a daze, so my illness was cured by my sworn brother because he missed me, his mother. Her heart felt sour, sweet, bitter, and tired in an instant. She wanted to cry out loud, and cry until she was hovering between life and death. Then, my sworn younger brother asked about my cultivation. Then, he gave me 2 exceptional elixirs that were even better than those elixirs. They were elixirs that could help us advance by a big realm. And, he especially told me that you and my sister-in-law should each have one. My sworn younger brother seriously told me these words for a long time. He also told me to take one on the spot. He guarded me, and I advanced smoothly. Chu Feiling said with satisfaction. My sworn brother was afraid that our strength was too weak, and we would get killed if we weren't careful. So, he gave it to us. These 2 elixirs were my sworn brother's filial piety. Sister-in-law? Yang Ruolan finally reacted. She looked at Chu Feiling with eyes that seemed as if they were about to spew fire. Ah. Chu Feiling was confused. He looked at her in astonishment. What's wrong? Yang Ruolan stared at him for a long time. It seemed as if she wanted to eat him alive. Then, she waved her hand weakly. It's nothing. You can continue, you're very strange today. So strange that it's inexplicable. Chu Feiling muttered. Then, my sworn younger brother saw that my saber was damaged in the battle. So, he simply gave me another saber. Then, he gave me a sword. He said that it was for Madam, it was for you. I even reprimanded him at that time. Reprimanded him? Yang Ruolan's beautiful eyes opened wide. Why? He stuttered at that time. He said that it was for Madam. Chu Feiling shook his head and laughed. He calmly said, Humph. He and I have already become sworn brothers. So, how can he still call you Madam? He should have called you sister-in-law. So, I sternly reprimanded him. I reprimanded him until he was sweating profusely. As an elder brother, he needs to act like one. Yang Ruolan opened her mouth wide. She looked at him in shock. It seemed as if she was looking at a non-human. You're really something. He doesn't dare to call you that. But, you force him to change it. And, you still act so dignified. At this moment, Yang Ruolan looked at Chu Feiling with a gaze full of admiration. He's worthy of worship. I'm afraid that you're the only one in the whole world who has become sworn brothers with your own son. No, not only in the whole world, but also in the whole world since ancient times. It's absolutely unprecedented. You're awesome. Yang Ruolan raised her thumb and stuck it under Chu Feiling's nose. You're awesome. Yang Ruolan's heart was filled with happiness and satisfaction at this moment. She knew that her son had unknowingly given her so many good things. Each of them was ingenious. Yang Ruolan's heart was overflowing with happiness. So, she was in the mood to joke with Chu Feiling. That's natural. Chu Feiling solemnly said, my sworn younger brother is a genius. But, he still has to show some seniority in front of me. Don't flatter yourself. Go on. A sweet smile hung on Yang Ruolan's face. Chu Feiling's eyes widened as he looked at her. And, his heart almost skipped a beat. So, he hastily restrained his mind, and continued to speak. Then, my sworn younger brother gave us 2 bottles of medicine that can conceal our aura. He said that it can make others unable to see our true strength. Chu Feiling sighed. He was somewhat ashamed. I was too ashamed to show my face at that time. My sworn younger brother gave us so many treasures in addition to the mysterious young jade core. So, I immediately took my leave. My sworn younger brother is kind-hearted. He comforted me before he left. He even praised our son. Chu Feiling repeatedly shook his head. He was obviously very satisfied with his sworn younger brother. He praised our son? Yang Ruolan's small mouth was half open. She was dumbstruck. I'm very ashamed. Cough cough. I felt that the suspense I left behind yesterday's update was somewhat unkind. Cough cough cough. So, I worked overtime all night. I wrote a chapter until 3:30 in the morning. Then, I couldn't take it anymore. So, I went to sleep. I'll explode today. I'll ask for monthly votes first. The monthly votes are being chased very tightly. I need your help. Please don't blame me for urging you to get your recommendation votes. But, our recommendation votes are too few. The new books in the same period have more than 1 million recommendation votes. And, we haven't even passed 500,000. I feel inferior. I want to break through 500,000 recommendation votes this week. Please help me. Yes, he comforted me at that time. He said that our son will be found. Maybe he is already a young hero. Chu Feiling chuckled and said, I said at that time. I said that I would be satisfied if Xiao Quan could be 1/10 or 2/10 of my sworn brother. My sworn brother immediately comforted me, saying that our son must be very promising. Moreover, he's handsome, confident, and elegant. He's young and promising, and has a demeanor and temperament. Young ladies will be dizzy and disoriented when they see him. Chu Feiling smiled and said, I knew that he was comforting me. But, it is strange that my mental illness has improved a lot after that time. Yang Ruolan opened her eyes wide. She opened her small mouth. She was petrified on the spot. Her eyebrows twitched for a long time. The corners of her mouth twitched. Then, the look in her eyes became even more strange. She finally came to her senses. She looked at her husband as if she was looking at an immortal. She couldn't help but smile. Your son must be very promising? Yes, he must be very promising. He turned the entire lower 3 heavens around by himself. If this isn't promising, then what is? Your son must be handsome, confident, and elegant, right? He is young and promising. He also has a demeanor and temperament. This point should not be wrong. Young ladies will be dizzy and disoriented when they see him. I absolutely believe this. Just look at Wu Qianqian and Taibu Tian. These 2 girls are from Tianxiang. The empress had willingly given birth to a child for him. If that wasn't enough to make her dizzy, then what was? It's just that, these words coming from his own mouth, are a little too funny, right? The smile on Yang Ruolan's face gradually spread. It gradually spread to her entire face. She laughed silently. Even if it's all true, there's still one more thing to add. Your son's skin is also extraordinarily thick. Your sworn brother is very interesting. Yang Ruolan looked at her husband with a faint smile. That little one is indeed not bad. Chu Feiling felt honored when his sworn brother was praised. So, he happily replied. Feiling, there is something. I think I have to tell you. Yang Ruolan let out a long sigh. What is it? Yes, our son was lost 18 years and months ago. Yang Ruolan said slowly. Chu Feiling sighed, this matter is really worrying. Yang Ruolan ignored him and said, it is said that King of Helchu was an abandoned child. 18 years ago. King of Helchu's master, Meng Chaoran, picked him up. Chu Feiling's eyes widened. You also know that Her Majesty the Empress of the Imperial Palace, my junior martial sister, has just given birth to a child. And that child belongs to King of Helchu. Yang Ruolan slowly said, that child's appearance is said to be exactly the same as King of Helchu's. And junior sister said that King of Helchu's appearance is 80% similar to yours. Chu Feiling opened his mouth wide. From this, I can conclude that the King of Helchu I found the last time was a fake. And, I haven't even seen the real King of Helchu, Yang Ruolan snorted. Huh? Chu Feiling's face darkened. The sworn brother you met in Shangan is also surnamed Chu, and his name is also Chu Yang. He has the same name as King of Helchu, Yang Ruolan said slowly. Hey. Chu Feiling's face turned green. So, we can conclude that your sworn brother is king of Hell Chu. Yang Ruolan pressed on. Yes. Cold sweat seeped out of Chu Feiling's forehead. You said that you and your sworn brother are fated to meet. His appearance is 80% similar to yours. Yang Ruolan looked at her husband fiercely. Chu Feiling's whole body became hot. He felt that his vision was a little blurry, and his mind was a little muddled. You and your sworn brother became friends for 2 days. And he gave you the mysterious young jade core and a rare elixir. He also gave you 2 divine weapons, which are rare even in the entire heavens. Moreover, your sworn brother still remembers every word you said. He also remembers your wife's illness. And he doesn't forget to give your wife a share of the good things he gives you. But you and your second brother, who was born from the same mother, grew up naked together, and only wanted to kill you. Your sworn brother gave you so much in 2 days. He gave it all to you as if he was moving house. And he was afraid that you wouldn't want it. I find it strange. Why didn't he give it to anyone else apart from you and me? Chu Feiling's face turned black and green. He should dig a hole and bury himself if he couldn't understand what Yang Ruolan was implying. Your sworn brother is shrewd and resourceful. He's the number 1 person of the younger generation. He's ruthless and decisive. But, he's so devoted to a person he met by chance. Is this possible? If he was really so careless, who knows how many times he would have died by now? How could he be worthy of your praise? Doesn't he know that an ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin? Even the best of brothers can't help but be tempted by their own interests, right? What's more, he took out all the peerless treasures. Wasn't he worried that you'd snatch them from him? Did you kill him? How could he trust you so much? And your sworn brother is so witty and resourceful. Why did he cry after you told him a story? Why are his feelings so fragile? It's only been 2 days, and your brother's feelings haven't even been tested. And he gave you everything. Yang Ruolan became angrier as she spoke. Chu Feiling. Are you a pig? Chu Feiling was sweating profusely. He was in an extremely sorry state. Even his eyebrows were covered with sparkling and translucent beads of sweat. The beads of sweat dripped down his eyelashes and into his open mouth. But, he didn't seem to feel anything. You mean, he's our son? Chu Feiling muttered. What do you think? Yang Ruolan glared at him with hatred. Oh my god. Chu Feiling sat on the ground, and his face immediately turned as red as a pig's liver. His whole body was sweating profusely. He was so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. Well, it wasn't a possibility. It was a fact. I really admire you. You've been looking for your son for 18 years. You've been so anxious. Now that you've finally met him, you've become sworn brothers with him. Moreover, your son isn't willing. But, as an old woman, you actually forced your son to become sworn brothers with you. You even pressed your son's head down and made him kowtow to you. Yang Ruolan shook her head and sighed. Chu Feiling. I really admire you. How heartless must you be to do such a thing? Becoming sworn brothers with your own son, forcing your son to call you big brother, and forcing your son to call his mother sister-in-law. Chu Feiling, my dear husband, you're the only one in the entire heavenly layer. As Yang Ruolan continued to reprimand him, even she found it a little funny. Chu Feiling opened his eyes in a daze. His face turned ghastly pale, and then it turned into a pig's liver. Then, it turned into a wretched green color. His face was like a dragon. Finally, he covered his face. He groaned and fell to the ground. It's over. It's over. It's over, it's so embarrassing, such a joke. Chu Feiling felt that he would laugh himself to death if it happened to someone else. But, it happened to him. This was the most embarrassing thing in the world. Finally, that little bastard. That bastard. Why didn't he say? Chu Feiling jumped up. He was furious and his face was ferocious. He made me such a big joke. I'm afraid it's not that he didn't say it, but that you didn't give him a chance. Yang Ruolan said lightly. Chu Feiling recalled the scene at that time and muttered to himself regretfully, no wonder he hesitated several times, but was forced by me to become sworn brothers without stopping for a moment. Young Ruolan was furious when she heard this. She pinched his ear hard. You still have the face to say it? If you gave him a chance to speak. I'm afraid my son would have returned home long ago. It's all your fault. You pig. Young Ruolan's heart was bleeding when she thought of how she should have reunited with her son long ago. She should have been muddle-headed and delayed for such a long time. Don't you know that my son hasn't returned home for 18 years? I haven't even seen my own son as his mother. You stupid pig, you actually said. Even if he became sworn brothers, he should have said it. How important is it to acknowledge one's ancestors? Chu Feiling's face turned red as he shouted. But, he stopped halfway. His voice became softer and softer. He became more and more guilty and lacked confidence. Young Ruolan was furious. Bastard. You've already cut the Gordian knot and become sworn brothers with him. How would he dare to say it? Won't you skin him alive if he says it? Chu Feiling said one word. Then, he couldn't continue. He let out a long sigh of regret. He hugged his head and pulled his hair. Then, he squatted down. He didn't say anything. Young Ruolan was speechless. Both husband and wife were silent. Ruolan, this can't be spread out. Chu Feiling suddenly remembered. He hurriedly grabbed his wife's hand and begged, if you say it out. I'll die. Young Ruolan was angry and amused at the same time. She shook off his hand. Do you think this can be hidden? At least, you can't hide it from father, right? Chu Feiling was like a deflated balloon. Master is born with a big mouth. If he knows, it means that the Chu clan knows. If the Chu clan knows, it means that the Yang clan knows as well. That means that the upper three heavens knows. I don't want to live anymore. Humph. Young Ruolan was still angry. Chu Feiling lost his temper and was stunned for a while. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, when that little bastard returns, if I don't spank his ass into 8 pieces, You'll what? You'll what? Young Ruolan sneered. She looked at him and asked, You'll what? Let me tell you, Chu Feiling. When my son comes back, we owe him 18 years. 18 years. If you dare to lay a finger on him, I'll fight you to the death. Chu Feiling was completely defeated. He fell to the ground and said weakly, I'm just saying, you can't even say it. Young Ruolan shouted. Do I need you to tell me that? Young Ruolan rolled her eyes at him. She snorted coldly, but a happy and satisfied smile had already appeared on her face. Chu Feiling immediately stood up and forgot about his embarrassing incident. He walked around excitedly. So, I have a grandson? Our Chu clan has another descendant? Ha ha ha. This is really double happiness. He rubbed his hands and was somewhat impatient. Oh yes, my grandson, I haven't seen him carefully. This. Ruolan, let's go to junior sister now. No, can I still call her junior sister? Do you want to call her sister-in-law? Young Ruolan asked teasingly. Chu Feiling's old face suddenly turned red. He was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to do. He begged, can you not mention this matter? Humph. Young Ruolan snorted coldly. She frowned and said, it seems that there's no big problem if you want to acknowledge your son. But if you want to acknowledge your grandson, it's very difficult. You still need to consider, this matter can't be rushed. Huh? Why? Chu Feiling wondered. Why? Isn't it because of your good son? He doesn't even have a status now. He doesn't even know that she's a woman. How much has she endured? She's a dignified supreme emperor, and she's still a virgin. She even gave birth to his child without a word. Young Ruolan sighed and was somewhat melancholy, and this child's status has been confirmed since he was born. The emperor of the empire, the only heir of Iron Cloud. How can we? But even if he's the emperor, he still has to acknowledge his ancestors, right? Chu Feiling was dumbfounded. My grandson can't always be surnamed Iron, right? The point is, my junior sister doesn't want to acknowledge this relative. Yang Rulan sighed helplessly. She doesn't want Chu Yang to know. She sacrificed her chastity and her future to save your son's life. She gave birth to your son's child. How can you snatch her heart away like this? Chu Failing blurted out, won't it be fine if you let my son marry her? Your son still doesn't know that she's a woman. Even if your son is willing to marry her, she may not be willing to marry him. Yang Ruolan had seen through everything. She sighed, besides, she's the Iron Cloud Emperor's only successor. If she were to marry, what would she do with such a huge empire? This is a responsibility. If it were you, would you be able to abandon it? Chu Failing lowered his head and said in despair, are we just going to watch as my son, surnamed Tai? Yang Ruolan frowned and said, these matters must be dealt with step by step. You mustn't be too hasty. Otherwise, it'll backfire and we'll be done for. Yes. Chu Failing could only suppress his emotions. Both husband and wife were thinking about something. But before they could look for Tai Budian came looking for them herself. Chu Failing and Yang Rulan sat in their chairs and looked at Tai Budian, who was sitting opposite them. Senior sister, I'm sorry for being so presumptuous. You won't be surprised, right? Tai Butian's expression was indifferent as she sat down leisurely. Then, she slowly raised her head and looked at Yang Rulan calmly. Her expression was natural and calm, displaying the demeanor of an emperor. The fluster and shyness from last night, as well as her ladylike demeanor, were nowhere to be seen. Yang Rulan's heart sank. The moment Tai Budian called her senior sister, Yang Rulan felt something in her heart. Seeing her calm and composed demeanor, Yang Rulan knew what she was going to say almost without Tai Budian saying anything. Junior sister, what's the matter? Yang Rulan stammered. Yes, I've specially come to report something to senior sister. Tai Budian smiled calmly and said, Tai Yang is my son. I'm Tai Yang's father. This is the first thing. The second thing is that I don't want Chu Yang to know about this. Perhaps senior sister still doesn't know that not only does Chu Yang not know that I'm a girl, but there's also a girl in Chu Yang's heart whom he loves wholeheartedly. Yang Rulan's eyes widened. Huh? Tai Budian continued, for the woman in his heart, Chu Yang has never shown his true appearance to anyone in Iron Cloud. Wu Qianqian's beauty can be said to be unparalleled in the world. I'm confident that even among the daughters of the aristocratic families in the upper three heavens, there are only a handful who can compare to Wu Qianqian's beauty. Tai Budian said lightly, and Chu Yang is with her all the time. Wu Qianqian is deeply in love with him, but Chu Yang has never made any promises. Or rather, he's never been tempted at all. She smiled slightly and said, if Chu Yang knows about Tai Yang's existence, he'll definitely be very conflicted. And, it's very likely that he'll create a tragedy. To me, to Chu Yang, and to the woman in Chu Yang's heart, it'll be a tragedy. In serious cases, it can even ruin a lifetime of happiness. Because Chu Yang is too responsible a man. Although he looks cunning on the surface, the righteousness and persistence in his heart are unimaginable. And I can feel that his feelings for the woman he loves have already surpassed life and death. He's already disregarding everything. And I don't want such a tragedy to happen. So, I don't want Chu Yang to know. Whether it's for myself, for Chu Yang, for that innocent woman, or even for the Chu clan. Chu Yang can't know about it. Tai Budian sat upright. Her slender figure was calm and steady. She said softly, so, please give me your blessings. Without waiting for Chu Failing and his wife to reply, she hurriedly continued, I can allow, and even welcome, you to visit Tai Yang often. You can even, stay here every day. You can even take on the surname Chu. But in the lower three heavens, in Iron Cloud, he can only be called Tai Yang. He's from Iron Cloud. My only request is that you don't let Chu Yang know. I only ask you to promise me this one thing. That's all I've said. Senior sister, please consider it carefully. I'll take my leave now. Tai Budian smiled and stood up. She bowed deeply and walked out. She left in a carefree and decisive manner. Her fluttering figure disappeared outside the door. Yang Rulan and Chu Failing were dumbfounded. They looked at each other. Tai Budian, this woman's persistence and perseverance were simply shocking. Her independence and stubbornness were something that the couple had never seen before in their lives. What should we do? Yang Rulan slumped weakly on the chair. What should we do? Chu Feiling sighed deeply. When our grandson is 1 month old, we'll immediately go to the lower 3 heavens to look for him. But this matter. Yang Rulan said despondently, should we tell him or not? Let's take it one step at a time. Chu Feiling sighed again. The couple sat opposite each other and sighed one after another. It was as if they had sighed all the sighs they could today. Tai Butian's words had already blocked all of their paths of hope and all of their paths. Blocked all of them. Her words were very obvious. If you insist that this is your child, I'll admit it. You can visit him at any time. You can even stay here. Even if the entire Chu clan comes to see this child, I'm willing. But my only request is that you don't tell Chu Yang. Tai Butian slowly returned to her bedroom. She had just sat down when her face suddenly flushed red. Then, a mouthful of fresh blood suddenly flowed out from the corner of her lips. She took out a pure white silk handkerchief and covered her mouth. She coughed slightly. A large patch of blood immediately appeared on the silk handkerchief. Then, as if she had lost all her strength, she sat down on her throne. After a long time, she got up gently and walked to the side of the bed. The baby on the bed seemed to have sensed his mother's arrival. He started to struggle and dance. A cute smile appeared on his face, as if he longed for his mother's embrace. Tai Butian looked at him. Her gaze gradually became as gentle as spring water. She reached out her hands lovingly and carefully held her son in her arms. She looked at this tender face in a daze. The baby babbled, as if he was hungry. Tai Butian laughed softly. Little fellow, you only know how to eat. She unbuttoned her clothes, and carefully placed her nipples on the baby's mouth. Tai Yang immediately opened his little mouth, and started to swallow in big mouthfuls. He looked at his mother with his black eyes as he ate. His little face was full of happiness. Tai Butian's heart was instantly filled with pure maternal love. After a long time, she lifted her gaze from her son's face. She looked somewhat despondently at the void, and muttered, I love you. But, how can I destroy your happiness? Her voice was faint and faint. It seemed to have melted in the wind as it left her lips, then, it turned into a sigh. 3 days. During this period of time, it was like a raging fire. Mo Tianji took advantage of the destruction of the Meng clan to spread the news. Countless terrifying rumors flew out from the Mo clan, Dong clan, and other big clans. For example, Ao Xiayun has died in the hands of the O clan, Black Devil clan, and other clans. Even his bones are not left behind. These clans were ambitious. They wanted to destroy the Ao clan, and replace it. The Jianghu was in chaos. The 3 days were in chaos. At the same time, the invisible falcons of the Xia clan were also coming and going. They were sending messages to the Ji clan, Mo clan, Dong clan, Luo clan, and Gu clan. Chu Yang had returned, Dong Wushang, Luo Kudi, GMO, and the others had returned. And, they were now at the Xia clan. Ao Xiayun had been rescued by Chu Yang and the others. He had also returned to the Ao clan. Chu Yang first passed this news to Mo Tianji. While waiting, Chu Yang said to Ao Xiayun, the news of your survival. I think it's better not to leak out for the time being. Just spread the news that the big clans are hunting you down. That's good enough. Ao Xiayun nodded deeply, I also think so. The Ao clan has been too comfortable these years. They also need to see blood to sharpen themselves. If the clan knows that I've returned safely, I'm afraid that countless elders of the Ao clan will cancel their revenge plans. He frowned. Moreover, these clans have become malignant tumors of the 3 heavens. They must be eliminated. Chu Yang nodded. No one knew that Ao Xiayun had followed them back to the Xia clan. Chu Yang had concealed this news from the beginning. In this regard, he and Mo Tianji's plan was undoubtedly the same. Sure enough, the invisible falcon flew over a few days later. It brought an extremely urgent news from Mo Tianji. Xia's safety must not be leaked. The handwriting was very messy. It could be seen that Mo Tianji had hurriedly written these words the moment he had received the news. And, he had immediately sent it out. Chu Yang was absolutely sure that this invisible falcon wouldn't stay in Mo Tianji's hands for more than a breath. Third update. Requesting recommendation votes. Brothers and sisters, yesterday's recommendation votes were 7,000. Today, it's less than 3,500? Great minds think alike. Chu Yang faintly smiled. Then, he began to ponder. The Xie clan's clan lord, Xie Guangyan, sat opposite him. His complexion was heavy as he said, "The entire three heavens have become a pot of paste. They're ready to strike at any time. But, Mo Tianji has seriously requested that our clans mustn't make the first move." He sighed and said, "This is somewhat torturous. We can't do anything apart from listening to the news every day. It's very uncomfortable. We obviously can't make the first move. Only AO clan can make the first move in order to set off the biggest turmoil in the three heavens." Chu Yang didn't evade the taboo in front of AO Xiayun. He said, "I'm afraid that we'll be hit with a bucket of *T if we make the first move. That would be very detrimental to our plan." Xie Guangyan sighed, "I don't know this, but I feel oppressed by this. But that's Mo Tianji's plan. And we have our own plan." Chu Yang nodded. His eyes emitted a crazy murderous intention as he said, "Xie clan is located in the north. So, it and O clan are the only two clans in this vast area. O clan is close to the empty city now. So, we might as well eradicate the O clan first. Then, we'll sweep away any worries in the future." Xie Guangyan was startled. He said, "How can this be? Didn't you say that we can't make the first move?" "Yes, who said that we can make the first move?" Chu Yang strangely looked at him. Then, Xie Guangyan stroked his beard. He was somewhat perplexed. He stared at Chu Yang. He wanted to say, "Aren't you contradicting yourself?" However, he didn't say it out loud after he thought for a while. "You can't make a move on Xie clan. But, you didn't say that you can't make a move on our heavenly armament pavilion." Chu Yang mischievously smiled, "O clan ambushed us in the past. And they almost killed us. So, how can we not take revenge for this hatred?" Xie Guangyan smiled and said, "Minister Chu, it's understandable that your heavenly armament pavilion would make the first move. But, forgive me for being blunt. Your heavenly armament pavilion isn't weak. But, your strength is still a bit weak if you want to swallow the O clan." "Yes," Chu Yang said in a matter of fact, "don't we still have you? Moreover, the Xie clan is at the heart of the struggle. So, all the big clans have sent their experts here to protect their allies. Don't tell me that they're so idle as to watch us fight with our lives on the line." Xie Guangyan was stunned. "Didn't you tell us not to move? When you wear our heavenly armament pavilion's clothes and put on our heavenly armament pavilion's masks, you are our heavenly armament pavilion's people. Who told your Xie clan to take action?" Chu Yang was somewhat depressed. It was just a trivial matter, yet he had to explain it for so long. As the head of the family, he couldn't even compare to his son. However, he didn't know that the Xie clan had always been under the control of the Elders' Council. And, there was also the old ancestor above the Elders' Council. Xie Guangyan had become the clan lord in order to pave the way for Xie Danqiong to take over the clan lord's position in the future. Xie Danqiong had been born with the best aptitude in the Xie clan. So, the old ancestor had personally appointed him as the next clan lord. Xie Guangyan had ascended to the position of clan lord because of his son in order to avoid disputes within the clan. "I see." Xie Guangyan hesitated. "Is this, all right?" Chu Yang frowned and said, "I'm in charge now." What he meant was, "You stand further away and don't talk." Chu Yang immediately sent out a message. All the experts were to get ready. Then, he issued the order to fight. Chu Yang didn't hesitate. All the experts had assembled in a moment. There were 13 Emperor-level experts and 200 King-level experts in addition to the external experts. Chu Yang didn't use the experts below the King level. "I also want to participate in this battle." Ao Xiaoyan stepped forward and said seriously. He had already put on a mask on his face. "All right." Chu Yang agreed. "Wait a moment." Xie Zhiqiu stepped out of the void with a loud shout, and arrived in front of Chu Yang. The aura of this Xia clan's old ancestor had advanced a lot since the last time they had met. It had become deeper like the sea, and more majestic like a mountain. It seemed that his cultivation had made a breakthrough after he had obtained the mysterious jade ice crystal. He then said, "Little brother, the Xia clan and the Oak clan have been here for several generations. Moreover, both sides have always been hostile. But they have never fought each other. Do you know why? Is it because of the Oak clan's poison?" Chu Yang's eyes flashed. Yes. Xianxia nodded and said, "The Oak clan's poison technique is the best in the three heavens. This old man forbids you from going into battle if you don't have a way to deal with the poison. That's because you won't be going to annihilate the enemy. Instead, you'll be throwing away your life. The poison is everywhere in the Oak clan's courtyard. It's impossible to guard against it." Chu Yang faintly smiled. He then said with confidence, "Senior, don't worry. This junior already has a plan for this." He asked GMO and Luo Kudi to carry out 2 big jugs of wine from their rooms. Each jug weighed 50 kilograms. They then shakily placed them in front of the team. "This is my specially made detoxification wine. Everyone can drink a bowl of it. It can guarantee that you won't be invaded by 10,000 poisons for a period of time." Chu Yang calmly said. "Won't be invaded by 10,000 poisons?" Xiaojiqiu's pupil shrank. "Let me try." Then, he stepped forward and scooped a bowl of wine. He drank it in one gulp. Then, he took out a pitch-black pill from his bosom and put it in his mouth. "Old ancestor, you can't!" Xie Guang'an loudly shouted. His voice was filled with panic. "It doesn't matter." Xiaojiqiu pushed him aside. He smacked his lips after a long while. Then, he suspiciously said, "This poison dragon pill has lost its effect after drinking a bowl of wine. What kind of medicinal wine is this? Why does it taste like our Xia clan's drunken immortal?" "But, our drunken immortal doesn't have the detoxification function." Chu Yang's face twitched. He let out 2 dry coughs, and said, "This old man is old. But, his nose and mouth are still as intelligent as ever. He can even tell that this is your Xia clan's drunken immortal." These 2 jugs of wine were the same wine that Chu Yang had drunk on the night when he had made an agreement with the Xia clan. Chu Yang had single-handedly challenged the drinking capacity of the entire Xia clan on that day. So, the Xia clan's people still remembered it vividly. The old ancestor had set an example. So, the others also drank the wine one by one without any hesitation. Of course, more than half of these 200 people would have vomited on the spot if they had known that Chu Yang had drunk this wine. The sword spirit couldn't change the fact that this wine had entered Chu Yang's mouth first. Then, it had entered Chu Yang's stomach, and then it had entered the tribulation space. In a sense, this wine is Minister Chu's excrement. Minister Chu had no choice. How could he have so much water in such a hurry? It would have been too wasteful if he had used the vitality spring. There were 2 jugs of wine in the tribulation space. So, how could he not use them? Moreover, the wine's efficacy would have dispersed a bit faster. Since that's the case, this old man will exercise his hands and feet tonight. Leave that old poison of the Oak clan to this old man. Xiaojiqiu wasn't afraid of the Oak clan's poison after drinking the wine. So, he was full of heroic spirit. The old ancestor of the Oak clan had always been in the Oak clan's secret chamber. He and Xiaojiqiu were old enemies. The 2 old men were well aware that the other wasn't dead. So, it was time to decide who would live or die. Xiaojiqiu had just broken through to the martial monarch realm. So, he wasn't afraid of the old poison. So, he naturally didn't put that old poison in his eyes. "Everyone, today's plan is like this." Chu Yang drew on the ground with his long sword. "Tonight, we will destroy the Oak clan." Chu Yang finished the arrangements. Then, he shouted, "My heavenly armament pavilion will rise in 3 days from tonight." Roar. Only Dong Wushang and the others responded. The others looked at King of Hell Chu with a strange look in their eyes. "We are the ones fighting. How can your heavenly armament pavilion rise?" Minister Chu didn't care about this. "You are the ones fighting. But, you are using the name of our heavenly armament pavilion. Who will know that you are the ones fighting after this battle?" We have offended so many people in the northern wilderness. So, it's inevitable that some people will come to settle accounts with us. But, who will dare to come and look for trouble if those guys know that we have the ability to destroy the Oak clan in one night? Moreover, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion will become famous. So, who would be afraid that no one will come to join us? Tonight's operation must be fast. Moreover, we aren't afraid of the Oak clan's poison. But, we must make use of their poison. Don't confront them head-on if you can mount a sneak attack. And, don't call yourselves heroes if you can catch them off guard. Chu Yang's eyes flashed like lightning. He then said with a righteous face, first, pretend to be dead when you encounter poison. Then, wait for the enemy to arrive at your side. Then, kill them violently. We must caress the necks of these poisonous creatures of the Oak clan like a gentle breeze. We must caress their necks like lovers. We must let them die in surprise and trembling. Minister Chu said with an awe-inspiring righteousness, I call this operation Operation Love O. Do you remember it? Everyone broke out in cold sweat. This guy in front of them was extremely treacherous. Of course, the most awesome thing was that he could deploy such a vicious, sinister, despicable, and wretched battle plan with an awe-inspiring righteousness on his face. He was a genius that had never been seen before. He is. Operation Love O? Who can withstand such a fatal caress? Get ready now. Everyone will set out after a quarter of an hour. We will rush into the Oak clan at the third watch of the night. Burn, kill, and plunder. Cut the weeds and dig up the roots. Don't leave a chicken or a dog alive. There won't be a Oak clan for 3 days after tonight. A murderous intention flashed in Chu Yang's eyes. That night, it was late at night. The sky was dotted with stars. The earth was dark. The Oak clan's ancient castle was continuous on this hillside. A feng shui master would have recognized the Oak clan's headquarters if he had come here to take a look. It was the location of a dragon's vein in this mountain. It was a dark night. More than 200 experts had gathered in a small forest more than 5 kilometers away. They were glaring like tigers watching their prey. Everyone was crouching in the underbrush. Their eyes were flickering with a bright light. Let's go. Chu Yang waved his hand. He took the lead and rushed out. Gu Duxing, GMO, Rui Butong, and Tan Tan followed closely behind. They went out like a cool breeze. Dong Wushang and Luo Kudi weren't suitable for this operation. Dong Wushang was too tall and sturdy. And Luo Kudi was somewhat lacking in this aspect. So, Chu Yang and the other 4 people could only start the operation. The people behind them watched the 5 people rush out. They nervously opened their eyes wide. But then, they rubbed their eyes with their hands. What did I just see? How did these people disappear after they went out? There was only a piece of flat grassland in front of them. The highest part of the grassland was only up to their calves. But, these 5 people were madly rushing and flying on this grassland. And, they were moving without making any sound. Chu Yang and the others had already rushed out 7 or 8 kilometers with a whoosh sound. Their movements were like the caress of a lover. They were gentle and graceful. They were full of tenderness and affection. But, they were also full of deadly murderous intention. The gate of the Oak clan's castle was right in front of them. The 4th watch has been delivered. Everyone in the grove looked at the faintly discernible silhouettes flickering under the starlight. Their hearts were in their mouths. The Oak clan had been an aristocratic clan for hundreds of years. So, how strong was its castle? Chu Yang and the others were very skilled in concealment techniques. However, they couldn't enter the city directly. So, what kind of method would they use to trick the Oak clan into opening the gate? Everyone still had doubts in their hearts. King of Helchu had said that he had a way. But, what method would he use to make the Oak clan open the gate in such a tense situation? Therefore, no one had dared to think of a strong attack. Even a monarch-level expert wouldn't necessarily be able to blast open the gate of the Oak clan. Everyone was looking at King of Helchu at this moment. The Oak clan would be destroyed tonight as long as King of Helchu could open the gate. However, everyone would have no choice but to withdraw if the gate couldn't be opened. It was so quiet that it seemed as if the late night wind had condensed into a silent oppression. Suddenly, a sword light appeared in the dark night and illuminated the night sky. A bleak and vicissitudes of life aura seemed to have come from ancient times. And it swept through the world in a flash. The entire world suddenly changed from the early autumn season to a biting cold wind. A cold light appeared. It was extended. A lightning-like sword light split the entire world in a split second. Even the void of the late night trembled fiercely at this moment. The sword light was like a dragon as it crossed the sky. It was hundreds of feet long, and was as thick as a drum. It majestically rushed towards the gate of the Oak clan. It seemed as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. Everyone was petrified. King of Helchu had said that he had a way. But it turned out to be a barbaric and hooligan's method. He had used his sword to blast open the gate of the Oak clan with absolute violence. This bastard even said that he would use the fiery light as a signal. Everyone had thought that he had a way to sneak in. But they hadn't expected that he would use the fiery light as a signal. Motherfew *Cur. Why would he need the fiery light as a signal? Even a blind person would be able to see your sword light within 200 miles, crazy. More than 200 experts sighed at the same time. Then, an idea arose in everyone's mind: get ready to retreat. This king of Helchu has no plan. I thought that he would have a way. But, it seems that he was just bragging. Today's training. Motherfew *Cur. How could the Oak clan have survived until now if you could split open the gate of the Oak clan with your sword? Hadn't they been destroyed 700 to 800 times already? How childish. Did he think that he was a saint-level expert? However, in the next moment, everyone who was sighing suddenly widened their eyes and rubbed their eyes with their fingers. Their faces were filled with disbelief and horror as if they had seen a ghost. I must be dreaming, right? That ball of sword light boldly rushed over. The sword light had barely risen when someone on the Oak clan's gate tower noticed it. Enemy attack. A shrill scream was heard, and the copper bell that sounded the alarm kept ringing. Then, clusters of gold and silver light appeared, and streams of five-colored black smoke poured down one after another. Countless concealed weapons and poisons instantly filled the area within a radius of 500 feet in front of the Oak clan's main gate. However, all these lights and colors were overshadowed by Chu Yang's sword light. Ding-ding-ding sounds rang out continuously. Gold and silver light scattered in all directions. The poisonous smoke that had just started to spread out suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, a few miserable screams rang out from the city gate. The sword light had struck back the concealed weapons, and had gone to look for their masters. However, that sword light carried the power of a thunderbolt, and resolutely crashed into the gate like a meteor. This door was a full 10 feet thick and made of steel. It was as heavy as 10,000 kilograms. But, it seemed as if a giant's belly had been pierced in front of this sword light, and a big hole appeared in front of it. There were neat traces of tearing steel plates around the hole. Chu Yang had rushed into the Oak clan's castle with his sword. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. What kind of monster is this? Even Xianxia, who had the highest cultivation among everyone present, had opened his eyes wide, and his mouth wide open, as if he had seen a ghost. He was so shocked that he was almost speechless. Xianxia had obtained the mysterious jade ice crystal, and had finally broken through the barrier of monarch-level expert. However, he asked himself, I wouldn't have been able to penetrate this gate of the Oak clan if I had a divine weapon in my hand. And I would have used my lifelong cultivation to drive it. But, this king of Helchu has not only penetrated it, but has also created such a big hole. Moreover, he has also rushed in. Then, a few screams came out from inside, then, a sword light lit up outside, and followed closely behind King of Helchu. Then, the man and the sword rushed in together. The entire space was suddenly filled with a biting cold sword intention when this sword came out. It seemed as if a cold wind was whistling through the earth. Then, a neat clang sound resounded in the entire world. Even the experts who had been lying in ambush in the grove were no exception. The swords on the waists of all the people who used swords vibrated at the same time, and saluted the emperor. This was the worldly principle of the way of the sword. Sword Emperor. This Gu clan's young clan Lord Gudu Xing is an extremely pure sword emperor. He doesn't have the slightest bit of impurity. Xianxia grabbed his head, and exclaimed in surprise. However, this sword cry had reminded everyone, and they rushed out one after another. Dong Wushang had already taken the lead and rushed to the front. GMO, Tan, Rui Butong, and the others had already entered the castle after Gu Duxing. Countless experts of the O clan were crazily rushing out from inside the castle. Everyone knew that the O clan would be finished if they couldn't guard the main gate and drive the enemy out. Chu Yang's body was taken over by the sword spirit at that moment. Then, he suddenly burst forth, and launched the move "What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world?" With all his strength, the 10,000-year evil spirit had erupted. Moreover, the Calamity Sword had an invincible sharpness, and the peerless might of the sword move had broken through the 10,000-pound main gate of the O clan with irresistible force. Then, he rushed into the O clan with his sword, and smashed the inner gate of the O clan. Then, he slaughtered all the experts of the O clan who had been guarding the main gate. Blood flowed like a river. Then, Chu Yang stuffed an incomplete version of the heavy pill into his mouth. The sword spirit waited until Chu Yang's martial power had recovered by half. Then, he quietly withdrew, and let Chu Yang take control of the situation. The experts of the O clan rushed forward like a tide. Chu Yang shouted loudly, and a cold light shone in 10,000 fathoms. He made a move, and the world was suddenly filled with cold lights. In fact, the entire sky was filled with cold lights. A ding ding dang dang sound was heard, and blood was bursting out from time to time. The sword light flashed beside him, and a sharp sword energy swept past him. It then rushed into the crowd without stopping. The swords of dozens of enemies issued a clanging sound at the same time. Sword Emperor Gu Duxing has arrived. Gu Duxing let out a long and loud shout, and the black dragon sword issued a sword cry at the same time. Then, it started to tremble and churn in the air. GMO and the other two rushed in after that. The might of the five brothers' joint attack was like that of a mad tiger. In fact, they managed to push the experts of the O clan back outside the gate tower. However, the space was vast, and the pressure had multiplied once they had gone out. Countless experts of the O clan had rushed over from all directions. Chu Yang and the others had rushed in, but the situation still wasn't optimistic. This place was still narrow. Those old monsters would have been able to take advantage of the terrain to firmly block everyone if the O clan had firmly guarded this place. In fact, even 200 king-level experts wouldn't have been able to display their full strength due to the narrow terrain. And they would have been annihilated by the enemy. Therefore, Chu Yang must immediately change the present situation. Rushing in wasn't a victory. The real battle would take place in a short period of time after they had rushed in. Chu Yang and the others must guard the passage. They must open the passage, and allow the experts of the O clan to calmly enter the castle. Only then would their initial plan be considered a success. Chu Yang let out a long and loud shout. GMO and Gu Duxing immediately stood in a row. Then, they suddenly took 3 steps forward, and crazily attacked the enemies. They were protecting Chu Yang behind them. GMO and Rui Butong's bodies were splashed with blood during these 3 steps. They had been injured. Chu Yang took advantage of this small gap, and roared loudly. Shwa! 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 He threw out dozens of big oil barrels one after another from the tribulation space. Each barrel weighed hundreds of kilograms. They fell down with a loud rumble, and the kerosene splashed in all directions. Then, he flicked his hand, and threw them out like meteors. Boom! The flames came in contact with the kerosene, and started to burn fiercely. Bang! The raging flame soared to the sky, and the oil barrels exploded in the crowd of the O clan. Ah! Oil barrels! That bastard, where did he get so much kerosene? Old Third Xian is burning, quickly retreat. Quickly retreat. I don't believe that they can rush in from such a big fire. Blood-curdling screams resounded unceasingly. Then, boom boom boom, several oil barrels exploded at the same time. Flames soared to the sky in front of the city gate's main gate. This stopped the O clan's experts from rushing towards the gate. The raging flames soared to the sky, blood-curdling screams resounded unceasingly. A grey-clothed man's silhouette rushed over from the direction of the O clan's inner palace. He was flying at such a high speed that he issued sonic booms in the air. He then shouted loudly, "What happened?" Several silhouettes soared from the direction of the inner palace, and rushed over here. Chu Yang took large strides to welcome them. The 7 shades cold energy floated around his body, and wrapped Gu Duxing and the others inside. He let out a long and loud shout, and the raging flames suddenly separated on both sides. Then, the 5 brothers strode out of the flames, and suddenly rushed in. It seemed as if 5 fiendish demons had suddenly rushed out of the raging flames. Their entire bodies were emitting a sinister and vicious aura. Yang burst into laughter, and said, "Nothing happened. It's just that the King of Hell has come to invite us to dinner. Everyone, please go to the Netherworld's 18 layers of hell for a meal, sightseeing, and a permanent residence there. The entire O clan is here. Get ready to attend the banquet." Ha ha ha. That gray-clothed old man coldly snorted. He floated down from the sky, and shouted, "Ignorant Junior. This old man, O Fanga, will take your little life." The wind from his palm whistled, and chopped towards Zhu Yang's face. A cold light flickered, and covered the top of his head. Black energy filled the air. He had launched the O clan's unique poison technique at the same time. It seemed as if a mass of dense fog had fallen down by the time he had landed on the ground. The dense fog was mixed with a cold light. Yang sneered and said, "A trifling first-grade emperor-level expert dares to boast shamelessly in front of me. Die of old age." Tribulation sword flashed high up in the sky. He didn't dodge or evade. His sharp determination was buried deep, but it didn't change. He rushed forward to meet force with force. The sword light dazzled like a midnight flower, and suddenly exploded in the sky. To be continued. Yang's sword light burst forth, and a figure rolled in like a gust of wind from the circular hole that the calamity sword had created behind him. Xianxia was like a fish in water. But, he had brazenly rushed in like a raging storm. He waved his hand, and a sparkling ice crystal armor condensed on his body. Then, he rushed into the fire without stopping. He appeared beside GMO in the next moment. Xianxia snapped the necks of the 3 king-level experts who were besieging GMO with a gotcha sound. Xianxia smashed the head of the king-level expert on the right with his left hand, and smashed it like a watermelon. Then, he grabbed the last king-level expert's chest with his skinny fingers, and pulled out his heart while it was still alive. Xianxia swept past like a gust of wind, and the 3 king-level experts besieging Rue Butong fell down like straws. His skinny body rushed into the camp of the O clan's experts like a whirlwind, and started a massacre. His silhouette left a bloody alley wherever he passed. Yang's hidden sharp determination had already pounced on the grey-robed emperor-level expert from midair by this time. He pierced through the poisonous fog. The sword light was shattered. The grey-robed emperor-level expert O Fanga couldn't believe his eyes. Yang crushed the treasured sword that had accompanied him for his entire life into pieces. Then, his hand that was holding the sword turned into blood foam. Then, his arm, shoulder, and half of his body got swallowed up by the sword light. His eyes were still filled with confusion, shock, and puzzlement. He had never dreamed that the opposite party would ignore his poisonous technique. This was a highly toxic poison that could make an elephant fall down if it smelled it, but, this man's entire body was shrouded in his poisonous fog. And, he had still beheaded him? How is this possible? His heart was still filled with these words until his death. How is this possible? People were constantly passing through the circular hole in the main gate. Some of them practiced cold attribute cultivation techniques. So, they had to circulate their cultivation to endure the flames. However, some of the ordinary king-level experts didn't have such good luck. However, these people knew that tonight was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. All the clans were preparing in secret, but none of them had made any move. Therefore, the O clan had never thought that they would be the first clan to be attacked. Therefore, they had been careless in guarding against this attack. Breaking through the main gate of the O clan would be as difficult as ascending to heaven if they missed this opportunity. Moreover, who knows if King of Hell Chu still has any antidote wine. Next time, would the O clan research a special poison to deal with the detoxification wine? This was a risk that no one could take. Therefore, he had to go all out tonight. They endured the burning flames and rushed into the fire. Then, they rushed out of the flames with their bodies burning. They rolled on the ground to extinguish the flames. Then, they rushed into the enemy's formation with blisters all over their bodies. The results of the battle were increasing step by step. Only a few experts of the O clan were left outside the city gate by the time more than half of the 200 experts had entered the city. Long and loud whistling sounds were unceasingly heard. People of the O clan were rushing over here from all directions. Qu Yang and Xianxia also led the troops forward like a sharp arrow. And they left no survivors wherever they went. The O clan seemed to have realized that the enemy had already broken through the city's gate tower. So, they had also given up on the fight for the city's gate tower. All the experts of the O clan were advancing towards the O clan's main building amidst the mournful howls. This place was the core of the O clan, all of the O clan's top forces, all of their experts, all of their wealth, they were all here. Hundreds of people had already gathered in the square in front of the gate. And more people were still gathering here. Everyone was silent as they looked at the long road in front of them. The roads leading to this place had been sprinkled with poison, including the roof. Moreover, the poisonous fog had filled the entire sky of the O clan. It was dawn. But this place was still very dark. The poisonous fog was so thick and dense that it even surpassed the darkness of the night, where one couldn't even see their own fingers. All the clansmen of the O clan had thrown out all of their stocks. These poisons could kill as soon as they touched blood, but they were of the lowest grade. Most of these poisons could cause one's entire body to fester and be consigned to eternal damnation as long as one came into contact with them. There was also a lot of floating poisonous fog. It was similar to the poisonous fog of a plague. But it was 100 times more vicious than a plague. If all the poisons of the O clan were to be placed in a densely populated area, it could be clearly said that there wouldn't be a single living being within a radius of several thousand miles. This included livestock, wild fowls, and wild beasts, and even plants, trees, flowers. The area within a radius of 1,000 miles would become a land of death within 100 years. Nothing would be able to live there. Using such a formation to deal with a mere 200 or so enemies seemed to be using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, everyone's hearts were restless. They were looking at the wide road with panic in their eyes. In fact, some of them were out of their wits. It seemed as if their spiritual support had been taken away. That was because they knew that the poison formation in the direction of the city gate wasn't much inferior to the one here. And the enemies had broken through from that direction, but they hadn't caused any casualties. Could it be that they weren't afraid of the poison? This thought had defeated the faith of some of the O clan's people. The pillar of the O clan, including their spiritual support, was poison. No one was afraid of using poison to run rampant in the three heavens. No one wasn't afraid of it. In fact, even the AO clan had to give way to them because of their poison. Therefore, the O clan had been growing stronger and stronger. The number of emperor-level experts had also been increasing. The nearby Xia clan only had one emperor-level expert. But the O clan was famous. This was the light of the poison. The O clan would have had at least half as many experts if they hadn't used poison to intimidate the three heavens. They wouldn't have dared to kill. This was the attitude of the people of the three heavens towards the O clan. After all, they would have had to face thousands upon thousands of poison experts as long as they killed one of them. Who would have dared to take such a big risk? However, the enemy wasn't afraid of poison now. This was tantamount to smashing the O clan's biggest pillar of support. It had shattered their illusions, and had taken away their most powerful spiritual support. More and more experts of the O clan had gathered. They had slowly formed the scale of 1,000 people in front of the main building. And more people were still rushing over. All the people who had rushed over had tacitly arranged themselves in an orderly manner according to their original positions and status in the clan. All the guards had spontaneously arranged themselves in a formation. More than 1,000 people were standing quietly in the morning breeze. And the number of people had slowly increased to more than 2,000. Many people had formed teams in the distance, and were silently paying attention to this side. Those people were the low-level warriors of the O clan. Everyone below the martial great master level was there. All the people who were standing here were martial great masters or above. 3 old men were standing in the front. Their white beards were fluttering in the wind. Their complexions were cold and stiff. They were the 3 remaining emperor-level elders of the O clan. 5 emperor-level experts had been killed by King of Hell Chu in the chill wind forest. And the first one had died in battle today. The remaining 3 emperor-level elders didn't know that the emperor-level expert who had died today had also died at the hands of King of Hell Chu. The sound of footsteps gradually came from afar. It was accompanied by a murderous aura. It seemed as if countless ancient beasts were slowly walking over step by step. The aura in the air seemed to have solidified as the sound of footsteps got closer and closer. The palms of the 3 emperor-level elders had already started to sweat. Even their foreheads had become somewhat soaked. They could tell from the sound of the footsteps that the enemy's strength hadn't suffered any damage. This also showed that the enemy wasn't afraid of poison. The 3 elders sighed as they looked at the dense poisonous fog that was pervading the air above the main building of the O clan. Despair had faintly risen in their hearts. The clan lord and the young lord had led 300 experts of the clan to hunt down Xianxia. But they hadn't returned yet. King of Hellchu had ruthlessly attacked them in the chill wind forest. 30 king-level experts and 5 emperor-level experts had been killed. The strength of the O clan wasn't much now. In fact, it wasn't even 1/4 of its usual strength. There were more than 2,000 people around them. It seemed like a lot of people. But the 3 elders knew that there were only a dozen or so king-level experts among these people. Only a few of them were revered martial artists. But most of them were martial great masters. They were at a disadvantage in terms of strength compared to the enemy. "Does the old ancestor know about this matter?" An old man licked his lips and asked. The great elder remained silent for a moment. Then, he replied, "The old ancestor already knows. But he hasn't come out yet. The old ancestor is an emperor-level expert. Perhaps these enemies wouldn't be enough to deal with him if he were to come out. I only hope that the old ancestor won't come out too late." The great elder didn't speak. He knew that his brother was emboldening him. The old ancestor was an emperor-level expert. And the enemy camp didn't have a corresponding expert. But they would be exhausted to death if they were to deal with so many experts with their own strength. The sound of footsteps was getting clearer and clearer in the dense fog. Suddenly, the dense poisonous fog seemed to be disappearing rapidly. And a black-cloaked man appeared in front of them. Wherever he went, the poisonous fog would quickly disappear. It seemed as if a thin snowflake had encountered the scorching sun in the sky. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, a jade-like face and vermilion lips, and a slender figure with a long sword hanging from his waist. He was dressed in black, and looked like a black cloud floating in the sky. It was a handsome youngster. However, this youngster's eyes were filled with endless murderous aura. He stepped out of the poisonous fog, and raised his eyes to look. His gaze was like 2 sharp swordlights. And he was staring straight at the great elder's face. "King of Hellchu?" The great elder was stunned. The great elder had seen Chu Yang the last time he had come to the O clan. Not only had he seen him, but he had also left a deep impression on him. "Great elder, time flies. We meet again." Chu Yang's voice was very gentle. There was a faint and warm smile on his face. In fact, it seemed as if he was a newly married son-in-law who was accompanying his wife to her parents' home. His voice was gentle, and his complexion was warm. However, there was a trace of restraint and shyness on his face. But the content of his words was completely different. "Don't forget that great elder's elegant demeanor is still the same as before. But you're still like a malicious ghost. So, it's good to congratulate you." He faintly smiled. Then, he politely said, "Great elder, I've specially sent you to become a real malicious ghost. What do you think? Do you feel like you're going crazy with joy?" To be continued. King of Hellchu, are you dealing with my O clan this time? The great elder angrily said, "You are very bold." Chu Yang gently smiled and said, "Does your O clan only know how to talk nonsense like this? My heavenly armament pavilion has already attacked this place. But you still can't determine that I'm dealing with you?" He somewhat pitifully said, "How low is your IQ? You." The great elder was furious. His frosty white eyebrows trembled. Then, he took a long breath, and suppressed the anger in his heart. He then said, "King of Hellchu, our O clan had handled the matter that day without thinking. We had offended you, and you came back to take revenge. So, we have nothing to say. However, you've already killed many of our O clan's people. You've also breached the castle. So, you should be able to offset the hatred between us, right? Moreover, you haven't suffered any losses or casualties." His dead fish-like eyes seemed to have softened. He then slowly said, King of Hell Chu, this old man promises to let bygones be bygones if you withdraw now. And, we won't interfere with your heavenly armament pavilion from now on. What do you think? The Great Elder's words caused an uproar among the Oak clan's people. They hadn't expected that the powerful Great Elder would show weakness in front of the enemy today. This had greatly damaged the Oak clan's reputation. The Great Elder was also helpless. Only King of Hell Chu had appeared on the other side. There were still many experts hidden in the dark. The Oak clan had fallen into a disadvantageous position in today's battle. So, they would have avoided this calamity if King of Hell Chu withdrew. They would have made King of Hell Chu die miserably if they had missed this opportunity. They had shown weakness, but it was a delaying tactic. One had to endure humiliation to carry a heavy burden. Moreover, the old ancestor hadn't shown himself yet. So, the Oak clan's chances of victory would have increased if the old ancestor hadn't retreated. Chu Yang chuckled and said, Great Elder, you must be joking. This is just a misunderstanding. Of course, everything will be fine once the misunderstanding is resolved. As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. A friend is a road, and an enemy is a wall. Patience is like a knife above a person's head. Let go when you have to let go. Let go when you can spare people. Great Elder is a wise and far-sighted elder. The expression on the Great Elder's face became extremely marvelous after he heard these words. The fact that the other party had fallen into his trap so easily shocked him. Chu Yang naturally saw through the other party's intention. He was just stalling for time. It just so happened that Chu Yang also needed to stall for time. So, it was natural that they were an adulterous couple. Even if the Great Elder were to delay, he would only be able to delay until that old ancestor of the Oak clan came out. Moreover, he already had a countermeasure on his side. Xianxia was ready to fight. He reckoned that even if that old man came out, it wouldn't be of much use. The Oak clan didn't have any other reinforcements or military forces. Chu Yang was not afraid at all. However, the reason why he was stalling for time was because he was the one who had set the fire. 200 experts had rushed out of the raging inferno. The cold attribute energy wasn't that bad. But, 70 or 80 king-level experts had different degrees of burns on their bodies. He had ignited so much kerosene at the same time. It was almost comparable to lava. Although everyone had rushed in with injuries, they were about to face so many enemies. It would definitely affect their strength and cause too many unnecessary casualties. However, the Great Elder didn't know about this. The Great Elder wanted to stall for time. So, Chu Yang naturally wanted to take advantage of it. Gu Duxing and the others were melting the 3 incomplete versions of the heavy pills in a big bowl of Vitality Spring water. Everyone who was injured and burned drank a mouthful of it, and seized the time to heal their injuries. This period of time was very rare. So, Minister Chu means, to stop here? The Great Elder asked tentatively. Stop? Yes, yes. Of course, I have to stop. Chu Yang nodded repeatedly. We don't have any enmity between us. Don't you think so? Besides, Great Elder, you're already so old. If you want me to have any enmity with you for stealing your wife, I won't be interested. I won't be able to do it. Don't you think so? It's a misunderstanding. It's fine as long as it's clarified. Great Elder can consider giving me some compensation. Then, I will turn around and leave without any objection. What kind of compensation do you want? The Great Elder hastily asked. He didn't get angry. He thought in his heart, you want to have the hatred of snatching my wife? I've already refined my wife's 5 poisons body. She's already underground. You'll have to die first if you want to snatch my wife. Let me calculate. Minister Chu looked up to the sky. He had a serious look on his face as he calculated, your Oak clan deceived me first. Then, you ambushed me, and then, my losses, my emotional losses, my youth, my belongings, my anger, my liver, my anger, my heart, my depression, my loss, my beauty, my loss, my loss, my loss, my loss, my loss of feelings, my loss of youth, my loss of goods, my loss of anger, my loss of heart, my loss of beauty, my loss of beauty, my loss of girls. He talked about his losses in a row. In fact, he talked about 30 to 40 kinds of losses. The great elder got angry when he heard this. He almost wanted to strangle Xianxia to death. However, he had no choice but to endure the current situation. So, he listened with a smile on his face. Everything will be fine as long as this bastard leaves. It's just a matter of a few words for me to flatten this little guy. Xianxia talked non-stop about his losses until Gudu Xing coughed softly and said, "That's enough." Then, he stopped. He took a deep breath and said, "That's all. It's fine if you compensate me. I don't want to go overboard. I'm just putting myself in your shoes. So, I don't want to offend you. What kind of compensation do you want?" The great elder restrained his anger. But, his eyes were flickering with anger. "It's very simple. The people of your old clan will commit suicide together. Then, you'll give me this territory. And, it'll be okay." Xianxia faintly smiled. "What do you think?" The great elder's entire body started to tremble. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He clenched his teeth and said, "Are you playing with me?" "Smart." Xianxia snapped his fingers. He then said with a smile, "You're a genius, child." The great elder looked at Xianxia with anger in his eyes. He was so angry that it seemed as if he was going to suffer from asthma. His entire body seemed to be filled with air. And, he slowly swelled up. Then, he suddenly shouted, "Son of a bitch. Don't shout your own name so loudly." Xianxia sincerely and earnestly instructed, "This isn't good. Others will scold your father. Die." The great elder was so angry that he had lost his reason. His stature grew, and he rushed over. His body hadn't arrived yet. But, a sharp whistling sound was heard in the air. "Go back." Two silhouettes flashed. Two emperor-level experts flashed out of the gray fog behind Xianxia, and went to greet the great elder. Then, the dense fog stirred up, and more than 200 experts quietly appeared. Each of them was wearing a black robe, and a sinister mask on their faces. The great elder turned over and retreated with two thumping sounds. He then looked at these 200 people in front of him in bewilderment. He was surprised to find that even the weakest among them was a king-level expert. Where did King of Helchu find so many experts? "These are all the people of your heavenly armament pavilion?" The great elder's eyes flickered as he asked. "Of course. They aren't the people of the heavenly armament pavilion. Could it be that they are the people of your old clan?" Xianxia curled his lips and said with a smile, "Surrender and commit suicide. Be obedient." The great elder staggered. Despair rose in his heart. Several alarmed cries came from the crowd of the old clan behind him. They were in an uproar. The enemy's lineup is so formidable? Xianxia's gaze turned cold. The murderous intention in his eyes slowly became more and more intense. He then waved his hand, "Go. Kill them all. Don't leave anyone alive." More than 200 people set into action as soon as the order was given. They rushed straight towards the densely packed troops of the Oak clan. Battle cries resounded everywhere. Saber lights and sword shadows flashed back and forth. Blood-curdling screams resounded. The great elder stood in front of Xianxia in a daze. He looked at this group of mysterious enemies rushing and killing inside the 10,000 poisons great array that his clan had painstakingly arranged. They weren't affected in the slightest. So, he felt bitter in his heart. "Oh, clan is finished." The great elder felt even more uncomfortable as this thought rose in his mind. "I only want to ask one thing." The great elder smiled sadly, "How come you aren't afraid of poison?" "It's very simple. Our physique is very good," Xianxia replied. The great elder knew that Xianxia wouldn't blame him. So, he heaved a long sigh. Then, he suddenly shouted, "Ancestor! Ancestor, please come out quickly. The Oak clan is finished. The Oak clan is finished." His voice spread far and wide like a thunderbolt. His voice was filled with sorrow and despair. So, almost everyone could hear it. The great elder knew that such a big thing had happened. So, the ancestor must have known about it. Moreover, the great elder was watching from the sidelines. However, he felt more and more sorrowful because of this. Is the ancestor of my clan helplessly watching the destruction of my clan? The battle cries were still echoing. The people of the O clan were still falling down in droves. A group of revered martial artists and martial great masters were facing a large group of king-level experts and emperor-level experts. In fact, the disparity between them couldn't be measured with words. The great elder finally threw himself into the battle. He attacked with grief and indignation. He wanted to find King of Hell Chu. He wanted to kill this chief culprit first. However, he couldn't reach King of Hell Chu's side under the siege. He could only look at that damned bastard as he continued to sneakily plot against the O clan's people. And the O clan's people fell into his hands one after another. Ao Xiayun was the craziest in the battle. He was wearing the mask of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. His eyes had already turned red from the killing. He would roar in his heart every time he killed someone, "Revenge. I will take revenge for you." His heart was getting more and more sour. And it was getting more and more resentful. "I only want to kill the enemy." Du Qingyun and Qin Zhan's faces floated in front of him. Their eyes were vaguely filled with worry and concern. "Uncle Du, Uncle Qin, I will take revenge for you. Do you see it?" Ao Xiayun was crazily killing. His heart ached, and tears suddenly streamed down his cheeks. "Do you see it? Do you see it?" Ao Xiayun suddenly faced upwards, and roared. Tears streamed down his face. "I will take revenge for you. I will take revenge. I will take revenge." Ao Xiayun crazily chopped the enemy in front of him into two halves. Then, he chopped the enemy's waist with his sword. He chopped the enemy into pieces as if he was chopping melons and vegetables. He roared violently after he attacked with his sword. Then, he started to bawl loudly. He cried so hard that his liver and intestines were cut to pieces. He cried so hard that snot and tears flowed down his face. He attacked the enemy with his sword while crying. "I hate it. I feel so bad. Because you won't be able to see it even if I kill all the enemies. You won't be able to see it." To be continued. Suddenly, a gloomy voice resounded in this chaotic place. "Where did this bastard come from? How dare he behave so atrociously in my O clan?" This voice was gloomy, but it seemed to carry a kind of rotten smell. It could make people want to vomit after they heard it. It seemed as if a wet viper had suddenly crouched down on their bodies. The battlefield suddenly quieted down. Everyone stopped their attacks by chance. They raised their heads to look. Xie quietly moved a few steps, and stood beside Chu Yang. Apart from him, no one else among the people present on the scene knew that this old ancestor of the O clan was cunning, cruel, and dreadful. O Kufeng was a dreadful opponent. He was as timid as a mouse. But, he was as cunning as a fox, and as cruel as a wolf. He would run away as soon as he felt a sense of crisis. However, he would stop at nothing if he felt that he could suppress his opponent. He would torture his enemy to death. He had once killed a person for 80 days. That person had no flesh on his body by the time he had killed him on the 80th day. His blood had also flowed out. But, he hadn't died yet. So, he had pierced his finger into his opponent's throat. Xie was wearing a mask and black clothes. He had only used the strength of a king-level expert in this fight. He hadn't dared to expose his true strength. That was because he knew that O Kufeng would have looked on helplessly as the entire O clan was razed to the ground if he had exposed his true strength. After all, he wouldn't have risked his life. However, O Kufeng would have been left with endless troubles in the future if he had managed to escape today. Such an enemy would have been hiding in the dark, and could launch an attack at any time. Even the Xia clan would have had a headache if he had relied on his superb poison techniques and world-shaking Xian techniques. Moreover, they would have been powerless against him. So, they could only make him come out first. Xie felt that this divine sense was scanning the battlefield back and forth during the fight. It seemed as if it was looking for something. It seemed as if it was worried about something. Xie restrained his aura even more cautiously. O Kufeng finally jumped out arrogantly when he discovered that none of the enemies present on the scene could pose a threat to him. However, only 700 or 800 people remained from the original 2,000 people at the entrance of the O clan's main hall. However, O Kufeng obviously didn't care. The great elder of the O clan and the others heaved a sigh of relief. The ancestor is finally going to make a move. We've already suffered disastrous casualties. But we can still preserve our foundation. Under the light of dawn, a gray-cloaked figure could be seen standing on the roof of the hall. His eyes, which were the size of mung beans, emitted a viper-like light, cruel and cold. Just by looking into his eyes, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. There was no sign of life on this person at all. It was as if an ancient zombie had suddenly appeared in the human world. There wasn't the slightest bit of emotion, he didn't even have the slightest bit of affection for his own clansmen and descendants. This was an extremely selfish person. Even though he had shown himself, he was still standing at a high place. Although he was arrogant, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he would immediately run away as soon as the situation went wrong. Think of a way to make him come down. Xianxia didn't dare to raise his head. Yi Shiwen raised his head. "Oh, Kufeng might disappear in the blink of an eye if Oh Kufeng sensed my gaze," Chu Yang nodded. He then raised his head and looked at Oh Kufeng. Where did such a monster come from? He actually looks like a human. Bold Jr. You dare to insult our ancestor, the great elder of the O clan shouted angrily. He is your ancestor? Chu Yang's face suddenly became clear. No wonder. No wonder your O clan looks neither like a human nor a ghost. So, that's how it is. Little one, you're dead. Oh Kufeng looked down at Chu Yang with his sinister eyes from above. He then said in a gloomy voice. Mother few asterisk cur. You scared me to death. Chu Yang spat out a mouthful of saliva. He then waved his hand and said, What are you still doing? Hurry up and get to work. Finish this job. Kill all these people in front of us. Then, set a big fire and withdraw. As for that old bastard, let him stay there. Kill. Gu Duxing burst into loud laughter. He then brandished his sword, and the sword light curled up. 7 or 8 people didn't even have time to scream before they were cut into 2 halves. Then, Dong Wusheng, Ao Xiayun, and the others also moved into action. Tan Tan shouted as he moved, Kill them. Mother few asterisk cur. Why do I feel like I'm killing chickens? I feel even more at ease after I see that old bastard. Mother few asterisk cur. Everyone says that I'm ugly. But, I've discovered that I'm a handsome man when I see this old bastard. It's rare for me to be so satisfied. It's so cool. The O clan's people fell down in large numbers. The great elder and the others were furious. However, Oh Kufeng frowned and chuckled, Do you want to provoke me to go down? So that you can kill me? I won't fall into your trap. I won't go down. The O clan's emperor expert who was fighting with Dong Wusheng couldn't help but fiercely spurt out blood when he heard these words. He had been bitterly supporting himself under Dong Wusheng's violent and overbearing attacks. So, he had suffered internal injuries. He became angry, anxious, and desperate when he heard his ancestors' words. So, he couldn't help but spurt out blood. Dong Wusheng shouted loudly. He suddenly jumped up and chopped him into 2 halves with his saber. He didn't even blink his eyes as he dragged his saber and rushed to the other battlefield. The battlefield was shrinking. And the O clan was suffering more and more casualties. However, only 4 or 5 people had died on the black-robed men's side. The disparity between the 2 sides was too big. The remaining 2 emperor-level experts were besieged and suppressed by 8 emperor-level experts. They were battered and exhausted. And they were crying for help. Oh Kufeng stood up, and then sat down. He stood up, and then sat down again. He wanted to come down, but he felt that it wouldn't be so simple. So, he was hesitating. He was cold-blooded and cruel. But, he didn't want to see his grandchildren die tragically. However, his keen intuition had told him that there was a great danger down there. I can't go down. He had always been cautious. So, he couldn't go down even though he was anxious. His pair of will-o'-the-wisp eyes were searching everywhere. He wanted to find the so-called hidden danger. The great elder finally despaired. Chu Yang tightly knitted his brows. He secretly cursed in his heart, this bastard is too calm. He's watching his clan get exterminated. But, he's still indifferent? What should I think of to make him come down? The reason why Chu Yang had insisted on fighting this war was to get rid of the O clan first. It wasn't because of the hatred between them. 10 years isn't too late to take revenge. Chu Yang never lacked patience. But, he knew that the existence of the O clan was a great threat. It was because their poison was simply impossible to guard against. Even the AO clan was extremely wary of this clan that was good at using poison. Mo Tianji's Ji-Rong had already caused a turmoil in the Jianghu. The news that AO Xiayun was being hunted down had also spread out. The Jianghu was on the verge of erupting. However, no one had made a move. It was because of the existence of the O clan. After all, not everyone was immune to poison like him. Even monarch-level experts couldn't do it. The O clan could create a terrifying effect if they didn't remove the roots. And it was difficult for any clan to bear the consequences of the O clan's poison. Their martial strength wasn't frightening. What was frightening was their poison. The Jianghu wouldn't be seriously damaged if the O clan wasn't eliminated. Therefore, the O clan could only vent their anger on the other clans. Therefore, Chu Yang had made a prompt decision to formulate a plan to destroy the O clan after he had learned about the situation in the Jianghu. However, O Kufeng wasn't coming down no matter what. So, it was undoubtedly a sore point. And it would become a sore point for all the big clans if he were to escape. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Then, he hardened his heart and shouted, "You guys hurry up and deal with the people below. I will deal with this old bastard above. Do you think I won't go up if you don't come down? I can only create an opportunity if I get close to him. Otherwise, it would be impossible to catch him since he was always on top and below." Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Xianxia was startled. He hastily said, "What are you doing? Don't take any risks. Don't move. He'll run away if you move." Chu Yang said in a low voice, "I also didn't want to face this old devil alone. But, I didn't expect that this guy would be so cowardly and cold-blooded. His grandchildren have been killed, and his foundation has been destroyed. But, he can still remain calm. But, he won't run away if he sees that I'm only a king-level expert, right? He'll only torture you to death." Xianxia snorted. He then lowered his head and said, "It's too risky. I still feel that it's inappropriate for you to go up." "Don't worry," Chu Yang tucked the corner of his robe into his waist. He then raised his eyes and looked up. "Tisk, be careful." Xianxia lowered his head and solemnly said. Chu Yang nodded. Then, he let out a long whistle. "Old beast, you don't dare to come down, right? This young master will come up and play with you." Chu Yang's figure shot up like a meteor. He borrowed strength twice in the air, and landed in front of O Kufeng. O Kufeng smiled cruelly, "Ha ha ha. Junior, you're the chief culprit of today's disaster, aren't you? It's rare for you to have such courage. So, this old ancestor will fulfill your wish today." He looked around, and saw that there was a battle going on below. It seemed that there was no special expert present. O Kufeng finally felt relieved. They wouldn't have let their leader, King of Hell Chu, throw away his life if there was a hidden super expert, right? He felt relieved as soon as he thought of this. But, he also felt somewhat annoyed. "I would have gone down earlier if I had known this earlier. It's too late to go down now. Everyone is dead." He was thinking this when he saw that Junior pull out his sword with a schwa sound. Then, he loudly said, "O Kufeng, old beast, come up to meet your death." O Kufeng became furious. He thought, "You have many people down there. I'll be outnumbered if I go down. But, you've come up here. Why should I be afraid of you?" He laughed nastily, "I'll help you since you're courting death." Suddenly, he stretched out his hands, and green smoke started to rise from his 10 fingers. His entire body was shrouded in a mass of green smoke in an instant. The jade tiles under his feet started to corrode as soon as they came in contact with this green smoke. And, they started to emit a dense sour smell. The green smoke that's coming out of his body can even corrode stones. Such a poisonous technique is simply world-shocking. Second reading of the sun. My train of thought has been very difficult for the past 2 days. I don't want to write anything. Cough cough. I'm calling everyone to make a post and praise me. For example, I'm very handsome, very confident, very elegant, very well written, and so on. I'm very happy when I see such posts. I'm very happy. And, my train of thought is like a tide. The third reading is coming soon. Go and make a post. Don't worry about my embarrassment. It would be even better if you praise me at length. I'm bashfully leaving the post. And, I'm asking for votes. To be continued. Xianxia was startled. This Okufeng has already reached the peak of emperor level. He's only one step away from becoming a monarch-level expert. Xianxia's chest ached as he thought of this. This bastard's cultivation is already so high, but he still doesn't dare to come down in the face of a group of king-level masters. Okufeng had already started to fight with Chu Yang. You're still wet behind the ears. You've dared to invade my O clan. This old man will destroy you. It's not an invasion, but a massacre. Chu Yang dodged again and again. He sneered and said, coward. Just watch as your family turns into ruins. Let me tell you, I have countless monarch-level guards around me. If you dare to use your full strength, you'll definitely die. Okufeng was startled. He immediately withdrew his hand, and said angrily, where is it? Where is it? Call them out and I'll crush them all to death. Chu Yang was speechless. He had seen many experts, but he had never seen such a cowardly expert in his life. Okufeng raised his eyes, and looked all around. Then, his spirit sense spread out in all directions, and started to search carefully. Then, a strange smile appeared on his face after a long while. Little bastard, do you think that this old man will be afraid just because you're bluffing? Today, even if a supreme being was here, you wouldn't be able to escape death. Chu Yang swallowed his saliva. The experts of the O clan had been killed when Okufeng had been looking around. The last one to die was that great elder. He had been knocked down to the ground by the joint efforts of Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang. He had looked up with a resentful and powerless expression in his eyes before he had died. Then, he had sullenly roared, old ancestor. However, Okufeng had turned a blind eye to him. In fact, he had started to look for the so-called group of monarch-level experts. Chu Yang was truly convinced. No wonder this guy could live for so long. It wasn't without reason. Okufeng cautiously walked forward. An ominous glint flickered in his eyes. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Suddenly, he waved his hand and shouted, go. Kill him. Okufeng was startled. He retreated 100 feet with a schwa sound, and returned to his original position. Then, he covered his chest with his palms, and shouted, who is it? But even after being on guard for a long time, not even half a shadow came over. Chu Yang was already laughing so hard that he was holding his stomach and bending over. He immediately realized that he had been tricked. His old face flushed red, and he angrily said, good junior. I'm going to tear you apart. With a loud shout, his body swayed, leaving behind afterimages in the air as he rushed towards Chu Yang. Chu Yang suddenly felt boundless pressure enveloping him. He suddenly straightened his body, and exposed a mocking smile. He waved his hand and said, good opportunity. Kill. Okufeng shouted loudly. Then, he somersaulted and went out. The countless afterimages disappeared again. He returned to his original position, and looked at Chu Yang in amazement. Chu Yang burst into laughter. I really didn't expect that there would be such a cowardly emperor-level expert in this world. With just a hand gesture and a few words, he had already become a frightened bird. What a joke. In fact, Chu Yang found it somewhat strange. How did Okufeng reach his current cultivation when he was so timid and afraid of trouble? However, Chu Yang didn't know that Okufeng had been extremely daring in those days. He had been so daring that he had gone to the upper three heavens to steal purple crystals. Moreover, he had gone there several times in a row. He had walked in the dark for a long time, and had eventually encountered a ghost. Countless people had besieged and intercepted him. Then, he had been captured alive. He had been locked in the dungeon, and had been subjected to almost all the cruel punishments of the day. After that, the O clan had taken out almost all of its wealth to bail him out. His temperament had changed greatly since that time. He had become a frightened bird like this. He had been cultivating in seclusion all year round. But the shadow in his heart couldn't be eliminated. Okafeng had been tricked once again. He was furious. His old face had turned purple. He roared like thunder, "Junior! What else can you do apart from bluffing?" Qiyang coldly snorted and said, "How do you know that I'm bluffing? Let me tell you, Okafeng. You will die if you dare to come here." Okafeng angrily howled. His entire body seemed to have become huge in an instant. He walked over step by step with a murderous look on his face. He then said in a sinister manner, "Junior, try to scare me again." Qiyang sneered and said, "You, come here. Let's go." Okafeng rushed over with large strides. Qiyang suddenly tilted his head. It seemed as if he was listening to something. Then, his lips squirmed twice. Okafeng's imposing manner was like a rainbow. But, he muttered in his heart when he saw this, "Is there really an ambush?" He couldn't help but hesitate in his heart. Qiyang turned his head at this moment, and looked at Okafeng. He then shouted, "Yes. Good." Okafeng was startled. "This bastard has tricked me into coming here to throw away my life." He hastily drew back. Suddenly, a sword light flashed in front of his eyes. And it covered the sky and covered the earth. Qiyang's tribulation sword moved. Cold light pierced 10,000 fathoms to meet his head head-on. Okafeng shouted loudly, and attacked. With both of his arms. But, Qiyang then roared, "What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world?" Okafeng was retreating. But, he hastily put his arms together. Then, the tribulation sword pierced the two small iron rods in his hands with a ding sound. The tribulation sword's sharpness couldn't penetrate them. Qiyang felt apprehensive in his heart. What kind of treasure are these two small iron rods of Okafeng? This is the first time that I've seen a weapon that the tribulation sword can't destroy. Qiyang instantly made a decision in his heart. I must snatch them and see what these things are. However, Okafeng was already retreating. So, he was pushed back by a huge thrust at this moment. His body bent over, and he was sent flying backwards. Qiyang's long sword flickered, and blocked Okafeng's weapon. In fact, Okafeng was sent flying back 400 feet. Okafeng roared loudly. He knew that he had been tricked. But, he couldn't free his hands to counterattack. So, he was sent flying back. He was remorseful in his heart when Qiyang suddenly raised his left hand, and slapped him in the face with a bang sound. This slap wasn't heavy. But, it was an extreme humiliation. Okafeng couldn't bear it any longer. He roared loudly, and was about to counterattack. However, he saw Qiyang fiercely withdraw his sword, and draw back. Then, he indifferently said, "Well, deal with him." Okafeng turned pale with fright. So, the real attack is here? He didn't have time to attack. Instead, he jumped up with a schwa sound, and soared high into the sky. He then tried to escape. But, he didn't feel anything. He turned his head in the sky, and saw that Qiyang was holding his sword. He was laughing so hard that he couldn't breathe. Laughter was also heard from below. Okafeng flew into a rage. "I've been tricked again. I've been tricked by the same trick 4 times in a row. Not only have I been tricked, but I've also been slapped in the face. This is a great humiliation." Okafeng raised his head, and roared loudly. His white hair fluttered in the air as he landed. The murderous aura in his eyes gradually became thicker. "I'll kill you first no matter what tricks you have up your sleeves this time." Qiyang waved his hand again, "Attack." Okafeng paid no attention to him. Instead, he sped up and rushed forward. Qiyang shouted loudly, "Great! Kill!" Okafeng turned a deaf ear to him. The anger in his heart became more and more intense. In fact, his eyes had turned red. "You still want to deceive me? No way. Do you think that I'm mentally retarded? This old man has been bitten by a snake in the morning, and is afraid of ropes for 10 years. That's all." Qiyang exposed a panic-stricken look on his face. He pulled out his long sword with a clang sound. Then, he pointed the tip of his sword at Okafeng, and shouted, "Kill him." Okafeng felt apprehensive in his heart. But, he still didn't stop. "Oh my God! Chu Yang turned around and ran away. Little bastard. You've really been deceiving me. Kufeng had summoned up his courage and rushed over in anger. However, he was still somewhat nervous in his heart. But, all his worries had been put down when the opposite party had fled. So, they had transformed into a monstrous anger. Chu Yang fled back and forth on the roof at lightning speed. Everyone, run quickly. This old bastard has gone crazy. Then, he shouted again, everyone, let's attack him together. We'll crush him to death by relying on our numbers. Then, he suddenly shouted in panic, someone, come. Someone, come. Quickly come here, you asterisk. Kufeng became more and more complacent. His heart was filled with the pleasure of a cat playing with a mouse. He laughed cruelly, little bastard, let's see where you'll escape to. Help me. Chu Yang screamed miserably. Kufeng turned a deaf ear to him and pounced over. Chu Yang clenched his teeth, I'll stake it all. His hand suddenly emitted a dazzling sword light. Then, he launched a series of sword moves at the same time. Suddenly, wind and thunder rose from the ground. Countless sword lights crisscrossed and submerged Kufeng's entire body. Kufeng crazily shouted in the midst of the sword lights, ignorant junior. Your swordsmanship is good. But, how can you injure your ancestor with this level of cultivation? Ha ha ha. The sword light pervaded the air, and blocked Kufeng's line of sight. Xianxia took advantage of this opportunity, and leapt up as light as a feather. Then, he hid in ambush from afar. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang also looked at each other. Then, they also jumped up one after another. Chu Yang withdrew the sword light. He then turned around and fled while shouting oh no. Kufeng's clothes were in disarray. However, his body and muscles weren't damaged in the slightest. Only white scars could be seen on his body. The body of an emperor-level expert had been tempered by the poison technique. So, its degree of hardness had far surpassed the hardness of fine iron. Moreover, Chu Yang's sword moves were scattered. So, he couldn't gather his full strength. Moreover, his martial power was far inferior to Kufeng's. So, he couldn't injure Kufeng even with the sharpness of the calamity sword. Kufeng burst into loud laughter. Then, he quickly rushed over, Junior, do you still want to escape? Chu Yang panted for breath as he desperately tried to escape. Kufeng shouted as he chased after him. Then, he grinned evilly, little, this old man won't let you die. I'll catch you and run away. I'll see why you're not afraid of our clan's poison. Ha ha ha. Chu Yang angrily said, your entire clan is done for. Only a coward like you is left. Quickly commit suicide. What are you waiting for? Kufeng flew into a rage and said, I'll kill you first. His agility skill was extremely fast. He had already caught up with Chu Yang while he was speaking. Suddenly, Chu Yang shouted loudly, he has arrived at the trap. Quickly attack. Kufeng gawked. He hesitated for a moment. Then, Chu Yang slipped away like a fish. Then, he turned his head and smiled, old bastard, you've been fooled again. Kufeng almost vomited blood. He simply shut his mouth, and chased after Chu Yang with all his might. He wouldn't believe Chu Yang no matter what he said. More than 200 king-level experts are still looking up from below. Why would I be afraid if they don't come up? The most important thing right now is to ruthlessly deal with this evil little bastard. Who can stop me if I want to leave later? Chu Yang flew away for another 200 feet. Then, he once again shouted, attack. Kufeng evilly grinned. He rushed over without any scruples. He stretched out his hands, Junior, do you think that I still believe you? Ah. It seemed as if a pair of big hands had flashed out of the void at this moment. Then, they carried a heaven-collapsing and earth-shattering momentum as they ruthlessly pounded on his chest with a loud bang. The power of this attack had far exceeded Kufeng's own strength. Kufeng was caught off guard. So, several cracking sounds were heard. Kufeng's ribs were broken, and his internal organs were severely injured. He raised his head, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The bright blood was mixed with pieces of his internal organs. Kufeng's heart turned ice cold. He couldn't even feel the pain in his body at this moment. he only felt one thing. I've been fooled. This is a real ambush. A fatal ambush. The opposite party has a monarch-level expert. Kufeng's heart was filled with regret in an instant. Who could have stopped me if I had left from the beginning? This ambushing expert is very strong. But, he's far from being able to kill me. Therefore, I could only wait for a sneak attack to kill him. However, it was already too late for him to realize this. This attack would have been a fatal injury. Chu Yan had put on an act for the purpose of Xiaoxi's attack. Kufeng was extremely cautious. In fact, he was excessively cautious. It wouldn't be easy for anyone to kill such a person. After all, he wouldn't give anyone a chance to deal with him. Chu Yang had risked his life to tease him a moment ago. There were more than 200 experts below. But, none of them had dared to go up to him. He would have run away if they had gone up. He would have become the biggest hidden danger if he had run away. In fact, it would have been enough to make people restless. Therefore, Chu Yang could only break his head to make him stay. His cautiousness was an advantage. But, his excessive cautiousness was his weakness. Therefore, Chu Yang had tirelessly teased, deceived, and played with him. And, he had finally succeeded in provoking Kufeng's anger. Chu Yang had been fully confident in his heart when he had slapped Kufeng's face. Kufeng can't run away. He wouldn't have been able to endure such an insult even if he had been able to endure it. Sure enough, Yang Kufeng was enraged. However, Chu Yang still didn't feel at ease. So, he continued to test him a few more times. And, he had thoroughly dispelled Kufeng's last misgivings. Humph. It's only logical at this time. This process seemed tedious. But, it was indispensable. This plan couldn't have succeeded even if Kufeng had been a little cautious. First, he provoked and angered him. Then, he provoked and angered him. Then, he humiliated and angered him even more. After that, it became a test. Finally, he provoked and angered this guy to the point that he lost all reason and all caution. Only then did he succeed. It was as if Chu Yang was holding his own head and dancing on a steel wire rope above a high cliff. Every moment, was a fatal crisis. The gap between the two sides was too great. The difference between a mid-grade king-level expert and a mid-grade emperor-level expert wasn't as simple as a mid-grade revered martial artist and a mid-grade king-level expert. In fact, the gap between a first-grade emperor-level expert and a second-grade emperor-level expert was comparable to the gap between a high-grade revered martial artist and a low-grade king-level expert. Furthermore, the further one progressed, the greater the disparity, to provoke such a powerful existence with such a tiny amount of strength. How could the danger be described in just a few sentences, not to mention other things? With Chu Yang's current martial power, even using Calamity Sword would not be able to hurt him. Xiaoxi's two palms heavily pounded on Kufeng's body. Kufeng's entire body felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He crazily spouted blood, and was sent flying backwards. At this instant a sword light flew up from the left side. The man and the sword combined as one. The sword light was dazzling and swift. Then, it heavily pounded on Kufeng's body. A saber light dazzled on the right side. The man and the saber light were like one. The saber light was mighty and overbearing. It heavily pounded on Kufeng's body. Gu Du Xing, Dong Wu Shang, the Sword Emperor, and the Saber Emperor attacked at the same time. The Black Dragon sword pierced straight into Kufeng's body from the left side, and came out from the right side. The black saber hacked down from the right side. The tip of the saber had already appeared on the left side of Kufeng's body by the time he regained his balance. It seemed as if the saber and sword had installed a cross in Kufeng's body. The saber light and the sword energy exploded inside Kufeng's body at the same time. Kufeng screamed loudly. He was constantly spitting out blood clots and pieces of his internal organs. However, he was still struggling. He screamed miserably as he used the last of his strength to firmly clamp the saber and sword. Gu Du Xing and Dong Wu Shang screamed as they were sent flying like rubber balls. Xiaoxi's silhouette flashed as he rushed forward. His palms were like mountain-splitting axes. He pounded on Kufeng's body a dozen times in succession. Kufeng's body swayed from side to side. His flesh and blood continued to fall from his body, and his white skeleton was exposed. However, he kept his mouth shut and didn't fall down. He ferociously glared at Xianxia with his ghastly eyes. He didn't draw back. Instead, he advanced forward. He fiercely extended his hands and thrust them towards Xianxia's eyes. He clearly realized that his sternum had been broken and his internal organs had been destroyed. His current injuries meant that he would die for sure. It was impossible for him to perish together with his opponent. So, the only thing he could do was to attack his opponent's fragile eyes. Therefore, he didn't dodge or evade the last dozen or so palms. Instead, he resolutely counterattacked. Okufeng's timidity and cowardice had miraculously disappeared in the face of certain death. The only thing that remained was his grasp of the battle situation, and his determination to fight to the death. This final counterattack has revealed the demeanor of an expert. The opponent has already launched a dozen or so palms. So, he doesn't have the strength to continue. I can at least destroy one of his eyes if I attack him now. Only one eye, but it's enough. Okufeng had already converted all his poison techniques into corpse poison the moment the sword and saber had pierced into his body. He knew that he would die for sure. You may not be afraid of poison, but you'll die as long as my fingers enter your eyes. That's because this corpse poison comes from hell. Xianxia's entire martial power had transformed into the mountain-splitting palm, and had pounded on Okufeng's body. However, his opponent's lightning-fast hands had also arrived in front of his eyes. Xianxia raised his face. He was about to take Okufeng's attack in order to end his life. Chu Yang's sharp eyes saw that Okufeng's face was suffused with a ghastly green phosphorescence at this moment. He couldn't help but feel apprehensive in his heart. So, he subconsciously threw out his calamity sword. Sword Spirit cried out in alarm after Chu Yang had thrown out his calamity sword, corpse poison. Be careful. Okufeng's fingers had barely touched Xianxia's mask when they were chopped off by the calamity sword. Okufeng screamed in despair. His eyes emitted a ghastly green phosphorescence. Chu Yang flew up and grabbed the hilt of the calamity sword. Then, he ruthlessly inserted the tip of the sword into Okufeng's mouth. Okufeng's head suddenly burst open with a bang sound. His skull scattered in all directions. He had turned into a skeleton without the slightest bit of flesh even before he had fallen to the ground. Then, his body shriveled up in the blink of an eye, and turned into a deathly pale skeleton. It seemed as if it had decayed for thousands of years. Then, it shattered with a crashing sound as it came into contact with the wind. The black dragon sword and the black saber fell on the roof with a clang sound. Okufeng's body quickly disintegrated. The wind blew away his ashes, and scattered them in all directions. Then, the ashes began to corrode wherever they fell. And, green smoke started to emit in bursts. Let's go quickly. Chu Yang shouted loudly. He rolled up his sleeves, and rolled up the black dragon sword and the black saber. Then, he kicked Gu Duxing and Dong Wusheng down. Then, he also jumped down. Xianxiu followed closely behind him, and jumped down as well. They had barely reached the ground when they saw that a small hole had appeared on the roof of the roof. And a ray of light was being projected through this hole. This hole was getting bigger and bigger, and was slowly expanding. This poison is very powerful. Xianxiu was flabbergasted. This is corpse poison. Our medicines can't restrain this poison. Everyone, quickly disperse. Chu Yang loudly shouted. More than 200 experts scattered in all directions, as if they had seen a ghost. Xianxiu then ordered, everyone, go and kill the remnants of the O clan. Don't let any of them escape. Everyone roared in agreement, and flew out one after another. Chu Yang sighed, and didn't speak anything. There was no such thing as a woman's benevolence in the upper three heavens. After all, one couldn't be careless when it came to a clan like the O clan. And they might be able to take revenge in case someone managed to escape with the poison technique. Poison was the most dreadful thing in the world. Chu Yang wouldn't bring a clan extermination crisis to his allies just because he couldn't bear it. Blood-curdling screams resounded from all directions. Chu Yang and the others were watching from where they were. The roof of the main hall was slowly decaying. And the decaying speed slowed down after a big hole had formed in it. Those rotten things had turned into air. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. What a powerful poison! Xianxia gasped. He suddenly recalled that Feng had stabbed him with his finger. So, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He turned around and grabbed Chu Yang's hand. He then excitedly said, "Minister Chu. You saved my life again. Elder Xia's words are too serious." Chu Yang slightly smiled. Chu Yang felt a chill in his heart as he looked at the tyrannical nature of this poison. Xianxia wiped his sweat and said, "I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Little brother, I won't mention it since you don't want to mention it. I only hope that you will remember this, my Xia clan will always be Minister Chu's ally. Minister Chu will die 10,000 deaths if he has any request." Chu Yang blinked. Then, he suddenly smiled and said, "Elder Xia, I have no choice but to be thick-skinned and make a request since you are so grateful to me." Xianxia laughed and said, "Just say it. I'll agree to it no matter what it is." "Then, you betroth your great-granddaughter, Xia Feng, to my junior martial brother, Tan Tan." Chu Yang smiled and said. "No problem at all," Xianxia said with a smile, "the two of them are in love with each other. I would have helped them even if you hadn't said it." "What kind of request is this?" Chu Yang faintly smiled and said, "But, this is also my request." The two of them looked at each other. They had a tacit understanding, and laughed. Xianxia was lying through his teeth. Tan Tan and Xia Feng were in love with each other. But, they were far from being in love with each other. So, it was more like they were enemies. They would fight whenever they met. Moreover, Tan Tan seemed to have some misgivings during this time. So, he no longer mentioned this matter. However, Chu Yang could see the pain in his eyes from time to time. So, how could he not take this matter to heart? Then, everyone began to pack up the Oak clan's belongings. The carriages were packed up. Eventually, the carriages withdrew from the Oak clan's gate. But, a huge fire had also started to burn in the Oak clan. The raging flames stretched for hundreds of miles. And, half of the sky had turned red because of it. The Oak clan will no longer exist in the three heavens from now on. Chu Yang was walking at the end of the team. He turned around, and looked at the magnificent flames. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Then, he turned around, and silently followed the team. The Oak clan was gone. The Meng clan was gone. So, would the next target be the Tu clan? Or the Black Devil clan? You. How can you do this without my consent?" Tan Tan jumped up and down. He was flustered and exasperated. His two strange eyebrows almost jumped out of his face as he said, "You are too much. Too much. Just like that, you promised the lifelong happiness of your one and only junior martial brother to someone else. I want to have a duel with you." Chu Yang rolled his eyes, but didn't say anything. He pretended as if he hadn't heard anything. This guy had started to jump up and down, and chatter incessantly ever since Chu Yang had returned and found out that Chu Yang had arranged a marriage for him. He had been harassing Chu Yang since the early morning. And, it was already afternoon now. Chu Yang pretended as if this person didn't exist in front of him. He concentrated on helping the sword spirit pick up the harvest this time. All the gold and silver treasures belonged to the Xia clan. Then, they were randomly distributed among the experts who had come to help them. However, all the rare materials and treasures belonged to Chu Yang. The sword spirit in the tribulation space was very excited. Tan Tan was indeed panicking. He paced back and forth in the room. He suddenly turned around, and suddenly turned around. He scratched his ears and cheeks, and frowned miserably. His face wrinkled like a cigar. He looked extremely anxious. Gudu Xing, Dongwu Shang, GMO, Luo Kudi, Rui Butong, and Ao Xiayun foolishly looked at Tan Tan pacing back and forth. They couldn't help but restrain their smiles. Is this guy really unwilling? Why? Tan Tan looked up and heaved a long sigh. Senior martial brother, Chu Yang, oh. This is the matter of my generation. You didn't even discuss it with me. How can you decide on your own? I'm going crazy. Chu Yang rolled his eyes again, and changed his sitting position. Senior Marshal brother, you have to uphold justice for me. Tan Tan turned in front of Chu Yang, and swayed back and forth. Are you done yet? Chu Yang angrily glared at him. He then shouted, sit down. Tan Tan was startled. He looked at Chu Yang with a dumbfounded expression. Then, he sat down on the ground with a plop sound. Chu Yang finally finished counting the harvest. He suddenly stood up, and said with a fierce look on his face, who was the one talking in his sleep the night before yesterday? He said, little Miss Yadan Feng, I want to consummate my marriage with you. Huh? Tan's face turned black, and he panicked, I talked in my sleep? Did I talk in my sleep? You heard it? Humph. Chu Yang snorted and continued, 2 nights ago, someone was talking in his sleep. He said, little lady Dan Feng, luckily I don't have a fever anymore. Otherwise, you would have become barbecued meat the moment you married me. Tan Tan was at a loss as to what to do. He blinked his eyes, and innocently said, did I really say that? Chu Yang ignored him, and continued, that day on the road, I passed by someone's tent, and heard someone talking in his sleep, Xia Dan Feng, I miss you so much. Tan Tan was dumbfounded. He pointed at his own nose, is it really me? Chu Yang nodded seriously. How am I supposed to meet people? Tan Tan covered his face. Suddenly, the room burst into laughter. But, I still can't. Tan Tan took his hand away. Then, he became serious, senior brother, I can't marry her. Why? Tan Tan's face was somewhat sad, it's not like you don't know my situation. The current me is a monster. I will harm others, shut up. Chu Yang shouted. His eyes were dangerously close to him, say one more word and I'll kill you. But, Tan Tan pitifully said, my heart is a little, shut up. Master isn't here. So, I'm in charge of your affairs. Chu Yang snorted. He pointed his finger at Tan Tan's forehead, and Tan Tan immediately staggered, I said it's in charge. Understand? Tan Tan sighed in despair. As for your strange behavior, of course, you have to let her know. Chu Yang snorted and said, I believe that Xia Dan Feng won't care about that since she has taken a fancy to your appearance. The entire room burst into laughter as soon as he said this. Even Ao Xia Yun, who had a lot on his mind, couldn't help but smile. Tan Tan scratched his head and sighed, I'm afraid that little lady Xia Dan Feng won't understand. Wouldn't that be? At this point, a clear and angry voice suddenly said, who are you calling a little girl? Tan Tan was at a loss for words. Everyone followed the voice, and looked towards the entrance. They saw a graceful red-clothed woman standing outside the door. Her eyes seemed as if they were about to shoot fire as she looked at Tan Tan. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in, and pushed Tan Tan to the ground. Then, her fists fell on him like raindrops. Tan Tan clenched his teeth, and asked, who is this little girl? Who is a little lady? Tan Tan knew that he was in the wrong. So, he didn't dare to fight back. He only screamed repeatedly. Bang bang bang, heavy pounding sounds came from the places where Xia Danfeng's fists and Tan Tan's body had collided. All the brothers were dumbfounded. Their faces were covered in cold sweat. She's really valiant. Such a daughter-in-law, except for Master Tan Tan, everyone present would politely decline. They can't enjoy such luck with women. Jimo's eyes almost popped out. His face was full of horror. He secretly thought, Albua isn't like her, right? Is she the same? Isn't she the same? He suddenly sighed in grief. He almost cried when he thought of how he had fallen into Huyan Albua's hands. His heart ached, it seems that they are the same. He looked at Tan Tan as if he was looking at his predecessor's example. The expression on Jimo's face suddenly became like that of a martyr. He almost stepped forward, hugged Tan Tan, and cried, brother, we are the same. There were 2 people at the door who were similarly dumbfounded. They were the old ancestor of the Xia clan, Xia Zhiqiu, and the clan lord of the Xia clan, Xia Guang'an. Both of them had the same expression on their faces. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were wide open. They had a dull look on their faces as they looked at their great-granddaughter, daughter, violently beating up her fiancé, and, this was happening in public. Xiaxiao's face turned black on the spot. He ferociously looked at Xie Guangyan, and angrily said, "You raised a good daughter." Xie Guangyan lowered his head in grievance. He then muttered, "This is inherited from my mother, it has nothing to do with me." Xiaxiao became furious. He shouted, "Both mother and daughter are shrews." Xie Guangyan was submissive. He lowered his head, and didn't say anything. He secretly curled his lips, and said in his heart, "Old ancestor, you weren't necessarily that strong back then. I heard that you sometimes do martial art squats on top of the urinal. Do you think I don't know?" A series of banging sounds came from the room. Tan Tan had finally become angry. "Get up quickly. You're not done yet, are you? Master Tan is embarrassed to teach a lesson to a woman like you. Don't reach for a yard after taking an inch." Tan Tan angrily said, "Be careful or I'll flip out." Xie Danfeng had almost vented her anger. She was about to stop. But, she became even angrier when she heard these words. So, she shouted, "You dare to flip out? Well, flip out for this old woman to see." "Ugly woman, little mother's skin." Tan Tan shouted. "Ugly freak. I'll kill you." Xie Danfeng didn't give in. Xie Zhiqiu and Xie Guangyan couldn't watch any longer. They shouted at the same time, "Stop." They had only shouted one word when they shut their mouths. Then, they opened their eyes wide again. They saw Tan Tan roar loudly. He twisted his waist, and exerted his strength with his arms. Then, he pressed Xie Danfeng down with a plop sound. He then sat his buttocks on Xie Danfeng's belly. Then, he said with an evil grin, "I'm a dignified man. But, I can't deal with you, little mother's skin." He clenched his fists, and pounded them down like raindrops. He didn't care about her head or face. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang, Xie Danfeng screamed, "Ugly freak. You ugly freak. You dare to hit me. You dare to hit this old woman. You. However, Tan Tan turned a deaf ear to her. He had hit enough in front of her. So, he turned around, and slapped her plump buttocks with his palms. She was slapped until her buttocks rolled like waves. Chu Yang and the others inside the room, and Xie Zhiqiu and Xie Guangyan outside the room, closed their eyes in unison. This is an eyesore. This is a scandal. GMO closed his eyes. The muscles on his face twitched and twitched. A feeling of worship rose from the bottom of his heart. My idol. He's a real man. This is Fu King, hard to die. If I can do this to Aobua, I won't have any complaints even if I die, Xie Danfeng screamed. But, Tan Tan's cultivation was far superior to hers. So, she felt as if a mountain was pressing down on her body. Xie Danfeng couldn't bear it anymore. She shouted, "I submit. I'm impressed by you. Bastard, why haven't you let go of me yet?" Chu Yang closed his eyes. His cheeks also trembled. The woman who can make Tan Tan take a liking to her is truly extraordinary. Let's not talk about the world-shaking fight. But, she still begs for mercy once she falls into a disadvantageous position. Who would beg for mercy in such a situation if it were any other woman? What a pair of weirdos. However, Tan Tan still didn't give up. He scowled and asked, "Are you convinced?" Xie Danfeng gasped for breath, "I'm convinced. This old woman is convinced." Tan Tan finally stopped. But, he still rode on her body like a tiger. Then, he asked in a heroic and spirited manner, "Who has the final say in our family when we get married?" "I have the final say." Xie Danfeng scowled and gnashed her teeth. "This is a matter of principle. So, I can't give in even an inch." Bang, bang, bang. Tan Tan continued to beat her up. Then, he asked again, "Say it again. Who has the final say?" "I have the final say. I have the final say." Xie Danfeng would rather die than submit. She ferociously looked at Tan Tan, "You ugly bastard. Even if you beat me to death, I still have the final say. I don't believe that I can't beat you." Tan Tan was furious. His two iron fists pounded down with a rumbling sound. He panted for breath, "Who has the final say? Who has the final say?" Boo-hoo, you ugly bastard. Xie Danfeng cried, you have the final say for the time being. After a few days, whoever's fist is harder will have the final say. Wait until I beat you. Then, I will have the final say. Humph. You still want to beat me? You don't stand a chance in this generation. Tan Tan raised his eyebrows and said in a fiendish manner, are you sure you want to marry me? You want to be my wife? Dong Wushang smashed his head on the table with a bang. Then, his head bounced back and forth a few times as if he was in a free fall. Xie Danfeng didn't submit. Instead, this old woman submitted, mother few asterisk cur. How can you ask your wife like this? Humph. Xie Danfeng pouted and turned her head away. However, she said fiercely, if I don't marry you, I'm afraid that you'll be a bachelor for the rest of your life. This old woman is being kind. Don't think that this old woman likes you. Gudu Xing and Ao Xiaoyun also smashed their heads on the table with a bang. Tears streamed down their faces. We also submit, good. Tan Tan shouted, I have many problems. Are you sure you won't regret it? Xie Danfeng wiped her tears and sobbed, this old woman is very regretful right now, you're not allowed to regret it. Tan Tan said angrily, say it. Do you regret it? Chu Yang and the others rolled their eyes at the same time. Their bodies twitched and they collectively fainted. What a scandal! What a scandal! Xie Zhiqiu blew his beard and glared. His old face looked like charcoal. This is the misfortune of our clan. This old man is furious. Xie Guang'an was standing straight in front of him. He was constantly wiping his sweat. He was enduring the anger of the old ancestor. Xie Danfeng and Tan Tan were standing on the side. Their faces were also bruised and swollen. Chu Yang and the others had a serious look on their faces. They were sitting upright and still. They were looking straight ahead. This old man hasn't been in charge of the clan for several years. I didn't expect that the daughter of the clan would be taught by you to become like this. Xie Zhiqiu pointed at Xie Guang'an with bitter hatred. His finger trembled, look at what you've done. Xie Guang'an lowered his head deeply. He didn't dare to utter a word. Xie Danfeng bit her lip. She timidly walked over, and held Xie Zhiqiu's arm. She shook it, and acted like a spoiled child. Old ancestor, Chu Yang and the others got goosebumps all over their bodies. This tigress can also act like a spoiled child? Xie Zhiqiu was even more unbearable. His whole body trembled, and his face turned ashen. Don't call me Dan Feng. Ah, Dan Feng. Xie Zhiqiu's whole body trembled. He was on the verge of tears. I saw that you were cute and lovable when you were a child. So, I liked you very much. I didn't expect that your father would teach you to become like this. This old man is heartbroken. Xie Guang'an opened his mouth wide. How can you blame me? Don't tell me that I don't want my daughter to be a virtuous woman? But, this girl is like this. What can I do? However, even though he opened his mouth, he didn't dare to say anything. The consequences would be very serious if he were to say these words. Even if the old ancestor didn't get angry, his daughter and her mother would skin him alive. Minister Chu. Xie Zhiqiu shamefully looked at Chu Yang. His old face was as red as a monkey's, but, the misfortune of our clan has made you laugh. Chu Yang forced a smile. It's nothing. Miss Danfeng's character is straightforward, cheerful, and generous. She's a rare woman of Jianghu. Xie Zhiqiu's old face turned red. He coughed a few times. She is a barbaric and a little silly. What's with her straightforwardness and generous? He blinked and said, so, this marriage. Is it still valid? As he spoke, his face turned red. She thought in her heart, I wasn't very satisfied at first. I felt that this fresh flower was stuck in cow dung. But now, it seems that this fresh flower and cow dung should be reversed. It's already a blessing that he's willing to take this crazy girl. After all, there won't be another shop after this village. My great-granddaughter may have to stay at home forever if this Tan Tan doesn't want her. Of course, I will. Chu Yang replied in a righteous and resolute manner. That's great, that's great. Xie Zhiqiu felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. His smile became even more cordial as he said with curved eyes, it seems to me that these two are a match made in heaven. It's simply a heaven-sent match. Since that's the case. He turned his head and said in a dignified tone, Guangyan, do you have the token with you? Xie Guangyan felt aggrieved. Since ancient times, when would the woman take out the token of marriage first? The man would ask a matchmaker to come first. Then, he would discuss the marriage. The woman would refuse even if she was very willing. Then, the second matchmaker would be chosen. The third matchmaker would then decide the marriage. The man would then present a monetary gift as a betrothal gift for the 3 matchmakers. Finally, the 8 characters would be matched, and the woman would exchange the token of marriage. This is a done deal. How can it be that my daughter has to take out the token of marriage first? What is this saying? This. Xie Guangyan fumbled around his body. In fact, he had it with him. But, he had to make a gesture. Father. Xie Danfeng stamped her foot, what's wrong with you? This is such a big matter. How can you forget where to put such an important thing? Xie Guangyan's face turned black. He had no other choice but to say, let me look for it. I'll help you look for it. Xie Danfeng rushed forward like an arrow. Then, she stretched her hand into her father's bosom and complained, this is related to your daughter's lifelong happiness. How can you be a father like this? Xie Guangyan almost fainted from anger. We haven't even gotten engaged yet. But, you're already helping an outsider? Aren't I just picking a fight? Isn't this for your own good? You can't wait any longer. So, you're directly going to take my pocket? Look at you. You haven't even married into the family. But, you've already been beaten black and blue. So, you're in such a hurry to get married? You want to get beaten up? This is preposterous. Xie Danfeng didn't get enough time to stop her. She had already turned her father's pocket upside down. And, a pile of things fell out with a crashing sound. Xie Danfeng picked them up, and held them in her bosom. Then, she happily ran to Tan Tan. She pulled him, and the 2 of them sat down. Look. Which one do you think is good? Which one is suitable? Xie Danfeng happily fiddled with it. Then, she conveniently picked up a purple jade pendant. She turned it over and over, and looked at it. This one is very suitable for me to hang. Then, she stuffed it into her pocket. Then, she grabbed another one. This one is for you. I want this one. This one is for you, this one. All the things in Xie Guangyan's pocket were divided between Tan Tan and Xie Danfeng in an instant. Tan Tan's bosom was full. He somewhat hesitated, and said, this isn't very good, right? Tan Tan didn't know much about the ways of the world. But, he still felt that it wasn't right to plunder his father-in-law's belongings before they got married. What's not good about it? Xie Danfeng chuckled. Then, she scolded, you idiot. This old lady will marry into the world-defying stage heavens. This is a betrothal gift. But, this is the only time you will get a dowry at most. You can't do anything else. My stingy father may not even give you anything if we act too late. You can go and cry at that time. Tan Tan's eyes lit up. He touched his chin, and said, these words are very reasonable. Xie Guangyan's entire body trembled. He angrily said, you evil creature. Are you even a little bit like a girl? You actually. He was so angry that white foam came out of the corners of his mouth. It seemed that he was about to faint. Father. Xie Danfeng said with dissatisfaction, your daughter will have to live by herself after she gets married. Do you have the heart to watch your daughter live a difficult life and not eat? Xie Guangyan's complexion turned ashen. He coldly snorted, and didn't say anything else. He flicked his sleeves, and stormed out of the door. He was so angry that he almost fainted. He didn't even greet the old ancestor before he left. Chu Yang took out his hand from his bosom. He had an innocent look on his face. He had wanted to give a betrothal gift for his junior martial brother. But, he hadn't expected that Tan Tan's wife would take care of it. Not only did he not spend a single cent, but she also almost made his father-in-law go out naked. Xie Zhiqiu was relieved. I've finally sold this scourge. He twirled his beard and said, Minister Chu, you see, the Jianghu is in turmoil now. So, it's better to get married as soon as possible. Chu Yang understood the meaning behind his words. He repeatedly nodded in agreement. Old ancestor, you're right. We must get this matter done as soon as possible. Xianxia laughed, that's exactly what I want. You see, let Tan Tan stay here. Then, we'll wait for Dan Qiong to come back every half-month or 20 days. How about that? Chu Yang was startled. So fast? I must inform Master about this matter no matter what. Meng Chaoran won't be present when Tan Tan gets married. Chu Yang could imagine that Meng Chaoran will beat his buttocks until they become as big as a wash basin. I will report this matter to Master as soon as possible, Chu Yang hastily said. Well, that's it. I'll wait for your good news. Xianxia stood up in a sanctimonious manner. He then got ready to leave. Dan Feng, come back with me. No, I want to stay here. Xia Danfeng didn't want to comply. Xianxia frowned, what a scandal. You're about to get married. Why don't you hurry back home and learn how to be a wife and a mother from your mother? You're not allowed to show your face before you get married. Xia Danfeng raised her head and said, today's marriage has been decided. So, your granddaughter belongs to someone else. You're a member of the Tan clan. So, I naturally have to stay in the Tan clan. Old ancestor, you haven't given your new great-grandson-in-law a gift for your first meeting. Xie Zhiqiu finally realized how Xie Guangyan had felt a moment ago. His old face turned into charcoal in an instant. He snorted. His face was full of confusion and shame. I've made a fool of myself in front of Minister Chu. Chu Yang forced a smile, and cupped his hands in obeisance. It's nothing. Let young Miss Xia talk here for a while. Cough cough. We'll send young Miss Xia back in a while. Xie Zhiqiu shook his head, and heaved a long sigh. Then, he shook his head again, and sighed again. He was obviously very confused. He sighed more than a dozen times in a row. Then, his body swayed, and he disappeared without a trace. Xie Danfeng chased after him. Old ancestor, you haven't given your gift yet. Don't tell me you don't want to? A plop sound was heard from afar. It seemed as if something had fallen from a high place, or someone had fallen down. Bursts of laughter were heard from behind. Xie Danfeng suddenly turned her head. She wiped her sweat, and patted her chest as she said, I finally got rid of them. Then, she suddenly raised her willow-shaped eyebrows, and opened her almond-shaped eyes wide. She then shouted loudly, Tan Tan. You bastard. Why haven't you confessed yet? She clenched her teeth, and approached him step by step. What's so unusual about you? You said that you're a monster? Tan Tan was startled. He said, what's wrong with you? Humph. We've been here for a while. So, I've heard most of what you said. Xie Danfeng roared, why do you think I made old ancestor and the others leave in such a hurry? Wasn't it because I was afraid that they would ask about your abnormality? You're a blockhead. You don't know how to turn things around. What will you do if you screw things up? Gu Duxing and the others were startled. This girl isn't stupid, ah. However, they saw that Xie Danfeng had already pulled Tan Tan's ear, and was walking towards the inner room. Come. You tell me everything, awesome. GMO wiped his sweat, and gave a thumbs up, big brother, your junior marshal brother's wife is a big girl. She's not simple. Chu Yang snorted, and rolled his eyes as he said, nonsense. You are the younger brothers of aristocratic clans. Who among you is a real fool? Everyone laughed. Then, they heard Xie Danfeng's piercing voice coming from the inner room, what's wrong with this? Isn't it just not eating? What's wrong with eating inner cores of spirit beasts? Other people can't even bear to eat them. This shows that you have extraordinary innate talent. Chu Yang and the others collectively felt the urge to faint as they heard this. Patting sounds were heard. It should be Xie Danfeng patting Tan Tan's shoulder, don't worry. It doesn't matter what you eat as long as you don't eat sh*t. I'll accept it. Isn't it just the inner cores of spirit beasts? I'll go to the clan's treasure house later. As for my dowry, I don't want anything else. I'll take away all the inner cores. Then, they heard Tan Tan cheering, long live my wife. Outside, the 7 brothers rolled their eyes, and twitched, as if they were dead. They were the best couple, to to be continued. Tan Tan's matter was finally settled. Chu Yang had also put down a load on his mind. He had originally thought that Xia Danfeng would find it difficult to accept Tan Tan's strangeness. But now, it seemed that his worries were groundless. He didn't need to do anything. Xia Danfeng had understood everything on her own. She had thought it through, accepted it, and acted as if nothing had happened. She had even added the words gifted. Chu Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He muttered, in the past, we always thought that some things were very difficult. So, we always had misgivings. We didn't dare to do it. We even created difficulties for ourselves. Therefore, this made this matter even more difficult to handle. But, if we don't think about anything and just let nature take its course, we will find that this matter is actually a smooth road. Everything will come naturally when the conditions are right. We don't even need to spend any effort to solve it. He heaved a long sigh of relief. Tan Tan's marriage is like this. And, our martial path is also like this. The brothers had been laughing at first. But, they quieted down when they heard these words. They slowly thought about it, and seemed to have understood something. Gu Duxing slowly nodded and said, that's right. For a martial artist, revered martial artist is undoubtedly an unattainable goal. And for revered martial artists, emperor level and monarch level are legends. But for monarch level, supreme level is even more of a myth. Therefore, you can never climb up a level when you regard it as a myth. That's because you regard it as unsurpassable. This is an inner demon. Chu Yang nodded and said, yes. So, we only need to cultivate step by step. We don't need to care about the level of king level or emperor level. We only need to take one step at a time. It's just like life. We have to walk. So, why should we care about the next step since we have to walk? Dongwu Shang, GMO, and the others lowered their heads and pondered carefully. The reason was very simple. But, it was very difficult to think of it. And, it was even more difficult to do it even if they thought of it. But, it was just as Chu Yang had said, if you don't do it because it's difficult, then you will never succeed. Just keep your head down and move forward. You have to take that step no matter where you go. Why should you care about monarch level? Or supreme level? When one truly reaches the end of one's life, even if one was only a warrior in one's lifetime, it would still be the end. Supreme level, you will also reach the end. What was the difference? The atmosphere in the room became quiet. Let's talk about the next step. Chu Yang clapped his hands and said, you too, come out. Xia Danfeng and Tan Tan came out with red faces. Xia Danfeng blushed when she saw Chu Yang and the others. She hurriedly said, I'm going back. Then, he dashed out like he was flying. Take care. The brothers said in unison. A coquettish voice came from outside. We have already exterminated the O clan. I believe that this news will shake the entire heavens within 3 days. Chu Yang slowly said, it can be said that the extermination of the O clan will cause an explosion in the Jianghu. When the time comes, we must be prepared to welcome this storm. The few of them were silent, but their eyes were shining brightly. This 3-day storm is an opportunity for our clans. Gu Duxing pondered for a while and slowly said. That's right. This is the biggest challenge, the biggest crisis, and also the biggest opportunity that our clans will have to face in the last 100 years apart from AO clan. Luo Kudi also put away his usual cynicism. AO Xiaoyan took a deep breath and said, this is a fierce battle for my AO clan. And, it's also a revenge. It's not an opportunity. However, my AO clan can give up everything in this battle. But, we have to vent our anger. We must take revenge. No. Chu Yang insipidly said, this isn't just our opportunity. It's also the biggest opportunity for your AO clan. Therefore, I suggest that you don't show up. It's not purely because of your AO clan. There are other reasons. Other reasons? AO Xiaoyan wrinkled his brows. Yes, your AO clan is a big clan. How many direct descendants do you have in your generation? Chu Yang asked. There should be more than 100 people if you count the descendants of my uncles and other clans, AO Xiaoyan replied. How many of them are outstanding? Chu Yang asked. AO Xiaoyan seemed to have understood something. But, he didn't hesitate and said, there are others besides me. He had already understood Chu Yang's meaning. He took a deep breath and said, Ancestor once said that Ao Xiayun is the strongest among the 7 tigers of the Ao clan. But, everyone else can assume the position of the clan lord. And, the Ao clan's reputation won't decline. Well, do you think that the remaining people will fight for the position of the clan lord if you die? Chu Yang insipidly said. That's inevitable. Ao Xiayun heaved a long sigh. He somewhat bitterly said, they are eyeing me covetously even now. They will fight to the death if I'm gone. The Ao clan would have been powerful for a while. But, I'm afraid that its vitality would have been greatly damaged. So, this is your opportunity. And, it's also Ao clan's opportunity. Chu Yang insipidly said. But, these disturbances can be quelled as long as I go back now. Ao Xiayun solemnly said. He suddenly had a thought of overturning his decision at this moment. Ao clan will be finished if you go back. Chu Yang's tone was still dull. Ao Xiayun was startled. But, he immediately understood. He was in a daze for a long time. Then, he muttered, that's right. Ao clan will be finished if I go back. It still exists now. But, it will be destroyed by my hands sooner or later. Chu Yang nodded. Ao Xiayun dejectedly sat down. He then said in a low voice, don't tell me that I can only watch? Chu Yang deeply looked at him and said, if you don't watch now, you can only endure it in the future. Ao Xiayun remained silent. GMO and Luo Kudi were confused as they heard this. They asked Gu Duxing, what are they talking about? Why can't we understand anything? Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang looked at these 2 people, and exposed an envious look. These 2 people didn't have the slightest desire for power. They didn't participate in the clan's struggle for fame and fortune. They were living an extremely relaxed life. A person's ambition is limitless. The 7 clan lords of the same generation of the same clan are the biggest crisis of this clan. Their ambition will slowly expand as they slowly gain strength. And Ao clan will be divided into 7 clans when it reaches a certain extent. And it will be done for. So, it's best to expose them as soon as possible. Gu Duxing slowly said. It's too complicated. GMO curled his lips and said, that bastard Ji Zhu almost knelt down in front of me, and asked me to go back to be the clan lord. But, I always run far away, and ignore him. Dong Wushang sighed. Ao Xiayun can't go. He will stay in the Xia clan. Tan, what about you? Chu Yang asked. Me? I will stay. Tan considered for a while. Then, he made a decision, I feel that my spirit fluctuations are very strong recently. I will stay here. I will follow the Xia clan's operation. There shouldn't be any problem. Chu Yang looked at him worriedly and said, alright. Duxing needs to go back to the Gu clan. Wushang, GMO, and Kudi also need to go back to their respective clans. I want to go to the Mo clan to see Mo Tianji. Chu Yang said, Butong, you stay in the Xia clan. First, you have to keep an eye on Tan. Second, you have to help Ao Xiayun conceal his identity. Third, you have to wait for Xia Danqiong to come back. Then, you guys can discuss the operation with him. Rue Butong agreed. But, you have to remember. Chu Yang looked at Ao Xiayun and Rue Butong. First, you can't fall behind in your cultivation. Second, you can't touch the Xia clan. You have to wait until the all-out war starts in 3 days. Then, you can make a decision. Good. Ao Xiayun's face revealed a contemplative look, we will wait for your news. Good. Chu Yang turned around, there's no time to lose. Let's act immediately. The 5 of us can travel together for some time. We can also avoid a lot of things along the way. Chu Yang had said the last sentence somewhat meaningfully. It seemed to have some other meaning. Dong Wushang was silent for a while. Then, he said, Big brother, I want to act alone. Chu Yang's gaze focused, are you sure? Dong Wushang took a deep breath and said, I'm sure. Chu Yang looked at him with a complicated look in his eyes. He nodded and said, good. Be careful along the way. Big brother, we might as well all act alone. Gu Duxing said lightly, traveling together is not conducive to cultivation. Besides, each of us has our own things to face. Although we can avoid a lot of trouble if we work together, some troubles can't be avoided. They will happen sooner or later. The sooner we solve them, the sooner we can get rid of our worries. Chu Yang was silent for a long time. Then, he said, but this journey is thousands of miles long. It's full of dangers. There's a big clan eyeing us covetously. Once. Big brother, have you forgotten that you single-handedly fought your way through thousands of miles in the lower three heavens? Gu Duxing laughed heartily. Then, he suddenly said solemnly, Big brother, you have good intentions. But, you can't always protect us like an old hen protecting its chicks. That way, we will all be crippled. Everyone has their own heart knot and story. We also have our own destiny to face. Or, the so-called crisis is the brilliance of everyone's life. Gu Duxing looked at Chu Yang and said cautiously, Big brother, we can't be together for a long time. Chu Yang was silent for a long time. Then, he finally nodded and said, I worry too much. This is the weakness of my character. Once we have something, we are afraid of losing it. But if we have it for a long time, we will lose that kind of passion. Forget it, forget it. I'll leave it to you guys. Gu Duxing straightened his body and said seriously, Thank you, big brother. Chu Yang smiled and patted his shoulder, Don't be so serious. I understand what you're saying. Everyone laughed. Chu Yang suddenly reflected on himself. Indeed, he had lost too much in his previous life. His loved ones, he had nothing. But, this had created his success in this life. But, it had also created another kind of extreme character in him. And that was, his desire to protect the people around him was too strong. He was afraid that something would happen to them, and it would be too late for regrets. He didn't want to lose what he had, this was a kind of responsibility. But, it was also a drawback. For mediocre people, he was absolutely responsible. But, for geniuses, this kind of extreme responsibility was another kind of extreme irresponsibility. However, the consequences of doing so would stifle the individuality of the brothers. People like Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang would never reach a higher level if they were to grow up under the protection of others. Although each of them would encounter a life and death crisis more than once after separating, they had to be separated. What Gu Duxing said was right. Everyone has their own wonderful life, even if they were to die. Gu Duxing had deliberately mentioned this in such a chaotic time. He had the intention of using a mountain of knives and a sea of flames to gain experience. Good. Then we will go our separate ways. Chu Yang had already made up his mind. He smiled and said, Well, I will go and see Aobua first. Then I will go back to the clan from Aobua's place. GMO excitedly shook his eyebrows. Luo Kudi ridiculed, looking at Xia Danfeng is equivalent to looking at your Aobua. In other words, it's a matter of the banquet table and the underworld. Your Aobua is fierce, but it's still slightly inferior to sister-in-law Tan. That's not necessarily true. Rue Butong immediately retorted with righteous indignation, Aobua is much fiercer than sister-in-law Tan. Just that small kick is as thick as third brother Ji's waist. Everyone immediately laughed, GMO glared at them. Then, he rolled his eyes. No one knew what he had thought of. He pulled Chu Yang to the side sneakily and asked mysteriously, Big brother, that medicine of yours, is it useful for normal people? Medicine? Chu Yang looked at him confusedly. Oh. GMO tilted his head and looked. Then, he moved closer to Chu Yang's ear, Is that the medicine you used to treat Luo Kudi's illness? Is it useful for me? It is said that it is useful. It can double your strength. Chu Yang looked at him vigilantly, What do you want to do? GMO immediately jumped up excitedly, Big brother. Big brother, give me a bottle. Give me a bottle. I want to completely subdue that tigress. Chu Yang frowned, No. GMO's face fell. He begged, Big brother. Then, he begged and winked at him. Chu Yang shivered all over, Here you go. Then, he took out a small jade bottle and handed it to GMO, You first, try it, cough cough, if, then, huh? Understood? Understood. Understood. GMO beamed with delight. He placed the jade bottle in his bosom like it was a precious treasure. His eyes were shining with longing. He turned his head, and saw that everyone was looking at him suspiciously. GMO snorted, and his face immediately darkened. He coughed a few times, cupped his fists, and saluted everyone. Then, he said with a serious face, "Brothers, since everyone is moving separately, I won't be going the same way as you. So, I'll go first." Ha ha ha. As he spoke, he put down his hand and rubbed his crotch without leaving a trace. With a whoosh, he dashed out. Xianxia shook his head. "Are you that impatient? Look at how useless he is." Then, another one jumped out impatiently. "Boss, brothers, I'll take my leave too." Luo Kudi was laughing like a Maitreya Buddha. This guy had been setting up his tent for several days, and he was getting more and more uncomfortable. Now that GMO had left, he jumped out on his own. Little Lu. Before Chu Yang could finish his sentence, Luo Kudi had already disappeared. From afar, a burst of excited and lewd laughter could be heard. Chu Yang and the others had black lines on their faces. Gu Duxing was moved. Thinking that he was already a sword emperor, and thinking of his promise with Sister Xiao Miao, he couldn't help but feel a fire in his heart. He wanted to go home as soon as possible. Licking his lips, he said, "Boss, then I'll take my leave too." Chu Yang looked at him strangely. He smiled and said, Sister Xiao Miao made you unable to control yourself?" Gu Duxing's cold face suddenly turned into a ripe persimmon. Even his scalp became hot. His face and neck turned red. He wanted to say no, but he couldn't lie to his heart. Finally, he said angrily, "Let's go." With a whoosh, he turned into a ball of sword light. "Boss, don't worry. I'll go too." Dong Wushang's eyes flashed with passion. "Wushang, you have to be careful." The one Chu Yang was most worried about was Dong Wushang. "Yes, I understand." Dong Wushang nodded deeply and said, "I'll live to meet you guys." Dong Wushang turned around, carrying the black saber on his back. His strong back view walked out step by step. Ao Xiayun watched everyone leave. He couldn't help but sigh and say, "The relationship between you brothers is really good." He smiled enviously. "Each of you can find a reason to dilute each other's sorrow when parting. This is only a small matter. But, it can be seen that each of you has taken each other to heart. No matter what, you're always thinking of your brothers. This is what brothers are like." Chu Yang looked outside the door. He then said in a somewhat absent-minded manner, "Haha. Ao Xiayun, your Ao clan wouldn't have any internal and external troubles if 2 of your 7 clan brothers could be like this." "Yes." Ao Xiayun smiled bitterly, "Even if there is one. I can't get it even in my dreams. They only have eyes for the position of young clan lord under my butt. They don't care about me, Ao Xiayun." Chu Yang silently said, "A big clan is the same as an imperial family. The emperor will feel a lot more comfortable if only one person is a genius. But, if several emperors are geniuses, and all of them have the wisdom to bring peace to the country, and they don't want to be left out, then it will be a sign of decline even if all of the emperors are geniuses. 7 geniuses have appeared in your Ao clan. Perhaps the elders of your clan are very gratified. They think that your Ao clan can stand tall and never fall from now on. But, I want to say that it's the opposite. Your Ao clan is already on the verge of such a decline. Ao Xiayun, I'm afraid that your Ao clan's downfall would have been imminent if you hadn't hardened your heart and restrained it early on." Chu Yang said softly. Ao Xiayun was frightened. He couldn't help but deeply bow. "I've learned something. Well, I'm also leaving. I'm going to see what Mo Tianji is up to." Chu Yang waved his hand. "Xiadan Xiong should be coming back from Ao clan soon. You two should be able to confirm many things by chatting." Ao Xiayun nodded with a serious look on his face. "Tan Tan, you must take care of yourself." Chu Yang walked out of the door. He didn't turn his head back, and slowly said. Tan Tan nodded with all his might. He knew what Chu Yang meant by take care. Perhaps only he and Chu Yang could understand the meaning of these words. This take care wasn't take care of your life. Moreover, Tan Tan, you must upgrade Butong's strength. Chu Yang flew up after he finished saying this. He then left behind a few words, say goodbye to the people of the Xia clan on my behalf. I'm leaving first. Xianxia looked at Chu Yang's departing figure. He secretly swore in his heart, not only Rui Butong's strength. I must also upgrade my strength. He didn't notice that Rui Butong's expression seemed as if he was about to cry after Chu Yang had finished speaking. Rui Butong found out that Xianxia was going to participate in the special training. He immediately became spirited. Are you sure? Of course. Xianxia replied boldly. That's great. Rui Butong hugged him. He was crying in his heart. Finally, someone has come to court death. Xianxia felt that something was wrong. He asked tentatively, you won't cripple them, right? Tan Tan smiled honestly. He said honestly, ha ha ha, it's all done in practice. It's very effective. Xianxia was relieved. Looking at this guy's honest face, he didn't seem to understand the ways of the world. He probably wouldn't go too far. Xianxia regretted his first morning of the special training less than a third of the time. Tan Tan, this bastard, actually stripped the two of them naked and tied them up to make them cultivate. Moreover, he had a strict goal. If they couldn't reach the goal, he would smear honey on their small breasts and throw them into the flowers. Xianxia broke down after only one round. From this moment on, Xianxia suddenly realized that he actually had such great potential. When he really went all out to cultivate, it turned out to be very fast. In the afternoon, he still cultivated like that. But Xianxia actually only used 2/3 of the time to complete the training goal. Then, he took pleasure in Rui Butong's misfortune. Rui Butong was trapped. His small breasts were dripping with honey as he was thrown into the flowers and screaming. Tan Tan's training method was very monotonous. It was undoubtedly much more boring than Chu Yang's. But, it had incomparably good results. The second day was still the same training. Xianxia, the Grand Duke of a great clan in the three heavens, couldn't help but tremble when he saw Tan Tan's honest face. His face turned green. Tan Tan's most powerful words were, if you can't meet my requirements today, I will throw you naked into the flowers. Then, I will let Dan Feng bring her sisters to visit and practice painting. When Tan Tan said these words, his smile was very simple and honest. It was very pure. There was some expectation in his eyes. Xianxia and Rui Butong's hair stood on end. Xianxia went to get more. He had already scolded himself 1,000 times in 2 days. What special training? I really want to cry but have no tears. The news of the O clan's destruction spread throughout the three heavens like a hurricane. Dozens of clans were stupid. They wanted to make a move. O clan had found out that the O clan had joined forces with other clans to hunt down Xianxia a few days before the news of the O clan's destruction came. So, the clan had an urgent discussion. They hadn't reached a conclusion when the news of the O clan's destruction came. The O clan was the only clan that the Ao clan had scruples about. Clan Lord Ao Tianxing had made a decision now that the powerful enemy was gone. The Ao clan had set out in full force under his command. The troops had left in a single file, and had scattered into the Jianghu. Blood must be repaid in blood. Everyone in the alliance of the O clan was in danger after they found out that the O clan had been destroyed. They had banded together to protect themselves. At the same time, every clan had tried their best to send people out to look for reinforcements. In fact, however, the Jianghu was in turmoil because of the 3 words Heavenly Armament Pavilion. What kind of organization is this? It has the strength to destroy the O clan overnight? How strong is it? You don't know about this. Come, listen to me. Mo Tianji had jumped up from his chair when he had received this news. He had rushed out barefoot, and had shouted loudly. He had immediately invited Dong Wu Lei and the others over. This big storm had truly taken shape at this point. The power of this storm had affected everyone in the 3 heavens. The next step was to carefully plan. 2 chapters for today, to be continued. The first thing to do after entering Jianghu is to find out if Xianxia is dead or alive. If he is dead, bring his body back and take revenge. If he is alive, bring him back and take revenge. These were the words that Ao Tianxing had said when his younger brothers had set out. There was only one thing. Ao Xiayun must be brought back regardless of whether he was dead or alive. Moreover, the people who had attacked Ao Xiayun must pay the price no matter what. If any of you dare to play any petty tricks, when you come back, what awaits you is your cultivation base being crippled. Don't think that we don't know what you are thinking. This was Ao Tianxing's warning to his nephew. The troops had already set out. Ao Tianxing asked, "Is Master Xia feeling better?" "Master Xia has already left." The servant reported, "Master Xia hasn't fully recovered yet." However, when he saw the current state of our Ao clan, he proposed to leave. Before he left, he said that he would inevitably make the clan master sad if he said goodbye to him in the current situation. Therefore, he left directly. Ao Tianxing nodded. His heart was in a mess. Although Xia Danqiong left without saying goodbye, he was indeed considerate of his state of mind. After the arrangements were made, he went to the inner room. Then, he entered a secret passage. The passage went downwards. After walking for an unknown distance, he arrived in front of a strange underground stone room. "Old ancestor, why did you insist on sending them out during this turmoil in Jianghu?" Ao Tianxing was somewhat puzzled and also somewhat resentful. There was a big room on the opposite side. The quality of the white crystal was very high. It was almost transparent. Looking in from the outside, one could almost see three vague figures. "You think that Xiayun is definitely not dead, right?" After a long time, an old voice came from inside. "Yes." Ao Tianxing said, "We have already inquired about all kinds of information. Although the O clan, Black Devil clan, and other clans chased after Xiayun, they didn't succeed. There are also rumors that Xiayun was rescued by King of Halchu. I believe that these are not baseless rumors." The opposite side was silent. Suddenly, a long sigh was heard. Then, another voice slowly said, "The three of us have been in seclusion here for 50 years. If we can't break through the barrier of 5th grade monarch level in a few more years, our lifetime achievements will stop here." He paused and said, "In other words, if we can't break through, the three of us will die within 20 years. His lifespan has reached its end." Ao Tianxing widened his eyes in shock. "How could this be? We definitely won't be able to protect the Ao clan for eternity. The future of the Ao clan lies in the hands of the younger generation." Another voice rang out coldly, "However, if you're disobedient and ambitious, you won't be able to use it no matter how capable you are. 7 geniuses have appeared in their generation. Ao clan is elated. They think that there is hope for their rise. However, the three of us are worried day and night." The cold voice said, "You must know that with a genius comes ambition and the desire for power. If Ao Xiayun isn't dead yet, let him use his methods to subdue these people, subdue them, or kill them. If he died, he would let these people fight amongst themselves. Even if there are losses because of this, it is inevitable. It is better than a split in the future. But if Ao Xiayun dies in their hands, there's nothing to say." The old ancestor who was the first to speak said indifferently, "This is an aristocratic family. There is no such thing as fairness. Everyone's wings are strong. If you want to rise, you have to show your ability." Ao Tianxing opened his mouth. There was a pained expression on his face. 7 outstanding younger brothers. How many of them would be left if this happened? The three of us won't interfere in any case. We'll just wait for the result. As for you, you can also use your own methods. However, the guards of the clan master and the emperor-level experts can't be touched. The Black Star Guards and the Proud Eagle assassination team can't be touched. This is the foundation. It cannot be shaken. This is an opportunity. After this, the strength of the Ao clan will be greatly damaged. It may be quiet for a period of time. However, it will become more cohesive." The old ancestor said, "Tianxing, you must remember that the power that can make a clan rise isn't strength in numbers. It isn't strength in numbers. It isn't strength in the clan. It is cohesion. Although the Ao clan is now a big clan and is ranked first in the 3 heavens, it is too scattered." Ao Tianxing retreated with a heavy heart. "Xiayun, where are you? Are you still alive?" Outside the gate of the Ao clan, a group of people was ready to set off. There were 3 youngsters with warm smiles on their faces. All of them had handsome faces and elegant manners. They were tall and slender, looking like trees in the wind. They were the great dukes of the Ao clan. Qing Yun, you must work hard. You'll make a contribution if you find Big Brother. Haha, a youngster smiled amiably. Meng Yun, you must also work hard. Perhaps this great contribution will be yours, Ao Qing Yun smiled modestly. The brothers were talking and laughing gently. They were amiably facing each other. However, a cold light would occasionally flash in each other's eyes. It was so ferocious and frightening, everyone knew that this was an opportunity for them. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let's go. It wasn't known who had spoken these words. But the impatient crowd dispersed. They quickly mounted their horses, and started to laugh loudly. Their long robes fluttered in the wind. They formed a long line under the blue sky and green grass. They've returned. Mo Tianji looked at the two people in front of him. Only the three of them were present this time. Dongwu Lei, Luo Ku Wu, and Mo Tianji. This was an extremely secluded tea room. I believe that you've all received the news. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion has returned and destroyed the O clan's lair. The remaining forces of the O clan had been reduced to less than 20 people in the alliance at this time. There's no need to fear them. Mo Tianji's face was calm and collected. He slowly said, King of Hell Chu's thunderous attack has thoroughly solved my biggest problem. The O clan is the reason why we haven't launched our attack yet. It's also the biggest reason why we haven't launched our attack yet. Adventurer. Mo Tianji insipidly said, this is what I meant when I said adventurer. Only King of Hell Chu could have done such a flawless job. Dongwu Lei and Luo Ku Wu didn't speak. They knew that this wasn't the main point that Mo Tianji was talking about. Everyone knew this. It wasn't a secret. I want to remind you. Mo Tianji's eyes flickered. He gently tapped the table with his hand. It seemed that he didn't know what to say. But, he eventually said, we need to be united. We'll be consigned to eternal damnation if there's any civil war. Ji Zhu, Xiedan Xiong, and the Gu clan don't have any problems. There's only the two of you. It seems that the enemy has fallen into a disadvantageous position. But, you must know that the real strength of the Tian clan and the Black Devil clan hasn't been revealed yet. And, the Tu clan, is still hiding. Mo Tianji's eyes swept around. He looked at the two with his sharp eyes. I believe that both of you understand. Dongwu Lei and Luo Ku Wu were lost in thought. A long while passed. Then, Luo Ku Wu slowly said, I've never thought about this. You don't. But, it doesn't mean that your subordinates don't. Mo Tianji snorted. He then looked at the two of them. I need to let you know that Luo Kudi is already a king-level expert. He's half a foot into the emperor-level expert. Dong Wushang is now an emperor-level expert. Moreover, he's a pure saber emperor. Mo Tianji looked at Dongwu Lei and heavily said, our big clan needs such strength at the moment. Dongwu Lei's complexion changed. He slowly nodded and said in a heavy voice, don't worry. I know what to do. Mo Tianji deeply looked at him and slowly said, I hope so. Dongwu Lei and Luo Ku Wu rode their horses out of the Mo clan's residence. They were speechless. Both of them heaved a long sigh. A long while passed. Then, Luo Ku Wu cupped his hands in obeisance. Then, he turned his horse around and left. He didn't say anything. Dongwu Lei looked at the grass under his feet. His expression was somewhat frozen. It was complicated and contradictory. The muscles on his face were twitching and recovering. His eyebrows were tightly wrinkled. He trusted the reins of his horse to move forward. A long while passed. Then, he let out a long sigh and muttered, Saber Emperor. Saber Emperor, a radiant light flashed in the eyes of the four old men behind him. A long while passed. Then, Dongwu Lei clamped his legs on the horse's belly. The horse let out a long neigh, and galloped away. It left behind a mess of thoughts. The alliance of the O clan, Tian clan, Tu clan, and the other clans was in a gloomy atmosphere. The atmosphere was so heavy that it almost made people unable to breathe. They had just received a message, the two clans' various forces are under attack by the Ao clan. The Tian clan's various forces are under attack by the Ao clan. The Li clan is under attack by the Ao clan. The Zhao clan is under attack by the Ao clan. These attacks included military attacks, commercial blockades, shops embezzlement, and even, their partners had been warned and attacked. It was an all-round and three-dimensional attack. Two of the Black Devil clan's branches had been uprooted by the Ao clan. The troops of the Ao clan had swept across the boundless earth like a raging tide, and internal strife had arisen on their side even before the war had started. The Meng clan had been uprooted by these people, and had been exterminated. The O clan didn't exist anymore. Only O Qingwu and O Dushao were left. They were leading 20 or so battered soldiers. They were equivalent to 2 generals without an army. The troops dispatched by the Ao clan are respectively led by Ao Qingyun, Ao Qingyun, Ao Mengyun, Ao Yuyun, Ao Fengyun, and Ao Langyun. Tian Buhui gently knocked on the table and slowly said, "The revenge of the Ao clan has already begun." In addition, the Mo clan, Xia clan, Ji clan, Luo clan, Dong clan, and Gu clan are also ready to make trouble. This matter has developed into a situation that we didn't want to happen. And it has reached an extremely bad situation. Everyone, please tell me your thoughts on how to deal with it. For a long time, no one spoke. The Black Devil young master coldly snorted. Tian Buhui suddenly raised his head, and looked at the Black Devil young master with an ice-cold gaze. "I need to remind everyone that this is a critical moment for our survival. So, any disunity will lead to our destruction. Therefore, I ask everyone to be patient, and control your mouths." He turned his head. "Brother Tu, how long will it take for the promised reinforcements to arrive?" Tu Qianhao confidently smiled and said, "My father and the old ancestor have gone there personally. So, we should have news in a few days." Tian Buhui slowly nodded, and sighed, "I hope, the sooner the better." To be continued, the spokesperson had been O Du Shao, who had organized this alliance. But, it had been changed to Tian Buhui now. It was obvious that the O clan no longer had any right to speak in this alliance after their clan had been destroyed. Moreover, the people of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion have separated. They are rushing back to their respective clans. Tian Buhui calmed down and said, "We can't let these people go back. First, these people have ruined our plan. So, we must take revenge for this blood feud. Second, they will use their understanding of us to attack us after they go back." Tian Buhui's eyes narrowed into slits. Then, a cold light shot out from them. Who knows what that bastard Meng Luo said to them? It would be bad if he revealed our troop deployment and operation plan. We can't take this risk. Therefore, stopping these people is our top priority right now. Tian Buhui and young Black Devil looked at each other and said, "Our O clan is responsible for King of Hell Chu." O Dushao clenched his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot. Both father and son had fainted on the spot when they had received the news that their clan had been destroyed. In their hearts, King of Hell Chu was the most hated person in the world. In fact, there was no one like him. "Well, do you want me to send a few more people to you?" Tian Buhui asked symbolically. "No need." O Dushao gnashed his teeth in anger. "We will return with Chu Yang's head if we can kill him this time. But, we will also leave our lives behind if we can't kill King of Hell Chu. Everything will be over." Tian Buhui's eyes flashed. He then nodded with a smile. "Brother O will succeed." O Dushao snorted. He had heard the sarcasm in Tian Buhui's words. But, he couldn't care less about this at this time. "Our Tu clan will be responsible for Gu Du Xing." Tu Qianhao was still brooding over his last fight with Gu Du Xing. He wanted to take this opportunity to kill Gu Du Xing and announce to the world that I, Tu Qianhao, am the #1 expert of the younger generation. I heard that Gu Du Xing has already broken through to Sword Emperor realm. Young Black Devil seemed to have unintentionally said something. "Tu Qianhao, what grade of king-level expert are you?" Tu Qianhao's face turned red. He then growled, "Even if he's the Sword Monarch, I want him dead this time." Tian Buhui shot a warning glance at the Black Devil young master. Young Heimo laughed mischievously and said, "If that's the case, then I'll just kill Dong Wushang." "Kill Dong Wushang?" Tu Qianhao snorted. "He's a Saber Emperor. What grade of king level are you?" The black demon young master glared at him, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. Tu Qianhao, do you want to die? Everyone hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Our Li clan will rob and kill GMO. The Li clan master said. Zhao clan, kill Luo Kudi. The patriarch of Zhao clan declared. Don't forget to reorganize the troops at your rear. Tian Buhui nodded and reminded them. Then, he said, Li Xiongtu once owed me a huge favor. This time I will personally go and look for Li Xiongtu. Everyone's eyes lit up. If they could rope in the Li clan as well, everyone would have a much greater chance of success. There's no time to lose. Let's act now. Gu Duxing rushed through the mountain forest. His heart was burning with passion. He knew that there would be enemies along the way to intercept him. But, he was confident that he could break through all the obstructions, and rush back. He would rush to Sister Xiaomiao's side, then, he would say to her, I want to marry you. I want to marry you now, you don't have to be afraid of anything with me by your side from now on. Gu Duxing didn't even feel the boredom of traveling alone for thousands of miles because of such a passionate mood. Looking at the scenery along the way, the scenery was also very beautiful. However, Gu Duxing didn't relax his vigilance because of this. He knew that this would be the best opportunity if the enemies wanted to eliminate him. And, he also needed this kind of experiential training, therefore, Gu Duxing wasn't the least bit surprised when 3 people suddenly appeared in front of him in the forest to block his path. He gently pulled out the black dragon sword, and coldly asked, Are you Tu Qianhao's men? The 3 people opposite him didn't say a word, and rushed forward. Gu Duxing coldly snorted. He turned over, and leaped up. His body bent in the air, and then straightened up. He looked like a sword that had been bent, and then suddenly straightened up. The sword light scattered everywhere. The 3 people separated, and then gathered together to block Gu Duxing. Then, they started to fight. Gu Duxing's body rushed past them, and turned into a black lightning. He flew out of the encirclement of the 3 people, and disappeared into the forest without looking back. He disappeared with a schwa sound, and left behind a sentence from afar, not Tu Qianhao's men. The 3 people blocking the path stood there in a daze. Suddenly, a thin line of blood spurted out of their throats. Then, a column of blood shot their heads into the air. The 3 people fell down at the same time. Gu Duxing had killed 3 king-level experts with 1 sword, and had escaped far away. After a long time, a rustling sound came from the forest, and a dozen people came out. They looked at the 3 corpses. The white-clothed youth in the middle softly sighed, and muttered, What a terrifying sword emperor. The few people behind him had dignified faces, and said, Young master, if the heavenly armament pavilion has such strength, I'm afraid, the plan will be very difficult. The white-clothed youth slightly tilted his head, and pondered. Then, he insipidly said, What if you guys fight him? The people behind him looked at each other. They were silent for a while. Then, one of them said, If it's one-on-one, I'm afraid that no one will be his match except for Big Brother. The white-clothed youth's body suddenly shook. The lowest among you guys is a 2nd-grade Emperor-level expert, and the highest is a 5th-grade Emperor-level expert. Why can't you beat a 1st-grade Sword Emperor? His voice was full of disbelief. If it's a competition of cultivation, each of us can fight him to death. But, he's a Sword Emperor. A Sword Emperor is completely different from an ordinary Emperor-level expert. An old man with 3 strands of long beard said in a deep voice, Even if I attack him, I can only defeat him. I can't kill him. The white-clothed youth was silent for a while. Then, he said, Send a message to 3rd brother, and say, Gu Duxing can't be a match for anyone who isn't an Emperor-level expert. The old man behind him shook. I lost 3 king-level experts. So, 3rd brother must be very happy. But, I want to make him lose a few Emperor-level experts this time. The white-clothed youth smiled warmly and said, Ao Qin Yun and I have joined forces for the time being. But, that guy is hiding in the 2nd level. He wants to consume our strength, humph humph. He waved his hand and said, Bury the corpses on the spot. Let's go. He then turned around and said, Our clan has come out this time to avenge Ao Xia Yun. But, it's only a convenient reason. So, it's better to take advantage of this chaos in the Jianghu, and unify the Jianghu. Survival of the fittest will happen in this process. Gu Duxing can't be taken. Then, what about the other paths? He softly muttered and said, who's Ao Fengyun in the heavens? This youth was Ao clan's young master, Ao Fengyun. Everyone thought that he was dealing with the Tian clan, Li clan, and the other clans. But, no one could have imagined that this ambitious youth would come here. Young master, this old man thinks that we should prioritize the clan's affairs. I'm afraid that someone will get the upper hand if we complicate things like this. That long-bearded old man slightly sighed and advised. No. The chaos in the three heavens can't be stopped. The war among the big clans has already begun. No one can stop it now. We won't make a move on those clans. But, someone else will. And, our top priority now is to nibble away at them from the periphery. We'll observe little by little. We'll strengthen ourselves while we watch others weaken. This is the way of the king. Ao Fengyun insipidly said, but Gu Duxing is so sharp. He lost 3 king-level experts just to test the waters. This is beyond my expectations. He turned around and left, but this is better. We'll wait until Gu Duxing returns to the clan. We'll put pressure on the Gu clan, and make the entire Gu clan come over to seek refuge. A group of people followed him, and disappeared into the forest. A long time passed. Then, a figure flashed out of the forest with a schwa sound. It was Gu Duxing who had left. It turned out that he had quietly sneaked back after he had left. So, it's the people of the Ao clan. I was wondering why this attack was so strange. Gu Duxing's face was as cold as steel. He disdainfully muttered to himself, a mere Ao Fengyun wants to put pressure on the entire Gu clan? Alright. I'll wait for you to put pressure on them. Consider this a big gift for Ao Xiayun. I heard that there's someone waiting for me ahead? Gu Duxing frowned, is the Ao clan crazy? They're making an example out of me at this time? He stood up and left through the forest. He walked forward for another 500 miles. Suddenly, someone in the forest said faintly, is that Gu Duxing of the Gu clan? Gu Duxing frowned. He finally saw the person who was waiting for him. He stopped and shouted, who is it? The forest was silent. 2 figures quietly appeared from both sides. They wore loose robes with big sleeves. Their gazes were cold. 2 emperor-level experts. Gu Duxing's pupil shrank. 2 emperor-level experts had indeed appeared. Gu Duxing, I've come here today to bestow upon you a great fortune. The person on the right was expressionless. He said indifferently, join us, and I'll guarantee that your Gu clan will be safe and sound. The person on the left smiled mischievously, if you don't, the Gu clan will be wiped out in an instant. Gu Duxing's sword-like eyebrows suddenly rose. His murderous aura surged out violently, he didn't say a word, but his body emitted a biting cold sword aura. It was as if he had turned into a heaven-shaking divine sword at this moment. His whole body emitted a light that made people not dare to look up at him. His right hand pressed on the sword hilt at his waist. His 5 fingers slowly closed. The black dragon sword suddenly let out an excited sword cry. At the same time, the sword sheaths at the waists of the 2 people on the other side also let out a crisp sword cry. It was gentle and respectful. It was as if they had seen the emperor's officials. They were kneeling down and performing the 3 Kauda ceremony. The 2 people on the other side suddenly changed. They held on to their sword hilts and stared coldly at Gu Duxing. You're not willing? Gu Duxing snorted coldly. The black dragon sword left its sheath. In the next moment, he had already turned into a sword light. He had already killed 3 people without knowing. Now, 2 more wouldn't make a difference. He didn't say a word from beginning to end. To the dead, what difference did it make whether he spoke or not? The sword light was like a dragon. You don't know how to appreciate favors. The 2 people on the opposite side hadn't expected that Gu Duxing would attack without saying a word. So, they shouted angrily at the same time, and pulled out their swords to meet him. Gu Duxing snorted. His body suddenly accelerated, and he finally opened his mouth. Then, he coldly shouted, I am the Emperor of 10,000 swords. His body suddenly turned into a wisp of flowing light. Those 2 Emperor-level experts were originally full of confidence. They thought that they were both second-grade emperor-level experts. So, wouldn't it be easy for them to deal with a guy who had just broken through to the emperor level? A sense of contempt rose in their hearts when Gudu Xing moved. They thought, is he a sword emperor? He is full of vigor. But, his speed is too slow. However, they didn't expect that Gudu Xing would suddenly accelerate in the air as soon as this thought arose in their minds. Both of them were startled at the same time. So, they quickly changed their way of fighting the enemy. They moved from left and right to the front. This was their best joint attack method. One in the front would block, and the other would kill. This method had always been successful in every endeavor. However, Gudu Xing coldly said 5 words like a monarch descending to the world, I am the emperor of 10,000 swords. The two almost laughed out loud. You are the emperor of 10,000 swords with this speed? Don't you think that the wind will cut your tongue? However, both of them were immediately horrified. That was because Gudu Xing's body had suddenly accelerated for the second time after he had shouted these 5 words. Moreover, this speed was several times faster than his previous speed. The two of them only had enough time to block with their swords. Then, they heard a crack sound. Gudu Xing was like a hurricane mixed with a thunderstorm. He had already rushed past the two of them. He didn't even turn his head. He brought along a sharp whistling sound as he quickly disappeared into the forest behind the two of them. A rumbling sound echoed. 70 or 80 big trees fell down where Gudu Xing had passed through several hundred feet behind them. Dust filled the sky and covered the direction. The two of them remained motionless. A long time passed. The one in the front tried to move his hand. It seemed that he didn't have any problem. So, why did I feel cold just now? Therefore, he turned his head to look at his brother, and conveniently asked, are you okay? The emperor-level expert behind him couldn't help but smile, and said, he is only fast, but before he could finish his sentence, his eyes suddenly widened. This was because he clearly saw that his elder brother, who was originally facing away from him, was about to turn around and talk to him. Moreover, he had already said, are you all right? Then his brother twisted his neck to look back, but he clearly saw that when his brother twisted his neck to look back, only the top half of his neck moved, but the bottom half of his neck didn't move. He just twisted his neck like that. The two halves of the neck were like a millstone that had fallen together. Someone pushed the top, causing the head to turn. However, the millstone itself did not move. At the same time, as he turned, a faint red line appeared at the joint of the upper and lower neck. He stared at his elder brother in shock and raised his hand. You, that emperor expert turned his head, and looked at his brother. He frowned, and asked in a puzzled manner, what happened to me? He had said the first 3 words when a pillar of blood suddenly pushed his head up in the air. Then, he said the last word with an astonished look on his face, are you angry? The emperor-level expert behind him screamed in alarm. Then, he felt that his neck was sticky. He touched it with his hand, and couldn't help but scream in fear. He then lowered his head to look. But, blood suddenly spurted out of his neck when he lowered his head. His head fiercely rushed forward, and his eyes saw a big tree coming towards him. Puff! His head heavily knocked against the tree. His train of thought came to an end at this point. These two are extremely unlucky. They wouldn't have been killed so quickly even if they weren't Gudu Xing's match with their real cultivation and martial strength. In fact, it would have been very likely that both sides would have been injured if they had fought for a while. Moreover, they wouldn't have had to die. But, they misunderstood one after another. And, these misunderstandings have cost their lives. It was Ao Qingyun and Ao Fengyan's decision to deal with Gudu Xing. The Ao brothers have come out this time. Each of them is full of ambition. How can they replace Ao Xiaoyan's position if they don't accomplish something? Therefore, the brothers didn't say it clearly. But, they had set their sights on the Jianghu. This is a big pie in the sky. Moreover, it's a God-given opportunity. This is a chaotic situation. I will become the next clan lord of Ao clan as long as I can obtain enough benefits and show enough means. And, this is nothing more than strength. Power. Therefore, I must rope in some forces for my own use. And, I can't look for the Ao clan alliance. They are my enemies. So, I will be scolded to death by my ancestors even if I succeed. Moreover, the clans outside the core of this storm don't feel that it's urgent. So, they aren't in a hurry. So, I would only look for them to wrangle, therefore, I can only choose one clan from Xia clan, Gu clan, Luo clan, and Dong clan. And, Gu clan is the weakest among these clans. In other words, Gu clan is in the most dangerous situation in this Jianghu storm. Therefore, Gu clan must look for a backer. The so-called alliance won't be of any help if they are attacked. Therefore, I must first pull Gu clan over. Gu clan is the weakest clan. But, it's not a weak force for me. In fact, it's equivalent to double my strength. Moreover, it's a good start if I succeed in my first attempt. Ao Qingyan and Ao Fengyan are fighting both openly and covertly. But, they are on the same side in general. That's because these two are blood-related brothers. Therefore, these two brothers hit it off and decided to deal with Gu clan. They will succeed once. And, the key to deal with Gu clan is Gu Duxing. That's because Gu Duxing is basically the master of Gu clan at present. Moreover, Gu Duxing has a special identity. He is the second master of Heavenly Armament Pavilion. And, there's a good chance that Gu Duxing could pull the entire Heavenly Armament Pavilion under his command if he joins them. At that time, the prospects will be very good. Therefore, these two brothers didn't discuss much before they decided to attack from the front and the back. They would capture Gu Duxing first. Then, they would talk slowly. However, they didn't expect that Ao Fengyan would dispatch 3 king-level experts. And, they were all killed by Gu Duxing in one move. This made Ao Fengyan embarrassed. Moreover, they followed the principle of enjoy your blessings, and bear your misfortune together. Everyone will suffer misfortune together. Therefore, they spread the news. Strictly speaking, there's nothing wrong with this statement. Emperor-level expert is Gu Duxing because he is a sword emperor at present. So, a low-level emperor-level expert is dispatched to deal with him. But emperor-level experts are different from each other, and this statement had seriously misled Ao Qingyan and the 2 emperor-level experts who were now dead. Emperor-level experts can't deal with him. This means that emperor-level experts can deal with him. Ao Qingyan felt relieved when he saw this. Emperor-level experts can deal with him. So, wouldn't I be able to capture him alive if I send 2 emperor-level experts? Therefore, the 2 emperor-level experts came out to rob him with full confidence after they were misled. They were misled for the second time when they saw Gu Duxing, so young. Then, Gu Duxing moved, and misled them for the third time, too slow. Therefore, the 2 of them looked down on him. So, they naturally weren't willing to go all out. But, who would have thought that Gu Duxing would accelerate again at this time? And, he would accelerate again. His speed had increased to the extent that they couldn't react in the blink of an eye. The Black Dragon Sword has become one of the best divine weapons in the world after it has been modified by Chu Yang. And, their heads have been chopped off. The 2 emperor-level experts didn't even have the time to unleash their domains. And, they died in a daze. It could be said that they had died an extremely wrong death. And, they had died in an extremely aggrieved manner. Gu Duxing had already disappeared without a trace. Ao Qingyan had come out with the people who had been lying in ambush. He was still faintly angry in his heart. He wanted to ask, 2 emperor-level experts were here. So, why did they let him go? Why didn't they stop him? Then, he saw the scene of these 2 heads falling down. This pampered Ao Qingyan was struck dumb like a wooden chicken. He only felt that his brain was in chaos. How can this be? 2 emperor-level experts were dealing with one person. And, their heads were chopped off so neatly. In fact, I didn't even feel anything. How can I speak when my heads have been chopped off? How can I still move? What a fast sword. The corner of an old man's eyes twitched beside him. He had a feeling of fear and trepidation. And, he felt a lingering fear in his heart at the same time. This old man was a 7th-grade emperor-level expert. It could be said that he was one of the few experts in the upper 3 heavens, but, he asked himself honestly. I would have been seriously injured if I hadn't been misled by the words emperor-level expert is a match for him. And, I would have been caught off guard by this sword attack if I hadn't been killed. Moreover, the enemy could have calmly left. This sword attack could have severed the human body's meridians. And it could have left the meridians of the human body in their original state of healing. And it could have continued to provide the body with vitality. To what extent is this fast? And to what extent is this sword sharp? Third young master, we can't deal with this Gudu Xing. This old man hung his head dejectedly. This old man suggests that we shouldn't make an enemy out of him. This man isn't even 20 years old. And he has reached such a realm. So, if we make an enemy out of him, and if he can grow up, Ao Qingyan didn't think this way. He pondered and said, who do you mean to say that he can become a monarch-level expert? Or a saint-level expert? Saint-level expert, it's hard to say. However, becoming a monarch-level expert isn't difficult for him. That old man hesitated for a moment. Then, he replied with uncertainty. So, wouldn't we have a subordinate who is at least a monarch-level expert if we can subdue him? Ao Qingyan's eyes lit up. A subordinate of a monarch-level expert? Subdue him? That old man was startled. Is the third young master still thinking about this? Can't he understand what I mean? It's very likely that Ao clan will be destroyed if we offend such a powerful enemy. I obviously know the pros and cons of this. But, a person can always think of a way. Even a supreme-level expert has a weakness. Let alone an insignificant sword emperor. Ao Qingyan waved his hand disapprovingly. A man will always have conditions that he can't resist. The old man forced a smile. He touched his nose, and no longer spoke. He thought, you must be able to afford such conditions first. Go and look for old master. That bastard is purely trying to trick us. Ao Qingyan's complexion changed. He finally remembered this matter and said, that bastard said something about emperor-level experts being a match for him. But, he made me lose 2 great experts. This is preposterous. The old man forced a smile and thought, you are his competitor. Who else would he trick if not you? Ao Fengyan had already come to look for him before he could go and look for him. Net. Third brother, how was it? That little guy was very difficult to deal with, right? Ao Fengyan's white clothes fluttered in the wind as he spoke in a handsome manner. Then, he found the 2 corpses. His eyelids twitched. What's going on? Didn't I warn you? How come such unnecessary casualties have occurred? The blue veins on Ao Qingyan's forehead throbbed. Old master, you are too despicable. What kind of warning was that? That was purely a trap, okay? Ao Fengyan's complexion changed. Third brother, what you're saying is meaningless. I warned you with good intentions. But, you didn't do it? Ao Qingyan snorted. He was about to speak. But, he was stopped by the old man behind him. The 2 brothers looked at each other. Then, they fiercely snorted from their nostrils. What do you plan to do with the Gu clan? Ao Fengyan knew when to stop. So, he asked in a modest manner. I naturally have my own plans, Ao Qingyan replied angrily. Third brother, do you mean that you want to break up with me? Ao Fengyan narrowed his eyes. Third brother, both sides benefit if we cooperate. And, both sides lose if we don't cooperate. You know this. We brothers are born from the same mother. So, why should we harm our friendship over such a trivial matter? Ao Qingyan snorted. He thought in his heart, we are the weakest among all the people who have come out this time. So, it would be inappropriate if we were to separate. He had no choice but to pinch his nose and agree. The Gu clan still has a weakness. And, that is its insufficient heritage. It's impossible to rely on Gudu Xing, a sword emperor. Ao Qingyan let out a muffled sigh. I think that our plan of suppressing Gudu Xing is no longer feasible. We should start with the Gu clan. Then, we should threaten Gudu Xing instead. Third brother's wisdom is higher than the heavens. Ao Fengyan praised him. Since this is the case, we shouldn't delay any longer. We should hurry to the Gu clan. Go. The 2 groups of people mixed together and set off at the same time. However, the words of these 2 men had made the several emperor-level experts who had followed them secretly feel a chill in their hearts. Why should we hurt our friendship over such a small matter? Could it be that the lives of 2 emperor-level experts and 3 king-level experts are only a small matter in your eyes? Gu Duxing left like a whirlwind. However, he was secretly on high alert in his heart. It seems that the current situation is somewhat out of control. Ao clan was created in order to make use of their military strength to deal with Tian clan, Li clan, and Tu clan. But now, it has clearly deviated from the established direction. After Ao clan came out, they didn't immediately launch a strike against the other clans. Instead, they started to contend for hegemony in the Jianghu. The brothers seemed to be plotting against each other. It was really unexpected that such a situation would occur. I wonder what Chu Yang will do if he knows about this. However, the most important thing right now was that these two men from the Ao clan had clearly set their sights on the Gu clan first. They had to get past this hurdle first. But how was he going to pass this trial? As Gu Duxing sped along, he racked his brains. The Gu clan was too weak. They couldn't afford to offend the Ao clan in a head-on confrontation. Moreover, this was contrary to Chu Yang's established policy. I would only be hurting those close to me and making my enemies happy if I were to fight with these two young bastards. I would be doing a great favor to Tu Qianhao and the others for no reason. And Chu Yang and the other brothers wouldn't look on with folded arms. They would certainly stand on my side. That would be a complete mess. I can't involve Chu Yang and the others. I can only solve this problem on my own, Gu Duxing thought along the way. He had a headache from thinking. But he couldn't come up with any solution. At this moment, he finally realized his own shortcomings. Perhaps he was an invincible general who could conquer cities and strongholds, but when it came to controlling the overall situation, he was still far from being able to do so. I want to protect myself in such a complicated situation. I don't want to implicate my brothers and allies. And, I also want to resist the pressure of the Ao clan. It's very difficult. Gu Duxing sighed. He thought, I'm afraid that Chu Yang would have had endless tricks up his sleeves if it were him. But, I'm helpless when it's my turn. Then, he suddenly thought of something. What would Chu Yang do if he were in my position? With these thoughts in mind, Xianxia flew forward. Chu Yang went on the road alone. He went all the way east. Along the way, he unleashed his powerful spiritual power. While he hurried, he investigated. At the same time, he released the Calamity Sword to sense the elixirs. 1,000 miles went by smoothly. There was no wind or waves. Chu Yang felt strange. Logically speaking, someone should have tried to kill me. But, I've already walked so far. I've passed 3 or 4 dangerous places along the way. So, why hasn't anything happened? There's still a long way to go. But, I'm on a scenic tour. So, I'm not walking fast. Are they afraid of getting old? While he was thinking, the sword spirit suddenly exclaimed, there's a situation ahead. A situation? Minister Chu was startled. With a swoosh, his black clothes disappeared into the grass. His movements were extremely agile. Cough cough. There's a situation 20 miles away. The sword spirit was somewhat speechless. This guy didn't wait for me to finish speaking. And, he disappeared without a trace. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Chu Yang angrily got up and said, I was just being cautious. You're just a bird startled by the twang of a bough. The sword spirit sneered mercilessly. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. I'm all alone now. How can I not be careful? If I die, won't you die with me? I'm thinking for you. Don't be ungrateful. The sword spirit was speechless. I was obviously being overly careful. But, I'm thinking for someone else. I've seen thick-skinned people. But, I've never seen such a thick-skinned person. Who's that in front? Do you have any impression? Chu Yang asked in his mind as he cautiously climbed up and down. A little closer. I can't detect it now, the sword spirit said. Chu Yang lowered his head and ran. He used his concealment technique to the extreme. Even if he stared, he could only see the grass swaying. The trees in the forest swayed. If he could switch to slow motion, he could see that he was sometimes running, sometimes crouching, sometimes turning sideways, sometimes walking backward, and sometimes somersaulting. What was worth mentioning was that when he made these movements, he actually made use of the reflection of the grass on the ground and the refraction of the sunlight in the sky to hide his figure. Therefore, in broad daylight, he actually turned into a specter. The road was getting shorter little by little. 15 kilometers, 5 kilometers, finally, the sword spirit issued a warning when they were close to 3 kilometers away. Well, the opposite party has experts. Be careful not to be detected. Chu Yang was startled. He then lightened his footsteps, thousands of feet. How can I be detected? Could it be that the opposite party has a super emperor level expert? Well, these people in front of us are the most tyrannical in terms of strength, except for O Kofeng of the O clan. The sword spirit's voice was very cautious. Chu Yang sucked in a cold breath. So powerful? Moreover, they have clearly obtained accurate information. And they have a clear target. They have come to deal with you. The sword spirit carefully sensed and said, but their auras are very familiar. Several of them have an aura similar to Xianxia's. Chu Yang was gobsmacked. His breathing became chaotic. Are you sure? I'm sure. The sword spirit was very sure. Chu Yang's mind was somewhat in a knot. He said in frustration, the people of the AO clan? What reason do the people of the AO clan have to deal with me? They should be dealing with the Tian clan, Tu clan, and the Black Devil clan. Why are they dealing with me instead? How much did this duke help them? How can they be so ungrateful? The sword spirit was also puzzled after pondering for a long time. After all, AO clan didn't have any reason to attack Chu Yang first. Could it be that they are looking for you to inquire about AO Xiaoyun? The sword spirit probed. Absolutely not. They would have come to me openly if that were the case. They wouldn't have sneakily set up an ambush like this. A cold light flashed in Chu Yang's eyes. He then extended his hand and wiped his face. Then, he spread his arms, and a burst of crackling sounds came from inside his body. His slender stature had become 3 inches shorter. It had become somewhat stout. He had a leopard head and round eyes. His face was fierce and fierce. He groped around in the tribulation space for a while. Then, he pulled out a broadsword. Then, he thought for a while. Then, he took out a veil, and covered his face. You've already changed your appearance. Why do you still want to cover your face? The sword spirit was puzzled. This is the ingenuity of this plan. Chu Yang snorted. Then, he wrinkled his brows. He felt that something was wrong, and said, You've also seen the appearance of the young Black Devil. Can you imitate him even a little bit? The sword spirit wrinkled his brows and said, I can use my spiritual power to help you. But, it can only last for half an hour. Half an hour? That's enough. Chu Yang was overjoyed. He immediately restored his changed appearance to its original state. Then, a grayish mist came out of his body. He was now wearing a black robe and a black mask. He looked exactly like a young Black Devil. He was just standing there. But, his whole body was emitting a gloomy aura. The most important thing is your eyes, the sword spirit reminded. No problem. Chu Yang's vision condensed. Then, his eyes suddenly changed into the cruel and ruthless eyes of a scavenger vulture in the desert. At first glance, he looked exactly like a young Black Devil. Whether it was his figure, charm, or the temperament of his eyes, or the characteristics of his cultivation techniques, everything was perfect. This impostor laughed strangely in a hoarse voice and said, The trifling AO clan dares to oppose my Black Devil? They don't know the meaning of death. Watch me kill them one by one. He rushed out with a schwa sound. Don't be rash. It's better to check first. What if they don't have any evil intentions? The sword spirit hastily reminded him. There's no need to check. You must pay the price if you dare to provoke my Black Devil. Minister Chu had clearly gotten into the act. He was emitting a murderous aura. Chu Yang was indeed going crazy. AO clan has no reason to deal with me in any case. But of all people, they had come to deal with him. This was tantamount to biting the hand that fed him, regardless of whether it was true or not. The news of AO Xiaoyun being rescued by him had already spread throughout the Jianghu. It would definitely reach their ears, and they would be even more unable to deal with him. It was already too late for him to express his gratitude, yet he had actually set up an ambush. The minister was instantly enraged. No matter what the other party was thinking, this time, he was determined to teach the other party a lesson. Then, he quietly crouched down. In an instant, he retracted all of his life force fluctuations. All of his heartbeat, pulse, and other life force disappeared in an instant. It was as if he was a piece of rotten wood. Because the sword spirit was speaking in his mind. There are 3 people talking. What did he say? The first one said, "Why isn't he here yet?" Then the other one said, "Don't tell me he's gone?" The sword spirit said. Yang gritted his teeth and asked, "How was his tone?" The sword spirit said in a deep voice, "It's full of killing intent." Yang snorted heavily in his heart. This group of people was Ao Lang Yin of the Ao clan's detachment. He was the number 2 figure of Ao clan's younger generation apart from Ao Xiaoyun. Ao Lang Yin had arrived here with his people after he had dealt a heavy blow to the Tian clan's industry. And he had done so in order to stop King of Hell Chu. Old Third and Old Fourth have already fought with Gu Duxing twice. Old Fifth has also fought with Dong Wushang once, but he managed to escape. There's no news from Fourth Brother, who's trying to intercept GMO. Seventh Brother has already started fighting with Luo Kadi. Luo Kadi is injured and has left. Ao Lang Yin frowned. This means that the information is correct. But, why hasn't Big Brother King of Hell Chu arrived yet? Could it be that this fellow has been sightseeing all this time? Beside him were 2 old men in brocade robes. Their eyes shined brightly, and one of them said, "Second young master, there is no need to worry. Just relax and wait a little longer. King of Hell Chu couldn't have passed by here. Or, he might have been delayed by something on the way." Another person said, "However, dealing with King of Hell Chu this time is somewhat inappropriate. We must keep it strictly confidential. Ao clan will be labeled as repaying kindness with enmity if this matter spreads out." Ao Lang Yin snorted in a low voice. Then, he said to his confidant without any reservation, "First, King of Hell Chu is meddling in other people's business. There is a rumor in the Jianghu that King of Hell Chu saved Ao Xiaoyun. Whether this matter is true or not, there is no smoke without fire. According to my speculation, it is very likely to be true. This alone is enough for him to be sentenced to death. Secondly, King of Hell Chu may not have saved Ao Xiaoyun out of kindness. The Mo clan, the Dong clan, and the other clans are on the opposite side of the alliance. So, they bear the brunt of the attack. However, they haven't taken any action since the beginning. Their intention is none other than to let our Ao clan make the first move. Then, they'll sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. After that, they'll reap the fruits of our labor. Such an intention is worthy of death. But, the news of King of Hell Chu rescuing Ao Xiaoyun spread out at this time, and confused everyone. So, Ao clan had a clear target for revenge. This shows that King of Hell Chu and Mo Tianji are in cahoots with each other. Thirdly, King of Hell Chu led the Heavenly Armament Pavilion to destroy the O clan overnight. So, the strength of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion can't be underestimated. The military strength of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion is obvious to all even if they have the help of the Xia clan. So, they will become a big threat to us over time. Especially now that the Jianghu is in turmoil. And, the ambitions of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion are very clear. They must be eliminated or disintegrated as soon as possible. Otherwise, they will become the biggest enemy of our Ao clan once they are fully fledged. They may become the next Black Devil clan. Fourthly, Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and the others are outstanding talents of the younger generation. They have great prospects for development. I must have such young experts with potential as my right-hand men if I want to become the next clan lord. The Jianghu is in chaos now. So, it is a godsend opportunity to subdue them. However, King of Hell Chu is their boss. So, how can they change their allegiance if King of Hell Chu doesn't die? Therefore, King of Hell Chu must die. They can be used by King of Hell Chu. So, they can certainly be used by me. Ao Lang Yin coldly snorted. He then insipidly said, "What can King of Hell Chu give them? And, I can give them 10 times what King of Hell Chu can give them. In fact, I can give them even more. This is the reason why I want to kill King of Hell Chu. Moreover, King of Hell Chu is the first person I must kill." Ao Langyan insipidly said, "You can say that I'm an ungrateful person who bites the hand that feeds me. But, King of Hell Chu must never live in this world." The two old men beside him tightly knitted their brows. They pondered for a while. Then, they finally heaved a long sigh. King of Hell Chu had saved Ao Xiayun. So, it was tantamount to setting himself against Ao Langyun. These matters were only Ao Langyun's speculations. But, they weren't necessarily false. It seems that King of Hell Chu must die if this is the case. The two old men looked at each other. Then, they stopped trying to dissuade Ao Langyun. Ao Langyun smiled and said, "I will personally dispatch 100 experts to kill him this time. So, King of Hell Chu should feel very proud even if he dies." The two old men forced a smile. Of course, the conversation between them was transmitted to the sword spirit's ears, and through the sword spirit, it was transmitted to Chu Yang's ears. King of Hell Chu's lungs were about to explode in anger. "I'm selfish. I want to fight for power and profit. So, why should I push all the blame to others? I may be *tch, but I still want a monument to my chastity. Is there such a beautiful thing in this world? Those big clans are targeting your Ao clan. They are hunting down Ao Xiayun. What does Old Man Guan have to do with this?" Old Man Guan was just happy to see this happen. Even Mo Tianji didn't add fuel to the fire, right? Chu Yang's murderous aura soared from his entire body. This made the sword spirit understand, this battle is unavoidable. He sighed softly, "Be careful. The opposite party has 2 8th grade Emperor level experts. They also have 10 4th or 5th grade Emperor level experts. The remaining 80-odd people are all King level experts." Chu Yang gently nodded. His murderous aura and anger receded like a tide. He regained his calmness. "This might be the most arduous battle I've ever had since I started my career. But, it's not my style to run away without fighting. Let me kill to stop the killing. I'll chop you ungrateful bastards to death. So what if you're from Ao clan? Aren't your necks made of meat?" A burst of cool breeze blew over. Chu Yang's body floated along with the wind. He then entered the dense forest in front of him like a flash of lightning. This was the place where Ao clan had set up their ambush. This was a dense forest of ancient pines. The dense pines covered the entire sky. Even though it was daytime and the sun was high up in the sky, the forest of ancient pines was still gloomy and gloomy. It was like a ghost's domain. "There seems to be some movement." The two old men in embroidered robes stood beside Ao Langyun. They wrinkled their brows and looked all around. A scream came from the periphery. The sound had come from the south. The complexion of the two men changed. One of them stayed behind, and the other one disappeared from where he was standing. "Let's go and take a look," Ao Langyun calmly said. The two men chased after him. They arrived in the direction where the sound had come from. They looked, and couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. They saw that a king-level expert of Ao clan was facing outside. His body was off the ground. He was firmly fixed to a pine tree by a pine branch. His body was dead, but his eyes were wide open. His eyes were full of panic and despair. This man's pants had fallen to his feet. They were hanging on the ground. His lower body was completely naked. There was a thin sword mark on his throat. He must have been attacked when he was relieving himself. His throat was cut by a sword. Then, he was nailed to the tree by a pine branch. The eyes of that emperor expert flashed as he said in a heavy voice. The other embroidered-robed emperor expert stepped forward and carefully examined him. Then, he said, "This man has a divine weapon. The cut seems fine. But, even his Adam's apple and neck have been cut in half. Moreover, this man's skill isn't lower than a 5th grade king-level expert. Especially, he's an expert in assassination." "Yes." Ao Langyun's complexion became serious. He extended his hand and waved, "Everyone, pay attention and be on guard. You must intercept and kill this man if you find him." Many people in the shadows agreed at the same time. The two embroidered-robed emperor experts became anxious. They shouted, "Everyone, withdraw from your original positions. Immediately change your positions." However, before he could finish speaking, another blood-curdling scream rang out. This time, it came from the north. Alas! The embroidered-robed emperor expert stamped his foot. His heart was full of powerlessness. Second young master, how could you issue an order a moment ago? You should have added, don't make a sound even if you had issued an order. They would have complied if you had issued an order. But, this compliance is tantamount to providing targets for the assassins in the dark. It seemed that this embroidered-robed old man had a very high status in the Ao clan. He had dared to reprimand Ao Langyin to his face. His tone was tactful. But, it was obvious that he was blaming Ao Langyin. Yes, it's my fault. Ao Langyin readily accepted the good advice. He bowed his head and admitted his mistake. I don't know much about this kind of strategy. So, I ask Uncle Kai to take full command. This Uncle Kai's name was Kai Xiaoqing. He and Li Changlong were two of the 8 great bodyguards of the Ao clan's clan lord, Ao Tianxing. 4 of these 8 bodyguards had followed Ao Xiayun. 2 of them had been assigned to Ao Langyin. And, the other 2 had been assigned to other people. This was also the Ao clan's way of protecting their younger brothers. Kai Xiaoqing wasn't modest. This wasn't the time to be modest. He repeatedly issued orders, everyone, listen to my order. Leave your original hiding positions. Then, slowly gather around the center. Your movements don't need to be fast. But, don't make a sound. Then, he slipped away in the direction of the north. There was a big hole in the chest of a king-level expert. He was powerlessly sitting on the ground. He was no longer alive. So ruthless. Li Changlong clenched his teeth and said, this man clearly had the ability to kill him without making him scream. But, he made him scream before he died. This man's ruthlessness and mercilessness can make one's hair stand on end. Who is this man? Ao Langyin asked, could it be King of Hell Chu? Kai Xiaoqing and Li Changlong looked at each other, and saw the uncertainty in each other's eyes. A rustling sound came from the pine forest. It was the sound of the ambushing experts rushing over. The enemy wouldn't be able to assassinate them silently as long as they formed a circle around each other. However, screams suddenly resounded one after another at this moment. Kai Xiaoqing bellowed loudly. Then, he shook his arms, and flew in the direction of the sound like a big bird. He saw that 4 people were lying on the ground hundreds of feet away. Their bodies were covered in blood. They had been cut into 8 pieces. Everyone was looking in the same direction. It was obvious that the enemy had attacked them from behind. 4 people had been killed in one blow. The smell of blood was faintly spreading in the black pine forest. It was close to the afternoon. The wind was blowing in the pine forest and issued a rustling sound. The branches of the black pine forest were swaying gently. Countless shadows were swaying on the ground. It was daytime, but it had added a gloomy feeling to it. Kai Xiaoqing glared at them. Then, he suddenly shouted like a spring thunder, who's behind this? Come out and fight with me if you're Han. His voice spread far and wide like a spring thunder. It shook the dense pine needles on top of their heads, and made them rustle down. Li Changlong's eyes flashed. He then said in a heavy voice, King of Hell Chu, it's you, right? What? You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it? His voice had already spread out. But, the black pine forest remained silent. No one answered him. Kai Xiaoqing's lightning-like eyes swept back and forth. Suddenly, a golden light flashed. Kai Xiaoqing bellowed, be careful. He flew up, and grabbed the golden light before it could pierce the back of a king-level expert. It was a small and exquisite dagger. It was only half the length of a palm. It didn't have any craftsmanship to speak of. The only praiseworthy thing about it was its sharpness. Everyone's gaze subconsciously followed Kai Xiaoqing's silhouette the moment he leapt out. But at this moment, 3 black lights suddenly shot out from another direction without a sound. The 3 black daggers were inserted into the backs of the 3 king-level experts. Li Changlong bellowed, and rushed out in large strides. He rushed into the place where the 3 black lights had shot from like lightning. But, there was no one there. In fact, there wasn't even the slightest sound. They hadn't even touched the enemy's shadow in a short period of time. But they had already lost 3 experts in silence. It was as if he had to fight a ghost in a foggy land. Ao Langyun tightly clenched his hands together. His palms were dripping with cold sweat. He felt a chill run down his spine. When had he ever experienced such an eerie and terrifying battle in his life? Suddenly, a voice drifted over. It came from the left, and then from the right. It said in a cold and gloomy voice, "Hee, not bad. It seems that you have some knowledge." "Yes, I am King of Hell Chu." This voice seemed to carry the dampness of hell, making people feel extremely uncomfortable when they heard it. Kai Xiaoqing and Li Changlong condensed their entire cultivation. But they couldn't tell where this voice was coming from. He only felt that this voice was faintly discernible. A moment ago, it was still in the south, but the next moment, it was in the north. However, the distance between the south and the north was nearly 1,000 feet, a formidable opponent. Kai Xiaoqing and Li Changlong thought about this at the same time. Li Changlong also overturned his previous conclusion: the opposite party is definitely not a king-level expert. He must be at least an emperor-level expert. "You are not King of Hell Chu." Kai Xiaoqing calmed himself down and shouted in a cold voice, "King of Hell Chu is cunning and ruthless, but he definitely doesn't have the cultivation level of your excellency. Who are you? Why do you want to oppose my AO clan?" There was one more thing that he hadn't said: King of Hell Chu isn't as gloomy as a ghost like you. In the black pine forest, there was silence again. It was deathly silent. A gloomy aura had been emitted, but it was quickly withdrawn. Kai Xiaoqing's gaze turned cold. He silently floated out. He didn't make any sound, but he was as fast as lightning. He arrived on the opposite side in a flash. Then, he shook his hand, and a few big trees were shattered by his palm with a loud bang. A piece of black cloth fluttered in the air. Kai Xiaoqing floated over like a ghost, and grabbed that piece of black cloth in his hand. Then, he looked at it with rapt attention. However, he couldn't see anything. So, he suspiciously grabbed that piece of cloth, and returned. That gloomy aura that had been emitted a moment ago was lingering in his mind. He felt that it was very familiar, but he couldn't remember it. "What did you find?" Li Changlong flew over. "You take a look." Kai Xiaoqing handed over that piece of black cloth. "A piece of black cloth?" Li Changlong asked in a puzzled manner. He then brought that piece of cloth to his nose and sniffed it. "Be careful, it's poisonous," Kai Xiaoqing hastily reminded him. "It's nothing. It doesn't smell anything." Li Changlong smiled. He then turned over the piece of cloth and said, "It's an ordinary piece of black cloth. It seems that it was shattered by a palm. But, I didn't see anyone's shadow even after I shattered the cloth. This matter is extremely strange." Kai Xiaoqing frowned. "Moreover, I seem to have felt a strange aura a moment ago." "It's very," he spoke till here. Then, he suddenly bellowed, "Dodge." He flew forward. His speed was so fast that he left a trail of green smoke behind him. A golden light had already reached Ao Langyun's back. Kai Xiaoqing bellowed, and grabbed that golden light with all his might. The tip of his sword was less than an inch away from Ao Langyun's back. Li Changlong bellowed, and pounced in the direction where the golden light had come from. 40-50 people moved at the same time, and besieged that place. Suddenly, a few more black lights silently appeared from another direction. The blade light was almost the same color as the air. Then, the 5 people's backs were hit while they were charging forward. Several blood-curdling screams were heard. Then, the 5 people fell to the ground, and rolled back and forth. The enemy had launched too many hidden weapons this time. So, they weren't fatal. However, one of them had been stabbed in the back of his heart, and had lost his life. Bean-sized beads of sweat were unceasingly dripping down from Ao Langyun's forehead. He had almost stepped into the yellow springs a moment ago. He had been so close, his complexion had turned deathly pale. He was trying his best to remain calm. However, a panic-stricken look had already appeared in his eyes. The enemy's movements were as fast as a ghost's. 2 8th-grade Emperor-level experts couldn't even catch the enemy's shadow. This dark forest seemed to have turned into a place of death. They could only look on helplessly as people died one after another. "Rush out of the forest!" Kai Xiaoqing bellowed. The blue veins on his face were visible. He had already realized that the enemy was a top-notch assassin. Confronting the enemy in a place like this forest was equivalent to fighting the Dragon King in the water. This place was the enemy's absolute home ground. The enemy would have nowhere to hide only if they rushed out into an open area under the sun. Li Changlong suddenly came to his senses. He repeatedly whistled, and led everyone to crowd around Ao Lang Yun to escape. Everyone had been full of confidence at the beginning of the ambush. They had thought that they would be able to capture King of Hell Chu as soon as he arrived. Who would have thought that they would run out of the forest in such a distressed manner? This was undoubtedly a huge irony. Another golden light flashed. Li Changlong put his hands together, and caught the golden light in his hands. His nose became crooked as soon as he saw it. This is a piece of crushed gold. He casually threw it on the ground. Then, he saw 3 golden lights shooting from another direction out of the corner of his eyes. Li Changlong leaped, and caught them one by one. He was so sullen in his heart that he almost cursed, all of them are gold. Suddenly, a dense black light flashed from another direction. Li Changlong's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the enemy had finally launched a killing move. He roared, and shook his hands. Then, he pounced in the direction of the person on the left. He had already figured out the pattern of this person's attack. He would leave immediately if his attack failed. In fact, this person would have left his hiding position at the same time he had launched his attack. This person has launched 3 attacks in a row. So, he's most likely to appear in this direction. It doesn't matter even if he isn't. The route that I'm pouncing on is one of the 3 directions that the enemy has taken. So, I'm sure that I'll be able to intercept him if there's any movement. However, his body had barely flown 70 feet away when a series of sharp puff sounds resounded. Then, more than 10 golden lights were shot from the place where the hidden weapons had been shot. The strength of these attacks was very fast. He hadn't changed his position this time. Damn it! Li Changlong's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to change his direction. But, it was already too late. The 13 golden lights seemed to have been calculated. They were very scattered. And, each of them was aimed at a single person. Kai Xiaoqing, who was standing beside Ao Lang Yun, was caught off guard. He desperately turned around to intercept them. But, he was only able to block 5 of them. Orderly screams resounded. 8 people were injured at the same time. Kai Xiaoqing's beard were like halberds. He shouted, "Don't worry about anything. Let's rush out of the Black Pine Forest first." Even this 8th grade Emperor-level expert felt fear in his heart at this moment. Who was the opposite party? How could they be so vicious? Such, superb? Kai Xiaoqing didn't want to admit it in his heart. But, he had to admit that the opposite party's assassination level was at the top of the world. He vigilantly looked in all directions. Then, he drew back step by step, and personally brought up the rear. Suddenly, a burst of screams was heard. The team behind him was in a state of panic. Kai Xiaoqing angrily shouted, "What are you panicking about? Poison. The daggers and swords are poisoned." The poison flared up as soon as they were pulled out. A person screamed miserably. Kai Xiaoqing's heart shook. He hurriedly went over to take a look. He only felt a chill run down his spine. The 12 injured king-level experts had clenched their teeth and persevered. They hadn't even wrinkled their brows. But, they had died as soon as the daggers had been pulled out. In fact, they hadn't even left behind a word. 22 people, the opposite party hadn't even shown up. And 22 experts had already died on his side. The king-level experts had died. None of the emperor-level experts had been injured. However, this was still a huge loss after all. Kai Xiaoqing had never seen such a cunning and cruel enemy in his more than 30 years of adventuring in the Jianghu. Everyone was about to rush out of the jungle when they saw that the sunlight in front of them was distorted. It seemed that the enemy's mood was fluctuating intensely in the dark. He wasn't willing to let them escape. Suddenly, a burst of gloomy aura spread out. Then, it seemed to be forcibly restrained. Kai Xiaoqing's heart was moved again. It's so familiar. It's so familiar. This name should have been on the tip of my tongue. But, why can't I remember it? Suddenly, a burst of golden light flashed. Dozens of golden lights pounced out at the same time this time. Kai Xiaoqing shouted loudly, and leaped to intercept them. Meanwhile, a black light spread out from another direction like an inescapable net. Li Changlong issued a long and loud shout. His body moved like a dragon, and fluttered in the air. Then, Kai Xiaoqing angrily rushed into the place where the black light had shot out from. He was 100% sure that the opposite party hadn't left this time. That's because I've locked onto him with my aura a moment ago. He shouldn't have chased him so close. Kai Xiaoqing's heart was filled with joy. He flew and pounced forward. A black shadow flew out from the shadows like a swallow and flew outwards. You still want to run? Stay here. Kai Xiaoqing roared loudly. He mobilized his lifelong martial power, and shot his palms with all his might. That man didn't have enough time to evade. So, he was forced to helplessly smear. Then, his long sword flashed a sword light, and flew out of his hand. That gloomy aura pervaded the air once again. However, the range of this attack was much larger this time. A divine light flashed in Kai Xiaoqing's mind. He finally realized why this gloomy aura was so familiar. He smashed the flying sword into pieces with a bang. Then, he roared in a violent rage, "Black Devil! So, it's you. You even pretended to be king of Hell Chu. You're too shameless." Kai Xiaoqing finally remembered why he had learned it with such familiarity. Isn't this gloomy smell the unique aura of the Black Devil clan? He has killed so many of my people like a ghost. Perhaps only the core assassins of the Black Devil clan have such a method of assassination in the entire world. That man had been shaken by Chu Yang's palm. He was wearing a black robe and a black mask. Then, he finally revealed himself. He made a turn in the air, and jumped up a big tree like a meteor. Then, he sinisterly smiled and said, "I, King of Hell Chu, will never impersonate someone else." What Black Devil? Have you become senile? Li Changlong had already rushed over while he was speaking. He angrily shouted, "Black Devil, you're extremely despicable and shameless. You've been killed, and you still want to quibble? Blood for blood. Leave your life for this old man." That big tree was smashed to pieces with a loud bang. A black silhouette flew up in a swaying manner. He flashed under the setting sun, and said with a sinister smile, "Ao clan is nothing more than this. Ridiculous, ridiculous." Then, he suddenly soared high into the sky, and rushed over before Kai Xiaoqing could catch up with him again. Then, he soared high into the sky, and rushed over for 17 feet. His toes landed on a branch of a big tree. He was about to borrow the strength of the branch to fly out. A silhouette flashed, and Li Changlong appeared in front of him like a ghost. Then, he shot his palm, that black silhouette fell backwards, and fell to the ground like a meteorite. His mask was shattered by the strong wind generated by the palm. It fluttered in the sky like a black butterfly. That man choked and coughed. He then said with difficulty, "Good palm strength." Li Changlong had caught a glimpse of that man's appearance. He had hawk-like eyes, sharp nose, and sword-like eyebrows. His entire face was emitting an intense sinister aura. He couldn't help but fly into a rage, "Black Devil, it's really you. What else do you have to say?" That man coldly snorted, and landed on the ground. Li Changlong and Kai Xiaoqing flew over at the same time. Suddenly, a burst of pink smoke rose from the place where that man had landed with a bang. Kai Xiaoqing was far away. So, he hastily stopped his footsteps. However, Li Changlong had already rushed into the pink smoke. Only 7 or 8 consecutive collision sounds were heard from the smoke. Then, a black silhouette distorted the space and flashed a few times. Then, he spouted a mouthful of blood, and disappeared. Li Changlong rushed out of the pink smoke with a flushed face. Kai Xiaoqing still wanted to chase after him. However, Li Changlong shouted loudly, "Don't chase after him." Kai Xiaoqing turned his head in amazement, and saw that Li Changlong's body was on the verge of collapse. He was startled, and wanted to come over to support him. "Don't come over. Don't touch me!" Li Changlong roared. "Ah?" Kai Xiaoqing was stunned. Li Changlong smiled sadly, "What a vicious black devil. What an obscene HMO. In the end, I still fell into his trap. Kai Xiaoqing was shocked. What's wrong? Then he realized, that pink smoke? Li Chonglong exposed an indescribable expression on his face. He felt an intense shame and indignation. He clenched his teeth and said, it's the lust poison of the lust dragon. That's why I stopped you. If both of us are poisoned, then we're done for. Ah? Kai Xiaoqing was dumbfounded, as if he had been petrified. He suddenly understood why Li Chonglong had such an expression on his face. He couldn't help but look up to the sky, and curse loudly. Filthy words came out of his mouth, but he still couldn't quell the resentment in his heart. Who would have thought that the Black Devil would carry such a sinister technique as the lust poison of the lust mosquito? There was no antidote for the poison of the lust mosquito. One could only rely on the intercourse between a man and a woman to get rid of this lust poison. However, one's entire body would turn into pus and die if they couldn't excrete it within 3 hours. Li Chonglong was more than 10 years old this year. Moreover, he was an 8th grade emperor-level expert. So, how could he lay his hands on a woman even if he found one? This was related to his lifelong reputation and chastity. Moreover, how could there be a stunning beauty in such a desolate place? He would be considered lucky if he could find a village girl at best. And, it was absolutely impossible for him to return to the AO clan. Li Chonglong's face turned green and white. He then said in a hoarse voice, I can suppress it for 10 hours at most with my cultivation. After 10 hours, I'll be beyond saving. Brother Li, hurry up and find one, find one. Kai Xiaoqing fiercely stamped his feet. How could he say such words? How can this old man lose face like this? Li Chonglong's lips trembled. Then, he exhausted all his strength, and loudly cursed, Black Devil. I'm dead. Li Chonglong had an impulse to cry after he had cursed. Even if he had been poisoned by that kind of poison, it would still be better than this. This is simply tormenting people to death, in the most humiliating way. This enmity is really big. Brother Li, a real man shouldn't be so petty. Your life is more important. You don't have to worry about firewood as long as you're alive. Kai Xiaoqing anxiously advised, besides, no one else knows about this matter. You, I, the heaven, and the earth know about it. I, Kai Xiaoqing, swear to the heavens that I'll die a miserable death if I reveal even a little bit of this matter. I'll make my grandchildren slaves and maids. Brother Kai. You. Li Chonglong stamped his feet, and sighed, why did you make such a heavy oath? There's no time to lose. Let's go and look for it immediately. Kai Xiaoqing said, that Black Devil has been injured by you. He won't dare to come again. Let second young master and the others wait here for a while. I'll go with you. I'll go and look for it myself, Li Chonglong refused. He obviously didn't want to die. But, how can I let someone look at this matter from the side? We've been brothers for decades. But, I can't do that. It's embarrassing. You do what you need to do. I'll keep watch for you. Kai Xiaoqing and Li Chonglong blushed after they had finished speaking. Both of them were people of virtue and prestige in the AO clan. But, they felt embarrassed when they were discussing such a topic. The Li clan's territory is 700 miles to the west from here. There's a town there. So, there must be a brothel there. Kai Xiaoqing lowered his head, we'll arrive there in 10 hours with our speed. Brothel? The muscles on Li Chonglong's face trembled. You want me to go to a brothel? Kai Xiaoqing's face turned red as he angrily said, you've locked your manhood for so many years. And, you've got the lust poison of the lust dragon now. Do you think that a woman can satisfy you? His face turned red as he said, I'm afraid that you won't be able to. Kill her. Li Chonglong's complexion stiffened. His complexion turned purple as he muttered, then. I can only go? How can there be so many women apart from the brothel? Kai Xiaoqing gasped for breath. Li Chonglong smiled bitterly, I've never set foot in a brothel in my entire life. But, I've reached my old age now. And, I have to, alas. He heaved a long sigh. Kai Xiaoqing anxiously urged him, don't sigh. Let's go quickly. If we're late. The two hurriedly ran to Ao Lang Yun's side, and said that they had something to do. So, they had to leave for the time being. They also asked them to wait in an open area. They didn't even wait for a reply. Then, the two 8th grade emperor-level experts soared up, and left impatiently. Li Chonglong gnashed his teeth in anger as he vowed. I swear that I won't be a man if I don't slaughter the Black Devil clan in this lifetime. Ao Lang Yun was puzzled as he looked in the direction in which the two emperor-level experts had left. He was at a loss. At such a critical moment, what could be more important than the plan here? What will you do if King of Helchu comes after you two leave? This isn't a big plan. He felt depressed in his heart. So, he sat down sullenly. Then, an intense desire to recruit subordinates of his own rose in his heart. Chu Yang flew out like a meteor. He stuck close to the ground, and shot out like a black smoke. He rushed out more than 50 kilometers in one breath. And, the color of the sky had finally darkened. Chu Yang jumped into the jungle with a schwa sound. He then coughed out the blood he had been suppressing. He had racked his brains and exhausted all his skills. Moreover, he had managed to escape from the Black Pine Forest with the help of the Sword Spirit. Moreover, he had taught the enemy a bloody lesson. Moreover, he had successfully framed the Black Devil clan. However, he had also paid a huge price. Moreover, he had suffered a lot when he had clashed with Li Chonglong in the end. It was just a short collision, but he had already consumed 2 incomplete heavy pills. He had needed 1 more to escape here. This meant that Chu Yang had encountered 3 life and death crises in the short span of a blink of an eye. Perhaps, Chu Yang would have had no choice but to let the Sword Spirit take over his body if Li Chonglong hadn't diverted half of his martial power to prevent the pink smoke from invading his body. However, all of this was worth it. Presumably, Ao Lang Yun and the others' hatred towards He Shu would have grown like bamboo shoots after the rain. Naturally, it would have been better if that emperor-level expert had been turned into pus by the aphrodisiac poison. Chu Yang spat out blood as he hastily took out the incomplete versions of the heavy pills and swallowed them. Then, he maliciously thought in his heart, it would have been lively if Li Chonglong didn't know what kind of poison this was. And, he would have called everyone to take a sniff of it. Everyone would have stuck out their crotches and looked for a brothel. 70 or 80 people would have pitched tents at the same time. I believe that the scene would have been spectacular. The Sword Spirit saw that Chu Yang had finally recovered. So, he asked, there's one thing that I don't understand. You can't speak in a faintly discernible voice with your current cultivation. How did you do it? Chu Yang snorted and said with a smile, didn't you notice that I had patted a big tree in every direction since I had entered the forest? In fact, I had patted 1 tree in every 100 trees. I noticed that. But, what does that have to do with this? The Sword Spirit was puzzled. I used energy when I patted the trees. So, the insides of the trees had already been shattered by me. And, they had become empty shells. Then, I deliberately aimed my energy at those trees when I spoke. So, an echo was naturally transmitted from those trees. Therefore, my voice could be heard from all directions. Chu Yang smiled and said, one has to be careful in Jianghu. Especially, one must be cautious in a life and death situation. Sword Spirit, you must learn this from me. The Sword Spirit didn't speak. This guy has been using my spiritual power to help him. And, he had to rely on my heavy pills to save his life. But, he has turned around to teach me a lesson. Only the Ao clan has obstructed us on this road. This is obviously not right. Chu Yang muttered, I slaughtered the Ao clan. But, Du Shao and his father are still so calm? They haven't come to take revenge on me? Sword Spirit sinisterly replied, it's not that they won't take revenge. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. Fu *K. Minister Chu cursed. He then stood up, open the way. He thought, Du Xing and the others have already been ambushed by the Ao clan. Is Luo Kudi injured? I wonder how injured he is? Ao clan's actions were beyond everyone's expectations. And, they had already exceeded everyone's expectations. Motng and I have clearly miscalculated. How should we react? The entire Jianghu seems to have ushered in the end because of Ao clan's unreasonable interference. Everyone is trying their best to stir up trouble. Everyone is sparing no effort to sit on the sidelines and watch the fire burn. Everyone is waiting to take advantage of it. Ambition will inevitably rise in the Jianghu. Chu Yang looked up to the sky and sighed. I'm afraid that less than half of the original clans will survive after this storm. In fact, even less. Countless king-level experts and revered martial artists will lose their lives in this storm. Chu Yang had never wanted to see Mo Tianji so urgently. The current situation had become so complicated that it could make one's hair stand on end. As far as Chu Yang knew, there were only 2 people in the entire heavenly layer who could deal with such a complicated situation with such ease. One is Diwu Qingro, and the other is Mo Tianji. Even I can't do it. In another direction, nighttime, Kai Xiaoqing and Li Changlong finally came out of the brothel. They looked up, and saw that the sky was filled with stars. It was almost dawn. 7 or 8 prostitutes were lying down in a room on the roof of the brothel behind them. They didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. Their cheeks were flushed, and their eyes were blurred. So satisfying. So satisfying. I didn't expect that such an old man would be so fierce. He lasted for 3 hours. He is so energetic. So fierce. Which young man can have such endurance? Motherfew *cur. I'll have to pick an old man when I receive a guest in the future, even if it's free. Moreover, this guest is so generous. Look at the gold ingots on the ground. Oh, so happy. Emperor-level expert Li Changlong's legs had become somewhat soft. When they came out of the brothel, they didn't care about shocking the world. They lowered their heads and rushed all the way. In just a few moments, they were already dozens of miles away. It was too embarrassing. Brotherly. Kai Xiaoqing caught up from behind and blinked. Are you done? Li Changlong's complexion turned black. Enough. Cough. Brotherly is really old but vigorous. This? Kai Xiaoqing gave him a thumbs up. This old man has been hearing calls from upstairs all night. There are a lot of people downstairs, and they are all betting. Bet? Li Changlong's face turned red. He angrily said, what bet? Everyone was betting on how long you could last. In the end, everyone lost. Kai Xiaoqing coughed dryly. Li Changlong's face turned as black as charcoal. His heart, however, seemed to be possessed by demons and gods. He couldn't help but reminisce about it. Brotherly, this, how does it taste? Kai Xiaoqing chuckled. This taste? Li Changlong narrowed his eyes as he reminisced about it. Then, he suddenly realized something, and became furious. What taste? He then flew away. It seemed as if he had broken some taboo since then. This emperor-level expert Li Changlong would mysteriously disappear for a period of time whenever he went to a place. Kai Xiaoqing was greatly puzzled. So, he followed him several times. And, he found that Li Changlong would change his appearance every time he went to a place. Then, he would rush into a brothel. He's addicted to the taste. The world has lost a righteous ruler, and gained a perverted thief. This is King of Hell Chu Sin. Chu Yang rushed all the way. Finally, 2 days later, he saw smoke rising in the distance at noon. His heart skipped a beat. He stepped on the top of the mountain, and looked around. There's no sign of human habitation here. How can there be smoke rising from the kitchen? He walked along the main road, and saw a fully loaded caravan coming towards him. There were more than 20 people in the caravan. Their heads were full of sweat, and their faces were full of exhaustion. It was obvious that they had traveled a long and arduous journey. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he stopped. The old man at the front of the caravan ran over while wiping his sweat and gasping for breath when he saw Chu Yang coming towards them. Sir, cough, may I ask how far it is to the Song clan's fort? Song clan's fort? Chu Yang didn't know what Song clan's fort was. So, he replied, I'm sorry. I'm just in a hurry. I don't know where Song clan's fort is. The old man's face was simple and honest. He nodded and bowed. It's all right. Thank you very much, my lord. My lord is very kind. You're a good person. Chu Yang nodded, and casually asked, are you delivering goods on such a hot day? Yes. The old man was obviously very talkative. But, his complexion turned bitter as he said, it's not easy for this little old man to get a job. I have to deliver goods for a living. Oh, there's no other way. There are old and young people at home. Dozens of people are waiting to eat. Xianxia nodded, and said with pity, it's not easy. The old man suddenly wanted to cry, there's no other way. I'm forced by life. Then, he politely said, my lord, you haven't eaten yet, right? My lord, you didn't even bring a water bottle on such a hot day. The journey is long and arduous. The sun is high in the sky. It's not easy. No pop-up, read no advertisement then, he shouted, little dog, quickly bring a water bottle over. Let this lord moisten his throat. Then, he turned to Xianxia, my lord, it's fate that brought us together. It's just a small gesture. Please don't take it to heart. Please don't blame me for taking matters into my own hands. Xianxia smiled warmly and said, what are you talking about? You have good intentions. I can't thank you enough. How can I blame you? The old man chuckled and said, my lord, you're really a good person. I've been delivering goods in Jianghu for so many years. I've relied on being kind to others. There are still many good people in this world. Xianxia nodded repeatedly and said, you're really a good person. Then, he took the water bottle from the little dog and nodded to express his thanks. The old man's turbid eyes looked at the water bottle in Xianxia's hand. He politely said, my lord, you should drink a mouthful. Xianxia smiled warmly and said, I'm not thirsty for the time being. But I'll remember your kindness. I'll drink it whenever I'm thirsty. The old man smiled happily and said with relief, that's good. My lord, take care of yourself. I'll take my leave now. Xianxia smiled gratefully and said, thank you, my lord. Have a safe journey. The old man shouted and the carriage set off again. They were still moving slowly. Xianxia stood on the side of the road and smelled the fragrance in the carriage. It seemed that they were pulling carriages of spices. The old man kept turning his head and waving his hand. Xianxia smiled and waved his hand. He turned around and left. After taking 2 steps, his whole body suddenly trembled. He opened his eyes wide and hissed, you, who are you? The old man looked at him from afar. It seemed that he didn't hear what he said. Xianxia groaned. His body shook violently a few times. His eyelids seemed to be about to close. He tried to open his eyes and roared like spring thunder, who are you? He sat down. In an instant, the sky and earth turned upside down. The old man saw Xianxia fall down. He suddenly trotted over and stopped 3 feet away. He carefully asked, my lord, what happened to you? Xianxia shook his head. It seemed that he wanted to shake off the dizziness in his head. He weakly threw the water bottle aside and muttered, how could it be poisoned? I was very careful, how could it be poisoned? His eyes were lifeless. He muttered as if there was no one around. He seemed to be extremely regretful. That old man and more than 20 coachmen gathered around. They cautiously looked at Xianxia, and said with a strange smile, poisoned? Haha, my lord, this old man forgot to tell you. Although you were very vigilant and didn't dare to drink my water, you didn't think that the water bottle was poisoned. As long as your hand touched the water bottle, it would be poisoned. Xianxia said weakly. He then retorted with great difficulty, nonsense. Say, there's obviously no poison on that water bag. I can completely feel this, haha, there was medicine on the water bottle, but it wasn't poison. The old man's eyes emitted a ferocious light, but, as long as you touched the water bottle and passed by my carriage, you smelled the fragrance. It was highly toxic. Moreover, there was no antidote. Your whole body would be paralyzed. King of Hell Chu, can you die in peace? I see. Xianxia sighed sadly and closed his eyes. Then, he opened them again and weakly asked, who are you? Haha. I, Xianxia, have moved unhindered all my life. I have single-handedly overturned the heavens. But, I'm going to die, here today. Tell me who you are. Let me die with some understanding. That old man mischievously sneered and said, King of Hell Chu, you obviously won't die so easily. You've massacred 8,000 people of my O clan. Don't tell me that you want to die so easily? Haha, you're dreaming. So, it's the O clan. Chu Yang forced a smile and said, "This is the cycle of justice. What goes around comes around. I killed your entire clan. And, I'm going to die in your hands." "Oh Qingwu, it's you, right?" The old man burst into loud laughter. His laughter was mournful and shrill. He then shouted, "Yes, it's this old man." He wiped his face as he said this. Then, he removed his disguise and revealed his true face. He was the clan lord of the O clan, O Qingwu. The complexion of the youth who had given Chu Yang the water bottle also changed. He turned into the valiant and formidable young lord of the O clan, the young poison spirit, O Du Shao. His complexion had turned ashen at this moment. He looked at Chu Yang with extreme resentment. "King of Hell Chu, you hadn't thought that you would end up like this when you had ruthlessly and mercilessly attacked our O clan, right?" Chu Yang choked and laughed. He then nodded repeatedly, "O Du Shao. Yes, I hadn't thought of this. But, I, King of Hell Chu, didn't die in vain. I didn't lose anything. More than 10,000 lives of the O clan were buried with me. So, what did I lose? Ha ha ha. I made a profit. I made more than 8,000 times. Ha ha, O Du Shao, they will be scared if they see me in the underworld after you kill me. Waha." Chu Yang smiled mockingly. "Third, all of you are acting as if you don't have any cultivation. So, you must have taken some kind of medicine to conceal your cultivation so that others can't see through you. That's why they've let their guard down. But, an expert is an expert. You're still an expert no matter how much you try to conceal your cultivation. The net doesn't even splash dust because of your feet." Chu Yang laughed out loud. "This is a muddy road. The weather is dry now. So, the horse's hooves create a cloud of dust when they step on it. Even a gust of wind can fill the sky. But, your people are stepping on it as if they're stepping on a stone. Isn't it strange? Don't tell me that king-level experts are in charge of delivering goods on the road these days? Fourth, we've met for the first time. We've never met before. But, you gave me a water sack." Chu Yang smiled. "I've never seen such a kind-hearted person in the lower three heavens. You're kind-hearted by nature. But, you should have made sure that this person you've suddenly met doesn't have any intention of robbing you, right? You're so enthusiastic, as if you've seen your own father. Do you think I'm stupid? There are so many loopholes. Wouldn't I be more stupid if I fell into your scheme?" Chu Yang indifferently said, "Do you know that I caught all the spies who had been hiding in Ironclad Nation for more than 10 years by relying on these clues when I arrived in the lower three heavens? And, you're using this method to deal with me now?" Chu Yang burst into loud laughter. "Oh Qingwu. Has your head been kicked by a donkey?" Oh Qingwu's eyes were filled with anger. He pointed his trembling finger at Chu Yang. Then, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood with a puff sound. Chu Yang's vitality had almost recovered. So, his eyes gradually exposed a murderous intention. "You too, it's almost time. I should send you on your way. Thousands of O clan members are still eagerly waiting for you to reunite in the netherworld. Don't make them wait too anxiously. That would be my sin." "Hold on." Oh Du Shao shouted in a low voice. He firmly looked at Chu Yang. "I want to know. You've seen through our disguise. But, you've still come into contact with that water sack. And, as far as I know, this kind of mixed poison is a unique creation of our O clan. There's no antidote in this world, and no one knows. Even a monarch-level expert can't resist it with his own cultivation. How did you do it?" Chu Yang snorted. "You don't need to know this." The tribulation sword appeared in his hand with a clang sound. He then coldly shouted, "Oh Du Shao, it's your turn now." Suddenly, O Qingwu laughed miserably, and black smoke came out of his body. Chu Yang squinted his eyes, and slashed his sword horizontally. A ray of light flew out like a meteor, and chopped off O Qingwu's head. Then, Chu Yang used the tip of his sword to cut open O Qingwu's chest lapel, and took out a book. Black smoke was continuously coming out of this book. Wherever Chu Yang's vital qi went, the black smoke was immediately extinguished. "I knew that you had this thing. It's no wonder that I couldn't find it even after searching the entire O clan." Chu Yang sneered. He saw 4 words written on the cover of the book, 10,000 Poisons Evil Book, the O clan had relied on this secret technique to become famous. In fact, it was as thick as a small brick. O Duzhao's eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't help but feel his blood boil when he saw that his father had died tragically in front of him. He roared and rushed forward. His figure was fleeting and unpredictable. His body was emitting a thick black fog with a fishy smell. This was the poison demon technique that the clan lord of the O clan could practice. Xianxia's current cultivation was far higher than O Duzhao's. So, he turned around and rushed into the black fog. Then, the tribulation sword angrily shot forward. O Duzhao screamed. The tip of the sword was pulled out of his chest, and blood spurted out. However, he still staggered and didn't fall down. He firmly clutched his chest and asked with difficulty, why aren't you afraid of poison? Xianxia was inside the black smoke. He looked at O Duzhao with his clear eyes, and slowly said, I'm not afraid of poison because I'm the master of the tribulation sword. No poison in this world is of any use to me. O Duzhao's eyes bulged, and almost fell out of their sockets. He had been seriously injured. But, he still felt his blood rushing through his body at a rapid speed. So that's how it is. O Duzhao looked at Xianxia in a daze. Then, he suddenly faced upwards, and miserably laughed. He seemed to have gone crazy, and shouted, I regret it. I regret it. He finally fell down with a plop sound. His body twitched, and then stopped making any sound. Head. O Duzhao was dead, but his eyes were still wide open. There was no sadness or resentment in his stiff pupils. There was only endless regret. His body gradually began to wrinkle, and lost its vitality. Xianxia looked at O Duzhao's eyes. O Duzhao had died with his eyes wide open. He secretly sighed in his heart. He could understand O Duzhao's last words, I regret it. I regret it. What does that mean? The master of the tribulation sword, the appearance of the tribulation sword once every 10,000 years also symbolized that the upper three heavens was about to be turned upside down. The current ruling clans would fall from power one by one. The brothers of the master of the tribulation sword would form a new ruling clan in the future, and rule the upper three heavens. This was a convention that hadn't changed in the upper three heavens for 10,000 years. Some people had wanted to fight against it. So, the original ruling clans and the master of the tribulation sword would fight to the death every time the upper three heavens changed. However, the master of the tribulation sword would win every time, and change the situation of the upper three heavens. O Duzhao also had this opportunity. He could have treated people with sincerity like Xianxia's clan. He could have made friends with Xianxia, and gained Xianxia's favor. Then, how could the O clan not have a place in the upper three heavens in the future? The O clan couldn't become one of the ruling clans of the upper three heavens. But, it was certain that the O clan would become one of the ruling clans of the upper three heavens. That was the ultimate goal that countless generations of the O clan had dreamt of since its establishment. It was also the supreme glory of the upper three heavens. It was already at their fingertips. The god of fate had already bestowed this great gift to the O clan. But, they had ruined this once in 10,000 years opportunity because of a moment of greed. Moreover, they had also brought their clan into the abyss of death. Nearly 10,000 people of their clan had perished. How could O Duzhao not regret? The O clan had clearly made up their mind to make friends with King of Hell Chu at that time. They had even held a meeting to return the money to King of Hell Chu. Then, they would make a fair trade with King of Hell Chu. O Duzhao had opposed it in his heart even when he had changed his mind. And, the clan's determination hadn't been strong at that time. So, the matter could have been reversed as long as O Duzhao had resolutely opposed it. However, he had become greedy, angry, and ambitious at that critical moment. And, it had eventually gotten out of hand. How could O Duzhao not regret? Even if he was killed, if his spirit still existed after his death, he would be filled with endless regret until the end of time. Xianxia sighed deeply as he looked at O Duzhao, who had shouted, I regret it so much, before his death. He should have been one of the 12 influential figures of the upper three heavens in the future. He hadn't even started to grow. But, he had died at Xianxia's hands. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh as he recalled O Duzhao's heroic demeanor in the upper three heavens. His poison techniques had made the entire upper three heavens tremble in fear. You regret it. But, how can I not regret it? I would have had the assistance of a clan that was proficient in using poison in the future if you had made friends with me wholeheartedly. Then, wouldn't my path of the sword calamity have been much easier? How many enemies would have been killed by the word poison in the battle of the upper heavens? How many casualties would have been prevented from my brothers? It's a pity that you've chosen another path. I had already felt that you, the poison spirit, would have been a formidable enemy in the lower three heavens back in the great Zhao continent city. I had already expressed my goodwill in the lower three heavens Mt. Dingjun. I had revealed my intention to make friends with you. Otherwise, why would I have given you such leniency? Why would I have given you such preferential conditions? I, King of Hell Chu, have a lot of money. But, I'm not a prodigal. You, O Du Shao, were vicious in the lower three heavens. But, you were still a lover. You still had a pure heart in the lower three heavens Mt. Dingjun. But, why did you suddenly get blinded by your ambition at the critical moment? You ultimately chose another path. You regretted it. But, you only regretted it when you were about to die. You should have known that regret is useless, right? Farewell, poison spirit. No. There will be no more poison spirit in the heavens from now on. Chu Yang gently sighed. He extended his hand, and closed Du Zhao's eyes. Then, he silently said, I'm sending you on your last journey. I'm making you close your eyes in this world. And, I'm also making you open your eyes in the other world. It's said that people who die with grievances will become blind in the netherworld. I don't want you to become blind. I'm not doing this for Du Shao of this life. Instead, I'm doing this for the all-powerful poison spirit of my previous life. Du Shao of this life isn't worth it. But, the poison spirit of my previous life is worth it. Who would have known that the 12 influential figures of the lower three heavens in my previous life were my Leduo? Especially, Dark Bamboo, Black Devil, Du Shao, Poison Spirit, Xie Gong, and Tianbu Ru, who stood at the peak. This is my dream. Chu Yang stood up and shouted in a low voice. Then, the two shopkeepers came out. They struck a big hole in the ground with a bang. Then, they put the corpses of Du Zhao's father and the clan's experts into the hole. Then, they pushed their palms, and piled up a grave. The calamity sword flew out with a schwa sound, and cut down a big tree on the roadside. The sword light whooshed, and a section of the tree trunk turned into a smooth tombstone in an instant. It then stood in front of the grave. Chu Yang thought for a moment. Then, he carved a few words on this simple and crude tombstone. He sighed deeply. Then, he got up, and flew away. He didn't turn his head even after his figure had disappeared. The setting sun shone on the tombstone, and illuminated the words on it. There was no name of the deceased. There was no introduction. There was only a poem. The entanglement of gratitude and grudges is Jianghu. Heroes and heroines are also nothingness. The emperor regrets my regret. Who wins and loses in the dreamy clouds? What's the point of this life or the previous life? Who's innocent since ancient times? Heroes dance in the yellow springs and blue skies. The heavenly imperial court is poisonous. This poem was either to commemorate the poison spirit of his previous life, or it was Chu Yang's own realization. However, Chu Yang's obsession from his previous life had suddenly vanished like smoke in thin air. It was just as Chu Yang had written this poem, heroes and heroines are also nothingness. Who wins and loses in the dreamy clouds? What's the point of this life or the previous life? Who's innocent since ancient times? After all, his previous life didn't exist anymore. Chu Yang's figure flew on the main road. His heart calmed down after a long time. After that, they didn't encounter any more robberies. Instead, they saw several Jianghu people killing each other. The closer they got to the gathering place of the great clans, the more frequent such scenes became. Corpses were strewn all along the way, the chaos of the Jianghu had arrived. He pondered over the clan's 10,000 poisons evil scripture, and felt that he had gained some insights. It seemed that the 10,000 poisons evil scripture could be used. The first chapter of the 10,000 poisons evil scripture, Poison Evil Divine Skill. Chapter 2, All Poisons in the World. Chapter 3, Creating Poisons. Chapter 4, All Poisonous Insects in the World. Chapter 5, All Poisons in the World, Chapter 6, All Poisons in the World. In the fourth chapter, The World of Poisonous Insects, the names and images of the Poison Recovery Flood Dragon and the Lust Flood Dragon were listed, and there was also a detailed introduction. The lust poison of the Lust Dragon was one of the poisons that couldn't be cured. Sword Spirit wrinkled his brows in Chu Yang's mind. He sensed some abnormal fluctuations in Chu Yang's energy. So, he couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" "A book," Chu Yang said as he flipped through the book. "What book?" 10,000 Poisons Evil Scripture. 10,000 Poisons Evil Book. The Sword Spirit was startled. He then said, "Let me have a look." With a thought, the evil book of 10,000 poisons, which was full of strange techniques, entered the tribulation space. Inside the space, the Sword Spirit had a serious expression on his face as he flipped through the pages. Finally, he closed the book and heaved a deep sigh. Then, he closed his eyes as if he was thinking about something. A long while passed before the Sword Spirit finally opened his mouth and said, "So, it's this thing. This isn't called the 10,000 Poisons Evil Book. The correct name should be Compendium of World Poisons. Guide to Poisons in the World?" Chu Yang asked in puzzlement. "Not bad." Sword Spirit took a deep breath. The Guide to the World of Poisons doesn't only have the effect of poisoning people. This is the famous method of the poison doctor Wu Juqing. Poison Doctor Wu Juqing? Chu Yang racked his brains, but he had never heard of this name. Poison Doctor Wu Juqing was one of the brothers of the Master of Calamity Sword 40,000 years ago. The Wu clan was also one of the big clans that controlled Zhejiang Tian 30,000 years ago. Back then, Poison Doctor Wu Juqing had relied on his poison skills to roam the pugilistic world. He had never used his hands or weapons to kill and save people. With a smile, he caused the destruction of tens of thousands of people, beheaded the heroes, and left them helpless. His might shook the world. Back then, the most soul-stirring battle was when we fought the Heavenly Wolf sect of the Upper Three Heavens. The Heavenly Wolf sect resisted stubbornly by relying on the dense forests and mountains. After Wu Juqing arrived, he stood in the limelight and released a plague. The area within a radius of 3,000 miles became a dead zone. Be it man or beast, none survived. Other than being a master of poison, Wu Juqing is also a divine physician. No matter what kind of injury it was, no matter what kind of poison it was, he could use poison to fight poison with poison and cure it without any repercussions. He is sometimes righteous and sometimes evil, doing things according to his heart's desire. He is truly a strange talent of his generation. However, after Wu Juqing disappeared for 10,000 years, a new Calamity Sword Master was born. The Wu clan declined and slowly disappeared from the Upper Three Heavens. The Guide to the World of Poisons also never appeared in the Jianghu again. However, someone from the Wu clan escaped that year. I suspect that supreme martial artist Chen Feng, who once shook the world, is a descendant of Wu Juqing. The Sword Spirit narrated the life stories of this legendary figure in detail. It seemed as if he was very familiar with them. And Chu Yang was fascinated as he listened. "So that's how it is," Chu Yang silently sighed. "However, the book in your hand is incomplete. It lacks the most important fight poison with poison. Moreover, that poison technique has clearly been modified." The Sword Spirit smiled strangely. "Oh?" Chu Yang immediately heard the strangeness in the Sword Spirit's tone. He asked, "How is it?" "Haha. Because this book was rewritten by me." The expression on the Sword Spirit's face couldn't be described. "I didn't expect to see this book again after 30,000 years. You rewrote it?" Chu Yang was genuinely shocked this time. "Yes, I obtained the Guide to the World of Poisons after the destruction of the Wu clan." The Sword Master of that time said, "This book will be immortalized in the hands of a ruler for hundreds of generations. But, in the hands of a person with evil intentions, it will torment the common people. I wanted to destroy it, but I couldn't bear to do so. So, I modified it and put it away. I deleted all the evil and cruel methods that violated human nature. I also reduced the power of the poison technique to the minimum. Then, I separated the book into 2 volumes. The book you're holding now is the first volume," the Sword Spirit said. "So, do you still remember it?" Chu Yang's eyes lit up. I remember it. However, this kind of martial art is too dangerous. It's not easy to control it if other people practice it. Moreover, who will control the danger of this poison technique if you're no longer in this world? The sword spirit looked at Yang meaningfully. There's no such thing as good or evil in this world. The so-called righteous sects don't lack sinister villains and ambitious fanatics. The so-called evil and crooked paths don't necessarily consist of devils who torment the common people. There are also great men and true heroes who emerge in an endless stream. Yang insipidly said, moreover, you destroyed it at that time because you had already mastered the heavenly tribulation. But, I haven't started yet. The sword spirit's eyes became serious. You want to practice it? I have the heavenly tribulation divine technique. So, why would I practice this poison technique? Yang said, but, I must know some of the methods to save people or to harm people. This will be beneficial to my future plans. The sword spirit pondered for a long while. Then, he said, it's okay to let you know as long as you don't spread it out. Well, I'll give you the complete guide to world poisons. Yang was overjoyed. He said, you have a lot of good things in your head. How about this? I'll give you a lot of paper and a pen. You can record everything in your head for me, okay? It's so troublesome to squeeze out at the last moment. The sword spirit became angry. He said, I saw this thing and recalled my past memories. So, I remembered it. Do you think that I can take out anything? You don't have a medium. So, you can't recall my memories. What's the use of that? Moreover, can you learn my 10,000 years worth of memories even if I write them down? That's something that tens of thousands of people have to study for their entire lives to achieve. You're the greediest. Yang touched his nose and forced a smile. This guy must have a lot of good things in his head. There will be many things suitable for my brothers to enhance their strength if I can dig them out. But, where am I going to find so many mediums? Yang thought as he looked at the sword spirit who was trying hard to recall. But, his feet didn't stop moving. He climbed the mountaintop. He saw a green grassland in front of him. The trees were lush, houses were continuous, and a stream of green water meandered around the periphery of the populated area. It was as if this picturesque village was surrounded by a sparkling and beautiful belt. I've arrived at the Mo clan. When Gu Duxing passed through this forest, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. The aura that was coming from the front was faintly oppressive. But, he couldn't take a detour at this time. The Gu clan was about 200 miles away, this was the only way. If he took a detour, he would have to take a detour of several thousand miles. The enemy had chosen this time and terrain to attack. Gu Duxing steeled his heart and walked out in large strides. I can't take a detour. So, I'll kill my way through. He came out of the jungle, and saw a man standing upright and unafraid at the intersection between the two mountains. The tassel of his long sword was fluttering in the wind on his shoulder. At the entrance of the gap between the two mountains, this person's figure was like a sharp sword. It was as if this sharp sword had split the two mountains apart. This man was tall and sturdy. His figure was tall and sturdy. His face was covered with curly hair. He looked like a black iron tower. He stood tall like a mountain on the road. There was a wide road on both sides of his body. But, it didn't know why this man gave people the feeling that he was blocking the entire road, not even a drop of water could trickle through. Brother Gu, it's been a long time, this man grinned and said indifferently when he saw Gu Duxing come out. He opened his shoulders, and a domineering aura suddenly gushed out, Tu Qian Hao. Brother Tu? Gu Duxing's body landed lightly. He stopped, and said with a cold expression, the scorching sun is high in the sky. Brother Tu must be in a good mood to bask in the sun. Do you have nothing better to do? Tu Qian Hao smiled and shook his head, Brother Gu, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Your attitude is very bad. Gu Duxing sneered and said without any trace of politeness, Tu Qian Hao, you're blocking my way. Don't tell me that you have good intentions? Tell me, what do you want to do today? Tu Qian Hao took a deep breath. He slowly removed the sheathed sword from his back, and said in a heavy tone, this too suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Brother Gu in the last battle. So, I have come here today to ask Brother Gu for advice. Gu Duxing took a step forward. His whole body was surrounded by a cold sword energy. His eyes slowly swept across the surroundings. He then shouted in a low voice, "You're alone?" The contempt in his tone wasn't concealed in the slightest. Tu Qianhao snorted. He glared at him and said, "I won't hide it from you. 20 people of our Tu clan have come this time. 21 people including me. Our purpose is to kill you. Hee, you have the means." Gu Duxing put on a fake smile and snorted, "Then, why haven't you called them out to fight? Why have you left the great young master here to wrangle with me?" Tu Qianhao's face turned red. He then said boldly, "But I want to fight with you first before besieging you. A battle of life and death." It seemed as if his eyes were about to spurt out a raging fire. He then said in a heavy tone, "I want to have a fair fight with you today. First, I'll kill you. Second, you'll kill me. I'll cut my own throat on the spot if anyone dares to fight before the battle of life and death is decided." Then, he turned around and shouted in a stern voice, "Did you hear that? Get out here for me." 20 people came out from behind the mountain rock with several schwa sounds. They then stood behind Tu Qianhao. Tu Qianhao's complexion was like iron. He then shouted in a stern voice, "Whoever dares to fight before the outcome is decided will kill me with their own hands. Do you understand? This young master has been rampant, proud, despicable, and scheming in this lifetime. But no one has ever said that I have no backbone. And no one is allowed to say that my Tu clan has no backbone. Do you understand?" Translator, Mr. Voltaire Wei Xiaogu had taken over Yu Lao's authority. He had become the one and only Yu Lao in the world. All the marriages in the world were in his hands. "What? Brother, you're a rich second generation? A great master? You don't lack women? Very good. Then, you can try from today onwards. Do you still have women? This Yu Lao can guarantee that you won't even see a chrysanthemum flower." Big Mouth Parrot, The Postmodern Life of Yu Lao, Book Number 227-1796. Yes. Young Master will win. 20 people of the Tu clan shouted at the same time. The 2 old men in embroidered robes in the front exposed a deeply worried look on their faces. "Gu Duxing, are you relieved now?" Tu Qianhao turned around and looked at Gu Duxing with a burning gaze. He then shouted in a stern voice. The contempt on Gu Duxing's face slowly vanished, and was replaced by respect. It was the respect of a true martial artist. He became serious and said, "Tu Qianhao, why are you doing this?" Tu Qianhao smiled bleakly and indifferently said, "My marrow was cleansed when I was born. I started to practice martial arts when I was 2 years old, and I started to practice sword when I was 3 years old. I was hailed as the #1 martial genius of the Tu clan in several hundred years when I was 7 years old. And I also think that I'm very amazing. I'm very confident, and very conceited. I was very arrogant before you and I had a fight. I thought that other people were inferior to me, but you were ranked above me. So, I refused to accept it. But, I found out that I was wrong after I fought with you." He said in a low and deep voice, "You shattered my dream, and made me realize who I am. But, you became my inner demon after that. I crazily practiced sword in order to defeat you. I wanted to defeat you in a fair and square one-on-one situation. I wouldn't have been able to reach the peak of martial arts even if I had lived on if I hadn't been able to do so. But, that's my lifelong pursuit. I might as well die if I were to declare that this road is hopeless. At least, I wouldn't have disgraced Tu Qianhao by dying under your sword." Tu Qianhao burst into loud laughter. He then shouted, "Gu Duxing, do you understand my thoughts? Do you understand? You. Are you willing to fight with me?" Gu Duxing's complexion became bleak like the autumn wind. He then said in a clear voice, "I understand, and I can completely understand. Tu Qianhao, I will fulfill your wish and fight with you." Tu Qianhao laughed like thunder. He unsheathed his sword, and slashed it against the wind. It issued a buzzing sound, and thousands of sword afterimages appeared in front of him. He then said in a loud voice, "Today is a battle of life and death. Gu Duxing, kill me if you have the ability. I don't need your respect. I only need your life. Don't worry, I won't show any mercy." Gu Duxing let out a long cry. The black dragon sword seemed to have a life of its own. With a clear cry, it automatically left the scabbard. With a flash of light in the air, it fell into Gu Duxing's hand. "Even if I kill you, I will let you die in a fighting posture," Gu Duxing said in a deep voice. He raised his head and opened his eyes. Then, two beams of light shot out from his eyes. The black dragon sword's roar reverberated in the air for a long time. The sword in Tu Qianhao's hand fiercely buzzed. Tu Qianhao burst into loud laughter. "Sword Emperor! Sword Emperor! I have indeed met the Sword Emperor in this life." With a loud roar, the muscles all over his body tightened. His entire body seemed to have swelled up and become even more powerful. Tu Qianhao's face had turned red, and his eyes had shot out a feeling of extreme excitement. In fact, every pore of his entire body had been stimulated by this kind of happiness, and had expanded. The boundless fighting intent had thoroughly integrated into Tu Qianhao's blood and soul. The lifeless sword in Tu Qianhao's hand had already expressed its allegiance when the Sword Emperor had appeared. However, Tu Qianhao could only feel his fighting intent boiling uncontrollably. "Gu Duxing, come and fight." Gu Duxing let out a long roar, and his sword light crisscrossed. Tu Qianhao laughed heartily, and flew up. Suddenly, thousands of sword lights whizzed out from all directions, and transformed into life-snatching sword energy. They then attacked Gu Duxing. The whistling sound of the sword wind suppressed the mournful northern wind of the mountain pass. Gu Duxing was dressed in black clothes. Tu Qianhao's sword light was flickering in and out of existence. The black dragon sword swept, flickered, stuck, and cut. A cold light burst out. He didn't yield to Tu Qianhao in the slightest. One of them was dressed in black clothes, and the other in black clothes. Two groups of sword lights were rolling over and over again. Later, only a group of resplendent light balls could be seen. But, the figures of these two people couldn't be seen. Suddenly, the sound of sword lights colliding with each other resounded unceasingly. It sounded like the wind blowing on a lotus, and the rain hitting on a banana leaf. Then, only the whistling of sword energy could be heard. The sword lights were dazzling, but there was no collision. "Awesome!" Tu Qianhao burst into loud laughter. It seemed as if he had gone insane. Tu Qianhao had outperformed himself under the pressure of Gu Duxing's Sword Emperor. Tu Qianhao's slaughter spirit sword technique had been displayed to the extreme. Suddenly, it was like a violent storm. Suddenly, it was like a gentle breeze and drizzle. He only felt that the blood in his entire body was rushing at a rapid speed. His entire body was getting more and more excited. It was a kind of excitement that had almost reached an ethereal state. He had forgotten everything at this moment. He had forgotten that he was fighting. He had forgotten that he was Tu Qianhao. He had forgotten his own sword. He had forgotten everything in this world. He only asked for a fight. A fight to his heart's content. He didn't care about life or death. He felt very happy. It was the kind of unrestrained happiness of soaring through the clouds and dancing in the streets. Therefore, his wild laughter soared to the sky. His roar soared to the sky. His tall and sturdy body leaped and flew like a madman. He was like an eagle soaring in the sky. He was like a dragon swimming in the sea. He was like a tiger roaring in the forest. Ha 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 ha. Tu Qianhao laughed crazily. He then roared to his heart's content, "I can die in peace if I have to fight like this in this life." Gu Duxing was as calm as ice and snow under Tu Qianhao's crazy attacks. His eyes flickered with pity, hesitation, and indecisiveness. Kill? Or not to kill? The previous Tu Qianhao may have made people dislike him. But, the current Tu Qianhao is worthy of anyone's respect. I would have killed myself on the spot in shame if I had shown mercy to him. I wouldn't have died in peace if I had been him. The only way to treat a respected opponent with respect is to display my full strength and fight with him. Any hesitation or mercy would have been a supreme humiliation to my opponent. Gu Duxing's eyes flashed. He then shouted, "Brother Tu, be careful." The black dragon sword issued a long cry. It then jumped up. Little by little, streaks of cold light rolled out from the sword's body. The sword light was cold as it jumped and flickered. It was like a will-o'-the-wisp of the netherworld. It was unceasingly flickering. However, it was flickering with a cold murderous intention. "Come on. Tu Qianhao roared. He crazily attacked. The sword light flickered, and drops of blood sparkled like fairies. They jumped in the bright and resplendent swordlight, and then disappeared. Tu Qianhao laughed loudly. Gu Duxing sighed. The black dragon sword was already as firm as a rock. Tu Qianhao's laughter came to an abrupt end. His movements also came to an abrupt end. He calmly stood in the same place. The long sword was still in his right hand. The sword light was still flickering and rippling. He slowly lowered his head. He saw that half of the long sword was flickering with a gloomy and cold light on his chest. The tip of the sword had already pierced deeply into his heart. Tu Qianhao's face had a very strange expression as he looked at the long sword that had pierced deeply into his chest. It seemed as if he was reminiscing about this peculiar feeling. His face had a thoughtful look on it. Gu Duxing held the hilt of the sword firmly like a rock. His gaze deeply looked at Tu Qianhao's face. He then softly said, "I used my full strength, and couldn't hold back." Tu Qianhao's face exposed a trace of a smile of understanding. He then heroically said, "I wouldn't have died in peace if you hadn't used your full strength." Then, he lowered his eyes, and looked at the long sword in his chest. He was somewhat reluctant to part with it. He then said in a somewhat frustrated manner, Don't pull it out yet." "All right." Gu Duxing's eyes darkened. The people of the Tu clan angrily shouted, and suddenly rushed forward. "Stop." Tu Qianhao stood upright. He then angrily growled, "The matter between the two of us isn't over yet. Who dares to come forward?" His heart had already been pierced. So, he was dead for sure. However, his growl was still awe-inspiring. His domineering and arrogant aura was completely exposed. The 20 experts of the Tu clan stopped at the same time. They anxiously looked at their young lord. Their faces were full of anxiety. But, they also carried deep grief and powerlessness. "Retreat." Tu Qianhao's voice was low and deep. But, it was firm and unquestionable. He then repeated, "Retreat." The 20 experts slowly retreated while holding their swords. Several of them had tears flickering in their eyes. Tu Qianhao didn't seem to feel anything. He closed his eyes, and then opened them again. He then looked at the white clouds floating in the distant sky. His eyes didn't seem to have the slightest bit of expression. But, they also seemed to be filled with a myriad of emotions. "Do you know, Gu Duxing? I, Tu Qianhao, could have become a swordsman. I could have moved unhindered in the heavens. I had this feeling that I could have done it. But, I've ruined my own future with my own hands now. I've ruined my own life." Tu Qianhao laughed in a hoarse voice, "I'll always be below you even if I become a swordsman and an emperor-level expert. I'll never surpass you. And, we are people of the same era. Your achievements are far inferior to mine. Therefore, it's a shame for me to have my achievements suppressed by you guys. I, Tu Qianhao, don't want it. I, Tu Qianhao, wouldn't be Tu Qianhao if I wanted it." Tu Qianhao looked at Gu Duxing with his sharp eyes. He then proudly said, "I'm Tu Qianhao if I die like this." Gu Duxing remained silent for a long time. Then, he gently nodded. He said, "You're indeed qualified to be so proud." Tu Qianhao smiled. His face was covered with a beard. But, his smile gave Gu Duxing a very pure and innocent feeling at this moment. In fact, it seemed as if he was a child who was showing off his little achievements. Naive and unaffected. "I didn't want to die," Tu Qianhao slowly said, "but, I joined the alliance organized by Du Shao because of my hatred and obsession with you. And, I only wanted to kill you at first after I had entered. But, I suddenly became disheartened later on. Too selfish. Too unforthright. Each of those people was a talent. But, each of them was fighting and scheming against each other. That kind of environment." Tu Qianhao deeply sighed. Then, he clenched his teeth and cursed from the bottom of his heart, Fu King Hell. It suffocated me to death. He had used a lot of strength in this curse. In fact, it seemed as if he had used the strength of his heartbeat. Anyone who had heard it would have had the feeling that these words had come from the bottom of his heart. "I have a headache. I'm going to get some medicine. Especially when I learned that you had already become a sword emperor." Tu Qianhao laughed in a desolate manner. Heh. At that moment, I suddenly felt disheartened. I said that I would kill Gu Duxing at that time. The Black Devil said that he was already a sword emperor. So, what grade of king level were you? He had imitated the tone of the young Black Devil when he had said these words. His gloominess and ridicule had been imitated to perfection. This was enough to show how much these words had stimulated him at that time. I thought at that time, I can't catch up with you. I can't kill you. But, I will be killed by you. I will die in your hands. So, it should be okay, right? Tu Qianhao snorted, Tu Qianhao, will die. But, I'm 1,000 times better than those bastards who only speak ill of people behind their backs. They don't dare to face their enemies head on. I'm 10,000 times prouder than them. Tu Qianhao roared. This sentence was clearly too loud. His mood fluctuated violently. The sword wound on his chest had caused him to spurt out blood. Gu Duxing's expression shook. He used his finger as a knife and poked twice on Tu Qianhao's chest to stop the bleeding. Tu Qianhao's complexion turned as pale as gold paper. He smiled warmly, don't bother. I've come here today to seek death. Do you really think that a 7th grade king level expert like me can defeat a sword emperor? Gu Duxing was speechless. He sighed and said in disappointment and frustration, you didn't have to die. Tu Qianhao smiled freely. Then, he suddenly said, but, I have boundless confidence now. I may not necessarily lose if I have the opportunity to fight with you next time. That's because I suddenly comprehended my own way of the sword when I was at death's door. I comprehended my own sword emperor realm. Tu Qianhao's complexion was solemn and proud. He gasped for breath and said, I'll be a sword emperor after today if I don't die. Gu Duxing knitted his brows. He was somewhat worried as he looked at Tu Qianhao's increasingly pale complexion. Tu Qianhao choked and coughed. He then said in a somewhat strange manner of self-mockery, do you know when I had this kind of comprehension? When? Gu Duxing could not help but agree. When the tip of your sword pierced my heart, a boundless feeling of death suddenly welled up. But, I comprehended my own way of the sword at that time. Tu Qianhao smiled brightly, when the tip of your sword pierced my heart, I unexpectedly made a breakthrough at that time. Ha ha ha. It's so damn funny. What a F***king joke. This is really F***king funny. Gu Duxing couldn't help but be speechless. He didn't know what to say. The tip of the enemy's sword pierced his heart, and he broke through at that time. Such a fortuitous encounter would make anyone speechless. So it turns out that the greatest breakthroughs can only be achieved when one is on the brink of death. Tu Qianhao finished laughing. Then, he sighed in disappointment and frustration. Then, he muttered, I remember that senior once said that the aura of death is the precursor to a breakthrough. I've always been puzzled, but today, I finally understand. Heh. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at Gu Duxing with a burning gaze. He said, Gu Duxing, although I'm dead, I can't waste my sword Dao. Please, do me a favor. What favor? Gu Duxing had already faintly guessed it. Only you can understand my state of mind at that time. So, I'll tell you my sword Dao. Tu Qianhao's pupils suddenly opened wide, and he exposed a fanatical look. Gu Duxing, I hope that my sword Dao will be famous throughout the world. Its might will shake the heavens. I beg you to help me. Me? Gu Duxing had already guessed it. But, he still felt his whole body shake when he heard Tu Qianhao say it himself. I can call the experts of your clan over, and you can impart it to them. Gu Duxing said indifferently. No. Tu Qianhao coldly snorted, they don't deserve it. They can't understand it. Gu Duxing, don't waste my life. Tu Qianhao didn't wait for Gu Duxing to reply after he finished speaking. Instead, he said, my realization is called forget emotions. Forget everything. Forget yourself. Forget the engraving. Forget the sky. Forget the earth. Forget the emotions. Forget everything. This is the highest realm of my engraving technique. Tu Qianhao said with difficulty, you listen carefully, then, he started to speak without caring about anything else. Gu Duxing also gradually became immersed in his voice as he narrated little by little. Gu Duxing's cultivation and temperament allowed him to feel the power of this realm almost as soon as he heard the first sentence. Therefore, he gathered all his spirit and tried hard to listen to every sentence and every word. Tu Qianhao was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Perhaps he would die before he could finish speaking. He would only have this opportunity in his life to listen to this realization that he had exchanged his life for. Not only would he be letting himself down if he couldn't remember it, but he would also be letting Tu Qianhao down. Perhaps Tu Qianhao would die with his eyes wide open if he couldn't remember it. The two men stood face to face. A long sword was flickering with a cold light between them. The hilt of the long sword was motionless in Gu Duxing's hand like a 10,000-year-old boulder. The tip of the long sword was still slowly soaking in blood on Tu Qianhao's chest. Forget emotions, Chu Yang would have sighed if he were here. He wouldn't have been able to describe the feeling in his heart. Tu Qianhao had become one of the 12 influential figures of the three heavens in his previous life. He had relied on his unruffled sword. Tu Qianhao had comprehended unruffled sword on the basis of the unruffled swordsmanship. Tu Qianhao had once rushed to the peak of the three heavens by relying on these two words, unruffled swordsmanship. He had slaughtered thousands of heroes, and had laughed proudly in the Jianghu with his sword. This was Tu Qianhao. Tu Qianhao had gathered all his comprehensions into a book in the year of Chu Yang's death. Then, he had prepared to march into the upper three heavens. Chu Yang didn't know whether he would succeed or not. However, he knew that Tu Qianhao had written a book named Forget Emotions Heavenly Book. Now, Tu Qianhao had comprehended Forget Emotions sword technique. This was undoubtedly 20 years earlier than in his previous life. However, it was worth lamenting that this Forget Emotion sword technique could no longer be used by Tu Qianhao, the inventor. The Forget Emotions Heavenly Book that had once shocked the entire upper three heavens would no longer appear in the upper three heavens in this life. This was also a kind of regret. In his previous life, there were 12 influential figures in the three heavens. Meng Luo, Qiong Hua, Tian Rue, Meng Luo, 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 Meng Now, the life of this black saber Qianhao evil duke had come to an end ahead of time. After a long time. Do you remember it? Tu Qianhao's voice was already weak. However, he still asked urgently. Got it. Gu Duxing took a deep breath. You read it out loud for me to hear. Tu Qianhao's pupils had already somewhat dilated. He then muttered, will anyone think of me, Tu Qianhao, when they use the unruffled swordsmanship in the future? Unruffled sword. Gu Duxing knew that Tu Qianhao was worried. So, he softly and clearly recited the sword scripture of unruffled emotions. Tu Qianhao's face exposed a strange loneliness. It seemed as if he hadn't heard what Gu Duxing had said. He merely tilted his head slightly as if he was listening to something. Then, he muttered, so boring. What? Gu Duxing hastily asked. But, he didn't hear a response. He looked carefully, and saw that Tu Qianhao's body was standing upright. His eyes were full of loneliness. He was no longer breathing. The founder of the unruffled swordsmanship was one of the 12 influential figures. But, his last words before his death were, so boring. This was a hero of his generation who had rushed into the Jianghu. He had lived a colorful life. But, his last words were, so boring, no one knew. How was it boring? Why was it boring? Perhaps, he had a new realization at the last moment? However, this was something that no one knew. Gu Duxing sighed. He gently pulled out his long sword. The black dragon sword left Tu Qianhao's chest like a pool of clear water. Gu Duxing retreated 2 steps. He then looked at Tu Qianhao with rapt attention. He held his sword with both hands, and bowed with a solemn expression. Then, he earnestly said, Brother Tu, you can go in peace. The unruffled swordsmanship will inevitably blossom in the Jianghu. Tu Qianhao's body was still standing tall. His face was full of curly beard, and it was trembling in the bleak wind. His eyes were empty and contained endless arrogance. But they were also lonely and desolate. Moreover, they were also full of ridicule. It seemed as if he was ridiculing his own life for being so ridiculous and helpless. But it also seemed as if he was ridiculing the millions of people who were still alive in the world for being so boring, stupid, and vulgar. His hand naturally drooped down. He still held the sword in his hand. The sword light was flickering indeterminately. He was standing like this. He was already dead. He was just a corpse. But he still had a heroic spirit of a man who could hold back 10,000 men. It was an awe-inspiring demeanor. Blood dripped down from Gu Duxing's black dragon sword. It reluctantly slid down along the sword's tip and dripped into the dust. It splashed lightly, and the dust curled up and scattered. This is the Jianghu. Gu Duxing let out a long breath. He had been suppressing this breath for a long time. But he felt a sense of disappointment and frustration when he finally let it out. There are so many rights and wrongs in the Jianghu. But how can there be so many should and shouldn't? Life and death, who can say for sure whether it's innocent or calm? He sighed. He then retreated a dozen steps, and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He earnestly looked at Tu Qianhao, who had already lost his breath. The look in his eyes was extremely complicated. He then softly said, "Brother Tu, the road to the underworld is long. Take care on the way." "Young lord." 20 experts of the Tu clan cried out in grief. They rushed forward, and threw themselves in front of Tu Qianhao. But they suddenly discovered that Tu Qianhao was no longer breathing. He was completely dead. They couldn't help but scream wildly. They turned around like a whirlwind, and firmly looked at Gu Duxing. They then said in grief and indignation, "Surnamed Gu, you dared to kill our young lord?" Gu Duxing coldly looked at them. He saw that the one who had spoken was an old man with sideburns. He had tears in his eyes, and was angrily looking at Gu Duxing. Gu Duxing couldn't help but coldly say, "What? Didn't Brother Tu give you an explanation before this?" Tu Qianhao had calculated everything. He had even calculated his own death. So, how could he not give an explanation to these people? Sure enough, there was some hesitation on the faces of several people as soon as Gu Duxing said these words. They clearly remembered what Tu Qianhao had said. The bearded old man's eyes flickered. He then shouted, "Even if the young lord has given us instructions, this old man will still kill this bastard to avenge the young lord. The young lord can't die in vain." The 5 people clamored as soon as he shouted, "Yes, the young lord can't die in vain. The young lord is dead now. What face do we have to return to our clans if we don't kill the murderer Gu Duxing? We might as well kill ourselves here." The atmosphere became tense as soon as these people made a ruckus. Gu Duxing heaved a long sigh. He turned his hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. He then sighed and said, "Brother Tu, your heroic spirit isn't far away. Watch me get rid of this evil slave for you." Tu Qianhao's eyes were still empty and lonely. But the ridicule in them seemed to have intensified. Gu Duxing knew that Tu Qianhao had shared his last realization with him. So, he certainly didn't wish for him to die. Moreover, he must have made some arrangements before this. Gu Duxing didn't know what those arrangements were. But they were certainly related to him. So, he was definitely not his enemy. Therefore, these people obviously had ulterior motives. Tu Qianhao wouldn't have allowed them to act so presumptuously if he were alive. Tu Qianhao would have killed them all given his strong personality. Tu Qianhao is dead now. But, I, Gu Duxing, am still here. Tu Qianhao, I, Gu Duxing, have already recognized you as a friend when you were on the verge of death. We have always been enemies. But that doesn't prevent me from recognizing you as a friend. I know your habits, and I also know your character. And I also know what you would have done if you were still here. I'll do it for you." Gu Duxing's body was dragged like a javelin. He muttered, "Brother Tu, I can see the loneliness in your eyes. And I can also see your loneliness. Now, I will use my solitary sword technique to combine with your unruffled sword technique. You and I will join forces to kill these scums." His voice hadn't faded when the sound of a golden blade cutting through the air was heard behind him. A trace of anger floated across Gu Duxing's frosty face. He straightened his body and floated forward. However, his long sword silently flew out from under his armpit. It was silent, but as fast as lightning. With this sword, his demeanor was as if he was standing at the peak of solitude, looking down on the world with disdain. It was the sort of solitude that Gu Duxing had comprehended during this period of time. With one strike, the world was in solitude. The Sword Emperor's signature move, Gu Duxing said in a low voice, "Tu Qian Hao, did you see that? This is the sword of solitude." A king-level expert was stabbed in the chest with a puff sound. His body swayed, and he fell to the ground. Gu Duxing's sword pierced right into his heart without even looking back. But, a living human life had already been reduced to nothingness. The sound of the wind rose again. Gu Duxing leaned back and gently flipped into the air. He recited, a sword across the sky towards the peak. Then, he turned around and slashed out with his sword with a lonely and bleak expression on his face. He said indifferently, life and death, victory and defeat are all gone in a flash. He rushed forward, his green robe fluttering in the wind. He exuded a sense of desolation as he asked, "Where can I find a soulmate in the world?" He turned around, leaving behind dozens of afterimages. His long sword instantly turned into a screen of light. He said indifferently, "When you want to look back, you've already forgotten your feelings." Clang, Gu Duxing sheathed his sword and said indifferently, "Brother Tu, this is my sword of solitude. It's the last move. Half of it is the sword of solitude, and the other half is the sword of oblivion. Please advise me." 4 consecutive puff sounds were heard. The 4 king-level experts behind Gu Duxing fell to the ground one after another. 2 of them died on their throats, and the other 2 died on their chests. Everyone who hadn't had time to attack felt dazzled before their eyes. It seemed as if Gu Duxing was performing a light and lonely dance of solitude. The bleak mood hadn't disappeared yet, but the corpses of the 5 king-level experts who had participated in the attack were already lying on the ground. But, Gu Duxing's green robe wasn't stained with blood, a sword across the sky towards the peak. Life and death, victory and defeat are all gone in a flash. Where can I find a soulmate in the world? When you want to look back, you've already forgotten your feelings. Gu Duxing heaved a long sigh of relief. The sword path problem that had been troubling him for nearly 10 days had finally been solved today. This made him feel that the vital energy in his body was showing signs of restlessness. It seemed as if it was slowly becoming sharper and sharper. Gu Duxing had a feeling, it seems as if the vital energy in my body is slowly transforming into vital energy. Moreover, the vital energy in my body has been constantly replenished with the continuous high-pressure training. Moreover, I've had a faint feeling of restlessness in addition to my recent realizations and breakthroughs. This gave Gu Duxing a clear feeling, my cultivation has slowly been pushed to the peak of a first-grade Sword Emperor. And, I'm slowly advancing towards a second-grade Sword Emperor. Moreover, there's no bottleneck. I'm just waiting for the right conditions. And, I'll become a second-grade sword trial one day. This feeling was baseless, but it really existed. The 2 4th-grade Emperor-level experts of the Tu clan were about to rush forward. But, the imposing aura of Gu Duxing's sword trial suddenly climbed to the peak at this time, and suddenly spread out. A formless storm of swords suddenly spread out in all directions. The sword energy was like an emperor of a generation descending to the world. The sword emperor couldn't be blasphemed. The sword supremacy couldn't be violated. The 2 4th-grade Emperor-level experts' swords suddenly emitted a clang. A loud and clear sword sound rang out. It seemed as if the swords were struggling to break free from their control. They were the kings of freedom. The dignified 4th-grade Emperor-level experts were almost unable to control their swords. In fact, they almost flew out of their hands. They couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Then, they fled from the side as if they were fleeing for their lives. Gu Duxing clasped his hands behind his back, and slowly turned around. The look in his eyes was very strange. There was recollection, nostalgia, contemplation, and frustration. But, it seemed as if there was nothing in his eyes if one looked carefully. It was an empty void. Everyone on the opposite side suddenly trembled from head to toe as soon as they came into contact with his eyes. Gu Duxing's imposing aura seemed to have changed completely at this moment. His previous sharp and indomitable imposing aura had completely changed. It had changed into half loneliness, and half frustration, half loneliness, and half oblivion. His upright figure gave people the feeling that he was standing at the top of the world. However, he had forgotten everything. He had forgotten all the living things in the world. Oblivion solitary guest, yes, Gu Duxing had suddenly comprehended the word oblivion in Tu Qianhao's oblivion sword scripture when the sword energy had been running rampant in his body. When he said the last sentence, "When I want to look back, I've already forgotten my feelings," and when he wielded his sword, Gu Duxing suddenly fused the two mental cultivation methods together as if he was possessed by some supernatural force. This had caused the vital energy in his body to go berserk and transform into sword energy. He had truly comprehended it at this critical moment. Gu Duxing slowly turned around. His eyes were like lightning, and his gaze was like a sword. He looked at the two fourth-grade emperor-level experts in silence. He was only a first-grade sword emperor. But, the invisible imposing aura that he was emitting at this moment had suppressed the two fourth-grade emperor-level experts and 13 king-level experts. The two emperor-level experts were obviously 3 grades higher than him in cultivation. But, they couldn't help but feel timid in their hearts under his thunder-like gaze. Their complexions couldn't help but change. Their feet involuntarily retreated step by step. Gu Duxing was merely clasping his hands behind his back. But, the two of them seemed as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Cold sweat had seeped out of their foreheads when they had retreated 5 steps. They felt a chill all over their bodies. Both of them had a clear feeling, life and death aren't in my hands at this moment. It all depends on the thoughts of the sword judge opposite me. If he wants me to live, I'll live. If he wants me to die, I'll be consigned to eternal damnation. Gu Duxing looked at them with cold and clear eyes. He then indifferently said, Tu Qianhao was here before I came. How did he explain it to you? His voice was like the judgment of the gods. It couldn't be questioned, it couldn't be resisted. The two emperor-level experts suddenly felt as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on their heads. Moreover, this mountain was a mountain of swords. The curly-bearded old man's pupils contracted. He firmly shut his mouth. But, the other king-level expert in the crowd said, Master once told us that if he dies by your sword today, we should return to the clan and inform the clan lord that the two clan won't come out of seclusion until what? Gu Duxing's eyes turned sharp. Shut up. The curly-bearded old man finally struggled to shout. He then shouted loudly, Gu Duxing, give me your life. The sword light flashed. It broke through the blockade of Gu Duxing's imposing aura, and rushed forward like a mad tiger. Gu Duxing's eyes flashed. He exposed a trace of astonishment. He coldly snorted, get lost. The long sword seemed to fly out casually. But, it was the essence of his solitary unruffled sword. Now, he needed to establish his power and shock everyone in one fell swoop. The sword light flashed high up in the sky like a bolt of lightning. The curly-bearded old man had just shouted one word when he suddenly shut his mouth. His face exposed a look of panic and despair. The next moment, his big head rolled down from his neck, fell on the ground, and rolled all the way. It rolled to Tu Qianhao's feet, and finally stopped. It seemed as if he had done something wrong, and was prostrating himself in front of his young lord to admit his mistake. The other emperor-level expert was about to attack as well. But then, he saw this scene. And, the courage that he had just mustered disappeared without a trace. He didn't step forward. Instead, he quietly drew back 2 steps. Continue. Gu Duxing indifferently said, until what? Young lord. Until the Master of Calamity sword changes the dynasty. Then, he will appear in Jianghu again. He lowered his head after he finished speaking. His forehead was full of sweat. Gu Duxing exhaled. He couldn't help but raise his head. A long time passed. Then, he silently said, you guys go. I hope that you can bring these words to your 2 clans, decision-makers. Yes. That king-level expert seemed to want to say something. But, he restrained himself, and lowered his head. What do you want to say? Gu Duxing indifferently asked. I want to. That king-level expert suddenly mustered his courage, and loudly shouted, we weren't your match today. You and the young lord were heroes. But, the young lord died in your hands after all. Our 2 clan will never forget this enmity and hatred. We will look for you one day, and ask you to pay for today's blood debt. Gu Duxing was startled. Then, he happily laughed out loud. He said in a gratified manner, "The Tu clan is indeed a hot-blooded man." Gu Duxing let out a long and loud shout. Then, he suddenly jumped up, "Tu Qianhao, Gu Duxing, will kowtow to you if you have an afterlife. I will help you spread your sword throughout the world. Farewell. People of the Tu clan, I will wait for you to come and find me to avenge Tu Qianhao." The sword light flashed like a thunderbolt. Gu Duxing's body rushed into the mountain pass like a meteor. Then, he disappeared with another flash. The remaining 4th grade emperor-level expert screamed behind him. Then, his body was torn apart in an instant. Blood splashed out from his body. His face was full of incredible shock as he slowly fell down. Gu Duxing, a king-level expert, angrily shouted, "Why did you?" before he could finish his sentence, his mouth was covered by another person. "Are you stupid? Gu Duxing has saved our lives. Do you think that this elder would be so kind as to let us go back to inform the clan after he left?" Why, that person was puzzled. The 2 elders had said that they would kill Gu Duxing no matter what. They had firmly opposed the young lord when he had left those words behind. They had even incited the hearts of the people a moment ago. That person on the side heavily said, "The young lord isn't holding them back now." So, how could they be willing to go back to inform the clan? One must know that Tiangong had given them a lot of purple crystals in private. "I saw it with my own eyes." "Are you saying that they colluded with the Tian clan?" another person asked in astonishment. "I don't know. But, we must report this to the clan lord. We aren't afraid of death. But, none of us would have been able to go back alive if we had fought with Gu Duxing today. But, the young lord's dying words must be conveyed to the clan. If the clan wants to take revenge on Gu Duxing, then, we will come out and fight with our lives on the line." "Yes. Let's send the young lord back first." The remaining 13 people discussed for a while. They collected the 7 corpses, and made a stretcher. Then, they carefully placed Tu Qianhao's upright body on it. Then, the group of people lifted it, and rushed away. A long time passed. Gu Duxing's figure flashed, and reappeared here. He raised his eyes, and gazed at the departing group of people. He then muttered, "Tu Qianhao. Tu Qianhao, what a pity." Then, he turned around and walked forward step by step. As he walked past the mountain pass and looked at the lush greenery in the distance, he suddenly felt his chest heat up. A beautiful figure appeared in his mind, and in that instant, he felt his blood boil. This impulse had completely dispelled the melancholy that had been brought about by Tu Qianhao's death. "Sister Xiaomiao. I'm back. I once told you that I want to rush into the emperor level, and lead the Gu clan to glory. I also said that I would rush to the emperor level, save you, and marry you. You will be my wife." Gu Duxing let out a long howl and sprinted forward. He only felt his heart getting hotter and hotter until it was boiling. His heart was so hot that it seemed like it was going to burst out of his skin. He even had the urge to take off his shirt and rush back home in the face of the strong wind. He ran faster and faster. In fact, it seemed as if a hurricane was sweeping across the earth. He was unceasingly issuing long and loud whistling sounds. He was rushing towards the Gu clan at lightning speed. "Sister Xiaomiao, I'm back." Inside the Gu clan's inner residence, in the garden, in the lotus pond. The pond was full of lotus flowers. They were facing the autumn wind, and were blooming with their fragrance. These lotus flowers turned out to be a variant of lotus flowers. People said that they were moon lotus flowers. However, the lotus flowers here were blooming in the cold wind and the moon. In the middle of the pavilion, a young girl with a graceful figure was leisurely sitting on a stool. Her beautiful hair was like the clouds. She was holding a needle and thread in her hand. She seemed to be embroidering. 2 autumn white jade lotuses were blooming in the pond beside the pavilion in front of her. The lotuses were like boats on the water's surface. Their petals were like snow. They were slim and elegant. The embroidered handkerchief in her hand was embroidered with the delicate and graceful posture of these 2 lotus flowers. 5-inch These 2 autumn white jade lotuses were the year I went out to play with my younger brother. My younger brother saw that I liked them. So, he secretly brought them back and transplanted them here. Now, the pond is full of autumn white jade lotuses in the blink of an eye. Only these 2 are twins. They're a pair. The young girl muttered until here. Then, her beautiful face suddenly turned red. It seemed that she had spoken the secret of her heart. So, she became extremely shy for a moment. Miaoling, a steady voice was heard. An old man in a brocade robe slowly walked into the pavilion. Father. This girl was Gu Duxing's dream sweetheart, Gu Miaoling. This person was Gu Miaoling's father. He was the clan lord of the Gu clan, Gu Yunlan. Are you embroidering again? Alas, you've been embroidering these twin lotuses ever since they started to bloom. You've been embroidering them all the way till they're in full bloom. Haven't you embroidered enough? Gu Yunlan looked at his daughter with mixed feelings. His daughter had always been naughty and mischievous since she was young. She had even stolen the clan's elixirs to help Gu Duxing. In the past, Gu Yunlan would have never imagined that this daughter of his would sit quietly and embroider a flower in front of him. However, Gu Miaoling's temperament seemed to have changed since she was released from the dragon prison cave. She had begun to pay attention to the bearing of a lady. What elegance and temperament, what being a wife or mother, what being a good wife or a good husband, she had begun to study these things. This had left Gu Yunlan astonished for a long time. Only Gu Miaoling knew in her heart, I want to be little brother's wife. Since I want to be little brother's wife, I want to be the best wife in the world. I want his brothers to be envious of him. I may not be the most beautiful among his brothers' families. But, I must be the best. Father, look at this lotus. It's so beautiful. Gu Miaoling gently smiled and said, you see, doesn't this look like when I braided little brother's hair and tied 2 flowers to it when he was young? Gu Yunlan was startled. He twirled his beard and nodded, yes. However, he was puzzled in his heart, you braided Duxing when he was young? How come I didn't know about this? Little brother has been out for a long time. I don't know how he is now. Gu Miaoling looked at the lotus in a trance. She turned her head after a long time. She looked at her father, and felt her heartstrings move. She said with a sour feeling, Father, your hair is turning white very quickly. I remember when you came to see me last year. Your hair was still jet black. Gu Yunlan chuckled and said, my daughter is about to get married. How can I not be old? He thought, my hair has turned white long ago. It had turned white the moment the corpses of your 2 good-for-nothing elder brothers were brought back. Miaoling, wait until Duxing returns. I want to make the decision to arrange a marriage between you and him. Then, your father will transfer the authority of the clan to Duxing. And, I will also enjoy a few years of relaxed and happy days. What do you think? Gu Miaoling's pink face turned crimson. She slightly lowered her head and said in a slightly angry tone, Father, you have already planned it out. Why are you still asking me? Gu Yunlan chuckled and teased, I can't help but watch my daughter practice the way of a good wife and loving mother every day. Gu Miaoling blushed and pouted coquettishly. Miaoling, I have locked you up for several years. You don't have any resentment in your heart, right? Gu Yunlan hesitated for a while. Then, he finally asked. Naturally, I don't have any resentment. Gu Miaoling lowered her head and replied. She thought, I don't have any resentment. On the contrary, I am somewhat grateful. I don't know when that silly goose would have understood my feelings if it hadn't been for these few years. The father and daughter were speechless. Then, they faintly heard a long whistling sound from afar. The whistling sound had already swept over a distance of several dozen kilometers. It was getting closer and closer to the ears of the 2 people. The father and daughter stood up at the same time. Gu Yunlan wrinkled his brows. He thought, why does this sound so familiar? However, Gu Miaoling's entire body started to tremble. She almost couldn't sit still. Her brocade handkerchief fell to the ground with a thud. She muttered, it's him. Little brother has returned. Hot tears suddenly gushed out of her eyes. The long whistling sound was getting closer and closer. It seemed as if this person was sprinting at full speed. He was still several dozen kilometers away a moment ago. But, he was already at the clan's gate the next moment. Someone bumped into the gate with a bang. A guard's shout could be heard from afar, young lord, you've returned. His voice was brimming with excitement. Gu Duxing seemed to smile. Then, he disappeared like a gust of wind. The father and daughter in the garden only saw a thunderous sword light flash in the air. Then, it disappeared. Looking at that direction, it seemed that he was impatiently heading towards the dragon prison cave. Sure enough, an excited voice was heard the next moment, "Sister Xiao." Gu Miaoling's heart was filled with sweetness. Her face turned red. This silly boy. He thought that his sister Xiao was suffering in the cave. Gu Yunlan snorted. He then said in a displeased manner, "This evil creature. He hasn't returned for a long time. Now that he's finally back, he doesn't even pay his respects to me. He's only thinking about his sister Xiao." Gu Miaoling blushed. She angrily said, "Father. What are you talking about?" Gu Yunlan smiled mischievously. He stroked his beard. Then, he suddenly looked startled. How could that sword light be so fast? How can a king-level expert be so fast? I'm also a 7th grade king-level expert. Gu Miaoling consoled, "Father, you're thinking about the matter of cultivation. You're only 50 years old this year. A 7th grade king-level expert can be considered very good." Gu Yunlan's complexion turned black. "Are you praising me? Or are you scolding me? Gu Duxing is 20 years old this year. And, he has already broken through to the king-level expert. I'm over 50 years old. And, a 7th grade king-level expert's aptitude is very good?" Gu Yunlan's impression of Gu Duxing was the rumor that he had just broken through to the king-level expert. That was because Gu Duxing had only sent a message back at that time. Gu Miaoling's eyebrows curved. She couldn't help but smile. A shadow flashed. Gu Duxing came in with a schwa sound. He cried out in pleasant surprise, "Sister Xiao, I'm back." "Sister Xiao, you've come out?" These words were somewhat silly. "You're standing right here. Who doesn't know that you've come back? I'm right in front of you. Can't you see that I've come out?" Gu Miaoling pursed her lips as she looked at the young man who had suddenly appeared. She couldn't control her tears from flickering in her eyes. She felt as if her throat was blocked. She couldn't speak. She lowered her head and softly grunted. "Ahem, ahem, ahem." Gu Yunlan was somewhat unhappy. He coughed a few times and thought, "I'm standing here. How can I be invisible in your eyes?" "Ahem. Foster father, you're also here." Gu Duxing moved his eyes away from Gu Miaoling's body. He rubbed his hands and smiled awkwardly. "What do you mean by I'm also here?" Gu Yunlan angrily said, "This is my home. Where would I go if not here?" "Ahem. I mean, shouldn't you be in the study room at this time?" Gu Duxing hastily explained. "Oh? What? Do you think I'm a hindrance?" Gu Yunlan rolled his eyes. "Gu Duxing, what do you mean?" Gu Duxing was dumbfounded. "Nothing, nothing?" Gu Yunlan angrily said, "You unfilial and disobedient son. You disgraceful and evil creature. You didn't pay your respects after you came back. Instead, you called for Sister Xiao." The old man snorted. His anger surged like a mountain. "I'm not your foster father. But, I'm still your father-in-law, right? You're so impudent? You came to my home to look for my daughter. And, you said, why are you also here?" Gu Duxing's face turned red. He admitted his defeat. Gu Miaoling's face turned red like a persimmon. She forcefully pushed her incoherent father. "Father, you go out first." Gu Yunlan was dumbfounded. He unconsciously nodded, "Okay. I'll go out first." He suddenly realized something and shouted, "Daughter, you're also driving me out?" Both of them had black lines on their faces. "Okay, I'll go. I won't be a hindrance here." Gu Yunlan looked angry on the surface. But, he was laughing in his heart. He lifted his foot and walked out. He thought, "I wouldn't be here if it weren't for the fact that I haven't seen you for a long time." He walked to the exit of the pavilion. Then, he casually asked, "Duxing, what level are you at now? Are you a 2nd grade king level expert?" He thought in his heart, it can't be that fast. He broke through to the 1st grade of king level last year. This speed is already very fast. "I shouldn't be so demanding," Gu Duxing said respectfully. "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I'm now a 1st stage sword sovereign, and I'm about to break through to the 2nd stage." Gu Yunlan nodded as if he had expected this. Then, he twirled his beard. The peak of first-grade Sword Emperor isn't bad. Put in more effort, and rush into second-grade King level as soon as possible. I hope that you can reach Emperor level within 10 years. As he spoke, he walked out of the room with steady footsteps. After taking 3 steps, his whole body suddenly trembled and stiffened. He turned around with his mouth agape. What did you just say? First stage Sword Emperor? Peak? Gu Duxing scratched his head and said somewhat puzzledly, yes. Foster father is really interesting. I'm already a first-grade Sword Emperor. But, he still wants me to work harder and break through to the second-grade King level as soon as possible. So, I have to work harder and take a step back? First-grade Sword Emperor. Peak. Gu Yunlan hissed. His hand that was stroking his beard trembled, and pulled out a handful of hair. His mouth and eyes were crooked. He turned his head in a daze, and staggered out. Then, he suddenly shouted, Sword Emperor? Then, he completely sobered up. He felt a burst of confusion in his head. His body tilted, and he fell into the lotus pond with a plop. The pond water splashed everywhere. I had a dream. He said that he was a Sword Emperor. Gu Duxing and Gu Miaoling were shocked. They hurriedly pulled their master out of the lotus pond in a flurry. Gu Yunlan's entire body was like a drowned rat. He asked while trembling, Are you really a Sword Emperor? That Emperor-level Sword Emperor? Yes. Gu Duxing nodded seriously. Sword Emperor. Gu Yunlan pushed his hand away. He walked out unsteadily in a daze. He muttered along the way, Sword Emperor. Sword Emperor. Sword Emperor. Gu Miaoling anxiously watched her father walk out. She didn't speak for a long time. Gu Duxing wanted to speak. But, he scratched his head for a long time, and laughed foolishly for a long time. He didn't know what to say. Finally, Gu Miaoling asked in a low voice, Have you really become a Sword Emperor? How can it be fake? Gu Duxing laughed foolishly, I can deceive anyone, but not Sister Xiao Miao. Stupid. Gu Miaoling saw his silly appearance. She couldn't help but purse her lips and laugh. At this time an earth-shattering shout came from afar, Sword Emperor. It was obvious that the pitiful clan lord of the Gu clan had finally sobered up. Father has finally sobered up. Gu Miaoling's eyes moved as she happily smiled. Then, the two foolishly remained silent. After reuniting after such a long time, the two of them felt that they had a lot to say to each other. However, at this moment when they were truly facing each other, they discovered that their minds were completely blank. Forget about saying a long speech, they were unable to even say a single word. Gu Duxing scratched his head in distress. Then, he rubbed his toes. Then, he turned around, and looked up at the sky. He opened his mouth, closed it again, and began to scratch his head again. Gu Miaoling held a brocade handkerchief in her hand. She lowered her head as if she was embroidering. But, she didn't insert a needle for a long time. Her heart was beating like a little deer. Thump thump thump, thump thump thump. Cough cough cough. Cough cough. Cough cough. Gu Duxing couldn't stop coughing. He wanted to find a topic to talk about. But, he couldn't think of one no matter how hard he tried. So, he could only cough again and again. Gu Miaoling lowered her head. Her heart was beating like a little deer. She bit her lips and thought, let's see what this silly guy will say first. Cough cough. Gu Duxing finally thought of a topic. Sister Xiao Miao, are you cold? Gu Miaoling was startled. She raised her head and looked at the autumn sun. It's still very hot, okay? I'm not cold. Gu Miaoling lowered her head and said. Cough cough. Then, are you? Are you hot? Gu Duxing persevered and asked. I'm not hot either. Cough cough cough. Gu Duxing coughed again. He was incomparably hopeful at this moment. What if I have Chu Yang's eloquence? Or Jimo's and Luo Kudi's eloquence would also work. If it doesn't work, even if Tan Tan's words are out of tune, I can still easily open up the topic. He racked his brain for a long time. Then, he finally thought of a topic. He said happily, Sister Xiao, I found that you seem to have put on some weight. Hee hee. What? Gu Miaoling's face suddenly darkened, put on some weight? The word fat was taboo for women. How could Gu Miaoling be an exception? Yes, yes. Gu Duxing was secretly happy. Finally, the deadlock has been broken. He nodded with absolute certainty and said, yes, yes. It seems that your waist has also become thicker. Gu Miaoling's pretty face suddenly turned dark. Her eyebrows and the corners of her eyes gradually formed a storm. Her breathing also became heavy. Her pair of slender jade-like hands tightly pinched the brocade handkerchief. Her knuckles turned white. It seemed that the brocade handkerchief was Gu Duxing, and she was ruthlessly crushing it into several pieces. Damn it. Gu Duxing seemed to have realized that something was wrong. He hurriedly tried to remedy the situation. He carefully and dryly laughed twice. Actually, you're not that fat, just a little plump. Yes, yes, plump, hee hee. Gu Miaoling stomped her foot and stood up. She fiercely glared at him. Her face was as calm as water. She heavily stomped her foot and walked out. This stomp of her foot was really forceful. It shook the water of the lotus pond and caused ripples to appear. Gu Duxing was at a loss. He blinked his eyes in confusion. How did I offend her? Why does she look so angry? Sister Xiao. He cautiously said. Don't call me. She forcefully suppressed her anger. Sister Xiao. Gu Duxing innocently said, what's wrong with you? Gu Miaoling powerlessly closed her eyes and stood still. Her chest was undulating. Suddenly, she coldly turned around and looked at Gu Duxing. The corners of her mouth pulled into a smile. Little brother, have I become fat? Have I really become fat? Where have I become fat? Gu Miaoling's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. When Gu Miaoling stood up, she suddenly appeared graceful. She had a tall and slender figure with a slim waist. Her figure was perfect. Even if Chu Yang, the most picky among the brothers, was here, he wouldn't be able to find any fault with her. Gu Duxing opened his eyes wide. He felt a fragrant wind curling around him. For a moment, he felt as if he was in the clouds. He was immediately captivated and infatuated. He even thought that Sister Xiao was seriously discussing a problem with him. He looked her up and down. Then, he honestly and seriously said, here seems to be a little fatter. As he said this, his lifeless eyes looked at Gu Miaoling's towering chest. And here, it seems to be a little fatter. As he said this, he again looked at Sister Xiao's bulging buttocks. With a bang, Gu Duxing fell into the pond. Water splashed everywhere. On the shore, Gu Miaoling retracted her foot. Her face was red as she gritted her teeth. Pervert. Gu Duxing awkwardly popped his head out of the lotus pond. He wiped the water droplets on his face and said with grief and indignation, what is this? What is this? Gu Miaoling coldly snorted. Then, she stomped outside. Gu Duxing jumped out of the water and followed behind her wet. He thought to himself, no wonder Sister Xiao was angry. Looking at her from behind, I can see that her big buttocks also look good when she walks. Why are you following me? Gu Miaoling's anger had yet to dissipate. This damned guy, he actually dared to call me fat. Gu Duxing was soaked in cold water. His brain also became better. He hurriedly said, you are my wife. If I don't follow you, who should I follow? Who is your wife? Gu Miaoling's face suddenly turned red. Her body seemed to have gone limp. She weakly resisted, I didn't agree. Gu Duxing didn't say anything. The two of them walked silently, one in front and one behind. Seeing that they were about to reach Gu Miaoling's boudoir, Gu Miaoling finally stopped. You just came back. There are so many things at home. Why aren't you going to deal with them? Why are you following me? Besides, your body is wet. Why aren't you changing your clothes? As she said this, she felt a bit of heartache. How am I wet? Isn't this very dry? Gu Duxing said. He was now a sword emperor. It was easy for him to circulate his energy to dry a piece of clothing. Gu Miaoling was dumbfounded. Seeing that his clothes were indeed dry, she couldn't help but smile and said, "Go quickly. Father is definitely waiting for you." "No, I want to talk to you first before going." Gu Duxing's eyes flashed with affection. "Sister Xiaomiao, you don't know how much I have missed you all these years. I didn't sleep for a day and a night. Finally, I wrote 4 chapters. Sure enough, I can't keep them. I have to post them all. I will continue to write tomorrow. There will be an update at night. Today is a huge explosion. Looking for monthly votes. Double. It has already begun. Brothers and sisters, please support." Gu Miaoling's eyes became hazy and tears almost flowed out. Unknowingly, the two of them silently held each other's hands. Gu Miaoling and Gu Duxing had always had a hazy and strange brother-sister relationship. Gu Miaoling had always treated Gu Duxing as her younger brother. She had always taken care of and cared for him in every possible way. Later on, she had unreservedly given her heart to him. But Gu Duxing had been ignorant and unaware of it at that time. He didn't know that his sister Xiaomiao's ideal lover was actually him. Then, before Gu Duxing could react, Gu Miaoling helped Gu Duxing to cultivate and steal elixirs. She incurred the wrath of the clan and was imprisoned in the dragon prison cave. When Gu Duxing finally understood Sister Xiaomiao's deep feelings for him, it was already too late for regrets. At that time, he didn't even have the qualifications to visit Gu Miaoling, and the clan wanted to arrange a marriage for him. Gu Duxing had no choice but to run away from home and meet Qiyang. After that, after going through many twists and turns, he returned for 3 days. Finally, his strength improved by leaps and bounds and he obtained the approval of the clan. Then, he went to visit Gu Miaoling. The meeting in front of the dragon prison cave was the first time this pair of man and woman met after they understood each other's feelings, but it was a world of ice and snow. And the two of them were haggard. And that time, there were ice-cold iron bars hindering them. That parting lasted for more than a year. But that meeting was the time when the two of them pledged their love for each other. It wasn't until today that these two lovers could finally hold hands without any misgivings. For the first time in their lives. When the two of them held hands and walked along this road, their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. Gu Miaoling recalled that time when her legs were broken and she was imprisoned in the dragon prison cave before her injuries healed. All these years in the dragon prison cave, she suffered a fate worse than death. If it wasn't for her concern for Gu Duxing, she would have been disheartened and committed suicide. In the dragon prison cave where even the human heart was frozen, her entire body was stiff. The only warmth in her heart was her little brother, Gu Duxing. The heavens took pity on her. Today, the two of them finally met. Gu Miaoling's vision blurred as she thought about it. Fortunately, the heavens have taken pity on me. I've finally obtained it. I can finally stand shoulder to shoulder with little brother under the sun. As Gu Duxing walked, he was also thinking about how insensible he had been these past few years. How stupid and slow he had been. Sister Xiaomiao had already given her maiden heart to him without any reservations. But, he had stubbornly waited until Sister Xiaomiao was locked up before he finally woke up and understood. During those years, he felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart every day and every night. Even in Wanwan's dreams, Sister Xiaomiao was calling her little brother. She was happy in her dreams, but when she woke up, she was heartbroken. Before this, the two of them didn't have any vows of undying love. So much so that they didn't even know of each other's feelings. However, it was during these few years that Gu Miaoling was imprisoned in the dragon prison cave, that the two of them became truly unswerving. Gu Duxing was Gu Miaoling's only spiritual support in her suffering. Gu Miaoling's heart was already secretly in love with him. Moreover, she had experienced an intense yearning for him over the past few years. So, her feelings had become even more intense than metal and stone. As for Gu Duxing's regrets over the past few years, the guilt and the painful torment in his heart had also made him deeply in love with Gu Miaoling. He no longer thought of a second person, although the two of them didn't have any vows of undying love, but the feelings between the two of them had already reached such a stage that even thunder couldn't shake them. It could be said that the experience in the dragon prison cave had directly promoted this relationship. It had promoted a pair of lovers to be together for life. But how many lovers in this world could endure such torment? It wasn't easy for the two of them to be where they were today. It wasn't easy at all. If this experience were to be told to others, perhaps all the lovers in the world would cry and give them their blessings. Gratified, the two of them held hands and slowly walked into the embroidery building. They both felt as if their feet were floating, as if they were in the clouds. Their minds were in a mess, as if they were in a dream. How difficult was this happiness to come by? Sister Xiaomiao. Gu Duxing's voice was trembling. Gu Miaoling lowered her head and softly replied. She only felt her heart beating faster and faster. I missed you so much. Gu Duxing murmured. The steel-like cold-faced swordsman, at this moment, not only was his voice trembling, but his eyes were also suddenly wet. He only felt the sweetness, bitterness, and saltiness in his heart at the same time. He was obviously very happy, but he couldn't help but want to cry. There was also a kind of heartache and palpitating feeling. He was afraid that what he had now was just a dream. Because all of this was so beautiful that it was unreal. Me, too. Gu Miaoling softly replied, these past few years, I've always been thinking, if my little brother would be bullied outside, if he would suffer grievances, but no one would be able to talk to him, if he would miss me, Gu Miaoling said as if she was in a dream. She looked at Gu Duxing in a daze and murmured, little brother, you've lost a lot of weight. Gu Duxing only felt his blood boiling. He couldn't hold it back anymore. He roared in a low voice and finally took a step forward. He reached out his trembling hands and tentatively pulled the delicate body in front of him into his arms. He felt Gu Miaoling's body tremble, but she didn't resist. Instead, she gently snuggled up to him. Gu Duxing then tentatively tightened his hands step by step until there was no gap between the two of them. Suddenly, his heart was filled with satisfaction. Gu Miaoling softly let out a little sound, as if she was sighing in her throat. Her body stiffened for a moment and then completely relaxed. She gave herself to the man beside her. It had nothing to do with lust, it was only about a woman's wholehearted devotion. Gu Duxing's heart warmed up. Suddenly, a warm current surged up. He didn't care about anything else. He stretched out his head and kissed Gu Miaoling's sparkling earlobe. Gu Miaoling let out a moan, and her body went soft. She only felt that overbearing big mouth had already covered her soft lips. Gu Miaoling's mind exploded. It was as if a galaxy in her mind had suddenly exploded. She drifted and didn't know anything. When she regained her consciousness, she found that she had been carried to the bed by her little brother. A strong and sturdy body was tightly pressed against her body. The heat from his skin made her flustered. A pair of mischievous big hands had already reached into her lapel. She looked at her body again. She didn't know when, but she was already half naked. Little brother, don't do this. Gu Miaoling weakly struggled to resist. Gu Duxing leaned on her body and murmured, Sister Xiaomiao. I like you so much. The current Gu Duxing didn't have the cold-faced swordsman of the martial world. He also didn't have the slightest trace of the supreme demeanor of a sword emperor. There was only a man who deeply loved the woman in front of him. Only in front of her could he be completely relaxed. Now, in the midst of the impulsive lust, he was completely relaxed and warm. He was like an affectionate young man who was entangled with his lover. He was also like a little brother who was indulging in his impudence in front of his big sister. This kind of feeling was a mixture of familial love, a mixture of deep love, and a mixture of deep love between siblings. It was really indescribable. But at this moment, both of them felt that the other person was their strongest support in this world. Gu Miaoling resisted the numbness and arousal of her body with great difficulty. She tried her best to push Gu Duxing's head away from her chest. She said while gasping for breath, wait, tell me about your experiences these past few years. Tell me, my experiences in these few years? Gu Duxing's mind became clear. He said, what experiences? I want to know how my little brother survived these few years without Sister Xiaomiao by his side. Gu Miaoling looked at him affectionately. Her slender jade-like hands gently combed his hair. She said with infinite pity, we are all people who practice martial arts. Of course I know how difficult it is to break through from martial great master to sword revered master, then from sword revered master to sword king, and from sword king to the peak of first-grade sword emperor. This is a path that even a talented martial artist can't complete in his lifetime. But you, to reach this step, you only used 2 years. Gu Miao. Ling suddenly wanted to cry. She choked. How did you do it? How much did you suffer? The more she thought about it, the more sorrowful she felt. Tears streamed down her face. For your sister Xiaomiao, did you risk your life? You little fool. No. I just worked harder than ordinary people. Gu Duxing recalled his experiences in the past few years and also had mixed feelings. I have a few brothers. We all improved very quickly because we promised to create a legend of the heavens together. Everyone didn't dare to slack off. Everyone practiced like this. We practiced together during the day, and practiced together at night. After practicing at night, we would lie in bed and practice secretly. It wasn't hard. Instead, it was very happy. Brother. Gu Miaoling looked pensive. She asked, is it the person who gave me the fire essence? Yes, that's my big brother. Gu Duxing's spirit was lifted when she mentioned Xu Yang. He said, my rapid improvement is due to my big brother's contribution. The other brothers are also the same. Gu Miaoling's beautiful eyes flashed with gratitude. She said, little brother, you must not let your brother down. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to last long in that dragon prison cave. Yes. Gu Duxing hugged Gu Miaoling tightly as his heart ached. Then, he began to talk about his experiences in the past 2 years. To Gu Miaoling's surprise, Gu Duxing's narration didn't have the kind of repressed despair that she had imagined. As Gu Duxing narrated, Gu Miaoling felt that she saw these people. Xu Yang was calm, wise, and multi-talented. Dong Wushang was calm and majestic like a mountain. GMO was humorous but lazy. Luo Kudi acted recklessly without using his brain but was warm-hearted. Rui Butong was usually shifty-eyed and as light as a swallow but was loyal to his friends. Tan Tan was super narcissistic. Each of them appeared vividly in front of Gu Miaoling's eyes as Gu Duxing narrated. I really envy you. I can finally rest assured. You have so many good brothers. Gu Miaoling said softly, when I see them, I must thank them properly. Thank them for taking good care of my little brother during my absence, little brother. Gu Duxing was somewhat unwilling. He turned over and said in front of her face, Sister Xiaomiao, didn't you hear what foster father said? He has already agreed to our matter. I will be your husband in the future, the head of the family. How can you still call me little brother? Can you change the way you address me? Change the way I address you? Gu Miaoling grabbed his hand and said with a smile that was not a smile, change what way? This. You can call me husband. No, no, these 2 words remind me of that little wolf Luo Kudi. Gu Duxing scratched his head, how about you call me husband? He thought about it and still felt a little mushy, how about you call me? Duxing, how about it? That's too intimate. Gu Miaoling used her fingers to play with her long hair, ignoring him. Then what do you want me to call you? Gu Duxing asked hopefully. I remember when you were young, I always called you Duxing doggy. Gu Miaoling looked at Gu Duxing and narrowed her eyes, how about? I use it again? Don't. Gu Duxing's head was covered in cold sweat. If he was called out and passed to the ears of his brothers, he would not be able to raise his head in this lifetime. He finally gave up dejectedly, then you should call me little brother. He thought about it and objected again, just call me little brother. Little brother won't do. This time, it was Gu Miaoling's turn to be surprised. She opened her round eyes wide, why not? Cough cough. Gu Duxing coughed twice and whispered something in Gu Miaoling's ear. Poof, Gu Duxing's buttocks got kicked off the bed. Gu Miaoling was lying on the bed with her face flushed red. She glared at Gu Duxing with a fiendish look in her eyes, well done, Gu Duxing. Not bad, not bad. Come, tell me the truth. How did you flirt with girls? I didn't. Gu Duxing rubbed his aching butt and cried out in injustice. You do. Gu Miaoling's almond-shaped eyes opened wide as she made an unreasonable accusation. Gu Duxing was so anxious that sweat appeared on his forehead. He bowed and swore an oath. It was only after a long time that he was forgiven. Wiping away his cold sweat, he climbed back onto the bed again. In fact, this one-track-minded guy didn't know that Gu Miaoling wasn't angry at all. She was just flirting with him, that's all. But Gu Duxing was so nervous that his heart was thumping for a while. It was as if he had seen the time when he was young again. Sister Xiao Miao had pulled his ear and fiercely asked, "Lone dog, where did you go just now? If you don't tell me the truth, I'll whip your ass." He couldn't help but feel a sharp pain in his butt. Over the years, Gu Duxing still needed time to digest the power he had accumulated over the years. Gu Miaoling saw that he was so honest. Her joke was like the sky had collapsed. She couldn't bear to bully him anymore. So, she snuggled into his embrace, and happily narrowed her eyes. The two of them were long-winded and seemed to have endless things to say. Once Gu Duxing opened his mouth, he actually talked non-stop. Even if he added up all the words he had spoken with Chu Yang and the others, it wouldn't be as much as half a day today. Gu Miaoling listened with a smile on her face. Every now and then, she would interject a sentence to express her opinion. In fact, she was saying, go on, I like to hear you talk." After a long time, Gu Duxing was still talking non-stop. But, Gu Miaoling finally stopped him in a gentle manner. She softly said, "Little brother, you, quickly go to the front hall. Father and the others are waiting for you. Be good, be obedient." Gu Duxing reluctantly lifted his head from her body. His eyes sparkled as he looked at her. He reluctantly said, "Sister Xiao Miao, then, will you wait for me here?" "Wait for you for what?" Gu Miaoling pointed a finger at his forehead. Biting her lips, she said, "Lone dog, you little rascal." Gu Duxing laughed foolishly and jumped up. Gu Miaoling anxiously shouted behind him, "Put on your clothes. Put on your clothes properly, you little fool." Gu Duxing hurriedly tidied himself up. Gu Miaoling sighed. She covered her lapel and got down from the bed. She came in front of him and carefully tidied him up. Her eyes were overflowing with tenderness. "Go on." Gu Miaoling retreated a few steps. After she was satisfied, she finally let him go. Gu Duxing continued to laugh foolishly. He was infinitely satisfied. Outside the door, a cool breeze blew. Gu Duxing only felt refreshed. The wind blew under his armpits. He walked out lightly. He only felt that the joys of life were nothing more than this. The happiest day of his life was none other than today. He skipped and jumped as he rushed to the meeting hall. He ignored the surprised gazes of the guards around him. He was in high spirits and wild with joy. Behind him, the eyes of countless guards fell to the ground. They didn't dare to believe their own eyes. Damn, what did I just see? Is this still our cold-faced and unapproachable young lord? He looks more innocent than a 7 or 8-year-old child. When he arrived at the meeting hall, he saw that the room was filled with people waiting for him. Everyone's expression was strange. They looked at him as if they wanted to eat him up. Foster father Gu Yunlan's expression was even stranger. That kind of expression made Gu Duxing and the others jump in fright. They had a hair-raising feeling. It was as if he had stolen a treasure that he had kept for more than 20 years. Moreover, he didn't want to return it. That kind of feeling, there was even a sense of bitterness and deep hatred. There was also a kind of anger and jealousy that couldn't be explained clearly. Cough cough. Gu Duxing was somewhat embarrassed. "Foster father, why are you looking at me like that? Your expression is very strange." He jumped in fright the moment he spoke. "Why is my voice hoarse? What's wrong with your voice?" Gu Yunlan asked in a strange tone. "Hoarse? You weren't hoarse just now, right?" He pointed to the sky. "It wasn't even morning when you came back. Now, the sun is setting in the west. You haven't stopped talking these few hours?" The more he looked at this guy, the more he disliked him. The daughter that he had raised for more than 20 years is about to be eaten up by this guy. It's really... Alas, alas, everyone burst into laughter. One of the elders stroked his beard and joked, "This patriarch, please don't be angry." Presumably, the young patriarch of this generation has not spoken as much as he did today. It's pardonable that his throat is hoarse. Gu Duxing was completely speechless. "Okay, let's get down to business." The great elder stood up to smooth things over. Then, he looked at Gu Duxing with bright eyes. "Young clan master, are you really a first-grade sword sovereign now?" Gu Duxing nodded. It was useless to say more. What was important was to see action and facts. He opened his shoulders. Instantly, the aura of a sword sovereign gushed out like a tide. It was incomparably sharp and mighty. In the hall, no matter who it was, the sword at their waist immediately let out a loud and clear sword cry. It was as if all the swords were expressing their allegiance to a sword sovereign at the same time. Sword sovereign, the indisputable aura of a sovereign. The great elder was shocked. Then, his eyes suddenly shot out a look of ecstasy. Everyone behind him was shocked with a loud rumble. Everyone was indescribably excited. They looked at Gu Duxing as if they were looking at a living immortal. The Gu clan finally had an emperor-level expert. Moreover, it was a sword sovereign who had never appeared in the three heavens in the last 1,000 years. Many people's eyes were brimming with tears of excitement. They almost had the impulse to worship their ancestors. Old ancestor, our Gu clan, finally has roots. We finally have someone to rely on. Our Gu clan can finally straighten our backs from now on. Many people couldn't help but use their sleeves to wipe their eyes as they thought of the sufferings of these years. Everyone was smiling, but it could be faintly seen that everyone's eyes were glistening with tears. Even the usually calm clan master Gu Yunlan's eyes were moist. He kept taking deep breaths to control himself. But, his body was still gently trembling. An emperor-level expert had appeared in the Gu clan. This had always been the biggest extravagant hope of the Gu clan. The Gu clan had always been unstable. The clan didn't have an emperor-level expert to keep watch. So, they didn't feel strong when they went out. They had to be careful when doing things. They were afraid that they would provoke this and that, and bring disaster to the clan. The people of the Gu clan had been living with their tails between their legs these years. They had been sullen to the point that they were about to go crazy. Gu Miaoling was the daughter of the clan master. But, she had only stolen a stock of elixir. And, she had incurred the wrath of the entire clan. In fact, they had even locked her up in the cruel dragon prison cave. The reason for this was because of the 2 words emperor-level expert. The clan's foundation wouldn't be affected if a younger brother died. But, the clan didn't have an expert to keep watch. So, the entire clan would be consigned to eternal damnation if they offended a powerful force. And, Gu Miaoling's willfulness had hindered the promotion of an emperor-level expert. So, how could they not be angry? And, Gu Duxing had realized this illusory hope. In fact, he had far exceeded everyone's expectations. There were many emperor-level experts in the 3 heavens. Apart from the Gu clan, there were also emperor-level experts in the other clans. It could be said that emperor-level experts were rare in the Gu clan. But, they weren't rare in the 3 heavens. But, what about sword emperors? How many sword emperors were there in the 3 heavens? Moreover, they were pure sword emperors who could emit the aura of an emperor. Only Gu Duxing had appeared in the last 1,000 years, and, he was the only one. The Gu clan was in an uproar as Sword Emperor Gu Duxing released his aura. This atmosphere was 100 times livelier than the New Year's. Everyone had forgotten about Gu Miaoling's mistake in this festive atmosphere. In fact, they didn't even mention it. Even some of the people who had been dissatisfied with Gu Yunlan's release of Gu Miaoling were beaming with joy at this moment. The adversity that the Gu clan had faced over the past few years had already twisted everyone in the clan into a rope. Everyone was working hard for the sake of the clan. Someone once said that the strongest fighting strength of the Gu clan was its cohesiveness. Otherwise, the Gu clan would have ceased to exist long ago. However, it was precisely because of this that such a clan could erupt with unimaginable power once it had a powerful leader. A fist could create a crater in a vast desert that spanned tens of thousands of miles. This was because the fist was clenched together. The desert was big, but it was scattered sand. This was the power of the Gu clan. A king-level expert jokingly laughed and said, "It seems that it's all thanks to young Mississippi. If young Miss wasn't in the dragon prison cave, young clan lord wouldn't have been so desperate. He broke through from martial great master to sword emperor in 2 years. He's the only one in the entire heaven since ancient times." Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. However, Gu Duxing's complexion slowly turned cold when he heard this. It gradually became as cold as ice. He couldn't accept the fact that Gu Miaoling had been in the dragon prison cave for a long time. He couldn't even mention it in a joke. Gu Duxing's eyes turned cold. He slowly said, "I don't want anyone to mention this matter again." The dragon prison cave must be destroyed. If anyone dares to mention it again, don't blame me for not giving face. Gu Duxing became angry. Suddenly, the entire hall was filled with awe-inspiring sword energy. That king-level expert felt a chill in his heart. His complexion turned deathly pale. Gu Duxing knew that he was only joking. He didn't have any evil intentions. So, he took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Then, he insipidly said, "Actually, I'd rather be nothing. I'd rather be a beggar. I don't want Sister Xiaomiao to suffer those years of pain. If I can abolish my cultivation as a sword emperor in exchange for that painful experience in Sister Xiaomiao's life, then I, Gu Duxing, won't hesitate." He gently looked around. Then, he deeply bowed and said, "So, I don't want to hear about this matter again. I hope that everyone will respect my decision." Gu Duxing's words were extremely impolite. But, everyone felt deep veneration for him. There had been countless heroes since ancient times. Who would be willing to make such a sacrifice for his woman? Even if it was just words, it was still very rare. The status of women in the heaven continent was low. But Gu Duxing had said it, and everyone believed that if this matter was really feasible, Gu Duxing would not hesitate at all. Because he was willing to break through to Sword Emperor in 2 years for Gu Miaoling. Even if he was willing to cripple himself in an instant for Gu Miaoling, as long as Gu Miaoling needed it, everyone knew how much effort one had to put in to break through to the Sword Emperor realm within 2 years. That was definitely not any better than the feeling of being dismembered every day for the past 2 years. Gu Duxing did it. Although he didn't say it, they were all martial artists. Who wouldn't be able to imagine the hellish feeling? Therefore, no one doubted the sincerity of Gu Duxing's words at this moment. This cold-faced young man, for his love, could ignite a fire that could burn the heavens and earth at any time. Even if he burned himself to ashes, he would not regret it. He could do it. Gu Yunlan's eyes lit up. He felt gratified in his heart. For Gu Duxing to be able to say such words, it was enough to show that his daughter did not entrust her life to the wrong person. He could finally rest assured. At this point, the discomfort in Gu Yunlan's heart completely disappeared. Gu Miaoling was his daughter after all. His daughter was going to get married when she grew up. As a parent, he felt anxious, reluctant, and indignant at this time. Even if his son-in-law was his righteous son, he still couldn't dispel this feeling. This was an extremely strange and contradictory state of mind for a father. He hoped that his daughter would be happy. He hoped that his daughter would live her life as soon as possible. But, he didn't want his daughter to get married. But, what else could Gu Yunlan say after hearing Gu Duxing's words? He turned his back, and wiped the corners of his eyes when no one was paying attention. Then, he silently said in his heart, "Mother of the child, our son is no longer here. But, our daughter can obtain the greatest happiness a woman can obtain. Moreover, our son-in-law is a man who values affection and righteousness. He is our righteous son. There is no difference between him and our son. You can rest assured. I will have a good chat with you when we go back tonight. I will have a good drink with you. We may be separated in the netherworld, but I know that you can feel it. I remember that you held my hand tightly when you passed away. You couldn't say a word. I know that you were worried. I know. I hope that you will teach our son a good lesson in the netherworld. Don't let them be debauches like they were when they were alive." Gu Yunlan wiped his eyes, and turned around. He smiled, and looked at Gu Duxing. He felt the joyous atmosphere, and said in his heart, "Mother of the child, it would be great if you were by my side at this moment. Then, I would have no more regrets in this life. I remember that you were always angry and jealous at that time. But did you know that ever since you passed away, I have never looked at another woman in the eye? Every night, I can't sleep well. In my dreams, I would drink with you in front of your portrait. I miss you so much." Duxing can do for Gu Miaoling. I can do the same for you. Can you feel it? Gu Yunlan quietly walked out of the hall amidst the jubilation. The laughter behind him gradually became more and more distant, until it couldn't be heard anymore. Gu Yunlan was in his bedroom not long after. He raised a pot of wine, and looked at the portrait on the wall. He smiled and said, "Ling Er, today is a big day. They are celebrating. I also want to celebrate with you. I can't drink without you on this big day. I want to get drunk with you today. He looked at the portrait for a long time. Then, he raised his head and drank the wine in one gulp. There was an incense burner in front of the portrait. Green smoke was rising in spirals. A cup of wine was as calm as still water. A pair of chopsticks was upright. There was a young woman in the portrait. She had a gentle face. Her clothes were fluttering in the wind. Her eyes were full of worry and reluctance. She seemed to be quietly looking at the white-haired man in front of her. She seemed to be consoling him. She seemed to be sighing. She seemed to be crying, "Cheers." Gu Yunlan closed his eyes and drank another cup. I can finally put down the burden on my shoulders after today. I will be with you from now on. You didn't like it when I was busy every day. You said that I didn't have time to accompany you. But, I can finally accompany you every day from now on. You didn't like it when I drank. But, you would sit quietly on the side every time I drank. You would fill my cup. Your eyes would be full of helplessness. I want to look at you one more time. I want you to pour me another cup of wine. Ling Er, I miss you so much. Gu Yunlan murmured. He drank one cup of wine after another. But, his eyes were closed the whole time. That was because he could feel his beloved wife by his side. She was pouring wine for him. She was worried about him. But, she was looking at him tenderly. He was afraid that he would see that cold portrait again if he opened his eyes. His nose seemed to smell a vaguely familiar fragrance. A long time passed. Then, the wine pot fell to the ground with a bang. Gu Yunlan slowly leaned on the table. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. Ling Er, is she okay over there? He murmured. A gust of wind blew in through the window. And, the portrait fluttered in the air. It seemed that the woman in the portrait was anxiously looking at her man. She couldn't wait to come out of the portrait and cover him with clothes. The night wind was chilly. In the following days, the Gu clan announced to the public, Clan Lord Gu Yunlan will retire. He will live in seclusion behind the scenes. He won't get involved in the clan's affairs from now on. The new clan lord will be the former young clan lord of the Gu clan, Gu Du Xing. From now on, the Gu clan will have a change of dynasty. The new clan lord, Gu Du Xing, will have absolute supreme authority in the Gu clan. This announcement is hereby made to the world. Due to the current turmoil in Jianghu, we will invite the people of Jianghu to hold a grand ceremony for the new clan lord. At the same time, there is another announcement. The new clan lord of the Gu clan, Gu Du Xing, will exchange betrothal gifts with the former clan lord's eldest daughter, Gu Miaoling. Similarly, the marriage will be officially consummated after the turmoil in Jianghu subsides. In other words, Gu Du Xing has a bountiful harvest in both his career and love. If you add in his limitless future, then he will have a bountiful harvest. While Gu Du Xing was returning to the Gu clan, Chu Yang had also finally arrived at the Mo clan. Hearing that King of Hell Chu had arrived, Mo Tianji rushed out to welcome him. He held Chu Yang's hand tightly and shook it repeatedly. It's great that you're here. I was worried that no one would talk to me. Chu Yang pulled his hand back and stared at Mo Tianji. He said vigilantly, you can talk to me if you have good things to talk about. But if it's bad things, then don't talk about it. Mo Tianji was stunned. How can this guy be so shrewd? He didn't know that Chu Yang was shrewd. But today, he wasn't shrewd. He was experienced. In his previous life, the two of them were very close. Chu Yang was very clear about Mo Tianji's habits. This understanding included Mo Tianji's reaction when his eyebrows moved to the upper left corner, and the reason why his eyebrows moved to the upper right corner. In other words, if you raise your butt, I will know if you want to shit or fart. With such a deep understanding, how could Chu Yang be fooled by Mo Tianji's apparent enthusiasm? Mo Tianji only had a superficial understanding of Chu Yang in this life. But, Chu Yang had studied Mo Tianji for 2 lifetimes. It could be said that Chu Yang's understanding of Mo Tianji had reached the point of authority. If this was a subject, Chu Yang could be called a great master. The kind that had never been seen before, for example, some of Mo Tianji's habits. If Mo Tianji had a card up his sleeve, his unhurried attitude could make a person with the best self-restraint vomit blood and die. Mo Tianji's enthusiasm and familiarity at first sight made Chu Yang feel that there was a conspiracy behind it. Moreover, this guy wants to use me. Therefore, before Mo Tianji could open his mouth, Chu Yang had already sealed the door. No matter how many tricks you have, I will not move. Mo Tianji laughed hollowly and hastily extended his hand with a solemn expression. Brother Chu, please. Please come in. Of course, I'm going in. I'm already at your doorstep. Do you think I'm going to stand on the street? King of Hell Chu rolled his eyes. Then, he strode into the Mo clan's courtyard without any trace of politeness. Mo Tianji blinked his eyes. Even though he was extremely intelligent, he was still confused at this moment. This guy, did he take medicine today? How did I offend him? Why does he look like he wants to bicker? Brother Chu, the current situation in Jianghu. Mo Tianji and Chu Yang sat down and said with a smile. T. Chu Yang raised his hand and rolled his eyes to interrupt him. He dragged his voice, Tianji T. Mo Tianji choked back his words halfway. However, his self-restraint was excellent. He was not angry at all. Oh, I forgot to serve tea. It's my fault. He hurriedly went to make tea. After a while, a cup of hot tea was placed in front of Chu Yang. Brother Chu, please. Mo Tianji's posture was very humble. There was no other way. He had to be humble because he needed help. I'll let this guy pull the flag. This tea isn't poisonous, right? Chu Yang suspiciously looked at Mo Tianji. The corner of Mo Tianji's mouth twitched. He was so angry that he almost collapsed even though he had good self-control. That kind of refreshing smile immediately stiffened on his face. Then, he dryly smiled. How can that be? Haha, Brother Chu really knows how to joke. Actually, I'm not afraid of poison. Chu Yang picked up the teacup and took a sip. He smiled and said, You're right. I'm just joking with you. Mo Tianji was speechless. This isn't the first time we've met. I really don't understand. Why do you always give me the cold shoulder every time we meet? This is too boring. Chu Yang sipped his tea and looked at Mo Tianji. He thought, damn it. You still feel wronged? Mother ****. My soul was broken because of you in my previous life. You love your sister? Who do you think you are? ****, you are brother and sister. Is there a need to be so desperate? As for me, I'm Qing Wu's man. A lifetime of companionship. If I don't teach you a lesson, I won't be able to release the resentment I felt when I was besieged at the last moment of my previous life. Do you think it's easy for me? I cried at that time, you know. Brother Chu. Mo Tianji gasped for breath. A warm smile hung on his face. He slowly sat opposite Chu Yang, and confided in him, Brother Chu, I don't know why, but I felt that Brother Chu was someone I could rely on the first time I saw you in the lower three heavens. I felt that Brother Chu was a friend whom I could confide in. Therefore, I have always treated Brother Chu wholeheartedly. But what? Chu Yang pretended to be confused, and said in a very magnanimous and forthright manner, Brother Mo, if you have something to say, there's no harm in saying it. Mo Tianji took a deep breath. He hesitated for a moment. Then, he finally said, but, Brother Chu seems to be on guard against me. We had a pleasant conversation in the lower three heavens. But, I could feel that you were afraid of me. And, I saw Brother Chu at Mt Dingjun. You were even more resentful towards me. This Mo is helpless. Mo Tianji said sincerely, of course. Brother Chu, please enlighten me if I did something wrong. You must have changed your mind. He sighed softly, after all, you and I are now in the same boat through thick and thin. If our hearts are not united, it will be a disaster of destruction. We must eliminate all the knots in our hearts before the arrival of the Great War. I have spoken with sincerity, and I have opened my heart to you. I hope you don't mind my presumptuousness. Mo Tianji was an extremely intelligent person. He had figured out in a few words, Chu Yang must have something against me. However, this was a special period. Both of them belonged to the leadership class. Any disagreement could lead to eternal damnation for the few great clans. Therefore, Mo Tianji didn't talk about formalities. He wanted to resolve this matter first. After all, Chu Yang had saved Mo Qingwu first. Then, he had used a brilliant scheme to kill Mo Tianyun. Moreover, he had sent Mo Qingwu to the two supreme-level experts. It could be said that Chu Yang had given the Mo clan a new lease of life. Mo Tianji would never be ungrateful and repay kindness with enmity no matter how unhappy he was. If not for these relationships, Chu Yang would have long been kicked out by Mo Tianji for putting on airs in front of him. Of course, Mo Tianji didn't know that Chu Yang was purely venting his anger. Even if he had something against him, he wouldn't do it at such a critical moment. He just wanted to teach him a lesson. Of course, Mo Tianji didn't know how he had offended this king of Helchu. Every time they met, Chu Yang would pick on him. He thought that he was innocent. However, he didn't expect that not only had he offended Chu Yang, but he had offended him badly. The worst thing was, he had offended Chu Yang in the previous generation. Even if Mo Tianji was the master of calculation and manipulation, how could he know what was on King of Helchu's mind at this moment? Brother Mo, you worry too much. Chu Yang put on an open and sincere appearance. He sighed deeply. Brother Mo must know that my biggest enemy in the lower three heavens is Diwu Qingro. Mo Tianji nodded. However, he thought, why are you talking about Diwu Qingro again? Diwu Qingro strategizes calmly and indifferently. However, he can determine victory from 1,000 miles away. I have suffered a big loss at his hands. Chu Yang sighed and shook his head. Brother Mo's demeanor is also that of a wise man. You're calm and collected about everything, as if you have a card up your sleeve. When I see Brother Mo, I can't help but think of Diwu Qingro. My heart, ha ha ha. I'm like a frightened bird. Brother Mo, please don't take it to heart. What kind of reason is this? Mo Tianji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You think of Diwu Qingro when you see me? How can I be compared to Diwu Qingro? However, he didn't know that in Chu Yang's heart, Mo Tianji and Diwu Qingro were equal. He only cursed in his heart. Based on what you said, wouldn't you think of the upper three heavens when you see a stone? After all, the stones of the upper three heavens and the stones of the lower three heavens are the same. This is really unreasonable. Naturally, I have some dissatisfaction with Brother Mo. It's just that I'm embarrassed to say it. Chu Yang smiled lightly and said, drink tea, please. He had turned the tables. Thank you for being so frank and sincere. Mo Tianji's expression was solemn. I will admit my mistakes. Even if Brother Chu scolds me, I won't complain. You really won't complain? Chu Yang slowly put down the teacup. Of course. Mo Tianji's expression was firm. You really want me to scold you? Chu Yang squinted. If I'm wrong, I'm willing to be scolded. Mo Tianji said seriously. Well, since you have said so, I'll be embarrassed if I don't scold you. Okay. I'll scold you then. I say, did water enter your brain? Ah? Chu Yang suddenly exploded. He slammed the table and opened his eyes wide. Without any warning, he began to fly into a rage. Tell me what you've done. Ah. Even if your head was caught in the crack of the door, even if your head was kicked by a donkey. You can't do this, right? Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Mo Tianji was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this guy to be so rude. He was just being polite, but he actually scolded him with righteous indignation. This brainless scolding left Mo Tianji bewildered. He scratched his head in confusion. He thought, could it be that I have unintentionally done something that would incur the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people? In a split second, he recalled what he had done during this period of time like a movie. Nothing happened? Mo Tianji blinked blankly. Where did this scolding come from? He didn't know that Chu Yang had wanted to scold him for 2 generations. Even if Mo Tianji didn't do anything wrong, I still want to scold him to vent my anger. Moreover, this guy does have some shortcomings in my hands. At that time Mo Tianyin wanted to kill you and Xiao Wu. You weren't stupid, right? Didn't you know? You went down with 4 king-level experts? 4 king-level experts are nothing. Ah? Can you protect them? After you went down, you were blinded by greed. You abandoned your sister and went to look for the treasure. I didn't even have the nerve to scold you. Is the treasure more important than your sister? She is your biological sister. You injured Xiaowu. She is still unhappy and has a knot in her heart. You still don't know where you went wrong? You are still confused after I scolded you? Is your brain made of tofu? After you came back, didn't I tell you to use your discretion? Boast as much as you can. Boast as much as you can? If you had listened to me and boasted about me, would those stubborn old men of your Mo clan have dared to treat Xiaowu like that? You didn't even boast. You even gave away the dreaming of a gentle dance saber. You let Xiaowu hug that broken scabbard and cry every day. You were very carefree. You just patted your butt and went to Songlan battlefront? Moreover, you didn't leave anyone for her to talk to? Do you know how cruel this is for a 10-year-old girl? Huh? The most ridiculous thing is that you didn't want to see Mo Tianyun for so long. You didn't even come back to see Xiaowu for so long. You didn't even come back to see her once when she ran away from home. Too much. You keep saying that Xiaowu is the apple of your eye. How can you treat your darling like this? You are simply heartless. Mo Tianji repeatedly His eyes were lifeless. He was sweating profusely from being scolded. This bombardment of words made him dizzy and disoriented. He couldn't come back to his senses. So, this king of Helchu is angry because of this. I understand now. Moreover, I didn't handle this matter well. So, I deserve to be scolded. But, why does this king of Helchu feel like he is using his power to avenge a personal grudge? Also, look at the plan you made this time. What kind of joke is it? You are the master of calculation and manipulation. You are an egg. You calculated the entire Jianghu. But, the ending didn't go according to your plan. Here it comes. What? Are you numb? Don't know what to do? Are you at your wit's end? Are you at your wit's end? Wipe it. Mo Tianji was scolded until he was dizzy and disoriented. When had he ever been scolded like this, he couldn't help but pick up the teapot to fill his cup. Suddenly, he blinked and realized something. That's not right. Xiaowu is my sister after all. You're an outsider. Aren't you meddling too much? What does it have to do with you? Is there a need for you to be so anxious? I can't stand it. Can't I? Is there an elder brother like you? If you can't, then do more and talk less. Chu Yang retorted. That's my sister. Whatever I do, it's for her own good. What do you know about the effort I put into this? Mo Tianji coldly snorted. His eyes faintly flashed with a strange light. I even have a plan for my sister's life. What do you know? Nonsense. She's your sister, but can you accompany her for a lifetime? You actually have a plan for her life? Chu Yang disdainfully said, you're boasting to the extreme. She has to get married, right? I can't accompany her for a lifetime. Can you? Mo Tianji sneered and looked at Chu Yang. How old is she? How old are you? Won't you be an old man by the time my sister grows up? Don't tell me that you have a beastly heart for my sister. That will make me despise you and look down on you. This move hit Chu Yang's vital point. King of Helchu couldn't stand people mentioning this matter the most. After all, an old cow eating young grass wasn't a glorious thing. He immediately jumped up with a red face. Nonsense. I'm only 18 this year. Your sister is also 11. She's only a few years older. Why, am I very old? Only 7 years older? Mo Tianji's eyes suddenly became dangerous. He slammed the table. Good. You've exposed your beastly heart. King of Helchu, my sister is so young, and you're already having ideas about her. You're worse than a beast. The table shattered with a crash. Chu Yang was tongue-tied. He was extremely regretful. *CK, I spilled the beans. Mo Tianji flew into a rage. He had always been the master of calculation and manipulation. Everything was under his control. He was the master of calculation and manipulation. But, he had never seen or heard of this kind of rage before. A dragon had a reverse scale. Touching it would infuriate it. Once angered, blood would flow for 1,000 miles. Now, Mo Tianji's reverse scale had clearly been touched. And Mo Qingwu was clearly the key to Mo Tianji's reverse scale. Bastard, pervert. A scoundrel. Extremely brittle and dirty. How shameless. I didn't expect King of Hell Chu to be such a person. To think that I confided in you so wholeheartedly and treated you as my lifelong confidant. Who would have thought that you would actually have lust for my 11-year-old sister? Mo Tianji said. Then, he suddenly realized something. I understand. I understand now. No wonder you were so enthusiastic in the lower three heavens. You spared no effort. So, you started to have dirty thoughts from that time. Mo Tianji gasped for breath. He glared at Chu Yang and shouted, King of Hell Chu, what kind of woman can't you find with your power and influence? Why did you have to harm my little sister? King of Hell Chu, you, she is only 11 years old. You. Are you still human? Lu Tianji was heartbroken. The more Chu Yang heard, the angrier he became. His face was red from the scolding. He couldn't help but slap the table and stand up. Bastard Mo Tianji. Just because you have a deep relationship with your sister, you want to keep your sister in the family for a lifetime? I think you have a serious sister complex. You're sick. Your human nature is twisted. He lifted his foot and stepped on the chair. Then, he angrily pointed at Chu Yang and shouted, only 7 years old. Is there a big difference? So what if you like her a lot? You like her when you are old. What are you going to do about it? F***ck. You are only her second brother. And, you are not welcome. You made a mistake. What qualifications do you have to point fingers here? You dare to interfere with your sister's marriage? Her parents are also involved in this matter. Who do you think you are? I am not qualified? I am not qualified? Mo Tianji angrily glared at Chu Yang. He was panting as he paced back and forth in the room. He was like a stubborn donkey trapped in a cage. Then, he suddenly turned around, you shameless King of Hell Chu. Just you wait. When my sister comes back, I will make her acknowledge you as her adoptive father. He laughed coldly, I want to see. I will report this matter to the clan and let the elders and my parents come forward to acknowledge you as their in-law. I want to see whether Xiao Wu will listen to us. Or you. Adoptive father? King of Hell Chu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of Mo Qingwu in a red dress. She looked up at him and sweetly called him adoptive father. He couldn't help but shake his head and shudder. F***ckmo Tianji, this move was simply too vicious. This move directly hit King of Hell Chu's weak spot. If Mo Qingwu really became his adoptive daughter, then, he might as well kill Chu Yang directly. Mother ***ker. You are ruthless. Chu Yang gave in. He lowered his head dejectedly, say it. Why are you in such a hurry to see me? Mo Tianji also regained his composure. He slowly sat down on the chair. His demeanor was strange. He calmly crossed his legs, and pointed at the teacup with his finger, tea. Pour the tea. Minister Chu choked on his breath and almost fainted. Sure enough, once this bastard gained the upper hand, he was still the same annoying person from his previous life. The situation was reversed in an instant. Minister Chu gained the upper hand and Fang Sha lost miserably in an instant. His pigtail was grabbed and he was immediately embarrassed. He snorted coldly and rolled his eyes. He was determined not to do it, but he was afraid that his uncle, who had a serious case of infatuation with his younger sister, would really give him the title of foster father. He could only lower his voice and pick up the teapot. Hurry up. Can't you see that the teacup is empty? You don't know how to read the situation. Mo Tianji slammed the table. He blew his beard and glared fiercely. Chu Yang gritted his teeth and was at his wit's end. He could only swallow his anger. Close the door. Mo Tianji picked up the teacup and crossed his legs. He blew on the tea and didn't even raise his head. Chu Yang's face darkened. He waved his hand and the door of the study was slammed shut. Okay, now let's talk about business. Mo Tianji's face became serious and he straightened his back. He actually stopped while he was ahead. This was beyond Xu Yang's expectations. He stuttered and asked, "Why, you don't want to ask about Xiaowu anymore?" "That's a question for you. You don't want to ask about Xiaowu anymore?" Mo Tianji snorted. "So, you don't have any objections?" Xu Yang's eyes widened. Mo Tianji suddenly raised his head and looked at him in surprise. "What you said just now, is it true?" Xu Yang was furious. Yuan Kai was played by this guy again. He deliberately used Mo Qingwu to attack him during the talent evaluation. Presumably, even if he didn't have such thoughts, this bastard would still forcefully pin this crime on him and then fight back. Xu Yang sighed. How could he forget this guy's ability to change the topic and fight back? The situation was very obvious. This was just Lu Tianji being scolded anxiously. He didn't hesitate to slander others to suppress his anger. Xu Yang was stunned for a long time and finally let out a long breath. Mother **Ker, do you know that your slandering hit me where it hurts the most? Godfather, you really thought of this. Suddenly, Xu Yang rolled his eyes. He smiled strangely and said, "Actually, it seems like it's also feasible. If Xiaowu calls me Godfather and you are Xiaowu's brother, then Mo Tianji, you also have to call me Godfather?" Pfft. Mo Tianji was drinking tea calmly. When he heard this, he choked and spat out a mouthful of tea. He coughed continuously and looked very embarrassed. His face turned red. It is indeed feasible. Minister Chu loosened the reins only to grasp them better. You can tell your clan tomorrow. Nonsense. Mo Tianji was really angry this time. His eyes were like copper bells and his face was red. He gasped for breath. You are younger than me by 3 years. Dream on. Going back on your words, you really make me despise you. Xu Yang disdainfully pointed at him, but his heart was relieved. Mother **Ker, do you think I want you to be my godfather? You are really narcissistic. If you become my godfather, I will be able to do whatever I want, seriously. Mo Tianji finally stopped coughing. He put up a sign of surrender and began to show weakness. He was clearly begging for mercy. After all, he was the one who said the words Godfather first. Now that he had been counterattacked, he was unable to resist. Speak. Xu Yang snorted and crossed his legs. He was very proud of himself. The two fought 3 times, and each had his own victory and defeat. In the first round, Xu Yang won, but Mo Tianji did not panic. In the second round, Mo Tianji counterattacked. Xu Yang was caught at his weak point, and he was thrown into confusion. Mo Tianji was being unreasonable, and he did not know that he had actually caught the real culprit. Even though Mo Tianji had framed King of Hell Chu, he still couldn't believe that a person like King of Hell Chu would have a beastly heart for a little girl. This was only a means to turn defeat into victory for Mo Tianji. However, Minister Chu was well aware that he had indeed lost. He did have a perverted desire for a little girl, and he had been hiding it for a long time, waiting for the right moment. In the third round, Minister Chu seized the opportunity to counterattack. He used Mo Tianji's method to gain a complete victory, and Mo Tianji retreated. He won 2 out of 3 rounds, and Minister Chu was singing the song of victory. However, his heart was constantly sweating. The confrontation between the two was equivalent to a verbal joke, but it was also a test of each other's current state of mind. Both of them were satisfied with the results of the test, because both of them had caught each other's fatal weakness. This was very important. And the most important thing was, Minister Chu had vented a lot of his pent-up anger after these 2 rounds of scolding. Brother Chu, the situation this time is very bad. Mo Tianji sighed. You said earlier that I added fuel to the fire, and caused chaos in Jianghu, but I could not clean it up. This sentence is not false. My estimation was wrong. There was a disappointed and frustrated look on Mo Tianji's face. I calculated that Ao Xia Yun would be hunted down. I also calculated that the O clan would make a move. But, I missed one important thing. Xu Yang sighed and said, this is very troublesome. Mo Tianji sneered, but, I made a mistake in my judgment. I overestimated them. He disdainfully said, "AO clan would have been annihilated if I hadn't believed in the rumors. It's a pity that I missed such a good opportunity." "What a pity." "Oh?" Chushan was shaken. "Tell me about it." "AO clan has always been the leader of the three heavens. And AO Xiayun has come out the most of the younger generation. Therefore, I took it for granted that AO Xiayun was the future successor of AO clan. And I wasn't wrong about this. And AO Xiayun could be regarded as the best in terms of intelligence and resourcefulness. So, I wasn't wrong about this." "That's right," Chu Yang frowned. "But, I was wrong. I was ridiculously wrong." Mo Tianji sighed regretfully. "AO clan is known as the 7 great geniuses of this generation. In other words, there are other great geniuses besides AO Xiayun. They are AO Qingyun, AO Mengyun, AO Langyun, AO Yuyun, AO Fengyun, and AO Qingyun. This person doesn't show himself much. But even AO clan recognizes him as a genius. So, how can he be mediocre?" "So, I thought. That other person has the reputation of being a genius. Moreover, he is equally famous as AO Xiayun in the number 1 clan of the AO clan. So, he can't be that bad, right?" Mo Tianji said. "Yes, I would have thought the same if it had been me," Chu Yang nodded. Mo Tianji stomped his foot and sighed. "That's why I was wrong. I was gravely wrong. My original plan was to cause a storm in the three heavens. And I would push the O clan alliance to the heart of the struggle. Then, I would force them to take the risk of intercepting and killing AO Xiayun. And they would certainly shift the blame to Xiadan Qiong for intercepting and killing AO Xiayun. Therefore, I let Xiadan Qiong go to AO clan first to block their escape route. Moreover, I calculated that the AO clan would certainly make a move as long as AO Xiayun's life and death were uncertain. And that great genius would be dispatched. Firstly, it would be for revenge. Secondly, AO clan would have to make preparations in case AO Xiayun dies. Then, they would have to choose the best candidate for the next generation. And, survival of the fittest of the weak in Jianghu is the best choice. Not only do they train soldiers, but they also look at people. Every time Mo Tianji said the words great genius, he would gnash his teeth and emphasize them. The O clan and the other clans have also been pushed to the heart of the struggle. AO Xiayun has also been hunted down for thousands of miles. Then, the AO clan has also set out. And, the one who has set out is that great genius as expected. My calculations have been right all this time. But what happened next was out of my control. Besides, I can't tell anyone else about this gloomy feeling except for you. Once I do, it will only mess up the army's morale." Mo Tianji sighed with incomparable depression and melancholy. "That's because the wise and mighty king of Hell Chu used a scheme to destroy the main clan. Then, you joined forces with the Xia clan to get rid of the O clan. These two matters were extremely pleasantly surprised for me. But, I also felt great regret and anger in addition to being pleasantly surprised. After all, you had ruined my plan. And it's a huge plan." Mo Tianji said indifferently. "Spoiled your plan?" Chu Yang was puzzled. "Yes, you shouldn't have destroyed the main clan." Mo Tianji sighed and said, "Wouldn't it have been better if the main clan had stayed? My original plan was to wait until the time was right. And the AO clan would have set out. Then, our big clans would have raised our banners to eliminate the evil forces and call upon the entire Jianghu. That's because the main clan is an evil force. Therefore, the other clans would have been the accomplices of the evil forces if they had stayed with the main clan. Then, we would have stood on the moral high ground without any effort. Moreover, we would have been able to command the heroes of the world. And they would have attacked us together. At that time, because we were the ones who advocated it, and our strength is strong enough, even the AO clan will have no choice but to listen to our orders and acknowledge our leadership position. Therefore, I could have used the main clan to push our big clans to the supreme position in one fell swoop. At least, we would have had such a nominal position before the end of this war. But, we would have been able to achieve such a position after the end of this war. That's because we would have gotten rid of evil for the people, although there are no good people in the three heavens, but, once this matter comes out, there will definitely be a lot of hot-blooded people coming over. And, such a person is the best choice for increasing the strength of the clan. I had even planned how to recruit him, how to end things, how to keep him, how to. Motianji heaved a long sigh and glared at Xiang. F***ck. Xiang was dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the move he was so proud of back then, to kill the enemy and weaken the enemy's forces, would actually be more of a hindrance? What the hell was that supposed to mean? But, the thing that makes me most unwilling is, that the annihilation of the main clan was done by those clans themselves. Moreover, it was done so brazenly in broad daylight. In this way, it would be inexcusable if we insist that they are evil. If we are not careful, they might even stand on the moral high ground and deal with us. Tell me, aren't you spoiling my plans? Motianji sighed. That was the first thing that caught me off guard. That's because I never thought that you would have made your move at that time. Moreover, you would have acted so quickly and ruthlessly. I didn't even know that you were done on your side. Xiang lowered his head and drank his tea. Let's not talk, okay? The second miscalculation was that group of bastards from the Ao clan. Those bastards attacked those clans after they came out. But, I never thought that, those bastards would have started to fight for power and profit after that illusory spear strike. How stupid was that? It's fine that they fought for power and profit. But, I never thought that they would have targeted you guys. First, the big clans didn't make a move. So, they didn't dare to make a move on the big clans. Second, you guys were scattered soldiers. So, you guys were easy to deal with. Third, you guys had potential. So, they wanted to recruit a lifelong high-level fighter to suppress their brothers. Fourth, their real purpose was to use you guys to dispel our plans. So, they had a vague ambition to unify the three heavens. Motianji laughed in an incomparably cynical manner. The brothers had internal strife at this time of crisis. Moreover, each of them had targeted their potential allies. Such people were called great geniuses in the Ao clan? I'd been deceived by the word genius in the Ao clan. Motianji drank a mouthful of tea. The current situation is like this. I had originally planned for two sides to fight for hegemony. But, it has now become a tripartite balance of power. The Ao clan is the only big clan. It doesn't attach itself to anyone. The Ao clan has gathered together, and is asking for reinforcements everywhere. It's very cohesive. On the contrary, the people of our side are panic-stricken because of those idiots of the Ao clan. The most speechless thing is that the people of the Ao clan have the same goal. But, each of them wants to be the boss. Motianji shook his head and forced a smile. I never thought of this before this incident. It's their overconfident ambition. Motianji finally finished speaking and said, this is the current situation. It's my fault for not being thorough enough. Xiang was somewhat flabbergasted. Motianji had calculated all aspects to such an extent in such a complicated situation. His brain had to calculate many things. Especially when he had analyzed for so long. And, he had analyzed all of these things because of his own mistakes. This made people have a whole new level of respect for him. Only a person who could clearly see his own flaws could correct them and become more perfect. Xiang believed that Motianji had calculated to this extent. So, he had at least a draft even if he didn't have a comprehensive countermeasure. So, what are you going to do in the face of this situation? Xiang asked straightforwardly. I have a countermeasure. But, I'm waiting for the news. Motianji deeply knitted his brows. His eyes exposed a worried look as he said, the enemy isn't the only one with idiots. We also have many on our side, he sighed. There's no problem on your side. There's also no problem on Jimo's side. There's no problem on Jimo's side. So, there's no problem on Huyan clan's side. There's also no problem on Guduxing's side. There's also no problem on Xiadanxiong's side. These are all our established forces. Xiang frowned. He sensitively sensed that Mo. Tianji hadn't finished speaking. You mean that there will be problems on Dongwu Shang and Luo Kudi's side? This was also what Chu Yang was most worried about. Mo Tianji took a deep breath. I hope there won't be any problems. If there really is a problem, it'll be an extremely serious problem. Chu Yang silently nodded. Mo Tianji was right. If there were problems on Dong Wushang and Luo Kudi's side, it would be fatal, but this kind of problem could only be solved by the two of them. Even Chu Yang couldn't help them now. Also, I have a feeling. Mo Tianji stood up and paced slowly. He said, right now, the alliance over there is obviously at a disadvantage in terms of strength. But, they're still calm and not moving. So, I suspect that, they're waiting for someone. Or rather, they're waiting for reinforcements. And this reinforcement should be very competent and very strong. Mo Tianji frowned and said, I suspect that this reinforcements are likely to come from the upper three heavens. Chu Yang thought for a while and said, there's indeed such a possibility. Only with such a backup plan would they be able to remain so calm. Chu Yang frowned. He was somewhat worried. Will something really happen to Dong Wushang and Luo Kudi? His heart was filled with uncertainty as he thought of this. He only felt that his heart was thumping. An ominous premonition shrouded his heart. I have already warned Dong Wulei and Luo Kuwu. But... Mo Tianji frowned, I am not sure. After all, power is something that can make people go crazy. And the most I can do is to warn them. Chu Yang sighed. He stood up and walked to the window. He looked into the distance and said softly, the two of them will be fine. I believe that they will be able to handle it. Mo Tianji sighed, I hope so. But, once it happens, even if Dong Wushang and Luo Kudi are fine, the others will be. Chu Yang said indifferently, I only want the two of them to be fine. As for the others, how can I care so much? Mo Tianji was silent. After a long time, he said, Li Xiong too may be involved. Dong Wushang is an indispensable part of my plan. Luo Kudi is also important. The plan must wait for the news from the other side before it can start. Chu Yang nodded in understanding, as long as you have a plan. Mo Tianji nodded. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, Brother Mo, when you are making a plan, don't just think about victory or defeat. It is best to think about human nature and harmony. Mo Tianji was frightened. He thought carefully for a long time. He repeated these words to himself several times. After a long time, he finally said, Thank you, Brother Chu. Chu Yang smiled and nodded. Mo Tianji didn't have a deep understanding of this aspect. Therefore, he made a wrong judgment about the Ao clan. But Chu Yang knew that Mo Tianji wouldn't need too long to master these things. Looking at the current situation, perhaps the master of calculation and manipulation from his previous life would finally take shape after this battle. The sound of fluttering wings could be heard in the sky. It seemed as if a few birds had flown in. Then, someone walked over in a hurry. Clan Lord, there is news. Bring it in. Mo Tianji said in a deep voice. Then, he quickly walked to the door. There were 5 pieces of news. Mo Tianji opened them one by one and looked at them. Every time he looked at one, he would read out loud. Chu Yang listened quietly. He couldn't help but feel excited. Ao Yuyin of the Ao clan tried to ambush GMO, but failed. The Li clan's plan to intercept and kill GMO also failed. GMO's whereabouts are unknown. He didn't return to the G clan. Mo Tianji read out the first piece of news. Chu Yang smiled lightly. Mo Tianji also shook his head and laughed, these people are really brainless. GMO has been in the northern wilderness for so long. And he has finally returned. So, how can he not see his fiancée first? Moreover, he still had to work when he got home. So, how could that lazy GMO be willing to go home first? This group of people actually didn't analyze his personality and just foolishly waited on the road back to the G clan. I really don't know if they are cooling off or going to do something. It's pardonable that the Li clan couldn't kill GMO. After all, the Li clan doesn't have any outstanding individuals. However, Ao Yuyin actually did such a foolish thing. This really makes me have a whole new level of respect for this genius. When Mo Tianji said the word genius, he put a lot of emphasis on it. It was obvious that he was very interested in the so-called geniuses of AO clan. Chu Yang gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. You can even calculate this. Mo Tianji snorted and said, you obviously know this in your heart. He picked up the second piece of paper and slowly read, the Zhao clan ambushed Luo Kudi. Luo Kudi calmly killed his way out of the encirclement. Then, he encountered Ao Qingyun of the Ao clan. Luo Kudi wasn't a match for him. So, he killed his way out of the encirclement and fled. Ao Qingyun is chasing after him. Mo Tianji read out the second piece of news. Both of them frowned at the same time. This news wasn't very good. What's the third piece of news? Chu Yang urged. Ao Langyan of the Ao clan intercepted King of Helchu. King of Helchu went missing and didn't appear. According to rumors, Ao Langyan and the Black Devil had a fierce battle. They both won and lost. The Ao clan lost more than 20 king-level experts. Mo Tianji faintly smiled. He read halfway, and shook the piece of paper in his hand. Brother Chu, this Black Devil should be you, right? Brother Mo's vision is like a torch. Chu Yang faintly smiled. It's not that my vision is like a torch. It's just that you're too familiar with framing and killing people. Moreover, the Black Devil has been badly battered these days. So, how could he have dared to look for trouble with the Ao clan? Moreover, I know the whereabouts of the Black Devil. Mo Tianji chuckled and continued to read. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. The Ao clan intercepted King of Helchu. King of Helchu retreated unscathed. The entire O clan was annihilated. The clan lord O Qingwu and the young clan lord O Dushao died on the spot. Hiss. Brother Chu, did you really kill them all? Mo Tianji raised his head, and looked at Chu Yang as if he was looking at a monster. Brother Mo's intelligence network is indeed the best in the world. Chu Yang smiled and praised. This sentence was undoubtedly an admission that all the information was true. Mo Tianji looked at him, and sucked in a few breaths of cold air. Then, he restored his calm state of mind and said, I had no other choice. You also know my disposition. I like to manipulate. And, manipulating requires extremely powerful and accurate information. Even the slightest difference won't do. Therefore, I haven't been able to recruit many experts over the years. So, I've been making great efforts to build my underground intelligence network. And, it has already spread throughout the upper three heavens. Mo Tianji proudly smiled. Mo Tianji, may be far inferior to other clans when it comes to strength. But, my intelligence network is the best in the world when it comes to intelligence. He confidently smiled and said, including the upper three heavens. Chu Yang nodded. He believed in these words. He had a deep understanding of Mo Tianji's intelligence network in his previous life. Mo Tianji had been powerful in his previous life. But, he hadn't been the clan lord of the Mo clan. But, he was already the clan lord in this life. He had the financial power of the entire Mo clan as his backing. So, how could Mo Tianji not be like a tiger that had grown wings, just like now? The matter of Chu Yang killing the remaining members of the O clan hadn't happened for a long time. But, the information had already been placed on Mo Tianji's desk. The fourth news is that Ao Mengyan of the Ao clan had led a group of people to intercept Dong Wushang. But, Dong Wushang had forced his way out. It is said that Dong Wushang's domineering aura had chilled Ao Mengyan's courage. The Black Devil had led a group of assassins to intercept Dong Wushang. But, there was no news of them after they went out. There was no way to find out whether they had intercepted or not. Mo Tianji closed the file. He was somewhat worried as he wrinkled his brows. Chu Yang calmly listened. His originally relaxed and smiling face had finally turned serious. Intercepting and killing wasn't scary. What was scary was assassination. Chu Yang was confident that each of his brothers would be able to fight fair and square. In fact, they would be able to escape even if they couldn't beat the enemy. Chu Yang hadn't made his brothers carry 2,000 kilograms of weight on their backs for thousands of miles for nothing. At this point, Chu Yang felt that his brothers were probably the best in the three heavens when it came to speed and stamina. Not many people could catch up with them once they started to run. But, they were most afraid of assassination plots. This was especially true for an assassination clan like the Black Devil clan. Dong Wushang would rather break than bend if they wanted to assassinate him. So, the situation wouldn't be optimistic. Both of them looked at each other, and saw the same worry in each other's eyes. Heaven helps the worthy. Mo Tianji took a deep breath. The fifth news is that Ao Qingyun and Ao Fengyun tried to kill Gu Duxing twice. Gu Duxing killed them, and easily escaped. Ao Fengyun and Ao Qingyun are currently heading towards the Gu clan. Tu Qianhao led the experts of the clan to intercept Gu Duxing. Tu Qianhao and Gu Duxing had a one-on-one battle. Tu Qianhao died under Gu Duxing's sword. The original clan lord of the Gu clan, Gu Yunlan, abdicated. Young clan lord Gu Duxing became the head of the clan. There was a change of dynasty. Gu Duxing announced his engagement with Gu Miaoling. Mo Tianji carefully placed the notes on the desk. Then, he put them in 5 separate bags. He didn't hear Chu Yang speak for a long time. So, he turned his head to look. He was surprised, and asked, "What happened to you?" Chu Yang still hadn't woken up from the shock. Tu Qianhao and Gu Duxing had a one-on-one battle. Tu Qianhao died under Gu Duxing's sword. These words had given Chu Yang an incomparable shock. He had never dreamed that Tu Qianhao would die. Moreover, he had died at Gu Duxing's hands. Meng Luo had been framed by him. O Dushao had died at his hands. Now, even Tu Qianhao had died. 1/4 of them had died. Tu Qianhao had left a deep impression on Chu Yang. This man had a straightforward and carefree appearance. But, he was very meticulous. He could be more forthright than anyone else when he was forthright. But, he could be more narrow-minded than anyone else when he was narrow-minded. It was easy for him to make friends. But, it was also easy for him to hold grudges. Sometimes, it was hard to avoid being despicable. But, he was open and aboveboard most of the time. Chu Yang and Tu Qianhao hadn't crossed paths in his previous life. Or, it could be said that Chu Yang hadn't been qualified to cross paths with Tu Qianhao in his previous life. They didn't have any friendship in this life. However, Chu Yang still felt that it was a pity. That was because he knew that Tu Qianhao would create an unparalleled consummate skill in the future: unruffled heavenly book, unruffled swordsmanship, unruffled footwork, unruffled mental cultivation method. These were the most ingenious and miraculous divine techniques in the entire heavenly layer. Tu Qianhao hadn't been very outstanding in the beginning. But, he had suddenly advanced by leaps and bounds after he had created the unruffled swordsmanship. In fact, he had almost replaced Ao Xiayun and Gu Duxing, who had been at the peak of the younger generation of the 3 heavens. Tu Qianhao's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds until Chu Yang's death. Therefore, the unruffled heavenly book had been hailed as the #1 scripture in the 3 heavens. Chu Yang had always been curious. What kind of martial technique could have such power? But Tu Qianhao is dead. Moreover, he died young. Doesn't that mean that the unruffled heavenly book will never appear in the world again? Chu Yang immediately sucked in cold air in pity. What's wrong? Mo Tianji asked. Tu Qianhao is dead. Chu Yang sighed. He was as famous as you. He suddenly remembered that this guy in front of him was one of the 12 influential figures: Poison Spirit Tianji, Li Xiongtu, and Tianji. Moreover, this guy was famous for his shrewdness and resourcefulness. He had many tricks up his sleeve. He was two-faced, cunning, strange, and he was the epitome of conspiracy and craftiness. He was the synonym of sinister and the spokesperson of conspiracy. Chu Yang couldn't help but think, I reckon this guy will live for a long time. A scourge lives for 1,000 years. As famous as me? Mo Tianji was startled. He was at a loss. When did he become as famous as me? Mo Tianji thought for a while. Then, he slowly walked out and informed them to keep a close eye on the Black Devil clan. Pay close attention to Dong Wushang and Luo Kudi. Also, keep an eye on GMO. Pass it on quickly. He turned around and asked Chu Yang, do you have anything to add? Chu Yang thought for a long time and said, I have nothing to say. Until now, this is only an internal matter of their clans. I can't interfere. He paused. His face was serious as he pondered. His 2 sword-like eyebrows slanted. His tone was calm as he said word by word, if anything happens to Dong Wushang and Luo Kudi, then, I will personally exterminate the Dong clan and Luo clan, without leaving a single one alive. Mo Tianji was shocked. From Chu Yang's seemingly ordinary words, he could hear boundless murderous intent and the determination to perish together with Chu Yang at all costs. He didn't mention the Black Devil clan, Zhao clan, or Li clan. Instead, he mentioned the Dong clan and Luo clan. This showed that Chu Yang was most worried about the same thing as him. If these two died at the hands of the Black Devil clan or other clans, it would be justified. If I want to kill you, you will kill me. If I die, I will take revenge. There was no complaint. But if it happened because of a clan's internal conflict, then, the Dong clan and Luo clan, humph, they are your clans when they are alive. I can't participate in your clan's internal affairs. My brother won't let me interfere. But if they die because of this, then only my brother will be left. Mo Tianji clearly felt that if something happened to Luo Kudi and Dong Wushang, then Xu Yang would not hesitate to kill the Dong clan and Luo clan. There would be absolutely no consideration for their feelings, so, he went out again and gave a few more orders. In an instant, the sound of wings flapping was heard everywhere in the Mo clan. Countless invisible falcons soared into the sky. At the same time, 4 groups of horses rushed out like a hurricane. Chu Yang's face was cold as he sat down quietly. His face was like iron. Mo Tianji sighed. He looked at Chu Yang's face, but didn't say anything in the end. He knew that it was useless to say anything at this moment. Thousands of words. Chu Yang could explode with just one piece of information. I don't care about Jianghu plans. I don't care about the clan's honor or disgrace. I don't care who they are. Chu Yang insipidly said, but I will make whoever hurts my brothers pay the price. He smiled gently and said hoarsely, 10 million times the price. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Mo Tianji's face. Then, he said in a low voice, Brother Mo, I need your real information during this period of time. Chu Yang had especially emphasized the word real. His eyes were burning, and Mo Tianji's face even felt a burning pain. Okay. When Mo Tianji said this word, he thought for a long time. Although it was only one word, it was extremely difficult for him to say it. He clearly understood the meaning and weight of Chu Yang's word truth. The atmosphere was silent and oppressive. The two of them sat facing each other, and neither of them spoke. Dong clan. In the conference hall. It was empty. There was only one person inside. Dong Wu Lei tightly wrinkled his brows. He sat on the armchair with a heavy look on his face. He was conflicted and struggling. Not doing it, after returning, he had been hesitant and conflicted. He had seen time pass little by little. But, he still hadn't made up his mind. His sharp gaze would suddenly fall on the chair that represented the head of the family, lingering there for a long time. Every time it happened, his gaze would be scorching and predatory. Suddenly, it would fall on the chair that represented Dong Wushang opposite him. At this time, his gaze was complicated, contradictory, and somewhat doting. His mind was also in a fierce struggle. Kill him. He's your younger brother. But, he's your competitor. A real man can't be soft-hearted in his life. He can't be soft-hearted. You must know that you'll be consigned to eternal damnation if you're pulled down from the position of the clan's successor. You can't kill him. He's your competitor. But, he's also your younger brother. He's connected by blood. He's your brother. Wouldn't you be worse than a dog or a pig if you kill your younger brother for power? Beads of sweat rolled down Dong Wu Lei's forehead. Young lord, this is a critical moment. You must make a decision at this critical moment. Second young master is already a saber emperor. He's far more powerful than you. The elders will support him once he returns to the clan even if he doesn't have any ambitions. 10-and-a-half-year-old saber emperor. Young lord, you must understand the meaning of this. This was the voice of the loyal and devoted bodyguard resounding in his mind. Big brother, I know that you have deep brotherly affection. But, have you thought about our children's future if you lose your power? They'll forever lose the opportunity to climb to glory because of your soft-heartedness. And, their grandchildren will become the hired thugs and slaves of the Dong clan. Do you have the heart to do that? These were the words of his wife. His wife's eyes were filled with tears when she said these words. Dong Wulei tightly closed his eyes. Don't force me. Don't force me. Dong Wulei whispered in a low and painful voice. The muscles on his face twitched. He had been thinking about this for several days. He felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles every time he saw his wife's resentful gaze. Therefore, he had decided to hide here. He was like an ostrich. He would hide and close his eyes when he was forced to the point that he had no other choice. But, a series of scenes would appear in front of his eyes. Big brother, you're so powerful. When can I be as powerful as you? This was the scene of Wu Shang when he was 4 or 5 years old. His face was full of worship. My big brother is the most powerful. This was the scene of Wu Shang when he was 7 years old. He had a fight with some people. Several children had held him down and beaten him up. Dong Wushang had gone forward to beat those guys up. Wu Shang's eyes were still filled with tears when he proudly announced this. Wah-ha, this little guy peed on me again. This was the scene of Dong Wushang's son being born. Wu Shang was wild with joy. He would run to Dong Wu's room every day. Even his wife couldn't drive him out. Then, he would hold the child and play with him every day. He would spoil him even more than his father. Big brother, I want to go out and explore. Tell me, where should I go? This was what Wu Shang had said to Dong Wushang when he had first shown that his martial arts talent was better than Dong Wushang's. Songlan Battlefront. Dong Wulei had replied at that time. Songlan Battlefront. Dong Wulei closed his eyes and murmured these words again. He seemed to be recalling the scene of the two brothers high-fiving each other at the door. Big brother, don't worry. I will always be your brother. This was what Wu Shang had said under infinite pressure when Dong Wushang had become suspicious of him. The expression in his eyes when he had said these words was so sincere and so loyal. But, it was also so sad. Big brother. I want to go out and play with big brother. This was what Wu Shang had said to Dong Wushang at Mt Dingjun, you don't need to inform me if something happens to the clan. Dong Wulei had looked at the majestic back of his younger brother as he left in a desolate manner. He had wanted to call his brother back countless times, and hold him in his arms. That's because he knew what Wu Shang had meant. You are afraid that I will compete with you. So, I will leave the clan. I won't have the slightest complaint even if you take over the position of clan lord during this time. In fact, I will feel relieved. Alas. Dong Wulei slowly opened his eyes. He didn't know when he had started to cry. Drag it out until second brother comes back. I don't know anything. But. Dong Wulei eventually made up his mind. But, this determination was so fragile that even he felt fragile. Wulei, you are crying, a deep and slow voice was heard. Dong Wulei turned his head, and saw his father Dong Qigong slowly walking into the hall. Father. Dong Wulei wiped his eyes. He then stood up, and respectfully greeted him. Dong Qigong sighed. He arrived in front of Dong Wulei, and carefully looked at him. Then, he said in a deep voice, I know that you are upset and conflicted in your heart. So, I came to take a look. Father. Dong Wulei's heart heavily jumped. Dong Qigong sighed. He then sat down beside Dong Wulei. He didn't speak for a long time. After a while, he said in a deep voice, you are under a lot of pressure. I understand this. I also went through this in the past. It's not easy to be the clan lord. Especially for a clan like ours. The entire clan will decline if the clan lord is incompetent. So, one must be vicious and merciless. But, one must also be brave and courageous. It's easy to say. But, how many people can actually do it? I understand your mood. Dong Qigong stood up, and patted his son's shoulder, you are my flesh and blood. You are my son. I, as your father, will support you no matter what you choose. He quietly walked out after he had finished speaking. He walked to the door, and then stood there. He didn't speak for a long time. His figure blocked the sunlight that was shining into the hall. The entire hall was filled with his shadow. He stood there for a while. Then, he finally said in a deep voice, "Wu Lei. I named you Wu Lei because I hoped that you would never have any worries in your life. And, you would never shed tears. And, I hope that Wu Shang won't suffer the slightest harm in his life. Your mother hasn't come to see you these days. That's because she is praying for her 2 sons in the Buddha Hall. She has been kneeling for 3 days. Wu Shang isn't her biological son. Wu Shang's mother died after giving birth to him. Your mother has always raised him as her biological son. You know this matter. Your mother and I hope that you 2 brothers won't have any injuries in your life. And, you won't have any tears in your life." Dong Wu Lei's entire body shook. Then, tears suddenly streamed down his face. He curled up on the ground. It seemed as if he had been thrown naked in the cold. He was shivering incessantly. He thought of his mother's kind eyes. They seemed to be looking at him with pleading eyes. They seemed to be filled with faint despair. Wouldn't it be tantamount to killing my mother's heart if I were to kill my second brother? Father looks strong. But I'm afraid that half of his heart will die. Dong Qigong silently walked out after he had finished speaking. The sunlight shone in. Dong Wu Lei chased after him and shouted, "Father!" Dong Qigong stood in the distance. He seemed to have sighed. Dong Wu Lei chased after him. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. Dong Qigong turned his head and looked at him. There was a complicated look in his eyes. He softly said, "Your people are gone." Dong Qigong didn't look back after he had finished speaking. "Your people are gone?" Dong Wu Lei repeated in a murmur. It seemed as if he was asking himself. But then, his complexion changed. Then, he turned around and rushed towards his small courtyard. "This is the second watch. I've been writing since I got up. It's only the second watch now. I'm ashamed. I'm going to eat something first. Damn it. My heart is in a mess today. I don't feel hungry. I didn't notice anything after I picked up the phone. Just now, when I went to the toilet, I touched my pants out of habit. But, I couldn't find the zipper. I was confused. Then, I carefully touched my pants, and found that the pocket of my jeans was on my front thigh. It turned out that I was wearing it the wrong way. Damn it, everyone is very supportive. I'm very comforted. I'm very happy. I'll continue writing after I finish eating. There will be more updates tonight. Finally, I'm calling for official subscriptions. I want to say that we've tried our best. But, our official subscriptions are too far away. Monthly votes come from subscriptions. Our foundation is too thin. I like Soaring Wind. I like the brothers and sisters who are proud of the world. I hope to get your help. 24 subscriptions. Only 5,000. Compared to the tens of thousands of subscriptions of the great gods, the difference is too big. I'll say something crazy. With our votes and cohesion, I believe that not many people would dare to say that they are number one. I dare to say that as long as you give me 1,000 subscriptions, I can laugh proudly in the martial world. I can truly be proud of the world. Are you willing to accompany us to be proud of the world? The world defying the heavens, wind dominates the world. If you like this work, please vote for it or collect it. Don't know how to vote or collect it? Please read this post. Let's dance with the wind and clouds, and the world defying the heavens. Let's read this magnificent chapter together. Bang! Dong Wu Lei kicked open the door of the small courtyard, and shattered it. Then, he rushed in with large strides. Yu Xiu was coaxing the child to eat in the room. She hurriedly got up when she heard the sound. She didn't have time to go out to check when she saw the bedroom door shatter with a bang. Dong Wu Lei angrily rushed in. The child was more than 3 years old. He was so scared that he burst into tears. "What are you doing? You scared the child to tears." Yu Xiu's long and shapely eyebrows rose as she glared at him. "Someone come." Dong Wu Lei violently roared, "Take the young master out. I have something to say to madam." The maid rolled and crawled in. She was about to take the child when Yu Xiu opened her hands to stop her. "What are you doing? Shut up." Slap. Dong Wu Lei raised his hand and slapped her face. She was sent flying by the slap. Her hair was in a mess, and she fell to the ground. Her delicate and pretty face had turned blue and purple. The maid was scared out of her wits. She quivered, and began to tremble. "Why aren't you taking the young master out? Do you want to die?" Dong Wulei turned around and glared at her. He then roared loudly. The entire room shook, and dust rustled down. The maid trembled. She hastily picked up the child, and rushed out as if she was fleeing for her life. "You dare to hit me? You hit me?" Yu Shou looked at her husband in disbelief. She then suddenly pounced on him like a mad tiger. "I broke my heart for you. I gave birth to your children. I gave everything for you. Dong Wulei, you hit me?" Slap. Another slap landed on the other side of her face. Dong Wulei's eyes flashed wildly with killing intent. He then said in a low and deep voice, "Sit down. Otherwise, I will kill you." His voice was low and deep as usual. But it was full of repressed fury. That murderous intention that was on the verge of bursting out couldn't be concealed. Yu Shou's eyes widened in horror. She couldn't believe it. She caressed her face, and powerlessly sat down on the ground. "First, you broke your heart for me. But, you don't need to worry about me. You shouldn't worry. Secondly, if you don't bear children for me, then who do you want to bear children for? Thirdly, you've given up everything for me, but I still haven't seen the color of your heart." Dong Wulei dragged over a chair, and slowly sat down. His complexion looked like iron. "Speak. What have you done?" Dong Wulei asked in a low voice. A trace of panic flashed through Yu Shou's eyes as she quibbled, "I didn't do anything, he didn't do anything. I didn't do anything." Dong Wulei suddenly got up when he heard these words. Then, he picked up the chair that he had been sitting on without any hesitation, and smashed it on his wife's head. The sandalwood chair shattered with a crashing sound, and his face was covered in blood. Yu Shou also had the strength of a revered martial artist. But, she was caught off guard. Dong Wulei hadn't poured his vitality into her attack. So, her face was still dripping with blood. Dong Wulei dragged over another chair, and sat down after a rumbling sound was heard. Then, he insipidly said, "Speak, what did you do?" Yu Shou was really scared now. She could feel that Dong Wulei would have beaten her to death if she hadn't said anything. I. She stammered, and kept glancing towards the door. "I've given up. Even my father and mother can't enter my small courtyard now." Dong Wulei stooped down, and looked at her intently. He then said word by word, "Your maternal family will come to pay their respects to you the day after tomorrow if you don't speak." His eyes flashed with coldness and ruthlessness. He took out a piece of tissue, and gently wiped the blood on his wife's face. Then, he insipidly said, "Your maternal family won't dare to do anything to me. Don't think that your maternal family is very strong. Moreover, I can marry another woman the next day after your funeral. Don't think that you're the only woman in this world. And don't think that it's so easy to be the wife of the clan lord of my Dong clan. I haven't taken a concubine yet. People who don't know how to cherish things won't get anything. I will slaughter your maternal family if something happens to my second brother. Do you believe me?" Yu Shou opened her eyes wide in horror. Dong Wulei wiped the blood on her face, and softly said, "Woman, remember this. Don't meddle in things that you shouldn't meddle in. Do you understand?" He threw the tissue on the ground, and wiped his hands. Then, he pinched Yu Shou's throat, and softly said, "I like you very much. So, I'm giving you the value of my love. I'm also willing to endure and make you happy. But, you have to remember that all of this is because I like you. You can be like this because I like you. You'll be like this if I don't like you." His fingers slowly tightened like iron pliers. He then slowly said, "Don't make me dislike you." Yu Shou's throat was pinched by him. She felt that it was difficult to breathe. In fact, it seemed as if she would suffocate the next moment. Her pretty eyes slowly bulged out. They were filled with a pitiful look. Dong Wulei suddenly loosened his grip when she wouldn't be able to endure the suffocation, and would die the next moment. Yu Shou fell to the ground, and sat down. She stroked her throat with her hands, and gasped for breath. Her eyes revealed an expression of relief, but also extreme fear. Do you still want me to ask? Dong Wulei's eyes were as sharp as knives. He suddenly shouted like a thunderbolt, "Go! Kneel down and speak." No, no. Yu Shou knelt down in front of her husband with a plop. I'll speak. I'll tell you everything. I'm not reconciled. Tell me your arrangements directly. Dong Wushang's eyes became colder and colder. It was that day when the people of the Black Devil clan found you, Xianxia. Xianxia came to me. I made the arrangements. Then, it just so happened that everyone on our side was in danger. They were deeply afraid that your position wouldn't be guaranteed, so there are people of the Black Devil clan? Dong Wulei's eyes opened wide in fury. Your Yu clan is colluding with the Black Devil clan? You colluded with the enemy to frame my younger brother? Tell me the specific plan. Where is it? When did it start? How many people went there? How many people of the Black Devil clan? How many people of the Yu clan? How many people on our side? Dong Wulei asked again and again. It has been 2 days, at the Broken Soul Cliff 250 kilometers away. 10 people from my clan have gone there. Each of them is a king-level expert and an emperor-level expert. On our side, 100 or so people have gone there. 30 king-level experts and 5 emperor-level experts. Second Great Elder also seems to be people of the Black Devil clan. I don't know. Yu Shou had clearly sensed the arrival of a deadly crisis. So, she knelt on the ground and spoke very quickly. The Broken Soul Cliff is the only way to go. It's coming from the direction of Wushang. So, there's no way to go around it. In other words, there are at least 400 to 500 people at the Broken Soul Cliff to intercept him. And there's an 8th grade Emperor-level Great Elder among them. There's also the deceit of his relatives. There's also a deliberate and unintentional assassination. Moreover, the super assassins of the Black Devil clan are hiding in the dark. Dong Wulei muttered. Then, his eyes suddenly became desperate. It has been 2 days. 2 days. Wushang is in danger. He suddenly felt an overwhelming pain in his heart. Big brother, the Dong clan is made of iron with us here. I will properly assist you. We 2 brothers will certainly make our Dong clan glorious. Dong Wushang's face was shining. My big brother is the best. Dong Wushang's face was full of worship. Big brother, Dong Wulei faced upwards, and roared. Then, he suddenly stood up, and walked out without turning his head. Where are you going? Yu Shou shouted in a hoarse voice, Don't go. You'll die with him. Don't go. Dong Wulei stopped at the door. But, he didn't turn his head. I'm not that stupid. I won't die if Wushang is dead. Because I want to keep my life. You must kneel at the door and apologize to my brother if he comes back safely. Admit your mistake. You will die if my brother doesn't come back alive. Your entire clan will die. I, Dong Wulei, swear in the name of 8 generations of ancestors and 8 generations of descendants. Yu Shou, pray. Dong Wushang is the younger brother of Dong Wulei. I scolded him, I hit him, I was afraid of him, I was jealous of him. I was jealous of him. I was afraid that he would take my position. I would even expel him from the clan. I would even kill him if he did something wrong. Anything is fine. Because I'm his elder brother. We have the same father. This is a matter between us brothers. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to get involved in this? Did I give you face? I can kill him. But, I'll kill you if you dare to lay a finger on him. Dong Wulei's body rolled out like a gale. Then, a thunderous sound was heard. Then, the sound of horses' hoofs echoed like a storm. The sound of horses' hoofs was like thunder. They rushed out of the small courtyard, and rushed out of the Dong clan's gate. They rolled away, and left only a trail of dust on the road, in the bedroom. Yu Shou sat down on the ground in a daze. Her hair was disheveled, and her face was covered with blood. Her graceful and luxurious appearance from a moment ago had disappeared. She forced a smile after a long time. She admitted that she didn't understand Dong Wulei. Or, she didn't understand men. Dong Wulei was often worried about Dong Wushang's rise. He was often anxious. He would toss and turn in bed every night. He wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. He would always feel as if there was a thorn in his back. Sometimes, he would get drunk, and would curse him in anger. Dong Wulei believed that his second brother Dong Wushang was a formidable rival for the clan's power. He was also the biggest threat. There were too many possibilities that Dong Wushang would take his place after his rise. Therefore, he was deeply afraid. In fact, he was even jealous. All of this had given Yu Xiu a hint. Dong Wulei wanted to get rid of Dong Wushang. However, Dong Wulei couldn't say it. Yu Xiu was his wife. So, she had to solve this difficult problem for him. Dong Wulei had been hiding in the clan's hall for the past few days. It seemed as if he was making time and space for himself to make arrangements and plans. Therefore, Yu Xiu had launched this attack without any hesitation, but, she had never dreamt that it would turn out like this. She had originally thought that Dong Wulei would pretend to fly into a rage at most. Then, he would admit his mistake, and would kneel in front of the ancestral tablets in an aggrieved manner for a few days. Then, this matter would be over. However, Dong Wulei's reaction was so intense that it was bloody. This was completely different from what she had expected. It was poles apart. Perhaps, it was as Dong Wulei had said, "I can do anything to my younger brother." But, you can't do anything. I can kill him. But, I will take revenge for him if you dare to lay a finger on him. I will vent his anger for him. Because he is my younger brother. I'm writing very slowly today. But, I will continue to work hard. The next update will be very late. Please support me with your monthly votes. Thank you. Yu Xiu finally leaned on the bed, and cried bitterly. It is said that a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. But, how many people in the world can understand a man's heart? Especially a man like Dong Wulei. His personality was contradictory and extreme. Who could understand him? Beating a woman didn't seem like a real man's behavior. But, a real man would disregard everything for his brother. Dong Wulei whipped his horse and galloped wildly. He was burning with anxiety. A road led straight to the end of the world. He was galloping alone on his horse. His destination was the Broken Soul Cliff. Wushang, you must walk slowly. You must wait for me. Dong Wushang had only been intercepted by Ao Mengyan of the Ao clan along the way. Dong Wushang had forcefully rushed past them. He had a rough appearance, but he had the overall situation in his heart. He knew that this wasn't the time to fight to the death with the Ao clan. Therefore, he hadn't killed anyone. He had only relied on the black saber's sharpness and weight to open a path for himself. Then, he had swaggered away. He had gone straight for 3,000 miles. And, he hadn't been intercepted a second time. Dong Wushang muttered to himself because of this tranquility. How can it be so tranquil? Could it be that no one has noticed me? He looked at the familiar scenery in front of him. He was getting closer and closer to the territory of the Dong clan. The Broken Soul Cliff would be 300 miles ahead. He was less than 1,000 miles away from his home. Dong Wushang hesitated, and stopped his footsteps. Then, he made a draft in his heart. This would be his last and most sincere effort to win back his elder brother. Big brother, I will withdraw from the clan. I will still be a member of the Dong clan. But, I won't participate in any clan disputes. I've come back today to help the clan get through this difficult time. But, I will ask my father to resign after this. I will accompany my big brother from now on. And, we will rush to the heavens. I will leave the Dong clan to you, big brother. But, I will rush back as soon as the clan needs me. And, I will fight for our clan to the end. Dong Wushang shook his head. It seems a little stiff? But, how should I say this? The gap between us brothers has become bigger and bigger these years. Big brother's loyal subordinates look at me as if they are looking at an enemy. Big brother, you don't know how much I miss the days when we brothers were as close as one. I want to return to those days. Dong Wushang looked ahead worriedly. At this moment, he longed to go home, but he was also afraid of going home. Home was so warm, yet so far away. After resting for a while, Dong Wushang set off again. This time, he did not hesitate. The Broken Soul Cliff was up ahead, the Dong clan's territory would be beyond the Broken Soul Cliff. And the Broken Soul Cliff was the best place for an ambush, only a few people could walk side by side through the dense forest on both sides of the road. Dong Wushang knew that if someone wanted to deal with him, they would definitely be there. It might be the O clan's alliance, or it might be the AO clan, or it might be my own clan. However, he strode forward like a shooting star without the slightest hesitation. I've already hesitated and considered it. But now, no matter what lies ahead, I have to go through it. Regardless of whether it was a mountain of blades, a sea of flames, or a broken heart, he had to face what he had to face. Dong Wushang strode forward, but he was unconsciously biting his lips. The distance of 300 miles was gradually left behind by him. Dong Wushang was startled when he turned around the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the Breaking Soul Cliff in front, there was a person standing upright. Behind him, there were dozens of people sitting and waiting. When they saw Dong Wushang's return, they immediately stood up. Second young master is back. Dong Wushang felt somewhat relieved. They were all Dong clan's people. Most of them were Big Brother's people. But, the second senior elder was also among them. He doesn't like me, but he won't be so despicable with his status, right? Moreover, these people are smiling. The second senior elder's face is still ice cold. But, he has always been like this. So, it's not a big deal. The only strange thing is, why are they here? Have they come to greet me? Dong Wushang suddenly felt excited as he looked at the smiling faces in front of him. He quickly walked forward. Second senior elder, you've had a hard journey. A first-grade emperor-level expert welcomed him with a cheerful smile. The situation in the Three Heavens is dangerous now. We have to be on guard. And, we know that the Black Devil wants to ambush you. You've just been intercepted by the AO clan. So, we've calculated the time and waited here. He smiled. This Broken Soul Cliff is a natural place for ambushes. We have to be on guard. Dong Wushang suddenly felt relieved. So, that's how it is. He had a forthright and generous personality. So, he immediately smiled and said, this is nothing. I can't thank you enough. Oh, by the way, Big Brother didn't come? The Grand Duke is preparing a banquet and decorating the courtyard in the clan. He's welcoming the return of the second senior elder. That emperor-level expert had an embarrassed look on his face. He said in a low voice, to be honest, the Grand Duke was very angry. He was a little, ha ha ha. In fact, even people like us were very upset. Second senior elder, please don't blame us. Cough cough. But then, the Grand Duke said, after all, you're my younger brother. So, he asked us to come and greet you. At this point, Dong Wushang was completely at ease. For him to be able to say these words, it could be considered as him being frank and sincere. It seems that Big Brother has really thought it through. He couldn't help but sigh. Alas, it's not easy for Big Brother. That emperor-level expert walked over with Dong Wushang in his arms. He then said, second young master, you must be careful. The second senior elder has come forward to greet you. Well, you know his temper. Cough cough. Of course. Dong Wushang laughed out loud and walked forward. He then slowly walked into the crowd. The Dong clan had 3 senior elders. The senior elder in front of him was the second one. His name was Du Lu Feng. He was nearly 100 years old. A strange look flashed through Du Lu Feng's eyes when he saw Dong Wushang walking over. He then insipidly said, second young master, I've heard that your cultivation has reached first-grade Saber Emperor? Everyone seemed somewhat nervous when they heard this question. They pricked up their ears, and opened their eyes wide as they looked at Dong Wushang. Yes. I was lucky enough to break through to first-grade Saber Emperor. Dong Wushang smiled modestly and said, I've made second elder laugh. Du Lu Feng looked at Dong Wushang with a strange look in his eyes. He then said, second young master, you're 10 years old this year, right? Dong Wushang rubbed his head and replied with a smile, 10.5 years old. I'll be 20 years old in half a year. Du Lu Feng let out a long "oh" sound. Then, he said, was the journey peaceful? Dong Wushang smiled contemptuously and said, "There were only a few jumping clowns. They weren't worth mentioning." Jumping clowns? Du Lufeng's eyebrows twitched. He reluctantly pulled out a smile and said, "Second young master has grown up. Let's go. Everyone in the clan is anxiously waiting for us." Du Lufeng smiled. Then, he resumed his expressionless face. Dong Wushang smiled and walked into the crowd. People from all directions also surrounded him with smiles on their faces, surrounding him in the middle. Du Lufeng tightly wrinkled his brows. He then turned around, and silently walked forward. One would have seen his complexion in a very complicated manner if they had seen him from the front. His eyes were full of contradictions. 10.5 years old Emperor-level expert. Saber Emperor, what kind of potential did he have? How could an old man like him, who had climbed to the 8th grade of Emperor-level expert in over 100 years old, not understand? However, he couldn't consider this at the moment. Jianghu was in chaos right now. The Dong clan couldn't withstand a civil war. The Dong clan would have likely been destroyed in this great tide of Jianghu if these two brothers were to fight at this time. Dong Wushang wouldn't have a choice even if he didn't fight for it. That was because the eldest brother and the third brother had already made up their minds to push Dong Wushang onto the throne of the clan lord. Wasn't the Mo clan's Mo Tianyun and Mo Tianji brothers a good example? The Mo clan's strength had dropped by almost half after the last fratricide between the two brothers. The Mo clan wasn't as big as the Dong clan. But, the ancestors of the Mo clan weren't weak either. But, how could the prosperity of the clan be entrusted to a single person? Good martial arts and high cultivation aren't necessarily qualified to be the clan lord, right? Du Lufeng had quarreled with the eldest brother and the third brother more than 100 times on this point. But, they were obstinate in their own ways. Therefore, he had no choice but to personally take action today. However, he hesitated at the last moment. Do I really have to kill a young expert with boundless future prospects? This would have been a great loss to the clan. In fact, it could have been our hope to rush to the upper three heavens in the future. Du Lufeng's face was calm and collected. He frowned as he silently hurried on ahead. Senior Elder, an Emperor-level expert anxiously called out. It seemed as if he was reminding or urging him. He was obviously anxious when he saw that Du Lufeng was somewhat hesitant. Forget it. Du Lufeng sighed in his heart. He suddenly stopped, and coldly shouted, "Attack!" The 8 people who were closest to Dong Wushang immediately attacked as soon as he gave the order. Dong Wushang was walking in the middle of the group. He was in the middle of the 40 to 50 people. He was happily walking forward with the group of the clan when he suddenly felt a burst of palpitations. It seemed as if a great crisis had suddenly struck his body. He couldn't help but subconsciously twist his body. And, a sharp pain spread from every part of his body at the same time. The 8 people who were too close to Dong Wushang heard the order. But, they didn't have enough time to draw their swords. Moreover, swords and sabers would make a sound. So, they simply used their fists and feet. And, all of them heavily hit Dong Wushang's body at the same time. They hit his back, legs, waist, chest, nape, lower abdomen, dantian, and his temples. Dong Wushang was caught off guard. He suddenly suffered a fatal attack. He angrily screamed. His tall and sturdy body was sent flying like a huge gunny sack. Cracking sounds echoed in midair. It was unknown how many bones in his body had been broken. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices. His vision was almost blurred. He only felt that every part of his body was in heart-wrenching pain. Dong Wushang's body fell to the ground with a puff sound. And, a splendid blood splashed on the ground. However, he angrily turned over, and jumped up. He felt that his right leg had gone soft when he fell to the ground. And, he nearly fell down. He hastily used his left leg to support his body. Only then did he realize that his right leg had been broken. His right arm, which he had used to wield the saber, hung down softly. His shoulder had been shattered. 8 experts had attacked Dong Wushang at the same time. He had been caught off guard, and had sustained injuries. He didn't have the slightest ability to counterattack. In fact, he didn't even have the ability to escape. Dong Wushang's entire body was madly gushing with blood. His eyes were bleeding as he looked at these people in front of him. His eyes were filled with sorrow. He muttered, "So, it's still like this? Big brother, has he really attacked me? Has he really attacked me?" Blood continuously gushed out of his mouth as he spoke. Dong Wushang could clearly feel that his heart was splitting into pieces. Compared to the pain on his body, the pain in his heart was 10,000 times worse. Dong Wushang wasn't unguarded. He had always been on guard, however, he hadn't been on guard when things had come to a head. He had been caught completely off guard. That was because his elder brother's people had shown good intentions. So, he had let down his guard. Moreover, he had deliberately let himself let down his guard. No one knew how much Dong Wushang valued this brotherly affection. He had grown up together with his elder brother. He had always respected and worshipped him. He had always taken care of him in every possible way. He had spoiled him in every possible way. But, he had turned against him. So, one could well imagine how sad and disappointed he was. Now, his elder brother had finally shown signs of reconciliation. He had shown good intentions. Dong Wushang would rather believe that this was true. He had longed to return to the environment of brotherly love. So, he hadn't hesitated to gamble with his own safety. Unfortunately, he had lost the gamble, his body was injured in many places. Someone else wouldn't have been able to stand up if they had been in his place. But, he was still standing. He was standing on one leg. His entire body was bleeding profusely. But, he was still standing straight. He was still mighty and majestic, only the sadness and disappointment in his eyes had added a bit of desolate elegance to his proud figure. Everyone didn't dare to meet his gaze. So, they turned their heads away one after another. Dong Wushang smiled. It was a miserable smile. His heart had completely died at this point. He suddenly recalled that Chu Yang had repeatedly told him before he had left, "Wushang, you must be careful. Wushang, you must be careful." Big brother had expected this. So, he had been reminding him. But, he hadn't said it clearly. That's because he couldn't say it clearly. After all, Dong Wu Lei was his elder brother. His biological elder brother. It would have been hard to avoid sowing dissension if Big Brother had said it at that time. But, his repeated reminders were tantamount to saying, "Be careful of your elder brother." Dong Wushang had also sensed it. But, he had still foolishly chosen to believe it when things had come to a head. "Second master, we also didn't want to do this." Du Lufeng coughed twice. He then said somewhat guiltily, "But, our Dong clan is swaying in the wind and rain at this time. We can't withstand another big storm." "I understand." Dong Wushang nodded slowly. The look in his eyes changed from confusion and despair to heartache and pain. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. But if one were to look closely at his eyes, one would be shocked to discover that his gaze was gradually deepening, gradually condensing, and gradually transforming into a kind of cruelty. He understood. He really understood. The Dong clan only needed one successor. Just like the throne of the royal family, there would always be only one seat. If Dong Wushang was a little mediocre, it wouldn't be a big deal. But to be so outstanding, it was unnecessary. Moreover, it was a potential crisis that could lead to the division of the family. Dong Wushang's body swayed, and his eyes suddenly turned into the color of the black saber. He looked up at the sky and murmured, "Everyone in the world pursues love, but who would have thought that this world is heartless? Perhaps it's because this world is filled with too much ruthlessness that there are so many legends about love." Suddenly, a burst of intense saber light shot out from his body, brilliant and dazzling. Enlightenment, the second senior elder looked at each other in amazement. He clearly understood what had happened to Dong Wushang at this moment with his cultivation and insight. He hadn't expected that Dong Wushang's innate talent would be so unimaginable. His mind had been stimulated in such a desperate situation, but he had still managed to gain enlightenment at such a time. How can a saber strike without causing any injury be considered high? Who can endure the endless world of mortals? Drifting in the Jianghu, I'll become a heartless saber from now on. Dong Wushang looked up to the sky and laughed heartily. He laughed out loud because of the endless grief and indignation in his heart. Suddenly, he let out a long and loud shout, and slowly recited these lines of a poem. Perhaps this wasn't a poem, but a saber art that belonged exclusively to Dong Wushang. Dong Wushang had suddenly become a Buddha when his body and mind had been beaten black and blue. He had comprehended the second level of the Saber Emperor realm. His entire body was emitting intense saber energy. The look in his eyes was becoming increasingly cruel, increasingly calm, and increasingly heartless. Dong Wushang had comprehended the saber without injury when he was a first-grade Saber Emperor. But his second-grade Saber Emperor had comprehended the saber without injury. Saber strikes without causing any injury from now on. Saber strikes without emotion. His body issued pi-pi-pa-pa sounds. The broken bones in his chest suddenly recovered miraculously. He stretched out his left hand, and suddenly turned his body. Then, his right shoulder shook, and a kacha sound resounded. Dong Wushang slowly raised his right hand, and slightly extended it. His shoulder recovered, his right foot fiercely stomped on the ground, and issued an earth-shaking loud sound. Dust and smoke flew in all directions like an explosion of explosives. His right leg recovered. His comprehensive comprehension of the second-grade Saber Emperor realm had miraculously healed all the injuries on his body to perfection at this moment. His injuries hadn't fully recovered, and his present strength wasn't at its peak. But his movements were no longer hindered. No one would have been able to stop him if he had retreated at this time, including Du Lu Feng, but he didn't want to retreat. He wanted to kill. The cloth that had bound his hair suddenly exploded with a bang sound. His black hair fluttered down, and draped over his shoulders. Dong Wushang's body was tall and sturdy. He stood tall and straight. Everyone in front of him had all kinds of feelings at this moment. The Dong Wushang in front of them wasn't Dong Wushang anymore. He was a devil god from the ancient abyss. He was looking at them with disdain. Dong Wushang's eyes were cold and emotionless as he looked at these people in front of him. He had once placed all his hopes and trust in them. Then, he slowly raised his right hand. His movement was as slow as an ox climbing a hill. But, it left behind a clear afterimage. Everyone clearly saw that his right hand was raised to the air. It was raised to the level of his shoulder. It was raised to the point where it was raised to the point where it was leaning backwards. Then, his right hand grabbed the hilt of the saber. It was the hilt of the black saber that had remained silent on his shoulder all this time. The afterimage he had left behind in front of him was still clearly visible when his right hand had grabbed the hilt of the saber. It had displayed a clear hierarchy, and a clear sequence. The moment his right hand gripped the hilt of his blade, the 50 people in front of him felt their minds shake violently. It was as if the boundless sunny weather had suddenly turned dark, and a world-shaking thunderbolt flashed across the sky at the same time that it had turned dark. And it had smashed the darkness that had filled the entire sky. "You're heartless." "So, I'm heartless," Dong Wushang bellowed. Then, he suddenly unsheathed his black saber. An earth-shattering black light shot out. The afterimage he had left behind when he had unsheathed his saber was still in front of his chest. This saber had first smashed the afterimage in front of his body. Then, it had also smashed the air in front of his body. Then, it had streaked across the distance of 80 feet. And the saber's edge had been aimed at Du Lu Feng's forehead. His body had also arrived in front of Du Lu Feng when he had hacked down with his saber. However, Dong Wushang was still standing 80 feet away. His entire body was drenched in blood. His stature was tall and straight. He was like a deep pool of water and a mountain peak. One man could hold the pass against 10,000 men. At this moment, it was as if there were two Dong Wushang that were exactly the same in this world. One was still, and the other was moving. The still one was standing, and the moving one was killing people, Du Lu Feng bellowed. He unleashed the highest strength of an 8th-grade Emperor-level expert in a flash. He didn't advance. Instead, he retreated 300 feet like a whirlwind. Dong Wushang's saber missed its target. And a deep mark appeared on the ground with a bang. It was only 1 foot wide. However, it was 100 feet deep. And it was a full 25 feet long. The might of this saber strike was so terrifying. "Let's attack together. Kill him," Du Lu Feng shouted in a sharp voice. A thin bloodstain had appeared on his forehead. And blood was gushing out of it uncontrollably. Dong Wushang hadn't hacked down with his saber. However, the saber energy of the Saber Emperor had injured him. His entire body would have been split into two halves if it had been a little bit heavier. Du Lufeng used his hand to touch his wound. However, his pure energy couldn't stop the bleeding. 45 people of the Dong clan crazily pounced on Du Lufeng after Du Lufeng had bellowed. Everyone had unsheathed their sabers and swords. And they were seething with murderous aura. Everyone knew that they would be dead if Dong Wushang didn't die today. After all, this matter had to be carried out in secret. And the clan's punishment would be enough to make everyone lose their lives if it was exposed. Dong Wushang swept his saber across. He then laughed wildly and said, "Heartless saber technique." Suddenly, the saber light became dazzling. That pitch-black black saber in his hand strangely emitted a multicolored saber light. The saber light swept across like lightning. Blood-curdling screams resounded repeatedly. The bodies of 7 people had been split into two halves. The smell of blood on the battlefield suddenly filled the air. And the atmosphere had become even more tragic. Dong Wushang laughed wildly. He then took large strides forward to attack. His body seemed like a moving lofty mountain range. He was so majestic that he seemed unexcelled in the world. A light swoosh sound was heard. Then, a shadow appeared above his head. Du Lufeng had leapt down from the sky. The sword in his hand was emitting a sharp sword light. He then thrust it towards Dong Wushang's head. Dong Wushang fiercely lifted his black saber. And it issued a whoosh sound as he brandished it. Then, a pitch-black saber curtain appeared from the ground to the sky. It had condensed into substance. Clang! A loud sound was heard. Du Lufeng's body soared into the sky like a bird. But, he then fiercely somersaulted a few times in the air. Then, he staggered and fell to the ground. Only the hilt of his sword remained. The webbing between his thumb and index finger had been ruptured, and was dripping with blood. However, Dong Wushang's body also tilted. He staggered back a dozen or so steps. He left a deep footprint with each step he took. And, he stepped on the ground, and raised the dust in the sky. This kind of momentum didn't seem like a fight between two people. Instead, it seemed like two elephants had fiercely collided with each other at the highest speed. Moreover, the location was in one of the most dust-prone deserts. Dong Wushang had relied on the strength of a second-grade saber emperor and the weight of his black saber to meet Du Lufeng's attack head-on. So, it seemed that the outcome of the fight had been evenly decided. In fact, Du Lufeng had fallen into a disadvantageous position. However, Dong Wushang's injuries were more serious in reality. He was a saber emperor who was far superior to an ordinary emperor-level expert. However, his strength was inferior in the face of the all-out attack of an 8th-grade emperor-level expert. Dong Wushang would have died on the spot if the black saber hadn't neutralized most of the enemy's power in fact, and posed a serious threat to the enemy. Attack immediately. His injuries haven't healed yet. Now, his injuries have worsened. He doesn't have much fighting strength left. Du Lufeng gnashed his teeth, and shouted. First update. I'm heaty. A circle of blisters has formed on my tongue. It hurts to smoke a cigarette. I'm posting this chapter. I'm going out to get some medicine. Then, I'm coming back to write. Today, I'm proud of the world. I'm asking everyone for clicks, recommendation votes, monthly votes, and evaluation votes. This second promotion is of great significance. I ask my brothers and sisters to lend me a helping hand. Let's show off our strength in all aspects. We'll show our proud strength in this promotion. Mobile monthly votes have also fallen very badly. My brothers and sisters who read on mobile phones, please put in some effort, okay? Thank you. I'm asking for monthly votes from now on. And, I'm also asking for mobile readers, hehe. Du Lufeng felt even worse. Not only had the weapon that had accompanied him for his entire life been destroyed, but even his internal organs had also been turned over. The merciless saber energy was wreaking havoc in his meridians. He simply couldn't free his hands to attack again. He just stood there stiffly, and tried his best to dissolve the saber energy in his meridians. He didn't dare to move. Du Lufeng's heart shivered. I hadn't thought that the might of a saber emperor would be this strong. I had thought that he would only be a second-grade saber emperor even if he had made a breakthrough. And, I was an 8th-grade emperor-level expert. so it wouldn't be a problem to crush him to death. But I hadn't expected that this move would be so sharp that both sides would suffer. He suddenly recalled a legend he had heard before: an emperor-level expert isn't frightening. What's frightening is a single emperor-level expert, saber emperor and sword emperor. The hegemony of a saber emperor and the sharpness of a sword emperor could kill enemies above their level as if they were cutting grass. Sure enough, the murderous intention in his heart became even more intense as he thought of this. How can I survive if I let Dong Wushang grow up? He has just made a breakthrough to second-grade saber emperor. Moreover, he is seriously injured. But he still possesses such power. What will happen if he recovers to his peak state? What if he becomes a third-grade saber emperor? What will happen? I must make Dong Wushang fall here today at all costs. Du Lufeng secretly swore in his heart. Humans are so strange. He had come to intercept and kill Dong Wushang earlier for the sake of the Wei clan. Moreover, he couldn't bear to kill Dong Wushang. How rare is it for a youngster to be so successful? But when he discovered that Dong Wushang actually had the ability to kill him, he didn't have the slightest bit of that lofty demeanor of an expert. This appreciation of talent and his reluctance to do so had all turned into boundless killing intent. This murderous intention had nothing to do with the future of the Dong clan. It was because his own life had been threatened. Perhaps Du Lufeng was loyal to the Dong clan. But the dark side of a person's heart couldn't be matched by any kind of loyalty. Dong Wushang spouted blood from his nose and mouth again. His 5 viscera had been severely shaken during the sneak attack. And his injuries had worsened after he had clashed with Du Lufeng at this moment. However, Dong Wushang didn't stop. He didn't hesitate. The only thought in his mind at this moment was to kill these people. They are members of the Dong clan. But I just want to kill him, because I've already broken your heart. I respected you in every way and left you some leeway. Why do you still want to kill me? I've always tolerated you, and I've worshipped you since I was a child. Why do you still want to kill me? Do you know that I once swore in my heart that if you were in danger, I would risk my life to help you? Do you know that if it was a matter of life and death and only one of us could survive, I would definitely choose you to live? And I will die myself, big brother, do you know? Do you know how badly you've hurt me this time? If you want me to leave the family, you only need to say the word. As long as you say it, I will leave obediently. I won't fight with you, but why didn't you even say a single word before taking action? Dong Wushang Xian roared. His eyes had turned red. He had almost lost his mind. Facing the 50 experts who were rushing towards him, he let out a sorrowful laugh and charged forward with his saber in hand. Her long black hair fluttered in the air. Kill! Dong Wushang roared. He leaped up abruptly and slashed down with his saber. A king-level expert was cut into 2 halves by his saber, and blood splashed out. The black saber was brandished horizontally, and a king-level expert's sword shattered with a clang sound. Then, his hand shattered, his arm shattered, his shoulder shattered, and his head shattered. He was smashed into pieces by the black saber's back. Dong Wushang laughed wildly as he rushed into the crowd. He looked like a crazed tiger that had rushed into a flock of sheep. He only attacked without defending in the face of 50 people. His former comrades, who were now his enemies, fell down one by one in front of him. New wounds were constantly appearing on his body, and blood was unceasingly flowing out. However, it seemed as if he didn't feel anything. He was still shouting and fighting bravely. There wasn't the slightest bit of pity in his eyes. The kindness and pureness in his eyes had turned into indifference and ruthlessness. He didn't even bother to deal with the injuries on his body. He was only venting the sorrow in his heart to his heart's content. The black saber was blocked with a loud clang sound. Sparks flew in all directions. Dong Wushang was panting for breath. He raised his blood-red eyes and looked at the scene. He saw that there were only a dozen or so people left in front of him. And all of them were looking at him in horror. The one who had blocked his saber was the emperor-level expert who had spoken to him earlier. He turned his head to look, and saw that there were 50 corpses lying on the ground. They were badly mutilated. And there was a blood-stained road behind him. He was nearly 1,000 feet away from the cliff. The emperor-level experts on the opposite side were scared witless. They felt as if they were in a dream. Moreover, it was a nightmare. 50 experts had been suppressed by him alone, and had been forced to retreat 1,000 feet. They had been retreating while people had been dying. But the other party hadn't relaxed at all. He had been charging and killing his way through. He had finally taken advantage of the opportunity when the other party had almost exhausted his strength to block the black saber. But he had also been shaken to the point that he had spat out a mouthful of blood. There were 10 people here, but only one of them is left. Moreover, all of them had been injured more or less. It was almost equivalent to a complete wipeout, and this was the fighting strength of the other party after he had been injured. Everyone was aghast as they thought of this. In particular, some low-ranked king-level experts and revered martial artists had a strange feeling in their hearts. I would have been invincible if I could have worked under such a brave and powerful clan lord, right? How awe-inspiring would that be? Dong Wushang felt that he didn't have much strength left in his body. His vision had also become somewhat fuzzy. This was a sign of excessive blood loss. He was very clear that he couldn't hold on any longer. But he wasn't resigned to this. I haven't killed everyone yet. He slowly withdrew his black saber. The tip of the saber was inserted into the ground. Then, he held the saber's hilt as if he was holding a walking stick. His eyes were as cold as ice as he swept his gaze over the people in front of him. Suddenly, he sneered mischievously. The faces of the people on the opposite side had turned as pale as paper. Everyone knew that they wouldn't be able to survive as long as Dong Wushang still had the strength to attack. They heard this sneer at this moment. Unexpectedly, they took a step back in unison. What a shame. The sneak attack from before was too light. The original plan was to have 10 elites deal with Dong Wushang, and the remaining 40 people. But, they had to monitor the Yu family. After all, this is no small matter. We have to be on guard from all sides. These people will lie in ambush here. The other 40 people will change into the Yu family's clothes. The 10 people from the Yu family and the Black Devil people will lie in ambush 100 miles away. The time and distance must be separated. After we finish the attack, we have to make sure that Dong Wushang doesn't have any ability to move. Then, we have to retreat immediately. The people lying in ambush will inform the Yu family. The Yu family will immediately inform the Black Devil. The Black Devil will come and get rid of Dong Wushang. In this way, the Black Devil won't know that there's a civil war in the Dong family. Moreover, the Black Devil will be the scapegoat. Even if the Dong family suspects us, we can just push it away. We didn't kill him. Moreover, the Black Devil will certainly spread the news that they killed Dong Wushang. Didn't you hear it? If everything goes smoothly, we won't have any responsibility. We will eliminate the 2 dukes and guarantee the position of the Grand Duke. Henceforth, the Dong family will outshine the others and develop rapidly. The Black Devil will never be so stupid as to betray their ally, the Yu family. Because they will certainly want to use the Yu family for bigger things. But, the Dong family won't give them that opportunity. Therefore, everyone is happy. We and the Yu family won't be suspected. Dong Wushang is dead. Everyone will do their best to kill the enemy even if they have to face the Black Devil in the future. There's nothing to say about that. But, they had never expected that things would go completely beyond their expectations. They had gone from being confident in their victory to a bitter fight. Moreover, both sides have suffered losses. Dong Wushang is so dreadful. Everyone's intestines turned green with regret at this moment. We would have killed Dong Wushang if we had known this would happen. Then, we would have left Dong Wushang's corpse to the Black Devil. But, it's too late to say anything now. The 10 people looked at each other from afar. Everyone was seizing the time to regulate their breathing and recover their strength. The scene had suddenly quieted down from the fierce fight. Du Lufeng was standing alone on the other side of the forest. He hadn't moved at all. He was still standing there in silence. However, the bulging muscles on the surface of his body had completely recovered. It was obvious that he would soon recover. Dong Wushang held the hilt of his saber, and panted heavily. He stimulated his vitality with all his strength. Finally, he firmly looked at the people in front of him from his scattered hair. His eyes looked like 2 bolts of lightning brimming with murderous intent. He took a heavy step forward, and pulled out his black saber from the ground with a clang sound. Then, he slowly raised it. he pursed his lips and revealed a cruel arc. The people on the opposite side took a step back. In fact, their legs were somewhat trembling and weak. The domineering aura that Dong Wushang displayed with this step made them feel as if they were facing the Grim Reaper, and they couldn't resist at all. Du Lufeng let out a long shout at this time. He had finally cleansed his body of the saber energy. Then, he jumped up. Dong Wushang, second master, you can go in peace. His body flashed, and he suddenly jumped up in midair. Then, he pounced towards Dong Wushang like a thunderbolt. Dong Wushang had already raised his saber by this time. The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Suddenly, a meteor came from behind him with a schwa sound. Its speed was so fast that it issued a sharp sonic boom in the air. The friction in the air produced a faint white light as this meteor flew past. And it dispersed with the wind. It was a sharp arrow. Dong Wushang felt a sense of crisis approaching him. But, he didn't have enough time to dodge since he was exhausted. He only had enough time to twist his body. The sharp arrow pierced through Dong Wushang's back with a puff sound, and flew out from his right side. It was only half a foot long, and was as thin as a mosquito's. It pierced through Dong Wushang's chest, and flew forward at a high speed. Then, it pierced deeply into the front of a king-level expert. Dong Wushang's body shook. He lowered his head, and looked at the bloody hole in his chest. He felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Then, he suddenly exhaled a long breath. The black saber slowly fell. The tip of the saber pointed downwards, and pierced into the ground. He held the saber hilt with both hands, and the corners of his mouth curled into an apologetic smile. Du Lufeng hastily rushed over. His eyes were filled with pleasure and cruelty. However, something happened as soon as he jumped up. A black shadow suddenly flashed out of the woods like a demon. It arrived behind Du Lufeng in 3 big strides like a meteor. Then, 2 iron hands heavily patted his back while Du Lufeng was feeling the most elated. This heavy blow was carried out in midair. However, it still produced a thunderous sound. It was a loud sound. It shook the air, and caused the air to tremble and fluctuate. Du Lufeng shouted loudly. Then, he used all his strength to grab the enemy behind him. The enemy didn't have enough time to attack him. And, he didn't have enough time to be sent flying. Du Lufeng bit the enemy's arms from behind his back, and counterattacked with all his strength. It seemed as if the bodies of the 2 people were tied together. The ferocious attacking power finally displayed its effect at this time. Du Lufeng faced upwards, and roared. However, he spouted out a rain of blood. The bodies of the 2 people were sent flying like meteors. Oh, wrong. Du Lufeng had been sent flying. However, the person who had attacked him had also been sent flying along with him. That person screamed in fear. He exerted his strength with both of his hands, and tried to break free. However, Du Lufeng had already angrily shouted, "Black Devil!" Then, a great plan descended on his body like a storm. The person who had been sent flying was a black-clothed and masked man. This black-clothed and masked man was a heavenly assassin of the Black Devil clan. His true cultivation wasn't as good as Du Lufeng's 8th grade emperor level. However, the difference wasn't far. In particular, his concealment technique and assassination skills were outstanding. He had hidden in the woods, and had launched an attack. And, he had succeeded in one fell swoop. However, it was a pity that he had also lost his life. The 2 people were tightly entangled in midair. It seemed as if a pair of hoodlums were fighting. They were crazily hitting each other without any order. The domains of the 2 people rose at the same time. However, they cancelled each other out at the same time. They turned into nothingness. Every fist hit the flesh, and every foot hit the ground. Fists, feet, teeth, elbows, knees, shoulders, waist, and buttocks were all attacking weapons. In fact, even the head was a weapon. That Black Devil expert had spared no effort to struggle free. However, Du Lufeng had wanted to drag him down with him even if he had died. I've received that blow. So, I won't have any fighting power even if I'm still alive. So, it would be better for me to burst out completely. Some people might ask why the Black Devil didn't attack Du Lufeng when he was adjusting his saber energy. Wouldn't that be more convenient? Du Lufeng had obviously been regulating his breathing at that time. The saber energy had also damaged his meridians. However, Du Lufeng would have fought back if the enemy had attacked him with a fatal blow. He would have risked serious injury to his meridians to kill the enemy. Besides, when he was healing, he was at his most vigilant. Black Demon did not have the confidence to sneak over silently. Now that he had just stood up, his vigilance was even lower. He was even more confident that victory was within his grasp. Now that he had completed his task, he would deliver a fatal blow. That was when he truly did not have the slightest bit of defense. Their bodies tangled together as they tumbled down. By the time they landed on the ground, both of them were no longer in shape. Both of their mouths were crazily spurting out mouthfuls of blood, the dignified emperor-level experts. One of them was an 8th grade, and the other was a 7th grade. But, blood had splashed out from every part of their bodies when they had fallen to the ground. And, the sounds of Kacha and Kacha were unceasingly resounding. It was unknown how many bones in their bodies had been broken. Both of them let out a final roar. They tilted their heads and opened their blood-red mouths. Their white teeth bit into each other's throats at almost the same time. Both of them didn't dodge. That was because both of them knew that they had no hope of surviving. So, they had to drag their opponent down with them before they died. Puff. Puff, blood gushed out from both of their throats at the same time. And, they died at the same time. They had died an unnatural death. Dong Wushang allowed the blood to splash out from his chest and back. He remained motionless, and his face was full of ridicule. There was also a card on his chest. This card was the symbol of Chu Yang's heavenly armament pavilion. Dong Wushang clearly knew that there was a medicinal pill in this card. Big Brother had once said that he could recover in an instant if he took this pill, as long as his heart wasn't pierced, and as long as his head wasn't blown up on the spot, and wasn't chopped off. Dong Wushang knew that he had always known about this. But, he had never thought of taking this pill. His heart was already dead, like dead ashes. His elder brother had wanted to deal with him. And, the experts under his command had come out in full force. This was already an extremely heavy blow to him. And, it had smashed all the beautiful wishes in his heart to pieces. Father, you're the clan lord. How could you not know about such a big movement? Dong Wushang asked in a low voice. Tears almost flowed out again. But, he forcibly held them back. Even you don't want me anymore? Dong Wushang was very clear about the strict rules of the Dong clan and the strict management of its personnel. Such a large group of people, no matter why they had come out, would inevitably be recorded in the clan, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to leave the Dong clan's gate. Therefore, Dong Wushang was even more heartbroken and desperate. I can survive if this is the case. What can I do? What can I do? The education I've received since childhood is for the clan. Everything is for the clan. My many years of hard work is for the clan. Even some of the reasons I've followed Big Brother are for the clan. Big Brother said that he wants to lead our clan to the top of the heavens. I want to lead the Dong clan to the top of the upper 3 heavens. Unfortunately, you didn't give me the chance. Who will I fight for after today? Who will I risk my life for? Who will I work hard for? Even my father is indifferent to my life and death. Even my elder brother wants to kill me. Then, what's the point of me living? Dong Wushang smiled bitterly. He smiled in despair. He smiled with a dead heart. I can take out the pill at any time. And, I can recover in a moment. Even if the Hamo clan has 10 times more people, they still won't be able to stop Dong Wushang, who has fully recovered his strength. But, Dong Wushang refused to accept this. It's only death. Ha ha ha. How lively. I never imagined that this duke would actually come here this time to watch a good show of a fierce battle. A gloomy voice sounded out from afar, and the voice carried unrestrainable excitement and complacency. Moreover, this good show is an internal strife. This makes me even more excited. A black figure came from afar along with this voice. He was walking slowly and confidently. He was immensely complacent and calm. This person was dressed in black. He wore a long black robe. His face was covered with a black cloth. He walked on the road as if his feet didn't touch the ground. There were more than 40 black-clothed people behind him. There seemed to be bloodstains on their bodies. Some of them were even injured. However, they were looking at the 10 people who were still standing in front of them with a victorious look in their eyes. They had the right to be proud. The enemies in front of them didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. They were practically waiting to be killed. There was no threat to speak of. The enemy's strongest 8th grade Emperor-level expert had turned into a pile of rotten meat on the ground at this moment. Our side has also paid the price of a 7th grade Emperor-level expert's life. But it was worth it. The remaining people of the Dong clan were dumbstruck, their faces were full of despair. That Emperor-level expert shuddered. Then, he suddenly shouted, "Black Devil!" That black-cloaked man issued a sinister laugh. His laughter was sinister, but it was obvious that he was happy. He slowly took a step forward, and said in an elegant manner, "That's right. I hadn't expected that the illustrious and powerful Dong clan would have heard of the name of my Black Devil clan. Yes, I am the next Black Devil of the Black Devil clan. You can call me Lord Devil." "Lord Devil?" That Emperor-level expert of the Dong clan muttered. Then, his body suddenly shook, and he shouted, "Where are our people? Where are the people of the Yu clan? You Black Devil, how did you get here? Where are our people?" The young Black Devil was surprised as he said, "Your people? Ah ha ha, you still have people there? Your people are missing. You should go and look for your people." "Why are you asking me? How would I know?" That Emperor-level expert snorted and said resentfully, "Then, where are the people of the Yu clan?" "The people of the Yu clan? The people of the Yu clan don't have the surname Dong. So, you can't ask them." The young Black Devil laughed out loud. "However, I see that you are very pitiful. So, I will make an exception and answer your question." He shook his head and said, "You mean the 100 people of the Yu clan? Humph, they dared to betray the people of the Dong clan. I can't stand such ingrates. So, I will do your Dong clan a big favor, and kill them all. I will chop off their heads." He chuckled and said, "It just so happens that the Black Devil clan took a job. Many of them were on the list. So, I brought back their heads after I killed them. Do you want to see?" That Emperor-level expert's body swayed. His face became even paler. He opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. Instead, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Black Devil, you. He pointed at the Black Devil, but couldn't say anything. He could only spit out mouthful after mouthful of blood. "It's over. It's all over. Only 10 people of the Yu clan have come. But, the Black Devil has killed more than 100 people. It's obvious that the extra 40 people were the people of the Dong clan. Our only hope is gone." "Black Devil?" Dong Wushang seemed to have reacted. His body was somewhat sluggish. He turned around and looked at the Black Devil young master. His eyes lit up. "It's you?" The Black Devil young master sighed, "Brother Dong." Dong Wushang turned around and blocked the saber. Then, he coldly said in a low and deep voice, "You came to kill me, right?" "Yes." The Black Devil young master looked up and sighed, "I didn't expect that I would encounter such a situation. But, Brother Dong, I'm also grateful for this situation. After watching your fight, I realized that I'm not as good as you." He laughed. Although his laughter this time was sinister, it was filled with disappointment and respect. "If I were to face you directly, I'm afraid that you would definitely be able to break out of the encirclement unscathed. On the other hand, my side would suffer heavy casualties." Dong Wushang's body swayed. He didn't say anything. "I'm sorry, Brother Dong. I'm sorry that I can't have a fair fight with you." "Even though I want to," the Black Devil young master solemnly said, "but, I must kill you today. In order to show my respect for you, I'll kill this person first. Then, I'll kill you. It can be considered as taking revenge for you. So, you can rest in peace in the underworld." Dong Wushang sneered and said in a mocking tone, "The Black Devil clan has an internal strife? Ha ha ha. What a joke. Revenge? Humph. Do I need you to take revenge for me? 3rd update. I'm afraid the 4th update won't be enough. Let's make it up to you tomorrow, brothers and sisters. I need your guaranteed monthly votes for May. The 1st to the 7th month of the 5th month will still require double monthly votes. This is a rare opportunity. I hope that everyone will accompany me and try again. Dong Wushang sneered and sneered. The Black Devil clan is taking advantage of internal strife? Ha ha ha. How laughable. Revenge? Humph. Do I need you to take revenge for me? The Black Devil young master was startled. He carefully looked at Dong Wushang's chest and the injuries all over his body. He was sure that Dong Wushang was like a lamp that had run out of oil. So, he asked in bewilderment, Brother Dong, you're already like this. Don't tell me you still want to take revenge with your own hands? Dong Wushang coughed and laughed. He stopped his body while laughing, and raised his head. His blade-like eyes looked disdainfully at the Black Devil young master. Then, he didn't care that his body was bleeding unceasingly. He didn't care that his life force was draining away. He operated his primary power with all his strength. His body gradually emitted the unique aura of a saber emperor as he operated his cultivation technique. He didn't move. But, the aura he suddenly emitted still shocked the Black Devil young master. He was seriously injured and on the verge of death. But, the glorious aura he emitted at this moment was no different from his peak. He was still looking disdainfully at the world. He was still dominating the Jianghu, his body couldn't stop shaking. But, he was still an unshakable lofty mountain in the eyes of the Black Devil assassins. This was a natural heroic spirit. It was a mighty and domineering aura in his bones, it couldn't change even if he died. Even these cold-blooded assassins couldn't help but reveal a look of admiration in their eyes when they faced such a heroic figure. Dong Wushang looked at the Black Devil young master with a smile that wasn't a smile. He naturally had a sense of disdain in his eyes. Then, he said somewhat regretfully and mockingly, So, you're not a hero. I'm not a hero? The Black Devil young master was startled. He muttered and repeated this sentence. Then, he said in puzzlement, Brother Dong, please enlighten me. I died today because I wanted to die. So, I died. So, I don't need anyone to take revenge for me. Dong Wushang laughed and proudly said, No one in the world can make me die if I, Dong Wushang, don't want to die. Do you understand? The Black Devil young master frowned. He pondered for a while and said, I understand this sentence. I also understand why you didn't run away. I also understand why you wanted to die. It's because your heart is dead. That's right. Dong Wushang laughed at himself and said, Moreover, I don't want anyone to take revenge for me. But, I do. But, someone will take revenge for me. Only they have the right to avenge me, and you don't deserve it. The Black Demon young master narrowed his eyes and said in a gloomy voice, I'm not worthy? That's right, you're not worthy. You don't deserve to avenge me. Dong Wushang laughed disdainfully. You're just an assassin who hides in the dark and doesn't dare to see the light of day. I, Dong Wushang, have always been open and aboveboard. I've run amok in the world. Do you think that you're worthy to avenge me? The Black Demon young master glared at him. The ominous glint in his eyes became more and more intense. It seemed as if he was about to fly into a rage out of humiliation. The look in Dong Wushang's eyes did not change. He was still arrogant and cynical. They looked at each other for a long time. Then, the Black Devil young master gasped for breath. Finally, he lowered his head in disappointment. He forced a smile and said, Yes, I'm not worthy. He said somewhat enviously, Perhaps. Only King of Helchu and Guduxing are worthy of taking revenge for you. I really don't deserve it. You're right, because I'm just an assassin in the dark. The Black Devil young master chuckled and said indifferently, However, I have no choice in this matter. Dong Wushang, if you were in my place, you wouldn't be so heroic and tyrannical. He seemed to have found an excuse for himself as he said this. His voice became calm again. Heroes don't ask where they come from. Dong Wushang sneered and said, You're looking for an excuse to absolve yourself. That's not what a hero should do. Are Chu Yang and Guduxing heroes? The Black Devil young master seemed somewhat unconvinced. Dong Wushang's eyes suddenly brightened when he heard him mention Chu Yang and Guduxing's names. Then, they immediately darkened. Yes. They are my brothers. My best brothers. Therefore, they deserve to avenge me. Dong Wushang said proudly. Hehe, then I don't understand. Since you still have good brothers in this world, why don't you want to live anymore? The Black Devil young master asked in a somewhat critical manner. Don't tell me that you're not afraid that your brothers will be sad for you? I also want to meet with them. But, I can't. Dong Wushang's words were clearly not an answer to the Black Devil young master. Instead, he was explaining something to his brothers. Or, he was explaining it to himself or to the world. His voice was somewhat ethereal and somewhat sad, because my heart is dead. Even if I live, this will be my inner demon. I can't get rid of it for life. Therefore, I can't keep up with their footsteps. I know what I care about the most. Therefore, I can't control myself from thinking about these things. Therefore, my heart is dead. I can only endlessly burden them if I live. Dong Wushang smiled faintly. He looked at the Black Devil young master with pity. Do you know that my brothers are all heaven-defying talents? How can I burden them? How can a person who burdens his brothers be qualified to live? Although my brothers don't care, I, Dong Wushang, care. Therefore, Black Devil, I sympathize with you the most, because you don't even have a real brother. If you had one, you wouldn't have asked me this question. Dong Wushang looked at him mockingly. The gloomy aura around the Black Devil young master's body became even denser. Dong Wushang's mockery seemed to have hit his weak spot. However, he panted heavily. He didn't say anything. Instead, he pondered. My brothers will be sad if I die. But if they avenge me, it will arouse their fighting spirit and make them even more united. They will cherish their brothers even more and work even harder. They will also achieve greater things. Dong Wushang said indifferently, so, what harm is there in the death of a person whose heart has died? I don't have brothers. I can't feel it. But, I'm envious. The Black Devil young master's voice was somewhat gloomy and feminine as he said, but, I'm an assassin who can't see the light of day. Don't you think it's too ridiculous for me to have brothers? Dong Wushang looked at him strangely. Whether you have brothers or not, does it have anything to do with whether you're an assassin or not? Does it have anything to do with it? Does it have anything to do with it? The Black Devil young master slowly muttered. After a long time, he raised his head. Even if it doesn't matter, even if I don't have brothers, what does it have to do with whether I'm a hero or not? But, why do you say that I'm not a hero? He was somewhat agitated as he said, even assassins can't see the light of day. But, there are also heroes. It just depends on whether the meaning of being a hero is the same as yours. And, this is Jianghu. What is Jianghu? Slaughter. Blood. Why do you say that I'm not a hero? Don't tell me that I'm not a hero when I take advantage of your perilous state to kill you. Don't tell me that I should wait for you to recover before I die at your hands. Then, I'm a hero? His question was very urgent, very quick and very sharp. You don't understand what a hero is. Dong Wushang chuckled. Then, he looked up and sighed, fine. You're the last person I talked to in this world. So, I'll say a few more words to you. Otherwise, I'll be too lonely on the road to hell. You said that you want to take revenge for me first. Hee. Dong Wushang sneered and said, you killed them. So, what does it have to do with me? That's it. Secondly, they are my Dong clan's people. Even if I, Dong Wushang, am ostracized by my clan and killed by them, this is my Dong clan's matter. What does it have to do with you? Thirdly, no one can say anything if I kill them. But, how can an outsider kill my Dong clan's people? Dong Wushang sneered, you want to kill them? So, I'll kill you. I haven't been expelled from the clan. I'm still a member of the Dong clan. So, I'm still their second master even if they want to kill me. You want to kill them? Have you asked for my permission? Dong Wushang continued to sneer, I can chop them into pieces. I would have perished together with them if you hadn't come today. If I kill all of you today, I'll kill all of them later. But, they can't die in your hands before I die. Who do you think you are? Dong Wushang laughed out loud, you dare to kill my Dong clan's people? The Black Devil young master was wearing a veil over his face. But, one could clearly see that he was dumbfounded. That was because his eyes had almost popped out of their sockets. There was also a clear dent in the mouth of his veil. He had never expected that Dong Wushang's reason would be this. But, what kind of reason is this? Dong Wushang had wanted to kill me a moment ago. And, I had also wanted to kill him as if I was cutting a watermelon. But, he didn't allow me to kill him now. There's such a principle in the world. He would have sighed if he knew what Dong Wulei had said to Dong Wushang. These two brothers are worthy of being called brothers. Their protective nature is as good as that. Moreover, Dong Wushang is even better than his elder brother. It's unimaginable that he would be so protective of his younger brother to this extent. A man like you is very strange. The Black Devil young master smiled sinisterly. Then, he sighed in a low voice and said, "It would be a very lucky thing if someone could be the brother of a man like you." Dong Wushang took a deep breath, and stopped his body from swaying. His eyes flashed with brilliance as he proudly said, "That's because, you haven't come into contact with my brothers. You would have known that being their brother is the luckiest thing in life if you knew what we've gone through." The Black Devil young master remained silent. "I'm very lucky to be your brother. And, I'm also very lucky to be your subordinate." Then, the Black Devil young master finally opened his mouth and said, "I'm very moved." He raised his head, and his eyes flickered a little, "But, it's a pity that you must die today. I don't want to kill you. But, I must kill you." An expert behind Dong Wushang suddenly said in a trembling voice, "Second master." "Shut up." Dong Wushang coldly shouted, "You must die no matter what. Even if we die, we can't die in vain." This expert suddenly stuck out his chest. They had thought that they would die without a doubt behind Dong Wushang. But, they had felt a surge of warmth in their bodies after Dong Wushang had spoken those words. Even if we die, we still have someone to protect us. He wants to kill us too. But, he's still a member of the Dong clan. The Black Devil young master's eyes were filled with conflicting emotions. He looked at Dong Wushang's eyes. He was clearly hesitant. But, he finally waved his hand and shouted, "Attack. Kill." To be continued. After saying this, he closed his eyes and turned around. It was as if he couldn't bear to see Dong Wushang being dismembered. Dong Wushang sneered. He slowly raised his saber from the ground. The blade was cold. This battle would be the last battle of his life, he slowly said, "Black Devil, are you not going to take my life personally?" Young Black Devil's eyes flashed with a complicated light. He said eerily, "I don't dare." This sentence was eerie, but it was very real. It was definitely not sarcastic. He didn't dare. He really didn't dare. Because the current Dong Wushang could still explode with a final attack at any time. And it was also his only attack. Even if Dong Wushang died immediately after this final attack, the Black Devil couldn't avoid being injured. It just depended on the severity of the injury. Dong Wushang laughed. He slowly raised his saber in front of his chest. He looked up to the sky and shouted, "Black Devil, although we are about to be separated by life and death, this sentence of yours is the greatest respect for me, Dong Wushang. You don't dare. You don't dare. Ha 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 ha. Who dares?" Dong Wushang roared. He glared and took a step forward. His eyes shot out a divine light. He looked at the experts of the Black Devil in front of him. Young Black Devil's face was red behind the veil. There were more than 10 high-level assassins of the Black Devil in front of Dong Wushang. They were intimidated by his aura. All of them suddenly felt their hearts palpitate. It was as if their hearts had suddenly stopped beating. They unexpectedly took a step back in unison. Their eyes involuntarily revealed a look of fear. Dong Wushang was on the verge of death. His power suppressed more than 10 top assassins, and none of them dared to take a step forward. Who dares? Dong Wushang roared again. He took another step forward. His blood-stained black hair suddenly flew up and fluttered in the wind. He looked like a demon god. The Black Devil subordinates took another step back. They wanted to stand up and face the attack. These people were all murderers. Who had they feared in their lives? But at this moment, they couldn't take a step forward. Their hearts wanted to go forward, but their feet couldn't help but retreat. Some people wanted to roar to boost their morale, But they found that they couldn't. Dong Wushang's earth-shattering aura made them completely unable to raise any thoughts of resistance at this moment. Who dares? Who dares to fight with me, Dong Wushang? Dong Wushang let out a long howl. Then, he took another step forward with a loud boom. Suddenly, he burst out laughing, ha 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 ha. How delightful. The Black Devil young master looked at Dong Wushang's godlike appearance. Suddenly, his mind shook, and his eyes became somewhat intoxicated in an instant. This was a true hero, a peerless hero. At this moment, Dong Wushang gave Black Devil young master a feeling. Even if the sky were to collapse at this moment, Dong Wushang would still be able to split it into two with a single slash. A real man like Dong Wushang would not have lived his life in vain if he could have this kind of spirit. It was a pity that such a hero was going to fall in his own hands, dying at such a young age. It was a pity. What a Dong Wushang! Good spirit! The Black Devil young master circulated his martial power with all his might, and praised with a thunderous voice. This sentence cut Dong Wushang's imposing aura in half. After all, Dong Wushang was already an arrow at the end of its flight. More than a dozen Black Devil experts seemed to have been awakened from a dream at the same time. Each of them had an extremely ashamed and angry look on their faces. They all shouted at the same time. Go! The Black Devil young master looked up to the sky and sighed. More than a dozen experts rushed forward at the same time. Dong Wushang burst out laughing, come on! He raised his saber, and rushed out with big strides. His body was seriously injured, and he couldn't jump. But, he still took big strides forward with an upright posture. In fact, it seemed as if he was crossing a mountain with one step, and crossing a sea with one step, and one cycle, one step, and one life and death. Both sides were about to engage in close combat. An intense ruthlessness flashed in Dong Wushang's eyes. The saber light flashed, and the 280-kilogram black saber was raised high. At this moment, the sound of galloping horses' hooves suddenly resounded from a distance like rolling thunder. The sound of galloping horses' hooves was as rapid as a gale, and as dense as a shower. Just by listening to this, one could imagine how anxious the person on the horse was at this moment. Everyone who was about to engage in battle was shocked in their hearts. A man and a horse were rushing over from a distance like a whirlwind. The man hadn't arrived yet, but he had already anxiously roared, Wushang. This roar came from a distance like a thunderclap, and echoed from all directions. Anxiety, heartache, fear, worry, pampering, all kinds of emotions seemed to be contained in this roar. This roar was simply the fusion of the 7 desires of life. Dong Wushang suddenly raised his head, and looked at the man and his horse in disbelief. His eyes suddenly emitted a luster, and his lifeless eyes finally regained some vitality. Ma Rulong arrived in front of them very quickly. A figure jumped down from the horse's back as if he was flying. He glanced at the 50 men of Hmo in an indifferent manner. It seemed as if he didn't care about them at all. As if no one else was present, Dong Wu lay. Several assassins of Black Devil coldly snorted, and were about to attack. The young man's eyes emitted a dazzling light. But, he waved his hand, and snorted. Several assassins of Black Devil kept quiet out of fear, and shrank back. Dong Wushang looked at his elder brother walking towards him. He suddenly became very excited. It seemed as if he was looking forward to something. Is this for real? Dong Wu Lei didn't have any misgivings. He passed through the crowd with no regard for anyone else. He strode over, and stood in front of Dong Wushang. Then, his sharp gaze swept over Dong Wushang's body from top to bottom. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva, and his pupils shrank. A look of worry and heartache flashed across his eyes. But, he quickly concealed it, and changed it into a calm and controlled voice. Who did this? Who hurt my brother? Dong Wushang's body suddenly trembled with these words. His nose turned sour, and his ice-cold heart recovered in an instant. His tightly shut mouth couldn't help but flatten in a split second. He remembered when he was young, he would cause trouble outside, fight with others, and suffer losses. But, his elder brother would always arrive in time, and then look at the injuries on his body, and ask with heartache, who did it? Who hit my brother? He hadn't heard these words since he was 10 years old, but, he finally heard them today. Dong Wushang suddenly realized that he had become weak. Dong Wushang didn't know when this word weak had faded from his life. But, he suddenly wanted to cry out loud at this moment. This was inconceivable for a man like Dong Wushang who was made of iron. But, this was the fact. His nose turned sour, and his tears started to flow uncontrollably. The remaining experts of the Dong clan behind Dong Wushang trembled. Some were happy, some were worried, and some were puzzled. How did eldest young master come here at this time? There are enemies everywhere. Dong clan doesn't have any fighting power. So, he came here alone. What should we do? Moreover, it's strange. Could it be that eldest young master didn't know about the ambush of the second duke? Moreover, he opposed it? But, young mistress, I'm confused. I'm really confused. Black Devil. I want to bandage my brother's wounds. You can kill him later if you want to. Dong Wulei looked at Dong Wushang with his back facing the Black Devil. He insipidly said without turning his head, I'm the only one from the Dong clan this time. You can rest assured. You can wait until I'm done with my business. Is that okay? Young Black Devil swallowed his saliva with some difficulty. He didn't know why, but his eyes had become moist. But, he took a deep breath, and said in a gloomy manner, You're about to die. Why are you bandaging your wounds? Won't you become a corpse in a while even if you bandage your wounds like a rice dumpling? Dong Wulei tore a strip of cloth from his underwear, and started to bandage Dong Wushang's wounds as if no one else was present. He insipidly said, I'm going to die in a while. But, that's another matter. But, I must bandage his wounds before I die. This bastard doesn't know how to take care of himself. He doesn't know how to stop the bleeding. Even if I go to the underworld with him to meet the ancestors. I'm his elder brother. What if the ancestors ask me, why is my brother in such a miserable state? Wouldn't I lose face as his elder brother? I must bandage my brother's wounds even if I die in an instant. Dong Wulei insipidly said, How I treat my brother is my responsibility. I can't throw away this responsibility in life and death. Although, I'm very jealous of him. And, I also want him to disappear. Dong Wushang wanted to say something. But, he felt that his throat was choked with emotions. He couldn't say a word. Young Black Devil calmly looked at them for a while. Then, he said in a hoarse voice, All right. I'll give you brothers a quarter of an hour in that case. Dong Wulei paused for a moment. Then, he said in a low and deep voice, Black Devil, you're worthy of being a hero among assassins. Young Black Devil didn't know why, but he felt somewhat comforted in his heart when he heard these words. He forced a smile and said in his heart, Your younger brother just scolded me for not being a hero. He scolded me until I was bleeding. But, you're doing the opposite now. You're saying that I'm a hero. You didn't fully admit it. You only said that I'm a hero among assassins. But, you're much more polite than your younger brother. He couldn't help but ask as he thought of this, Dong Wulei, are you a hero? Dong Wulei didn't turn his head as he replied, I'm not. Heroes die quickly. Just like this stupid pig Dong Wushang. I'm not a hero. I can barely be regarded as a very incompetent and far-fetched ambitious and ruthless person. Dong Wulei was indeed not a hero. He was even jealous of his own younger brother. He had pushed him aside. He had fought for power and profit in his clan. He had used all his schemes. How could he be regarded as a hero with such behavior? But, he wasn't an ambitious and ruthless person. An ambitious and ruthless person would never be as impulsive as he was now. He would have made a prompt decision to retreat if he had been an ambitious and ruthless person when he had seen the people of Black Devil clan surrounding the dying Dong Wushang. He would have prioritized his own life no matter how much pain and unwillingness he had felt at that time. However, Dong Wulei had rushed over without any consideration. That was because he had seen his younger brother's entire body covered in blood. It seemed as if he would die in the next moment. And, he had suddenly forgotten everything. He had forgotten power. He had forgotten benefits. He had forgotten status. The World-Defying Heavens, by Wind conquers the world. If you like this work, please vote for it or collect it. Don't know how to vote or collect it? Please read the post, D4467, Let's dance in the clouds and defy the heavens together. Let's read this magnificent chapter together. There was only one thought in Dong Wulei's mind at that moment: this is my younger brother. I won't let him die even if I die. I'll die with him even if he has to die. My younger brother is young. He'll be alone on the road to hell. He'll be afraid. Therefore, he impulsively rushed towards his younger brother. He had always been jealous and suspicious of him. I don't have to shed tears. But, I must make sure that he doesn't get injured. Young Black Devil became silent when he heard Dong Wulei's words. If someone understood him, they would have discovered that young Black Devil, the future king of the world of assassins, was silently laughing. Dong Wulei had already started to bandage Dong Wushang's wounds in a deft manner. He tore off a piece of underwear from Dong Wushang's body, and started to bandage his younger brother's wounds one by one. This well-dressed great duke of the Dong clan had rushed over in a short period of time. But, his body was already in tatters. The people of the Black Devil clan silently looked at the two brothers. One of them had tears in his eyes. He was standing motionless. And, the other was constantly busy. He was meticulously bandaging Dong Wushang's wounds. His strength was gentle and careful. However, no one dared to move before young Black Devil gave the order. Besides, the Dong brothers were like turtles in a jar. They couldn't run away. So, they weren't in a hurry. Dong Wulei's heart had already sunk while he was bandaging his younger brother's wound. A kind of despair had welled up in his heart. He wanted to cry. Dong Wushang's body had over 100 big and small injuries. The most serious one was a bloody hole in his chest. It ran from the front to the back. His waist had been punched. But, it had swollen all around. But, his waist had caved in. This was a serious internal injury. Dong Wulei's hands were trembling. He still had a slim hope. My younger brother is a martial arts genius. He's a saber emperor. I would have bandaged his wounds. And, I would have gone all out with my subordinates to cover Dong Wushang's escape. However, he was in despair now. Dong Wushang's injuries. He hadn't died on the spot. It was already very good. He could die at any time if he used too much strength. There was no way to save him. He was dead for sure. Dong Wulei's breathing became coarse and heavy. He was exerting more and more force. His voice sounded like the roar of an ox. He was trying his best to control his bitterness and heartache, but he couldn't. He only felt that his chest was sore and painful. It was so painful that he wished he was dead. Dong Wushang stood there contentedly. Right now, his heart was filled with happiness. My brother is still my brother. I'm content. Dong Wulei bandaged most of Dong Wushang's serious wounds. Then, he turned his head to look at the remaining members of the Dong clan while tying knots on his brother's wounds. Everyone wanted to avoid his gaze. But, Dong Wulei's sharp gaze had already shot over. Is it you, who injured Wushang? His voice was heavy and oppressive. It was still dull and indifferent. However, he had clenched his teeth as he spoke. Anyone would be able to hear the resentment contained in these words. Yes. Everyone agreed at the same time. Then, they lowered their heads. They realized at the same time, we are done for. Eldest young master doesn't know about this matter arranged by eldest young mistress. Everyone wasn't afraid of death. But, they were afraid that they would be branded as traitors before they died. Then, their wives and children in the clan would be finished. The muscles on Dong Wulei's face twitched. He exposed a somewhat hysterical and sinister expression. Then, he swallowed a mouthful of air and insipidly said, "What about the others?" Dead. All dead. Even the second senior elder is dead. Everyone felt sorrowful in their hearts. Had I known earlier that eldest young master didn't mean to do this? Why did I bother to do this? Wouldn't these people have died in vain? It's good that they died. It's good that they died. It saves me the trouble. Dong Wulei nodded. He took a deep breath. Were they killed by the second senior elder? Or the Black Devil? Yes, it was the second senior elder. Everyone didn't dare to conceal anything. They nodded one after another. It's good that they died? It saves me the trouble? Is this the Grand Duke's evaluation of those people? Everyone felt dizzy. It's good that they were killed. Dong Wulei nodded again. He clenched his teeth and said, they deserve to die. They deserve to die. It's good that they were killed, again. Why didn't you people die? Dong Wu Lei's eyes suddenly became cruel and vicious like a vulture's. He coldly said, you obstructed the second senior elder as subordinates. You were disloyal, unfilial, heartless, and unrighteous. So, why are you still alive? Everyone's face exposed a look of despair and grief. I've already punished the B*TCHU show. And, you people are my accomplices. Dong Wu Lei coldly said, when has the Dong clan's order ever been issued, from the mouths of ignorant women and children? You're so gullible that you've caused my brother and I to die here today. The Dong clan doesn't have a successor. Its destruction is right in front of your eyes. You've committed such a heinous crime. But, you're still standing in front of me with a clear conscience? Everyone's complexion turned ashen. They were on the verge of collapse. Don't say that you're loyal to me, or to the Dong clan. You didn't deserve to be a member of my Dong clan from the moment you attacked the second senior elder. Dong Wu Lei's voice was soft. But, his voice and countenance were stern. Bean-sized beads of cold sweat trickled down his face. But, he lowered his head, and didn't dare to say a word. Big brother. Dong Wushang was so excited that he couldn't speak. Dong Wu Lei heaved a long sigh. He then said in a low and deep voice, Wushang, would you believe me if I said that I didn't know about this matter? I believe you. Dong Wushang nodded heavily. But, he was happy from the bottom of his heart. Dong Wu Lei has personally risked his life in this hopeless situation. So, what's there to be worried about? What's there to not believe? Good brother. Dong Wu Lei laughed heartily. His face and eyes were biased towards a malicious temperament. So, it was somewhat strange for him to issue such a hearty laugh. I'm indeed afraid of you. I can't wait for you to disappear. Dong Wu Lei's gaze was still somewhat complicated as he looked at his younger brother, but, I'll look for you myself if I can't bear it. And, I'll make you leave. I'll kill you if you don't leave. I've worked hard for more than 20 years to become the clan lord of the Dong clan. I won't give up. Do you? Understand? I understand. Dong Wushang nodded heavily. My heart feels a lot more comfortable now that I've said these things. Dong Wu Lei smiled. I wouldn't have said it if it weren't for the fact that it was completely hopeless. He looked at his younger brother with concern as he said this. Then, he asked, can you still hold on? Yes. Dong Wushang nodded heavily. His complexion was weak, but his spirit was already roused. Good. You and I haven't fought together for many years. Dong Wu Lei faintly smiled. I didn't expect that we'd be fighting side by side in the final battle this time. In fact, it's a battle to the death. Speaking of which, I'm somewhat grateful to your sister-in-law. That's because she left a route for the Dong clan. He smiled and softly said, I had planned to divorce her as long as I returned this time. But now, I'm somewhat reluctant to part with her. Ha. Dong Wushang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then, he said in a low voice, Big brother, sister-in-law is doing this for your own good. For my own good. Dong Wu Lei smiled coldly, but, her reasons can't represent my feelings. Even the most heinous people have a reason for everything they do. Therefore, I never listen to reasons or explanations. I only look at the results. The results make me unhappy. So, they deserve to die even if they have a big reason. Dong Wu Lei sighed. He looked at Dong Wushang with heartache and regret. Brother, Wushang, it's a pity that we're going to die today. It's a pity that your youth and unrivaled talent are going to be wasted. It's your big brother's fault. Dong Wushang's eyes emitted a fervent luster. He put his hand into his bosom and said, Big brother, we may not necessarily die. Dong Wushang felt an intense desire erupt in his heart at this moment. I don't want to die. His hand tightly grasped the jade token in front of his chest. It was the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's jade token. Dong Wu Lei felt his eyes become hot. He looked at his younger brother's young and happy face, and couldn't help but feel as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. He knew why Dong Wushang was so happy even though he had suffered such serious injuries. It was because he had been longing for himself. He had been longing for the revival of brotherly love. Dong Wushang had finally woken up today. However, it was already too late. But, his younger brother was still so happy from the bottom of his heart even though he was about to die. Dong Wulei felt an intense pain in his heart. But, he endured the intense sourness in his heart. He slowly stood up, turned his back, and said with sorrow, "Yes, we may not necessarily die." However, he had secretly made up his mind, "I won't let you die even if I have to die, you must die after me even if you have to die. I can't bear the thought of my younger brother being killed in front of me." Dong Wulei strode towards young Black Devil as he thought of this. His complexion was calm, and his footsteps were steady. Young Black Devil seemed to know what Dong Wulei wanted to do when he saw Dong Wulei walking over. So, he waved his hand to signal the others not to obstruct him. Dong Wulei arrived in front of young Black Devil without any hindrance. Young Black Devil looked at him with his sharp eyes. Then, he sinisterly said, "Have you come to beg for mercy?" The token in Dong Wushang's bosom cracked open with a soft sound. There was a small and flat purple crystal bottle inside. Dong Wushang's hand trembled as he said in his heart, "Big brother, thank you." The next moment, the incomplete version of the heavy pill was already in his mouth. Dong Wushang suddenly felt a surge of heat in his dantian. The damaged meridians all over his body were like seedlings that had been in a drought for a long time. The meridians in his body were recovering at lightning speed at this moment. In fact, he could even feel the various wounds on his body. Moreover, he could feel the itchiness of his muscles as they healed. His meridians were repaired in the blink of an eye. His internal injuries were repaired the next moment. Then, his exhausted elemental power suddenly converged. Thousands of streams converged into a river, and gradually set off monstrous waves in his dantian. The wounds on his body scabbed over in a flash, and then fell off. The penetrating wound on his chest was fusing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. It slowly turned into a small pit. Then, it slowly swelled up and smoothed out. Dong Wushang suddenly opened his eyes. Two sharp divine lights shot out from his eyes. They were like saber lights, and they came out majestically. At this time, Dong Wulei also said something to the Black Devil, "Let my younger brother go. I'll let you do whatever you want to me." I clicked on a few posts for monthly votes. I found that many of my brothers had written down their words when they were voting for me. I apologize for this. Those posts were posted by the system. They weren't on the front page of the book review section. I rarely clicked on them. Moreover, there were too many posts, and I didn't have time to read them. I might have missed a lot of them. I have to tell everyone that if you have any words or suggestions, you can post them in the book review section. I read them every day. Of course, there are some people scolding me in the book review section. But, please rest assured that I've already been through a lot. Requesting monthly votes. There are still 2 more updates today. It will be a little late. I haven't eaten since I woke up. Requesting monthly votes. I won't say any more. Words are provided by the Qihong Update team. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for it. Your support is my biggest motivation. Young Black Eagle's body trembled as he cried out, "What?" He had thought of many possibilities. He thought that Dong Wulei had come to beg for mercy, or to negotiate terms, or to surrender, or to. However, he hadn't expected that Dong Wulei wouldn't do anything, and would only say such a sentence. Dong Wushang was dead for sure in the current situation. However, if Dong Wulei had hardened his heart, he would have been able to break out of the encirclement, and return alive. However, Dong Wulei had given up on him, and wanted his dying brother to go back. "Don't you know that your brother won't live for long even if he goes back?" Black Devil's voice was hoarse as he looked at Dong Wulei. "Even if I don't kill him now, and let him leave, I'm afraid he'll die before he reaches the Dong clan's gate." "Don't you know?" Dong Wulei coldly snorted and said, "So what? I just want my brother to go back. My brother went out to commit a crime for nearly a year. He hasn't seen my father, or my mother." Dong Wulei mischievously smiled and said, "I miss him very much. I see him every day at home. It's cruel to see him before he dies, but it's better than not seeing him at all. I only have this one request. Do you agree?" Ji Wulei insipidly said, you came here today to kill. In other words, you came here to kill Wu Shang. Now, you've won a complete victory, and you've spared me. I'll die in your hands. I won't be able to hold on for long with my supreme injury. I'll die for sure. Your goal has been achieved. Do you agree? Dong Wulei asked in a deep voice. Moreover, this will reduce a lot of casualties for you. Do you agree? The young man, Haimi, suddenly felt that he was panicking. Do I agree? Just as Dong Wulei said, I've achieved my goal this time. Moreover, this condition can reduce casualties and preserve my strength. Do I agree? Don't I agree? He hesitated. The Black Devil assassins around also looked at their young master with bright eyes. In their opinion, they couldn't agree at all. The psychological satisfaction of killing a powerhouse in a battle, and killing a high-ranking person, couldn't be replaced by any enjoyment. However, if he were to kill a helpless person, how could there be any pleasure in that? Wasn't the reputation of the Jianghu people based on stepping on the corpses of their enemies step by step? Good. Guamo couldn't help looking at Dong Wushang's direction. He was ready to agree. He knew that he shouldn't agree, but he had to. The moment he opened his mouth, he suddenly saw Dong Wushang. Then, the words that were about to leave the door got stuck in his throat, because Dong Wushang slowly stood up and walked over step by step. The broadsword stood upright on his shoulder, and his eyes shone brightly. Obviously, he was full of spirit and energy. The young man took a step back. Behind his mask, his mouth was wide open. His eyes were filled with disbelief. In the depths of his eyes, there was even a hint of joy. Perhaps, even the black demon himself did not know about this faint trace of joy. Dong Wulei was about to urge him. But, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. So, he followed young Black Devil's line of sight, and turned his head to look. He couldn't help but let out a GA sound. He was completely startled, his entire body stiffened. What did I just see? I actually saw a healthy younger brother. Dong Wulei blinked his eyes with all his might. He blinked again. Then, he raised his hand and rubbed his eyes with all his might. Suddenly, tears burst out of his eyes. He wanted to hold them back, but he couldn't help it. He covered his eyes with all his might, and coughed with all his might. This is too shameful. The old watermark of departure actually cried in front of so many enemies. Black Demon, I have recovered. Dong Wushang slashed with his broadsword, and a big tree in the distance fell down and split into pieces. Don't talk about any conditions. You can't kill us now. Do you regret it? Dong Wushang said indifferently. Dong Wushang was tall and sturdy. When he stood in front of young Haimi, young Haimo was tall and slender. However, when he stood in front of Dong Wushang, he was actually shorter than him by a head. The Black Devil young master took a deep breath. A strange look flashed through his eyes. He seemed to have heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he said in a sinister voice, regret? Of course, I regret it. I regret that I didn't kill you earlier. Even Dong Wushang could hear the insincerity in his words. He couldn't help but laugh. Young Black Demon stood there quietly for a while. He lowered his head. No one could see the look in his eyes. If someone saw it, they would be very surprised. Because his eyes clearly showed that he was relieved. He seemed to have found a reason to be relieved. He suddenly waved his hand and said, give up on this mission. Leave immediately. He turned around and flew away. The 4 heaven-grade assassins behind him were the most astonished. We are leaving just like that? What are we doing here? So what if Dong Wushang has recovered? We have more than 10 people on our side. 4 heaven-grade assassins, plus Xiao Guai. In addition, we have more than 50 earth-grade assassins. Our strength is absolutely overwhelming. Even if we can't kill Dong Wushang, we can pay a price to severely injure him. And Dong Wushang will definitely die. Why should we leave when we have such a good situation? Young master, this. One of the heaven-grade assassins looked at his Xiao Gui's back with some hesitation and said. I said, leave. Young Black Demon snorted from afar. He said gloomily, do you have an opinion? But we. Type drop mouth J reciprocal drop mouth no buts. The world cries when the Saber Emperor appears. Haven't you heard of this sentence? Rather than forming an irreconcilable enmity, it's better to do a favor today. Young Black Demon said. His slender body floated far away. His gloomy voice came from afar. Dong Wushang, you owe me a favor. Remember? The Black Demon assassins were stunned for a while. That heaven-grade assassin finally waved his hand. He said with some hatred and unwillingness, leave. Swish. Swish. The HMO killers disappeared without a trace. Dong Wushang smiled bitterly. He knew that young Black Demon's words were not wrong. If it was a fight to the death, he wouldn't have a problem escaping even if he couldn't win against the enemy's numbers. However, the problem was that his elder brother would definitely die. Young Black Demon's departure was like sending an adult to him. Dong Wushang didn't know why young Black Demon, who was famous for being gloomy and terrifying in the three heavens, would leave so easily today. He knew that there must be a reason for this. However, he couldn't figure out what the reason was. It seemed that no matter what he said, it didn't make sense. However, he had to remember this favor. Moreover, no one could bear to owe such a favor between friend and foe. Yi Wushang and Dong Wu Lei hadn't noticed that the Black Devil young master had walked far away into the forest. But, he had suddenly emerged from the treetops when he had entered the forest. It seemed as if he had glanced at them from afar. Then, he had disappeared into the dusky forest like a breeze. A gust of wind blew past, dispersing the sigh of an unknown emotion. However, how could these two brothers care about young Black Demon at this moment? Elder brother. Dong Wushang took a step forward excitedly. Wushang, you're fine? Dong Wushang couldn't believe it. Oh, I'm fine. Dong Wushang naturally knew that his big brother's divine medicine was a top secret. Elder brother was good to him. However, Dong Wushang was afraid of his big brother's unscrupulous ways to achieve his goal. Big brother would be in trouble if he knew about it. Therefore, Dong Wushang's gaze was evasive, and his words were vague. So fast. Genkai is clearly. Dong Wushang wanted to say, Genkai was clearly half dead. So, how did he recover so quickly? Isn't this too fake? However, he didn't say anything after thinking about it. Dong Wushang wasn't good at lying. So, he couldn't speak. His gaze kept wandering around. You're pretending to be Genkai? Dong Wushang finally thought of a possibility. His complexion couldn't help but sink as he asked angrily. Dong Wushang opened his eyes wide. He thought for a while, and felt that this was a good idea. So, he couldn't help but nod foolishly. You're pissing me off. Dong Wushang pointed his finger at Dong Wushang's nose. He thought that he was so regretful that he almost wanted to commit suicide. I didn't expect that this bastard was pretending. Doesn't that mean that he was watching me make a fool of myself from the beginning? I've lost a lot of face this time. Dong Wushang's face turned from white to red, from red to purple, from purple to black, and from black to green. Suddenly, he roared, You bastard! Did you enjoy watching me make a fool of myself? He suddenly jumped up, and ferociously kicked Dong Wushang to the ground. Then, he pounced on Dong Wushang like a tiger, and rode on his body. Then, he gnashed his teeth, and rained down his fists. Dong Wushang didn't dare to fight back. He gritted his teeth, and took the beating. He didn't make a sound. Dong Wushang's anger would have subsided if he had begged for mercy. But, the problem was, what kind of person was Dong Wushang? This guy was definitely a super ruthless person who wouldn't even let out a moan when he was smashed to death bone by bone, so, how could he possibly cry out? Not only did he not cry out, but he was also comforting himself in his heart. Elder brother's anger will be appeased if he beats a mortal. Isn't it just getting beaten by a mortal? I can hold on. However, he didn't know that the more he didn't cry out, the angrier Dong Wushang got. The angrier he got, the more he got beaten. Dong Wushang didn't make a sound even after Dong Wushang had beaten him for a long time. I'll beat you to death, you tough bone. Dong Wushang's eyes turned green with anger. He ferociously kicked him. This younger brother of his had been like this since childhood. He was naughty, but he didn't admit his mistake. He didn't make a sound no matter how much you beat him. He wouldn't say a word even if you beat him to death. I was wrong. Such a child could really make an adult anxious and angry. Cough cough, this point, those who have children at home should understand it very well. Dong Wushang's eyes suddenly turned red as he continued to beat him. He recalled that he had been so desperate and regretful that he wished he could commit suicide. Then, he suddenly sat down on the ground and burst into tears. You bastard. You don't know that you scared me to death just now. How would I explain it to my parents if something had happened to you, stupid pig? You're such a stupid pig. Dong Wulei was scared out of his wits when he saw Dong Wushang. I wrote this last paragraph 3 times, but I wasn't satisfied. So, I simply didn't describe it, and wrote it out plainly. Everyone can experience it for themselves. I've added 1 more chapter today. Counting last month's, there are 3 chapters today. I'll continue to write. I may not be able to write another chapter before midnight. But, I'll need a monthly ticket if I can write another chapter. Well, I'll escape to write, and I'll need to double the time. Please do your best to support me. It'll be difficult to catch up after these 7 days. Of course, it'll be difficult for others to catch up if the distance between us is too big. Dong Wushang and Dong Wulei were leading their horses on the road. They were talking as they walked. Both of them were feeling relaxed and happy. They hadn't felt this way for many years. The remaining experts were following behind them. Their lips were blue, and their faces were pale. They were trembling with fear. Unexpectedly, the 2 brothers didn't mention this person. They didn't say anything about how to deal with him. They didn't even talk to him. They just left him hanging. Someone wanted to say something, but he was embarrassed. He was nervous. This road was extremely torturous. Dong Wulei's eyes were still red. He would massage his eyes whenever he was free. Moreover, he would do it stealthily every time. He was very secretive. He was extremely embarrassed. Damn it, the old man actually cried out loud in front of everyone in the hall. His reputation was more or less ruined. Dong Wulei was at a loss. This is too shameful. Young Clan Lord Dong recalled how he had stretched out his legs and cried. He wished he could dig a hole in the ground and drill his head into it. I've been possessed. Isn't it better if this stupid pig dies? Why would I be sad? Motherfu ****. Dong Wushang wasn't an insensible person. Dong Wushang would come forward and greet Dong Wulei every time he rubbed his eyes. He would have an honest look on his face. Big brother, are your eyes still uncomfortable? Sigh, I'm very touched. You, Sigh, you're crying. This is the first time I've seen you cry since you were a child. Dong Wulei would be too ashamed to show his face every time this happened. This bastard, can't you see that I'm rubbing my eyes secretly? You're still coming forward to console me, console my ass. Dong Wulei finally couldn't help but explode when Dong Wulei rubbed his eyes for the 8th time, and Dong Wushang cautiously came forward to console him for the 8th time. Dong Wushang was beaten into a pig's head in no time. He scolded as he beat him. How did that stupid pig king of Hell Chu teach you? How did such a smart person become brothers with a stupid pig like you? You follow such a smart person every day. Didn't you learn some Fu ** king tricks? You don't even have a little bit of understanding. Laugh. Try laughing again? I can't kill you, Dong Wushang covered his head while being beaten. His eyes were full of grievances. What's wrong, Fu ***, you don't know what's good for you. Even when Gu Duxing and the others were suffering, I rarely comforted them. Isn't this because you're my big brother? Why? Is it wrong to be concerned about you? The more Dong Wushang thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. I gave you an honor that no one else could enjoy, and you actually hit me? Unable to bear it, there was no need to bear it any longer. Who could tolerate this? Uncle can tolerate it, but Prudence can't. Let me go. Poof. Pooh. Let me go. Pooh. You're still not done yet? Dong Wushang finally lost his temper. He flipped over and launched punches and kicks at the same time, brazenly resisting. After this battle, the 2 brothers' faces were bruised and swollen. They lay on the ground and cried out. Dong Wulei didn't need to worry about the rims of his eyes turning red because they had already turned blue. After a long time, he said, Wushang, I think today's matter is a little strange. Weird? Yes. It was too strange. Why should Heimo let us go? Dong Wulei held a blade of grass in his swollen mouth like a pig's. He then started to ponder. That's true. I also feel that the Heimo today is a little abnormal. Dong Wushang's expression was a little strange. He blinked his eyes. One of them had black eyes, and the other had blue eyes. The best outcome for you and me brothers would have been to perish together if we had fought today. Or, we wouldn't have been able to do it. Dong Wulei deliberated. It could be said that he had the deepest understanding of Dong Wushang. Because I've come, and I've become a burden to you. You wouldn't have escaped if I hadn't escaped. So, the final result would have been that everyone would have fought with their lives on the line. But, they had a lot of people. Their emperor-level experts weren't as sharp as your saber emperor. But, 7 of them were far above you. You would have undoubtedly died if they had been willing to pay the price to fight you. The Dong clan would have collapsed if both of us had died. So, why did he give up at the most critical moment? Dong Wulei said, as for what he said about Saber Emperor comes out, and the world cries, that's nonsense. Could it be that Saber Monarch also cries? Saber Saint also cries? Could it be that he has some purpose? Dong Wushang sat up and pondered, or, does he have some intention? Nonsense. What intention could the Black Devil have towards us? He wouldn't have any intention towards a hostile force like our Dong clan even if he had gone mad, Dong Wulei said in distress, but, there must be a reason. And, I'm afraid this reason isn't small. That's right. Dong Wushang touched his chin, he shouldn't have wanted me to owe him a favor, right? Dong Wulei was speechless. He rolled his eyes and said, do you think you're a supreme-level expert? Supreme-level expert? I'm afraid it'll take a few years. Dong Wushang honestly replied, at least a few decades. Fu *k. Dong Wulei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He spat out a mouthful of saliva. Then, he looked up and heaved a long sigh. I realized that I was afraid of you in the past. It was an unforgivable mistake. Can't you use your brain a little? Dong Wushang said as if it was a matter of course, why would I need to use my brain when I'm with you? Dong Wulei was startled. Dong Wushang's ordinary words had revealed his unparalleled trust in his elder brother. Moreover, this trust had become a matter of habit. Why would I need to use my brain when I'm with you? Dong Wulei couldn't help but feel a little sour in his nose. He couldn't help but slap him, don't be sentimental here. Sentimental? Dong Wushang caressed the back of his head. Then, he disdainfully said, you're sick. Dong Wulei was furious. A long time passed before he said, you must be more careful when you meet the Black Devil in the future. I feel that this matter isn't so simple. Dong Wushang nodded in agreement. He thought in his heart, not simple? Could it be that it's very perverted? Both of them got up from the ground. They were about to return to the clan. So, they were somewhat silent. I'll leave the clan in the future. Dong Wushang was silent for a long time. Then, he finally opened his mouth and looked at his elder brother with sincerity. Dong Wulei's body suddenly shook. A mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers. I am not suitable to stay in the clan. You and I can't fight. But, there are many people in our clan who have ulterior motives or groundless fears. Dong Wushang racked his brain and pondered. Then, he said, Elder Dan, the consecrated elders, and the elders think that my aptitude surpasses yours. So, you, I, and my father can't resist if they want to launch a coup. Dong Wulei silently lowered his head and walked forward. He was caught in a dilemma in his heart. He couldn't bear to let his younger brother leave. But, he also didn't want his younger brother to stay at home. As for this person, forget about it. Dong Wushang smiled, you don't need to care about sister-in-law. After all, almost all the elites of the Yu clan were wiped out this time. They did it to deal with me. But, they did it for you. Dong Wushang coldly snorted and said, how can there be such an easy thing? The contradiction and affection in his eyes suddenly changed into coldness and ruthlessness when he talked about this matter. The ambitious and ruthless side of Dong Wulei was finally revealed in front of him. "Think more for your nephew," Dong Wushang said. Dong Wulei snorted. Both of them returned home while they were talking. The remaining experts obediently went to the discipline hall under Dong Wulei's command. They had almost lost half of their lives. But they didn't dare to say a word. Dong Qigong's worried face revealed a relieved smile when he saw the two brothers return together. Then, he saw that the two brothers had bruised noses and swollen faces. So, he anxiously asked what happened. "He hit me." Dong Wushang pointed at Dong Wulei. "He also hit me." Dong Wulei snorted. Dong Qigong laughed heartily. The worry in his heart was finally gone. Dong clan held a big banquet that night. Everyone drank to their heart's content. Dong Wulei hurried over halfway through the banquet. His complexion was gloomy. Dong Wushang didn't ask what his elder brother had done to sister-in-law. Dong Wulei also didn't say anything. The two brothers had a tacit understanding. "I feel that I have to explain something here. Because, I can't make up my mind. This Xiao, what should I do? So, I have to be vague about it. It's not that I'm lazy." The next day, the Dong clan gathered their troops and prepared to go to war. Dong Wulei and Dong Wushang would naturally lead the expedition team. They would take a detour on this road. They wouldn't go through the Breaking Soul Cliff. Instead, they would go through the Double Sun Pass. They would pass through the Xuanyang Mountain Pass, and arrive at the Gu clan's territory. They would meet with Gu Duxing. Then, they would lead the troops north, and join forces with the Mo clan. The decisive battle that would take place in 3 days was finally about to begin. Dong Wushang and his father had a long talk that night. Dong Qigong also sighed for half the night. But, he still reluctantly agreed in the end. Dong Wushang knelt in front of the clan's gate and kowtowed before the expedition. Then, he turned around, mounted his horse, and left. The group of people arrived at the Xuanyang Mountain Pass. There was a dense forest on both sides of the group. Dong Wushang was walking at the front. But, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He turned his head to look, and saw a black light flying out of the forest on the left side. It went straight for Dong Wushang. Dong Wushang snorted. He stretched out his hand, and caught this black light. It was a black feather arrow. Dong Wushang's body had already flown out from the horse's back when he had caught the arrow. His black saber turned into a black light. He and his saber merged, and entered the dense forest in a flash. Dong Wushang rushed out 400 feet in the dense forest with a schwa sound. But, he didn't find anything. He was puzzled in his heart. But, he suddenly saw some swaying grass from the corner of his eyes. So, he roared and pounced over. A black-cloaked figure flew out from the grass with a rustling sound. Her body flashed, and she was already more than 100 feet away. Dong Wushang couldn't help but be stunned. This person had a slim figure. Her movements were like a weak willow swaying with the wind. Her speed was fast, but her movements were graceful and calm. She should be a young girl. How can a girl suddenly appear in such a place? Dong Wushang was stunned for a moment. Then, he continued to chase. The girl's movements were nimble, and her speed was also very fast. But, her cultivation was obviously far inferior to Dong Wushang's. That black-cloaked girl was angry and anxious when she saw Dong Wushang chasing after her. She turned her head and shouted coldly, "I came to deliver you a message out of goodwill. Why are you chasing after me as if I'm your enemy? You're really a hothead." To be continued, Dong Wushang was startled. He couldn't help but stop. That girl seemed to be relieved. She stretched her body, and disappeared without a trace. Dong Wushang could only vaguely make out a pair of sparkling eyes under the veil of the young girl's veil when she turned her head, sparkling like the cold stars in the sky. He stopped thoughtfully and looked at the black arrow in his hand. He saw a note tied to it. Ao Qing Yun, Ao Feng Yun, led a group of people to threaten the Gu clan. Just a few words. Dong Wushang's body shook. He rushed back like a whirlwind. "Wushang, who is it?" Dong Wulei looked at Dong Wushang. "I don't know." Dong Wushang mounted his horse. "Big brother, something happened to the Gu clan. I have to go first." You lead the army and speed up. His voice hadn't faded when he clamped his legs on the horse's belly. The horse neighed and rushed out. Dong Wulei reacted instantly. He reached out and pulled the king-level expert down from the horse's back. He patted the horses but with his right hand, and another horse rushed out. Bring another horse. Okay. Dong Wushang's voice was already very far away. Speed up. Dong Wulei took a deep breath. He looked at his younger brother's departing figure and waved his hand. The army also quickened their pace. The Gu clan and the Dong clan were now in an alliance. If the Ao clan took over the Gu clan, it would be very bad. Mo clan. Mo Tianji walked into the study. The latest news is that the Dong clan brothers have reconciled. Dong Wushang returned to the clan safe and sound. The Black Devil returned without success. Mo Tianji's voice clearly relaxed. King of Hell Chu had been asking for news every day for the past few days. Mo Tianji had a nervous reflex. His heart jumped when he saw King of Hell Chu. Chu Yang's face relaxed. He let out a long breath. He knew that Dong Wushang had finally overcome the first obstacle in his life, psychological obstacle. Among the brothers, Dong Wushang was the one with the biggest crisis. The Black Devil was famous for being strange and vicious. There was also Dong Wulei, who had ulterior motives. Dong Wushang was an emotional person. He was heroic and unparalleled. Such a person wouldn't be easily hurt. But if he was hurt by his family, he would never be able to turn over a new leaf. In his previous life, Dong Wushang had cultivated Merciless Saber. Although Merciless Blade was ruthless, it still went to the extreme. In his previous life, their relationship had deteriorated until many years later, when the two brothers finally fought. At that time, things were already out of control. But in this life, things were finally better. I'm going all out. It could be seen that it wasn't a bad thing to do some things in advance. Are you finally relieved? Mo Tianji finally dared to sit down in front of King of Hell Chu. King of Hell Chu would come to the study room every morning to wait for news. Mo Tianji would feel restless whenever King of Hell Chu arrived. Originally, this study was Mo Tianji's favorite place to stay. It gave him a wonderful feeling of strategizing and controlling the whole world. However, Mo Tianji felt tormented sitting next to King of Hell Chu ever since King of Hell Chu had taken over his place. This guy was like a bomb that could explode at any time. This caused the master of calculation and manipulation, who caused the entire three heavens to tremble in fear, to become restless, as if there was a sword growing under his butt. Now, he could finally sit down peacefully. What do you mean you're finally relieved? Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Then, he sprawled out on the armchair and said, I've never been worried, okay? You're the only one who's worrying about other people's business. Mo Tianji almost spat out his saliva. His finger trembled as he pointed at Chu Yang. Do you have a conscience to say these words? Let's talk business. Chu Yang lazily picked his ear. You can go out if there's nothing else. I'm going to sleep. Mo Tianji was furious. Is this my home or your home? Get up. Of course, there's something important. Mo Tianji said sullenly, otherwise, do you think I'm here to see your stinky face? The first thing is that the Dong brothers are leading people to the Gu clan. It seems that they're coming here after meeting up with the Gu clan, Mo Tianji said. Oh. Chu Yang closed his eyes. Mo Tianji clenched his teeth. The second thing is that Ao clans Ao Feng Yun and Ao Qing Yun are suppressing the Gu clan. Oh. Chu Yang's eyebrows didn't move. You're not worried? Mo Tianji was surprised. Are you worried? Chu Yang asked back. I'm also not worried. Mo Tianji forced a smile. I've underestimated King of Hell Chu's wisdom. I reckon that King of Hell Chu might as well fart if he were to hear this. He might even cover his nose if someone farted. Ao clan might dare to assassinate Gu Duxing. But, that genius wouldn't dare to brazenly exterminate the Gu clan in front of so many people even if he was a fool. Gu Duxing isn't just a single person. He has the Gu clan, Dong clan, Luo clan, Mo clan, Xia clan, and Ji clan behind him. There's also the Heavenly Armament Pavilion that's giving everyone a headache. AO clan only has AO Qingyun and AO Fengyun. So, they don't have the guts to stir up such a hornet's nest. Moreover, it's at such a sensitive time. They're not forcing them too hard. So, they'll just treat it as a farce. But, I reckon that these two won't be able to return to the AO clan if they force them too hard. Qu Yang lazily said, in addition, they'd better withdraw quickly. Dong Wushang is rushing over there right now. These two geniuses will still be there when Dong Wushang arrives at Gudu Xing's place. So, these two geniuses of the AO clan don't have the slightest hope of survival. The only result is that they'll become two piles of dung, Qu Yang concluded. Could it be that Gudu Xing dares to kill them? Mo Tianji glared. Is it strange to kill them? Qu Yang looked at Mo Tianji in astonishment. Master of calculation and manipulation, can't someone from the AO clan die? Let's not talk about killing these two geniuses in the current situation of the Jianghu. Would the AO clan dare to fart even if I killed all of them? If they dare to fart, I'll catch a pack of male wolves and feed them aphrodisiac. Then, I'll strip AO Xianxia naked and throw him inside. Then, I'll call all the big clans of the upper three heavens to visit. Mo Tianji quivered and shivered, you're so vicious. He sighed and said, speaking of which, we have a problem here. You shouldn't have saved AO Xianxia. Wouldn't it have been better if he had died? The reason why the AO clan let them out was because of AO Xianxia's death. They wanted them to come out and perform meritorious deeds. They also wanted to choose a successor to replace AO Xianxia for revenge. Their target was the Black Devil and the others. There's no doubt about this. But they just started to act when they received news that AO Xianxia wasn't dead. Mo Tianji sighed, isn't that crazy? Since AO Xianxia isn't dead, it means that they don't have a chance. Since they don't have a chance, but they're in a place where they have a chance. How can they not do something earth-shattering? Surpass AO Xianxia? What kind of big thing can be important? It's just unifying the Jianghu. Or, finding a few young experts for the AO clan who can reach the monarch level and saint level to increase the chances of the AO clan entering the upper three heavens. Only then can they replace AO Xianxia, right? At this time, your heavenly armament pavilion came out of nowhere. Every one of you is a genius with a bright future. You tell me, if they don't make a move on you, who else can they make a move on? Mo Tianji got angry as he spoke, you bastard. You're a *T stirrer. What do you mean by your heavenly armament pavilion? Qu Yang said unhappily, it should be our heavenly armament pavilion. Our heavenly armament pavilion? Mo Tianji was shocked. Yes, I declare that you, Mo Tianji, are the military counselor of our heavenly armament pavilion from today onwards, Qu Yang said proudly. I won't do it. Mo Tianji said angrily. He almost vomited blood. How did he become a subordinate in the blink of an eye? Objection overruled. Minister Chu said majestically, I declare that your application is approved. Mo Tianji was so angry that he laughed. He was just talking about his faults when this guy started to pester him endlessly. Let's talk about these things first. Mo Tianji said angrily. What's the use of saying these things? Qu Yang rolled his eyes, the problem now is that these things have already happened. What we're discussing now is how to solve it and how to deal with it. What's the use of saying these things besides making me feel uncomfortable? Mo Tianji was startled. He was used to finding out the cause and effect of everything. Hearing Qu Yang say this, he suddenly remembered that it might be useful to find out the cause of other things, but this matter was indeed useless. As for how to deal with it, I've already planned it out. Mo Tianji snorted and said, I'm just waiting for Gudu Xing to return home and Dong Wushang's matter to be over. Now, I'm basically done with my preparations. Oh? What about Luo Kudi and GMO? Qu Yang asked. Those two are not important. Mo Tianji said, they'll follow you. Qu Yang rolled his eyes and said angrily, but Luo Kudi is missing. He hasn't been found yet. He'll be fine. Mo Tianji said, Luo Kuwu doesn't see him as a competitor. No matter how high his cultivation is, he won't kill his brothers. What are you afraid of? Do you think that someone like Luo Kudi can be the clan master? Do you want him to squat on the clan master seat and whine every day? Chu Yang was dumbfounded. He was stupefied. And GMO? That guy can't even escape. Before the G clan master's seat is passed down, he won't go back. What's the use of looking for him? Mo Tianji snorted, that lecher, I don't know if he's crawled out of his wife's belly yet. These words are very reasonable. Minister Chu rubbed his chin as he muttered to himself. He felt that Mo Tianji's words were very reasonable. Actually, I think that Huyan Ao Bo would be a perfect match for Dong Wu Shang or Li Xiong Tuesday. Both of them are big and strong. I didn't expect that she would take a fancy to GMO. It's really. Mo Tianji racked his brains and thought for a while. Then, he shook his head and said, chopsticks with toothpicks, celery with bean sprouts. And this bean sprouts is a man. The plan had been completed. Everything had been arranged properly. So, Mo Tianji could not help but become gossipy as he relaxed. Chopsticks with toothpicks, celery with bean sprouts? Hearing these words, Chu Yang immediately choked and coughed repeatedly. To be continued, then, Mo Tianji began to issue orders one by one. Countless invisible falcons flew out one after another like bamboo shoots after the rain. Block the trade routes. Block the waterways. Block the mines. Block. Mo Tianji had formulated different countermeasures for the first 3 areas of each clan, and each clan's strength. Every one of them was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Even Chu Yang, who was watching from the sidelines, felt somewhat alarmed. Mo Tianji would shout every time he finished writing, someone come in. Then, someone would come in and take the order. Then, he would go out and release the 5 elements falcons according to Mo Tianji's instructions. Mo Tianji had sent more than 40 orders to the Gu clan, Xia clan, Dong clan, and other allied clans within 2 hours. Moreover, the small clans that depended on these allied clans for survival. Then, it was the Mo clan's own arrangement. Mo Tianji had casually made arrangements. He had issued 10 orders within an hour, each of them was aimed at the vital points. Moreover, they were ordinary means plus abnormal means. They included vicious means, despicable means, shameless means. In short, Mo Tianji was unscrupulous this time. He was unscrupulous. He was unscrupulous. He was determined to ravage the enemy clans physically. He was determined to rape the enemy clans spiritually. He was determined to rape the enemy clans financially. He was determined to rape the enemy clans morally. He was determined to make the enemy clans impregnate and then miscarry them. He was using vicious, despicable, shameless, wretched, upper-class and low-class methods. And, he was using them in the name of righteousness. This was simply too awesome. It was awesome to the point of infinity. Finally, Mo Tianji had written a declaration to the world. It was as follows: I respectfully inform the people of Jianghu of the 3 heavens. Today, the wind and clouds have changed strangely. Bloody rain and foul wind have emerged in an endless stream. First, dozens of clans have been exterminated. Their young daughters have gone missing. Then, countless young beggars have gone missing. My Mo clan, Xia clan, Dong clan, Ji clan, and Gu clan have joined forces to investigate. And, we have finally found something. It was the Meng clan's evil plan. They wanted to practice evil techniques and dominate Jianghu. But, the Meng clan was suddenly exterminated when the investigation was nearing its end. And, the culprits turned out to be the Meng clan's allies, several big clans. The more he tried to cover it up, the more conspicuous it was: the Black Devil clan, the Tu clan, the O clan, the Tian clan, and the other clans had already obtained the cultivation method of the Meng clan. Moreover, they had slaughtered the Meng clan. These clans would probably ravage the entire world within a few years given their financial and material resources and manpower. His ambition was clear as day. Even if all the powers of the 3 heavens combined, they still wouldn't be able to contend against him. Evil and poisonous arts brought disaster to the world. There was no need to hide the great danger. We are all carefree and happy Jianghu people. How can we be slaves? Here, we will fight to the death to protect the laws of the martial world. The hot blood of martial artists of our generation would rather die standing than live kneeling. It was better to be a broken piece of jade than an intact tile. On the 10th day of the 10th month, by the Lake of Despair, there would be a battle to the death. Let's see who would be the one to die. Mo Tianji finally finished writing. He blew on the ink and said with a smile, this can only be done after the letter of challenge is sent out and the other party accepts it. There was no hurry. However, this duke is angry today, so I'll use this mood to write and prepare. Qu Yang's hair stood on end. Mo Tianji was really, Qu Yang was speechless. Mo Tianji first launched an attack on those clans. Moreover, it was an all-around attack. Then, when the other party couldn't bear it anymore, he sent out the letter of challenge. At that time, those clans would have been furious and would have fought without hesitation. Then, they would have realized that the moment they agreed, Mo Tianji had already sent out a declaration for the entire three heavens. Ring after ring, interlocking. Then, they would pounce on the enemy clans like a storm. As long as we can hold on until the final battle, we will win. Mo Tianji smiled and said, at that time, even if the upper three heavens send reinforcements, it would be useless. Lake of Despair? Qu Yang was suddenly moved and exclaimed. Lake of Despair, wasn't that where the fourth fragment of the Calamity Sword was located? Mo Tianji actually chose to fight there. Mo Tianji finally finished his arrangements. He let out a long sigh and pondered. Apparently, he had gone through his plan in his mind. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he said, Brother Qu, do you have any suggestions for my arrangements? No. Qu Yang said sincerely, your arrangements this time are perfect. It was indeed very beautiful. In the past, Mo Tianji's arrangements tended to neglect one thing, human nature, but now, Mo Tianji made such arrangements based on the life experiences and personalities of the leaders of the clans. It could be said that every move not only attacked the lifelines of the clans, but also the weaknesses of the leaders of the clans. In fact, Mo Tianji had even made such arrangements for each and every merchant. Every move was perfect and impeccable. Brother Mo, you are gradually becoming more mature. Qu Yang said quietly. Yes, from the looks of this plan, it was completely the work of the master of calculation and manipulation from his previous life. Brother Qu, you have contributed greatly to this. Mo Tianji smiled and said, a few days ago, you told me that I didn't pay attention to human nature when making plans. This reminded me. In the past, when I made plans, I only considered the final benefits and strength of the clans, or schemes. In short, I didn't consider human nature. You don't know that these days, I have been thinking about human nature all night long. He sent out a pensive look. Qu Yang also became serious. This topic was very vague, but it was the key to Mo Tianji's transformation. Later, I finally figured it out. Human nature is the weakness of a person's character. Mo Tianji smiled and said, no matter if it is a good person or a bad person, there is a weakness in their character. And this weakness is formed when they are young. So, after investigating a person and understanding their life experiences, combined with their current behavior, it is easy to find the weakness of their character. Qu Yang was dumbfounded. F*ck, what is this saying? Human nature is the weakness of a person's character. This is the first time I have heard of such a theory. It is too F*king creative. So, I am making plans now to deliberately target this point. I almost investigated the life of every person we are going to deal with and analyzed them. Then, I found their human nature. Mo Tianji was a little proud. Then, I found out that the success rate of such a plan is 100%. Brother Qu, you are really a good teacher and helpful friend. Your words have awakened me. To be continued. Qu Yang was speechless. Human nature is not human nature. I asked you to study human nature, but you took a different path and walked out on a different path. I know what you want to say. What you want to say is human nature. Mo Tianji waved his hand and said seriously, I have also thought about it. There is nothing to study about human nature. There are only 4 words, the weak are prey to the strong. It may be cruel for me to say this. But the truth is like this. There are good people in this generation, but good people want to live well. Even if they do not want to hurt anyone, as long as they live, they will hurt others. To survive, you need to compete. Martial artists are like this. Poor people are like this. There will always be people who do well and people who do not. The good person is a good person. He did not hurt others. But the boss will definitely keep him and drive away the unsuitable one. So because of the existence of this good person, that person will be hurt. We are used to living in this kind of environment every day. So we do not think much of it. But in reality, survival of the fittest is around us. It happens every moment. It is always changing. Everyone is stepping on others to get to the top. Even if he is only in charge of slaughtering pigs, he can only gain a stable foothold after defeating others. It does not matter if he wins with integrity, conscience, or morals. But this victory is hurting others. Mo Tianji let out a deep breath. This is human nature. No matter how good a person is, the weak are prey to the strong. No matter how bad a person is, it is still the same. This is human nature. When a general succeeds, bones fill the mountain. When a person becomes famous, tens of thousands of people lose their voice. Even poor people step on piles of bones. What they eat is also the fruit of victory. Others are not good. Actually, it is not a reason for you to hurt them. But even if you do not want to hurt them, you will still hurt them. As long as there are people, there will be hurt. It has been the same since ancient times. So there is no need to talk about human nature. It is enough to see through it. Qu Yang pondered and silently digested Mo Tianji's words. He slowly nodded. Maybe you are a little extreme, but I have to admit that there is some truth in it. Yes, this is the difference between you and me. Mo Tianji looked at Qu Yang somewhat enviously. You may be cruel and merciless, but you see the beautiful side of human nature. When I look at human nature, I only see the evil side. Therefore, Qu Yang, I won't have any doubts if someone kills you one day. But for me, Mo Tianji, no one can kill me unless they use absolute violence for no reason. This is my fortune, but also your lack. But isn't this also my misfortune? Rather, it's your fortune. Mo Tianji's voice was very heavy. Qu Yang's face also became heavy. If a person only thought about the dark side of a problem, then there would be no joy in life. However, Mo Tianji was clearly enjoying himself in this realm. I like to scheme. I like to play with people in the palm of my hand. I like to be in control. I like to force the law of the jungle on others. Mo Tianji laughed in self-mockery. So when you mentioned human nature, I thought of human nature. Because human nature had no weaknesses, but human nature had flaws. And this flaw would be my greatest weapon to defeat him. For example, if I wanted to deal with you, Qu Yang, I would start from the lower three heavens. I wouldn't fight you to the death in the lower three heavens. To deal with you, I would need to destroy the emotions in your heart. Qu Yang, you may be called King of Hell Chu, but you are a sentimental person. Without emotions, you will definitely die. This is your greatest weakness, but also your greatest strength. Mo Tianji sighed deeply. Qu Yang was shocked. That's right, in his previous life, wasn't he defeated just like that? The destruction of Beyond the Heavens sect made me have no other thoughts besides revenge. Therefore, I only thought of revenge. Therefore, in the land of hatred, I focused on the emotionless sword Dao, but I hurt Qing Wu. When Qing Wu died, his life would also be bleak from then on. I thought that I had gotten rid of my inner demons, but I didn't expect that I had also lost my heart. Without a heart, where would the inner demons come from? Therefore, after Qing Wu's death, I couldn't make any progress. Mo Tianji's assessment of me was very accurate. Therefore, I care so much about the life and death of Dong Wushang and the others. Mo Tianji continued, because I know that if they die, you will go crazy. If you go crazy, we will be finished. Mo Tianji smiled bitterly. After going in such a big circle, everyone is a key figure. Perhaps this is your path. Qu Yang said slowly with the tone of an experienced person. Mo Tianji was Mo Tianji after all. In the end, he still walked the path of the master of calculation and manipulation from his previous life. At this moment, he had transformed into a person who would collect information on anyone he met at all costs. Then, he would analyze their character, weaknesses, and habits. From there, he would formulate countermeasures. He could even understand a person. After understanding a person's first sentence, he could know what the person was going to say next and whether there would be a change in thinking. What place or scenery could affect a person's state of mind? What words could make a person angry in an instant? What words could make a person calm down immediately? This was an amazing person, but also a pitiful person. This was because he spent his life scheming against others. After scheming and calculating, he lost the joy of his life. The plan is set. Today is the 17th of the month. On the 10th of October, we will fight at the Lake of Despair. Although time is tight, we still have time. We still have 3 days of free time. Mo Tianji smiled and said, "What do you plan to do in these 3 days?" "I want to go to Qingwu's courtyard to take a look," Chu Yang said calmly. Mo Tianji was stunned. A complicated look appeared in his eyes as he said, "I'll go with you." He smiled and said, "Brother Chu, I'm not afraid that you will laugh at me. During this period of time I feel guilty. I don't dare to go to my little sister's courtyard by myself. Every time I walk to the door, I think I can hear her crying. Sigh, my poor little sister." Chu Yang was speechless. He could only pat his shoulder to comfort him. The two walked together and arrived at Mo Qingwu's courtyard. The courtyard was clean. It was obvious that someone cleaned it every day. When they reached the door, Mo Tianji stopped. Intentionally or not, he let Chu Yang walk in front. It seemed that he didn't dare to be the first to open Mo Qingwu's door. With a creak, Chu Yang pushed the door open. A faint and pleasant fragrance wafted out from inside. "This is Qingwu's scent." Chu Yang was touched. "This is my little sister's scent." Mo Tianji was excited. The two of them raised their noses at the same time and took a deep breath. Then, they closed their eyes. Immediately, they noticed each other's actions. They immediately opened their eyes and glared at each other. "What are you smelling? Is there something wrong with your nose? What are you smelling? Is there something wrong with your nose?" The two of them questioned each other at the same time. At this moment, the two of them were protecting their sovereignty. "What can you do about it? What can you do about it?" They spoke at the same time again. "Humph. Humph." After 2 angry snorts, the 2 men almost squeezed each other and rushed into the room at the same time. "This beast." Chu Yang gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart. "This beast." Mo Tianji gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart. There was a thin layer of dust on the table. It was enough to show that no one had entered this room since Mo Qingwu left. The bed was neatly folded. There was a small pillow on the pink quilt. On the pillow, there was a tattered scabbard. It was all alone. Seeing this tattered scabbard, the two of them felt sad at the same time. Mo Qingwu had hugged this thing during the most difficult time of her life. Mo Qingwu at that time. Just thinking about it made their hearts ache. Chu Yang only felt his eyes heat up. He turned his head and looked at Mo Tianji fiercely as if he wanted to eat him. This time, Mo Tianji didn't have the courage to look him in the eyes. He lowered his head in shame. "Look at what you've done." Minister Chu stomped his feet and scolded with heartache. Mo Tianji sighed sadly. Chu Yang stepped forward and gently picked up the scabbard from the pillow. The scabbard seemed as light as nothing. It didn't seem to have changed at all. However, Chu Yang still felt the difference. The scabbard was obviously much cleaner than when he gave it to Mo Qingwu. In addition, the color of some places was darker. An image appeared in front of him. Mo Qingwu hugged the scabbard pitifully, her face pressed against the scabbard. She sat in front of the door and looked forward to it. "Brother Chu Yang, I miss you so much. Brother Chu Yang, every time I hug the scabbard, I feel that you will come to pick me up soon." Chu Yang sighed deeply. His heart ached. Mo Tianji stepped forward. Just as he was about to check, Chu Yang glared and raised the scabbard. Mo Tianji stared at him for a long time and finally retreated. Chu Yang gently lifted the quilt. A delicate fragrance wafted out. He couldn't help but sniffle. Behind him, Mo Tianji's face was ferocious. He almost wanted to kick this shameless person out. Then, Chu Yang sat on the edge of the bed and didn't move. Mo Tianji touched his nose. Finally, he walked over and sat on the edge of the bed. Naturally, Minister Chu rolled his eyes. However, the ghost master didn't care. He coughed twice and sat down calmly. Then, he touched left and right. In the next moment, the two of them touched the bottom of the quilt at the same time. They immediately realized that there was a texture that didn't belong to the quilt. There was also a rustling sound. Then, the two of them started to fight fiercely. Under the quilt, there were obviously some scraps of paper. Mo Qingwu must have written something and hidden it here. The two of them came here for this. At that time, Mo Qingwu must have had a lot of feelings in her heart. However, she had no one to talk to. She could only write something and hide it. But where could a little girl hide it? In the eyes of people like Chu Yang and Mo Tianji, it was naturally easy for them to find it. Today, I went to the hospital for a checkup. I did a CT scan and everything. If you don't go to the hospital, you won't know how difficult it is to see a doctor. I can bet that there are more people in the hospital than in any market. I went there at 8:30. I queued up until 8:50. She went to the orthopedics department and waited in line until 10:30. She was then given a checkup. She waited in line at the entrance of the CT department until 10:30 before she was called in. Lie on that thing that countless people have laid on, stretch and retract in and out, up and down, and when done, take the film 3 hours later. He decided to take a nap on the recliner in the hospital. At 2:30 in the afternoon, he finally queued up to take out the film. Below are the results of the examination. Perhaps some of the brothers and sisters will not understand, so I will add brackets to explain. The waist is bulging and loose. This seems to mean that it has been compressed. It means that it was originally round, but now it is flat. Disc herniation, early stage, not serious. Deep lumbar muscle strain, meaning the part of the strain is not on the surface. Low lumbar muscle strain, degree of strain. Deep cervical spine strain, same as above. Early stage of curvature of the spine, that is, a little deformed, originally straight, but the middle part begins to curve outwards. The initial period is over, but not yet due. Note that this is not the initial period of school. Adhesive scapulohumeral periarthritis, severe strain of the muscles around the left shoulder, muscle adhesion, severe strain of the left shoulder directly. I have to reflect on this point. This has nothing to do with writing. In the past, I was tired of carrying sacks and doing farm work. I worked as a stevedore at the train station. I once personally contracted 20 mu of land, that's basically the above. Doctor's advice: 1. It's best not to sit. Keep moving. Don't keep moving for more than half an hour. I roll my eyes at the sky. Is this possible? Then how am I going to write? If I don't write, how am I going to make money? If I don't make money, the doctors won't let me eat. 2. I recommend systematic treatment. Even massage and electrotherapy should be done in the hospital. After a hard struggle, I tentatively decided on 10 days. Go every morning. 3. It's best not to smoke. What does this have to do with smoking? Ignore. 4. Pay attention to your diet. Make sure your work and rest is normal. Did you see that? 3 decisions. 5. Pay attention to yourself. Don't exercise intensely, but don't exercise intermittently. Is there something wrong with this sentence? I just did a health checkup half a month ago. There were no problems with blood pressure, blood sugar, and blood lipids. I was smug for a long time. I didn't expect that. This had nothing to do with that. If it wasn't for the numbness in my left hand when I was writing, and slowly the numbness in my upper body, I might have continued writing like this. But now, I really don't dare to. Writing this paragraph and delaying everyone's enjoyment of reading, I'm guilty. So I went out for a walk, exercised, and came back to write chapters. Above. Double the period. My future was great. Then this happened. Should I cry? To be continued. Let go. Chu Yang glared at him fiercely. Let go. Mo Tianji was furious. Let go. This is what Little Wu wrote for me. Chu Yang really wanted to punch this guy in the nose. Bullshit. I can't read the letter written by my little sister. How can an outsider like you read it? Mo Tianji refused to budge. After a long time, the two finally compromised. Half each? Mo Tianji's face twisted when he saw the first half of the letter, stinky second brother. I hate you. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. Mo Tianji's face turned pale. He sighed and turned over the letter. The second one, stinky second brother Mo Tianji, I hate you. Mo Tianji rubbed his temples and looked at the third one, brother Chu Yang, I miss you so much. When will you come to pick me up? Mo Tianji's face turned black. The fourth one, brother Chu Yang, I miss you so much. I cried again today. The more I miss you, the sadder I feel. The fifth one, brother Chu Yang, come quickly. They bullied me. Second brother also bullied me. Little Wu is dying, I miss you. Brother Chu Yang, I miss you. Mo Tianji quickly flipped through the whole stack. There were more than 100 letters. Besides cursing him, she was also thinking of Chu Yang. Perhaps, in Mo Qingwu's heart, he was the one who hurt her the most. After all, she had a premonition of other people's hurt. She was prepared for it. Only he was caught off guard. But I really did it for your own good. Mo Tianji's heart felt like it was being stabbed. His hands trembled. King Chu Yang. I will kill you. Mo Tianji finally shouted with grief and indignation. He looked at the last 3 letters. One of them said, Brother Chu Yang, if you come, I will be your wife, okay? The second one, Brother Chu Yang, when I grow up, I will be your wife, okay? The third one, Brother Chu Yang, you said that when I grow up, you will marry me. I am looking forward to it. These 2 pieces of paper were at the end, and they were crumpled. It seemed that a certain loli felt embarrassed after writing them, so she secretly stuffed them at the bottom. Mo Tianji exploded. He looked at Chu Yang with infinite grief and indignation. You beast. You actually abducted my little sister's pure heart. At the side, Chu Yang was heartbroken. As he read and read, he looked at the lines of Mo Qingwu's handwriting. It was young and tender but proper. It was as if he could see how miserable Mo Qingwu was at that time. The more Mo Qingwu thought about him, the more upset she was at that time. Otherwise, how could a 10-year-old girl come up with so many strange ideas? Minister Chu's heart ached when he saw these Lolita girls pouring out their feelings one after another. At the same time, he was also unable to restrain his anger. He didn't expect that Mo Tianji would actually take the initiative to launch an attack. It was as if he had thrown a grenade into a pile of explosive barrels. King Chu Yanhui instantly exploded. Bastard. This is all your family's fault for mistreating Xiaowu. Otherwise, why would he think of me like this? Who am I? At most, I only stayed with her for a little more than a month. What about you? You have no sense of shame at all. Filth flows back to the bottom. Your Mo clan is the worst. You actually turned around and accused me of abducting your sister? You should treat her better. Do you think I abducted her? King Chu Yanhui could be considered valiant. He could be considered the first person in history to fight back so righteously after abducting someone else's sister. Mo Tianji fumed. You really admitted that you abducted my sister. He suddenly narrowed his eyes. What you said at that time, it can't be true, right? Chu Yang was stunned. He immediately reacted and said resentfully, didn't you say it before? By the time your sister grows up, I will have become an old gang. But looking at this sign, it is very possible. Mo Tianji circled around the room a few times. He was extremely distressed. When Xiaowu was at her most helpless, only you were there to comfort her. After a long time, although she was young, her heart had a deep-rooted dependence on you. This kind of dependence could easily turn into love after she grew up. He grabbed his hair and sighed. If you let her stay with you and see her often, I'm afraid she can only let nature take its course. But when she was suffering the most, you were the one she missed. And when she was at her most helpless, you saved her. This made her even more dependent on you. Not long after you saved her, she was taken away by a supreme martial artist. In this way, the misunderstanding between her and her family was not cleared up before she left. The only good person in her heart was you. After that, she didn't see you for many years. How could she not miss you? When she grows up to 14 or 15 years old, she will have her first awakening of love. In this kind of yearning, she will be able to turn this kind of feeling into an unforgettable love. This is bad. This is really bad. Mo Tianji grabbed his hair and spun it around like a donkey tied to a mill. Chu Yang drew a breath of cold air. Then, his heart bloomed with joy. Mo Tianji was right. If he and Mo Qingwu continued to stay like this, Mo Qingwu would definitely smoothly transition into a sibling relationship. Then, he would be really dumbfounded, but now. Although he was very reluctant to let her be taken away by a supreme martial artist, it seemed that everything could be done naturally. Mo Tianji's understanding of Mo Qingwu was unparalleled in the world. His grasp of human nature and the evolution of emotions was even more unparalleled in the world. Since he said so, there was definitely such a possibility. Minister Chu was overjoyed. He smiled from ear to ear. But on the surface, he was dumbfounded and asked, No way? Brother Mo, this is a little too dangerous for you to listen to. How can a little girl have so many twists and turns? Mo Tianji was furious. He said exasperatedly, Others may not have, but Xiaowu definitely has. What should we do? Minister Chu said blankly. What should we do? You've gotten yourself into big trouble. You are asking me what to do? What if little sister comes back and grows up to love you? King of Hell Chu, you will die. Mo Tianji clenched his teeth. His usual calmness was nowhere to be seen. He pointed at King of Hell Chu's nose and scolded him. The saliva in his mouth sprayed on King of Hell Chu's face. You're right. Minister Chu was deeply worried. I'm 18 years old this year. I'm afraid that an average person would be that old by now. I can't possibly wait for a little girl for who knows how many years. Otherwise, I would become an old man. Huh? Mo Tianji was startled. He tilted his head and looked at Chu Yang. Brother Mo, you are right to remind me. Minister Chu said firmly, I should also think about marriage. What if Xiaowu is really like what you said? That would be terrible. What? Mo Tianji jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He thought in the blink of an eye, if little sister comes back and finds out that her beloved brother Chu Yang is already married. So many years of waiting will be in vain. Wouldn't she be heartbroken? That little girl is very stubborn. What if, Brother Mo, Chu Yang said in a sorrowful manner, I understand how you feel. I also understand that this matter is very important. So, you don't have to worry. I will solve this personal problem as soon as possible. You are right. Xiaowu is too young. I can't afford to delay. Mo Tianji was dumbfounded. He stared blankly. I said that I didn't do anything during this time. But, I did have a lot of beautiful girls in these 3 days. I will try to develop. Chu Yang's eyes revealed the color of peach blossoms. He said in a very conceited manner, Brother Mo, it shouldn't be difficult to find a wife with my current fame and reputation. Find a wife and get married? You dare? Mo Tianji was flustered and exasperated. He jumped up and down, Motherf asterisk cur. You want to run away after stirring up trouble? Let me tell you, King of Hell Chu. Don't think about getting married before Xiaowu comes back. You find one, and I will kill one for you. You find 2, and I will kill 2 for you. Can you be reasonable? Minister Chu cried out in grievance, I joked about waiting for your sister earlier. Wasn't I forced by your words? Moreover, you didn't agree. If your sister likes me, you will kill me. But now, you actually want to interfere with my decision to find a wife? You are interfering too much, right? Do you think you are my father? Mo Tianji's face turned red. He fiercely argued, anyway, you can't. What if my sister really falls in love with you? If you get married, won't my sister be sad? Mo Tianji was already unreasonable. He was pestering endlessly. Chu Yang spread out his hands, I have never seen someone as difficult to please as you. Tell me, what should I do? Let me hear it. You want me to keep my body useful so that I can woo your sister? You dare. Mo Tianji roared. Then, isn't it? Minister Chu spread out his hands, then, I will quickly find a wife and get married. Is that wrong? You dare. Mo Tianji roared again. F***ck. Minister Chu was angry. What do you want to do? Are you F***king crazy? Mo Tianji was very conflicted. He didn't want to let his sister marry this beast, but he also didn't want his sister to be sad. He knew Mo Qingwu's temper. If she came back and found out that Chu Yang was married, she would certainly collapse. It wouldn't be strange if something happened to her because of this. Anyway, you are not allowed to woo my sister. Moreover, you are not allowed to get married before my sister comes back. Mo Tianji retorted. Old Hui, you really don't want to serve me. Minister Chu turned around and walked away, cursing along the way. Mother told me not to get married. She told me to wait for a little girl. When she came back, I didn't even want to woo her. Mother told me that I am already 18 years old. I don't know how many more years I will have to wait. It would be useless even if I get married, Brother Chu, Brother Chu. Mo Tianji hurriedly stopped him. He thought for a long time and finally made a concession. He said in a low voice, actually, I think that you being my sister's husband is also not bad. These words were said while gritting his teeth. It was clear that he was reluctant to part with his beloved. Moreover, he could go back on his words at any time. I don't care. Chu Yang raised his head. What do you want? Mo Tianji roared, I have already made the biggest concession. You made a concession? Okay, even if I accept it, let me ask you. What if your sister comes back and doesn't fall in love with me? You want me to wait for her, and wait for her? My youth, who will make up for it? I am in the prime of my life. I am a heroic and elegant young man. How many years will there be like this in my life? Mo Tianji, don't forget. Minister Chu spoke with conviction, you want me to make such a sacrifice without paying a price? Dream on. Happy face, I beg for votes. Mo Tianji was tongue-tied. He was speechless. He knew that he was making things difficult for Chu Yang. His little sister's situation was not decided yet. So, it was unreasonable for him to not let him find a wife. But, even though it was not decided yet, he was more than 10% sure that it would develop in that direction. Was it okay for him to not prepare for his little sister? Brother Chu, you have to consider this carefully. After all, you also like Xiaowu. You don't want Xiaowu to be sad, right? Mo Tianji saw that Minister Chu was furious. So, he had no choice but to change his strategy. He tried to reason with him. He changed from being aggressive to trying to persuade him. Brother Mo, I like Xiaowu very much. But, you should know what kind of like I have. Chu Yang confided in him, Xiaowu is smart and cute. She is pure and innocent. Who wouldn't like her? But, this is completely different from what you think. Minister Chu clearly felt guilty when he said this. So, he couldn't help but sigh. What he liked and what Mo Tianji thought were naturally two different things. However, his kind of like was indeed not the kind of like that Mo Tianji thought in his heart. I know. Mo Tianji sighed. He continued to argue for his little sister's happiness. Brother Chu, you are only 18 years old. Even if you wait for 5 years, you will only be 20 years old. You can afford to wait. Brother Mo. Chu Yang said in a sorrowful manner, I understand how you feel. I also admit that you're a good elder brother. You've worried so much for your younger sister. You're really meticulous. It is Xiaowu's greatest fortune to have a brother like you. Mo Tianji smiled warmly. He was obviously a little dizzy from Chu Yang's praise. She is my little sister. If I don't pamper her, who will pamper her? Chu Yang felt like vomiting in his heart. Then, he continued to say sincerely, Brother Mo, you and I are both men. You should know that we start to fall in love when we are 13 or 14 years old. I am 18 this year. Minister Chu sighed. His voice made people want to cry. If one only listened to his tone, it seemed as if he didn't say 18, but 80. And I, Chu Yang, am still a child. It wasn't that he was being pretentious. It was just that he couldn't stand the sight of such vulgar women. Besides, I'm a man with a heavy heart and a heavy heart. I don't want to be a womanizer. Minister Chu's voice was full of emotion. He was trying his best to express his moral integrity. Even though he was expressing his helplessness, he was clearly hinting, "Mo Tianji, you've chosen me as your brother-in-law. You found the right person. How could there be a man as outstanding as me in this world? If you don't hold on tight for your sister, then you're really blind." Mo Tianji grabbed Chu Yang's hand and said, "Yes, I believe you. Sigh, that Miss Wu is such a great beauty with peerless talent. She also has deep feelings for you, Brother Chu. Yet, Brother Chu, you are so courteous and not the slightest bit flustered. He's a role model for our generation." Regarding Chu Yang's moral integrity in this aspect, Mo Tianji was absolutely trustworthy. It was no secret that the information that Mo Tianji collected about Chu Yang was the most detailed in the entire world. How could he not know that Chu Yang had never been involved in any scandals with any woman until now? As a man in troubled times, and a man with a high position and power, how many women could he not have? It could be said that as long as King of Helchu said, "I want to marry a wife," then, the Emperor of Iron Cloud Empire, Tai Butian, could even choose a concubine for him. Mo Tianji firmly believed in his own speculation. However, King of Helchu had kept his chastity. To be able to do this was simply unimaginable. He was a saint. If such a man was unreliable, what other man could be reliable? Thinking of this, Mo Tianji's desire to hold on to Chu Yang for his sister became more and more urgent. 18. Minister Chu said in frustration, "It's time to find one. Don't worry, Brother Chu. There's really no need to worry about this." Mo Tianji waved his hand, "It's better to choose more." Chu Yang smiled bitterly, "Brother Mo, you and I are both men. You should know, sometimes it's very uncomfortable to be impulsive. I've already poured cold water on my head dozens of times this year." "Yes, yes." Mo Tianji's face darkened and said, "It's indeed uncomfortable." Thinking of the time when he was impulsive and did something to his own maid, he could not help but admire Minister Chu's ability to pour cold water on his head. A man who could do this was very rare. "And if you really want me to wait for little Wu to grow up, then it'll take at least 4 or 5 years to get married, right?" Chu Yang's face was somewhat distorted. "Get married?" Mo Tianji wanted to curse. "My sister will only be 15 years old in 4 or 5 years, and you want to do it?" However, thinking that he was the one asking for help, he could only swallow his anger and say with a hollow laugh, "Brother Chu's calculation is really good. What will I do in these 4 or 5 years? Won't I suffocate to death?" Chu Yang righteously looked at Mo Tianji. "Let's not talk about other things. Brother Tianji, can you keep your chastity for 4 or 5 years? Mo Tianji was flabbergasted. "Even though I haven't married yet, I already have several concubines. How can I be like you? Keep my chastity for 4 or 5 years? Mother ***, wouldn't I be a cuckold then? But my heavenly armament pavilion is still in the period of development. It's surrounded by strong enemies and danger lurks everywhere. The future is uncertain. I really don't have time to think about love." Chu Yang changed the topic. "Yes, yes, yes, yes." Mo Tianji hurriedly said, "A real man should put his career first. Even though everyone in our heavenly armament pavilion is a peerless genius, we lack a resourceful military advisor." Chu Yang sighed and said, "Brother Tianji, I won't say anything else. You want me to keep my chastity until your sister comes back. That's fine, but I have a condition." Chu Yang had finally arrived at his position after circling around. He had finally begun to reveal his true intentions, and had started to fight with real swords and spears. Mo Tianji bitterly smiled. "Mother ***, does this little guy want me to sell myself as a slave? You will be the military advisor of my heavenly armament pavilion. We will call each other brothers and create great things together." Chu Yang righteously said, "Of course, in return, I will try my best to restrain myself and wait for your sister to come back. If Xiaowu is truly, deeply in love with me, then I will have no choice but to sacrifice myself to fulfill her wish." Minister Chu sighed as he finished speaking. It seemed as if he had made a great sacrifice for the sake of the Chu family. Mo Tianji's heart was filled with mixed feelings. This matter, how did it develop to this point? Not only do I have to sell myself to him, but even my sister has to be given to him. Moreover, the other party is so unwilling. It seems as if he is doing me a great favor. This guy is actually sacrificing himself to help my sister. Even though Mo Tianji was quick-witted and clever, he was still confused by Chu Yang's words. Mo Tianji smacked his lips. Then, he muttered to himself in a somewhat mysterious manner, "But, why do I feel that something is wrong when I listen to it? The meaning behind this is truly confusing." "Brother Mo, you don't have to be embarrassed." Chu Yang sighed, "I know that my heavenly armament pavilion is small and can't accommodate a great Buddha like you. Of course, if you have any objections, just pretend that I didn't say anything." He seemed to be relieved. "I should quickly find a wife. In fact, now that I think about it, I am ashamed of the lower three heavens. Don't. Mo Tianji hurriedly stopped this guy from continuing. He gritted his teeth. "Isn't it just being a military advisor? Moreover, it's a great cause for brothers. Mo Tianji, can't ask for anything more. How can I not agree? But I don't want you to force yourself." Chu Yang said hypocritically. "I'm not forcing myself," Mo Tianji said angrily. "But I don't want you to make a decision against your will. After all, if you are in a bad mood and don't work hard in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, I might as well cancel this agreement. After all, my youth can't be lost." Minister Chu continued to persuade. He beat around the bush to prevent future troubles. "Am I, Mo Tianji, that kind of person?" Mo Tianji was furious. "But no buts. This matter is settled." Mo Tianji waved his hand domineeringly and made the final decision. "But, King of Hell Chu, if you don't wait for my sister, then I am worse than a beast. I will be struck by lightning. I will be pierced by 10,000 arrows. I will not be reincarnated after death. I will fall into hell forever." Chu Yang raised his hand and swore. This oath was earth-shattering. It made the hair of those who heard it stand on end. "Moreover, Brother Mo has helped me. How can I take advantage of you and then not acknowledge it? Don't worry. I will try my best to cultivate my relationship with your sister. No matter what the result is at that time, I will accept it. Even if little Wu doesn't like me. I will. Chu Yang said with difficulty. Mo Tianji was greatly moved. Such a vicious oath was enough to show how much Chu Yang valued him. He was willing to make such a big promise and sacrifice for his alliance. Although Mo Tianji was a scheming person, he couldn't help but feel a hot-blooded feeling of a gentleman would die for his bosom friend. "Brother Chu, don't worry. I, Mo Tianji, am not an ungrateful person," Mo Tianji said solemnly. However, he was somewhat worried in his heart. Although Chu Yang had agreed, it was only because of him. It was only a condition of exchange. There was nothing to say about his little sister's side. After all, Chu Yang only had the kind of pure brotherly love for little Wu at present. Mo Qing Wu's change was very easy. When the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. Mo Tianji's yearning for her would turn into undying yearning. However, Chu Yang was an adult. For an adult to have feelings for a little girl, this was very difficult. Putting himself in Chu Yang's shoes, Mo Tianji felt that if he was in Chu Yang's shoes, he would feel very awkward and difficult to accept. "Brother Chu, I know, this matter is really difficult for you," Mo Tianji said sincerely and apologetically. To be continued. End of chapter 639. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.